Chapter 81. The space is unresponsive. The taste is quite similar to the hot pot base, but I didn't add too much to avoid the spiciness. Jiang Yuan can't eat anything too spicy, so just put a little less in it to get some flavor. The rest of the seasonings include oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, so I believe the taste won't be too bad. They all sat around a table. The most indispensable thing in the cafeteria was the table. Zhang Zhanyang was very happy, and went to get Soni disposable dishes and chopsticks. Brother Song, here it is. It tastes delicious. Thanks. Soni was not polite. Picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and started to cook. Jiang Yuan put a lot of dried tofu and shredded kelp, and paired it with the steaming rice noodles. It was a satisfying meal. Oh my god. It's so delicious. Sister Yuan, please open a store where you are? It's not that exaggerated. If you like it, eat more. There's so much in the pot. Don't waste it. Jiang Yuan was also smiling. She was really good at cooking. Before, Xia's mother always asked her to cook. Later, with Xiao Yuan, cooking became more commonplace. The more you do it, the more practice makes perfect. Sister Yuan, it's just delicious. I haven't had such a delicious meal in a long time. Yi Mianmian also sighed, and said that she hadn't eaten her own food for a long time. This time with liquefied gas. She must go back and cook some rice. She is so greedy for it. When I get back, I'll make bacon. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Jiang Yuan remembered that they had not eaten the ham Yi Mianmian gave them last time. Since I'm out today, I must bring some vegetables. And then I'll have a bacon hot pot. Thinking about this, I suddenly started drooling. Let's take a good rest after dinner. There are a lot of good things downstairs. This building materials and home furnishing city is relatively high-end, and the services in these stores are particularly good. There are a lot of snacks and so on. Zhang Kaiyan listened and was extremely happy. We really came to the right place this time. But with so many things, we probably won't be able to fit the kayak in. What he said was true. Everyone knew it. After the experience last time, they didn't worry too much. I think it's better to send him back at night, as it's less dangerous. These days, there are many more people who can't bear it. Otherwise, the weather has not completely stabilized, and it is impossible for anyone to come out to look for supplies. You have to be more careful this time. Otherwise, you'll end up making wedding clothes for someone else. That's right. Let's take a rest later and see how many things there are. And then we can make plans. Good. Several people agreed with Soni that it was just a plan now, and the rest would depend on the specific situation. After having enough wine and food, the four of us took a nap. By the way, I was just packing up those gift boxes and found this, Soni said, and took out the cash in his hand. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened when she saw it. What the situation was, he was actually rich. She hadn't seen it yet and was so angry. It's probably a gift. So I put it in directly. It's the same old routine. On the surface, the gift was mooncakes. But in fact, it was cash inside. When I thought that I was actually carrying these out, I felt a lot of pain. Oh my god! There are so many! It must be 200,000 to 300,000. It seems that this manager has quite a lot of gray income. It was a joke from Kaiyang, but it revealed the reality of society. Well, 280,000. Soni said calmly. He had already counted these. Sister Yuan, don't you want money? I'll give you these. Yi Mianmian said thoughtfully. Because of their recent interactions, Jiang Yuan took good care of her, and the relationship between the two became much closer. That's not okay. In the past, it was okay to have less. With so much, we should all share it together. His face was light and calm. His heart was bleeding, and 3/4 of the money he had received was lost like this. I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Okay, let's put it away first and divide it later. After all, the storm has subsided now, and everyone feels that there is hope for a normal life. This money naturally has a different meaning than before. If she wanted them all, the others would definitely feel uncomfortable. And she couldn't do that. The worst thing is, I'll just go out a few more times later. That is, now that the banks are basically flooded. We can only place our hopes on those banks on the mountain to succeed. She couldn't access the vault, and she couldn't break into the security inside. There is some money in the ATM and at the counter, but not much. It can only be said that there is victory over nothing. Right now, I still have wood to store, so I can't take care of that much for the time being. Apart from anything else, the space is so much larger that it can accommodate a lot. However, it is still a bit difficult to put them all away. No need to wait. As Soni spoke, he divided the money into 4 parts and gave it to everyone. Jiang Yuan is also very happy, so she won't waste time later. The 12th and 13th floors are all high-end kitchenware and electrical appliances, and the 14th to 17th floors are all furniture. Let's move separately later. It can be faster. Okay, I'll be fine. Yi Mian said that it was nothing serious and everything was safe anyway. I've searched quite a bit on the 17th floor. I'll continue there later. Mian, you and Kai Yang should start from the bottom together. We can still meet up when the time comes. Okay. The two said in unison. Jiang Yuan looked at Soni after thinking about it. Then let me go to the 13th floor. Okay. It feels like this person has figured it out. Yes. She is ready to give up the first level. She is happy that she still has a chance now. But don't go too far. When the time comes, there will only be a few left in one place. Otherwise it will be too outrageous. Just now, she didn't put everything away. At least, those at the door have been left. Looking from a distance, it seems as if everything is there, and there is no problem at all. Okay, let's pack up and start working. Good. There are relatively few hours during the day, and although the light is dim, you can still see clearly. It's too restrictive at night, and everyone has to pack their things. They all passed through the safe passage and did not see the specific conditions of each floor. Seeing that the 3 of them had gone down, Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay and hurried to the 17th floor, searching for supplies and putting things into space. Her time was even tighter. Once we get down to the first floor, the space becomes tense again. This furniture really takes up too much space. She didn't want to stack too many, just for fear of falling and getting broken. What a pity! She put the 2 big bags on the 18th floor and set off to the 16th floor. It was probably faster downstairs, so she had to hurry up. Jiang Yuan felt that her space was still not enough, and she had to upgrade first. There is no need to add anything now. It should be the same as last time, and can be upgraded as a whole. She prepared 10 materials according to her memory. But in the end, the space didn't react at all. Chapter 82. It takes 100 times. What's going on? She was a little confused. Last time, 10% of the space was used. I just completed the upgrade from 500 square meters to 1,000 square meters. Why did it suddenly not work this time? Do you need more materials? Last time it was 10 times. How much is it this time? 20 times? 30 times? Or 100 times? 10 copies have been made. And now the arrow is on the string and must be fired. Jiang Yuan did not dare to waste time and quickly got busy. Towards the end, she sweated more and more. 100 times more. 100 times. Then next time it will be 1,000 times. It's too scary. Fortunately, she could continue to increase the number without wasting too much time. Just start upgrading. Don't worry about anything. And work quickly. Beep beep beep. The timer's display screen was full, and the flashing lights of the land were blindingly bright. Jiang Yuan started exchanging money frantically, and didn't stop until all the signs went dark. I ran out and took a look. It was very good. It had doubled in size. 2,000 square meters. About 3 acres of land. Is definitely enough. Even if you don't upgrade in the future, this is completely enough. Her next goal is to fill it up and increase the duration of the space. This is the most important thing. I quickly got busy and collected all the things inside according to the previous plan and piled them in a corner. Other things that can be eaten and used must also be collected. When she finished the 16th floor, the people below hadn't come up yet. This was a bit wrong. After all, it took her a long time to upgrade before, so it wouldn't be so long for them to come downstairs. I was puzzled, but also wanted to get more things. So I went directly to the 15th floor. Jiang Yuan was working like crazy. She had to run even when walking, so her speed was naturally faster. Surprisingly, it hasn't come up yet. What's wrong? She was also a little scared. So she took out her baseball bat and went downstairs. On the 13th floor, Soni was located, and he quietly opened the safe and accessible door. Oh my god. What's going on with you guys? Why do you have so many things? I saw you haven't been up there for a long time, so I thought something happened. Jiang Yuan's heart stabilized. The 3 of them were all moving things, And it seemed that they were also preparing for the Mid-Autumn Festival welfare. There are probably thousands of items including rice, flour, grain and oil, moon cakes, and miscellaneous gift boxes. Sister Yuan, Brother Song has discovered a lot of things. Take a look. Yi Mianmian's face was flushed. Although she was tired from moving things, she couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. Oh, it's really a lot. As long as you're fine, I'll tidy up the upstairs as well. That's all that's left. And it's gone when it's done. Okay, then go ahead, Jiang Yuan said, placing the 2 full bags in her hand next to the supplies. She was also very happy. There were many national chain brand stores on the 14th floor with a lot of stuff. It happened to be convenient for her. After finishing the 14th floor, there was still a lot of space. She was about to go down to join everyone, and happened to meet Song Yi, who was coming up. Done? Well, let's go up and move everything upstairs. You can go to the 13th floor and help Yi Mianmian clean up. Yes, Sister Yuan. You go down and clean up, while Brother Song and I will move down the things above. Kai Yang was also very happy, especially Jiang Yuan, who brought 2 big bags full of supplies. Okay, then you go. They all felt that she and Yi Mianmian were girls and needed to be taken care of. This was a very special existence in the last days. Mianmian. Wow, there are so many. Yi Mianmian was tidying up and was very happy to see her. Sister Yuan, these are all packaged. If I take them down, I can save a lot of space. Let me help you, Jiang Yuan said, and joined the battle. The things were moved directly to the 12th floor, and they were piled together with those found at the flower market. There are a lot of things to pick up and dismantle here. Sister Yuan, there are so many benefits. Isn't it very profitable to make building materials? Making money is also making money for the boss. These are relatively high-end furniture and appliances, such as the refrigerator here, which can easily cost 5 figures. Jiang Yuan pointed to a high-end brand store opposite. This is a state-owned brand trying to improve itself. It is an extension from the original brand. They have also introduced this kind of product to people before. It is very common for a complete set to cost hundreds of thousands. Oh my god. It's so expensive. I mean, why would anyone spend so much money renovating a house? Yi Mianmian sighed. She had always known that the gap between rich and poor existed. But when I look at the things I can't afford, I still feel a little overwhelmed. By the way, Sister Yuan, I remember that you are also engaged in building materials. So you should make a lot of money. We entered the industry late, and only caught the tail end of one bonus period. The rich people are really very rich. They opened a store with us. The couple bought a large flat floor and 6 shops in 1 year. The market has been bad in the past 2 years, and I haven't made as much money as before. Yi Mianmian was also surprised when he heard this. It would be great if the market was good. It's amazing. With these things, I can retire where I am. Who says it's not the case? So those who join the industry early are really at a good time. Jiang Yuan also sighed. The classmates and friends around her felt that she and Xia Chaoyang had made money. But compared with others, there is still a gap. And it's not just a tiny bit. Mian, you are also very good. You worked alone and bought a house. I heard that anchors are also very profitable. Many of them have assets worth hundreds of millions. Yi Mianmian nodded, not refusing to talk about his own affairs. Making money is making money. But the pressure is also great. We have to pay wages based on sales volume. If the data is not good, you have to refresh the traffic yourself, which is also very troublesome. However, in comparison, it still belongs to the category of making money. But Sister Yuan, why did you separate from your husband? Yi Mianmian knew about Jiang Yuan's divorce. Last time Xia Qiyang came to see her, and went to Kaiyang. After hearing the general idea, I told her, hey, when a man is rich, he becomes dishonest. Is there someone outside him? Jiang Yuan didn't hide anything. She felt there was nothing she couldn't say. In addition to the woman, I also have a child who is only 3 months younger than my daughter. I only found out about it when someone came to visit me. How funny! She smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. But Yi Mianmian was very angry. What the HL? This is shameless. This scumbag doesn't deserve sympathy. Sister Yuan, when he comes to see you again, you must not be soft-hearted. I will scold him for you. Sure enough, girls can feel sorry for girls the most. Good. Chapter 83. A sober girl in the world. In fact, Jiang Yuan had already looked away, And there was nothing she could not figure out in her past life. Nian Nian. What about you? I've never heard that you have a boyfriend. Sister Yuan. I really don't have a boyfriend. You also know my family situation. How can I have time to fall in love? This answer was completely beyond her expectation. After all, her face was quite punchable. You are so beautiful. But you don't have a boyfriend. So there must be a lot of people chasing you. Right? There used to be a lot of them. But I didn't care about them. Sister Yuan. You know, I graduated from junior high school and have worked in many jobs. After seeing a lot of human relationships, I feel that nothing is reliable. Making money is more important than being a man. You may think that I worship money, but you have not experienced my life and don't know many things. When Jiang Yuan heard that she was someone with stories, she immediately shook her head. You are not worshipping money. You are waking up in the world. If I had had your awakening, I wouldn't have suffered for so many years. Sister Yuan. Actually, sometimes I envy you very much. Envy me? This time she was shocked. Even though her life was miserable, there were still people who envied her. She was really flattered. Yes. I don't know what happened to you in your marriage, but your parents are really good to you. Last time, when you didn't go back, your uncle and aunt were particularly worried. They would rather risk themselves to protect you. You don't even know that when we didn't let my uncle come with us, he was so anxious that he couldn't okay it. I really envy you. Jiang Yuan didn't know that such a thing existed, and she was very moved. Yes, the only people who have never left me are my parents and my daughter. The most grievance I have suffered in my life was in my last marriage. Now that I think about it, I am really stupid. Xia Chaoyang, you deserve to die. Fortunately, everything is over. Now is a new life. Sister Yuan, you will definitely get better and better. Yes, we will all get better and better. Believe me, as long as you work hard, you will be your own queen. She drank this bowl of chicken soup. Jiang Yuan also began to appreciate Yin Yin more and more. She was a positive girl who knew what she wanted. She clearly had the capital and would not do anything wrong. This kind of sobriety in the world is definitely the ceiling among girls. However, she still didn't dare to be too heart to heart, as people's hearts are the easiest to change, especially since there is that dimension. How can I put it? She is not selfish. We have moved everything down. How are you doing here? It was Zhang Kaiang who came back, followed by Soni. That's almost it. So many storage boxes can save a lot of space. Apart from anything else, gift boxes like this are the most annoying, as 2/3 of them are packaging. Cartons, foam, plastic, etc. are really usable. But in the end, only a little bit is left that is edible. Look at how hypocritical these people are. They only have a few cookies and such a big box. And they overuse their materials. Giving gifts is just for saving face. To be honest, it's not about grain, oil, rice and noodles. That's right. Zhang Kaiang instantly became happy, thinking about it this way. It was quite beautiful. Several people moved these things downstairs again. They were so full that the 2 kayaks were put together, and they couldn't go back after 2 trips. It is also very happy to sit and rest next to it and look at so many things. However, the transportation issue was always on my mind. If you can't take it back, everything you say is nonsense. How about this? Let's take a rest later and then send him back first. I think the wind seems to be lighter than in the morning. It is estimated that more people will come out to look for things tomorrow. It is best for us to work overtime to get all the things back. Otherwise it will not be safe. It can't be too early. If most people don't sleep, it will still be very dangerous. I still have lingering fears about what happened last time, and I have to guard against it. Soni also agreed with Kaiyang's statement and nodded in agreement. That's right. It will be safer if we go back later. I don't think so. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the 3 people looked at her with puzzled expressions. Jiang Yuan coughed lightly and began to explain. Everyone has been stuck at home recently. All they have to do is sleep. The biological clock has long been disrupted. Yes, I sleep too much during the day and can't sleep at night. That's what happened to me in the past 2 days. Jiang Yuan ignored him and continued her analysis. Of course, it's still safe at night. After all, it's quite dark. There's no electricity right now, so I guess many people won't come out. We'd better go back at night. But it doesn't have to be too late. It's almost okay. Those who don't sleep will still not sleep. There is no way to avoid this kind of thing because there are too many people. We are in the light. Others are in the dark. It is impossible to guard against it. Oh, it's so difficult. Kyong looked dejected and a little angry. Wait a minute. And we'll set off. We won't go back to the community, but go to the expressway service area first. Sister Yuan, I can't even take this anymore. And I still have to go to the service area. It's too stressful. That's what I think. You guys have a listen and see if it's feasible. You and Soni go back first, while Minyan and I go to the service area to have a look. If there is anything, we can pack it up directly. After you go back, call my dad to help, and your little one, to guard against the group of people in the building. I guess there will be no problem. Now, everyone feels that the storm is about to stop. The typhoon is about to end. Social order will return to normal, and at least some people will not have evil thoughts. When the time comes, you can bring my kayak from my house. There will be a lot more space for 3 boats. Acting separately seems to be a good choice now. In this way, materials can be searched and transported to the maximum extent. I have no problem. Sister Yuan, I will follow you. Jiang Yuan smiled at her, then turned to look at the 2 men. I can do that. What about you? Brother Song? The service area is huge. Are you 2 sure it's okay? Now that everyone is a team, he is naturally very worried. Besides, there is something not so good about leaving 2 girls behind. It's okay. In this case, there are only a few people coming out. Moreover, places like the service area itself are not crowded. If there is danger, we will hide and wait for you to come back. Jiang Yuan has already explained the pros and cons, and it depends on what they want to choose next. Okay, everything is for your own safety. Rest where you are for a while. Eat something, and then take action. Chapter 84 Arriving at the service area. Soni is considered the core member of the entire team, and what he says is basically the result. Jiang Yuan pulled He Minyan up to find something to cook. There was a fierce battle at night, so her physical strength had to be replenished. However, it is difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice when she is away from home. Conditions are limited, so cooking instant noodles is most suitable. I have made dried vegetables before. No matter what they are, throw them in advance and add a little more, which can be regarded as a seasoning. Jiang Yuan took out the beef jerky she had brought over before, and Soni also took some, which he had found at Yi Minyan's place. This stuff is full of protein. If you are hungry, everyone will eat instant noodles. Zhang Kaiyan also brought out a lot of spicy sticks. What can I say? People of all ages didn't run away. After dinner, it was already dark. It was a busy day, so several people decided to take a break. It's okay. I'll go over and take a look. Sister Yuan, it's dark now. Don't go there. It's okay. Yi Minyan did it for her own good and was afraid of danger. It's okay. Didn't I just want to see if there is a yogurt machine? My little girl is clamoring for yogurt every day, even if the raw materials are not enough. With this tool, she can still think of a way. She shouted haha and was about to leave. Soni also got up and came over. I'll go with you. No need to worry. I'll just stroll around on this floor. Nothing will happen. Song Yi hugged his shoulders and did not intend to give in. Ugh. Annoying man. Then I'll trouble you. The 2 began to shuttle through the home appliance store. Did the man see something? Jiang Yuan kept muttering in her heart, inevitably feeling a little guilty. I'll help you find it from here. You can start from that side. It can be faster. Okay. We are finally separated. Thank God. However, she couldn't show off her talents. Many of these things she didn't need. I don't think about anything else now. Just to decorate the space. You need both a refrigerator and a washing machine. But you don't need too many. Just enough. It's like spring inside all year round. And there's no need for air conditioning. In a high-end place like this, small appliances like electric fans are not available. As Jiang Yuan walked, she saw some gifts. In addition to rice cookers, there were also air fryers, knife sets, and yogurt machines. She was really happy to find them. Song Yi, I found it here. Don't look for it anymore. As he said that, the light on the opposite side lit up, and the person walked this way. Jiang Yuan's sharp eyes immediately saw some tea leaves and disposable paper cups under the cabinet. I guess I forgot about this. So take this over too. Okay. After Song Yi finished speaking, he hugged his things and left. Taking the opportunity, she swept the rest of the little things into the space. Now it's 2,000 square meters, which is a very big place. When he wasn't paying attention, he slipped into the nearby store and put away several 4-door refrigerators inside. These are all awesome brands. Walking R&B. In addition, there are several freezers at the door. I actually found a yogurt machine. It's amazing. This should be given as a gift and kept to give away. It gives me an advantage. Lying next to him, Kyong began to complain. I said we should have brought the camping tent over. It's so inconvenient now. Speaking of convenience, Yi Mian also looked embarrassed. Quietly, he came up to Jiang Yuan and whispered a word between his ears. Jiang Yuan glanced at her, a little speechless. A little girl is a little girl. It's the end of the world. So there's nothing to be embarrassed about. What are you two talking about? When he asked, Yi Mian blushed instantly. The two men are not stupid. At least they can tell something by observing their actions. You have to ask about everything. And mind your own business. Okay. Come on. Mian. Let's go upstairs. With Jiang Yuan supporting her, Yi Mian's mood improved a lot. And the two of them reached the floor above. The people below did not follow. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Good. Yi Mian blushed. And Jiang Yuan thoughtfully handed her a pack of tissues. Thanks. When she was packing things here before, she saw the toilet here, and Jiang Yuan asked her to go there by herself. And she couldn't let go of this opportunity. I didn't even dare to turn on the lights. So I went straight to those big brands, where I was stocked up. When Yi Mian came out, he found that she was not there. So he shouted. Jiang Yuan heard the movement and spoke quickly. Here it is. Sister Yuan. Aren't you coming? I didn't. If you're ready, let's get down quickly. It's dark. Good. She felt the same way. So go back quickly. After resting for an hour, Soni greeted everyone and continued to work. If nothing else, at least go to the expressway service area first. It is quite time-consuming to kayak and carry things. After everything is done, you have to cover it with tarpaulin. It would be troublesome if it were not soaked in water. The front one has a motor, and the rear one is ordinary. Soni sailed the boat ahead, and Jiang Yuan assisted him with a telescope and map. The situation behind will be much better, and it will be left to Yi Mian and Kyong to take charge. The wind seemed to be stronger this night, but it was much lighter than before. It was a bumpy road, but it was smooth sailing. When we arrived at the service area, it was already 9:30 in the evening. The terrain here is built against the mountains. It is really high. The ground above is still open, and is actually above the water level. Kayaking can only go to the entrance of the highway. To get to the service area, you need to walk there, which is still 300 to 500 meters away. I'll go up and take a look to make sure there's no problem. You guys can stay here, Soni said, looking for a place to stop. Now they are in a stranded state. But two kayaks appear out of thin air. They are so eye-catching that they must be hidden for safety. No. You go quickly. We'll be fine in such a big place. When you come over later, come and meet us in the service area. Yes, Brother Song. You go quickly. It's probably not too early to reach the community. We have to go there again. We'll be fine. Yi Mian was very happy that Jiang Yuan was willing to take her with her. And she always felt that she was not useless. Not being abandoned by this group is enough. Soni wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yuan didn't give him a chance and jumped directly. The water level here is just below the knees. When they came out, they all wore long waterproof socks, the kind used when planting rice. When you get to a safe area, take it off. It will be clean and convenient. Yi Mian saw Jiang Yuan go down and quickly followed. It was too dark here. There was no light at all. Jiang Yuan took out the flashlight and walked ahead. Brother Song, what should we do? Soni looked at the two people walking away, gritted his teeth, and said to Kai, go back to the community. Chapter 85. The service area has plenty of goods. Kyong also jumped down, pushed the kayak into the water, and was ready to go back. 4 people, working in pairs, started a new journey. Jiang Yuan took Yi Mian and started to run forward. At the toll station, she gave up automatically. The purpose of this trip is not here. There is no need to waste time. It is more serious to go to the small supermarket in the service area first, because there are no streetlights. It looks a bit scary, and it rains continuously. Even when illuminated by a strong flashlight, it looks a bit gray. Moreover, Yuxi's strange look made her even more depressed. Sister Yuan, why is there no light at all? It's too scary. Jiang Yuan patted her hand. held Yi Mian with her other hand, and started walking. There is no way. You can't speak louder in this situation. It would have been very dangerous if someone was there. Because he was being pulled. Yi Mian became much more stable and followed Jiang Yuan forward steadily. When they arrived at the service area, it was still desolate. Jiang Yuan was also a little scared. After all, it was the first time she came out under such circumstances. And there is no light. So for normal people, there is some inherent fear. Jiang Yuan turned off the flashlight. And after a moment of adaptation, she was able to figure out the route she had been observing just now. And Yi Mian held her hand tightly. Feeling so nervous, the two squatted under a big tree. And it took about 10 minutes before she stood up. Let's go. There should be no problem. It turned out that she wanted to see if the area was safe. And Yi Mian felt calmer. Jiang Yuan has her own way of doing things. Now that there are only 2 people left, she has to trust her teammates. After turning on the strong flashlight again, the 2 of them walked forward slowly. Next to the big tree was the parking lot of the service area. Go directly to the hall. The main door is locked. A big lock tied with an iron chain. It looks domineering. But in fact it has no technical content at all. Sister Yuan, what should I do? Jiang Yuan handed the flashlight to Yi Mian and took out a piece of wire from her jacket pocket. Then he started to perform what he thought was a cool performance. Within a minute, the lock clicked and opened. Yi Mian gestured with her thumb. But she didn't expect that she still had this hand. And this speed is no slower than Kai Yang. She is indeed a treasure sister. The 2 of them were also tiptoeing around. After observing for a while, no one seemed to be coming. However, it does not mean that there is no one inside. She followed Song Yi's example and gestured to Yi Mian. And the 2 of them quickly entered. Then closed the glass door. There is no other way. In this case, you must first determine whether the environment is safe. Enter through the glass door, which is about 2 meters. And there is a sliding door. The doors were all open at this moment. And Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian were also very nervous, fearing that someone was inside. It was dark, so I had to use a flashlight. Otherwise I couldn't see at all. After entering, there are 7 or 8 food stalls on the left, with a row of tables and chairs in the middle. At the back is a small supermarket. Further inside is the toilet. And directly opposite is a place selling specialty products. It seems like every service area has this layout, with the larger ones having more stuff. Jiang Yuan felt that nothing was wrong. So she pretended to rummage inside the backpack, and actually took out the big night light from the space. This is her ultimate treasure. Among other things, it shines just like daytime in a place of 20 or 30 square meters. As for the radiation area, if it is not too dark, it will not be a problem if it is more than 100 square meters. Oh my god. Sister Yuan, this is too bright. Hey, it's more convenient to hold this. Not only is it convenient, the situation in front of me suddenly became clear. Come on. Let's go around. Good. Yi Mian followed her, also holding a baseball bat in a defensive posture. This is how the investigation is. All places have been circled. No one is around. And it is safe for the time being. Ouch. This makes me nervous. Don't take it lightly. The electricity won't last long. We have to go to the gas station later. Let's hurry up. Good. Jiang Yuan said, and placed the big night light on the checkout counter of the small supermarket. There are many shelves here, selling food for food. Because under normal circumstances, the price is relatively high. So there is still a lot of inventory. Yi Mian's eyes lit up. There were so many things, and most of them were food. Moreover, there are also specialties across the street. Sister Yuan, we really came to the right place. When Brothers Song and Kai Yang come over and see it later, they will probably be crazy beautiful. That's right. Mian, is the bag still enough? Don't worry. It's all in my backpack. As she said that, she took off her backpack, placed it on the cashier, took out a woven bag, and started scanning the goods in a hurry. Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate. She specifically chose the cashier here because she was thinking about whether there would be any unexpected gains. The cash box here was quite big, with a small lock. If she hadn't been afraid of making too much noise, she would have just smashed it open. It doesn't matter now. I have the wire in my hand. I have the world. It was done easily. The drawer was opened, and I went. No wonder such a big box is really stocked. There were actually 60,000 yuan, all sorted, and there was a lot of change left. Jiang Yuan put the whole thing away and picked up the rest in a small food bag and put it away. Neither the banknotes nor the steel coins were spared. There are a lot of things under the cashier counter. All from here, including beer and mineral water. She can do this kind of physical work. And just move the things to the cashier first. Go out later and move to the big aisle in the middle, where the space is more spacious. It happened that Yimyan also came over in a hurry and packed a bag of things. Sister Yuan, you think it's so irritating. Those puff foods are all irritating. If the gas is released, it will affect the taste when you eat it. If you don't put it, it will take up so much space in vain. Who says it's not? But what can be done? Then put the puff food, which contains gas, separately first. If there is room, forget it. If there is no room later, let's expose it again. It can only be this way. Anyway, you have to take it back. Otherwise it will be a big loss. If there is really no food, let alone the taste is bad. Even if it is bad, you have to eat it. There is so much beer. Beer is sold on the highway. What should I do if someone gets drunk and drives? Jian Yuan was really cute by her weird speech. Who said it must be for the driver? And the traveling companions can't drink it. You really amuse me to death. Yi Mian felt shy for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had no intention of stopping, she took 2 big bags and started working again. Chapter 86. Someone is coming. After moving everything out from under the cashier, there were a lot of cigarettes in the back, all in a glass cabinet. Jiang Yuan directly swept it into the woven bag. She had sold this frequently before, but now it will be money. The 2 of them were very fast, probably because they had been working on things today, so they were very skilled. In less than half an hour, everything in the small supermarket was packed away. The 2 of them set their sights on the specialties across the street. There were countless delicacies in the West Market. These specialties are all packaged, so there is no problem in taking them back to eat now. However, the packaging was too obvious, so the 2 simply removed it and put what they wanted in the bag. Of course, there are some products that cannot be removed from the packaging, such as jujubes and persimmons. Sister Yuan, there are so many beef jerky and roast chicken here. I don't know if I can still eat them. Jiang Yuan knew it after just one glance. It's all carrying a vacuum. Put it away. Okay. After the 2 finished finishing here, they didn't miss the food stall over there either. Everything that can be eaten and used must be put away, because there are only 2 people now. They are not separated. Finally, I went to the bathroom and walked around. There was public paper outside and half a bottle of hand sanitizer. Don't take this. Jiang Yuan thought about it and felt that it was unhygienic after all. And there weren't many things, so she just let it go. Seeing that the time was still long, the 2 of them went straight out the door and went to the gas station nearby. It was about 40 or 50 meters away, so I went there directly with a big night light this time. This one is not only bright, but also waterproof, which makes it very popular. I just can't access the internet. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a 5-star review. The gas stations here are not big. There are 2 diesel stations, and the remaining 6 are gasoline stations. There is a small room opposite. Unlike ordinary gas stations, there is no separate supermarket here. But there were 2 rooms nearby. Jiang Yuan turned on the light and looked over. One of them should be a dormitory-like place. The other one is like a small warehouse, which contains a lot of mineral water, drinks, etc. And there is a cashier directly opposite. I was a little happy to see this, so I decided to go take a look. After all, some people still use cash. Sister Yuan, how do we pack these oils? Don't worry. Look for it. There will definitely be a bucket. This is what happens at highway gas stations. Everyone must be prepared for emergencies. For example, some vehicles ran out of gas and broke down while driving. Let the rescue center go over and help. And whatever you need will be picked up nearby. After opening the door, the 2 of them went. Sister Yuan, there really are some. Let's get these big ones. Okay. Nian, there are a lot of drinks here. Let's see if there is anything else. Jiang Yuan said and went to the cashier. There was not much cash in it. Only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. She put the whole thing away and put the rest in a plastic bag. Sister Yuan, this is just glass water and stuff. I'll go next door and have a look. There are beds over there. I guess there are a lot of things. Can you do it yourself? To be honest, she was quite worried. It's okay. I just checked. It's safe. Okay. Then you go. She opened the door for Yi Mian and let her search by herself while she ran to the side. After taking out the oil drum, it is easier to do things alone. Put the extra oil barrels directly into the space, and just carry 2 in your hands. In addition, if you put away mineral water, beverages, glass water, and engine oil, you won't be able to see anything. She doesn't have much time now, so she bought a total of 20 barrels of diesel and 60 barrels of gasoline. If you keep half of it yourself, it's not in vain. The rest were gathered together and sent to the hull. Yi Mianmian also came out and gained something, but not much. Let's put all these in the hull, and then go over and guard them. It will be more convenient together. Okay. So, the 2 people began to work diligently as ant porters. This is quite heavy, and it is a tiring job after all. By the time they got all this done, the 2 of them were already exhausted. Oh my god. It's really physical work. I should have waited for them to come over. Yi Mianmian is becoming more and more casual now, not afraid to reveal her true thoughts like before. Jiang Yuan took out the thermos cup, poured a cup of water with a lid on it, and handed it to her. This was the hot water used for cooking before. Yi Mianmian showed it to her and quickly refused. I have some too. You can drink it, Sister Yuan. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Time flew by so fast, and she was already a little hungry. I took out the roasted chicken I just found, and some beef jerky, persimmons and ham sausages, ready to replenish some energy. Yi Mianmian was also hungry, and did not refuse. The 2 of them just sat on the chairs without any image, and started tearing the chicken with their hands. When you finish eating, you can rest for a while. They probably won't be here until late at night. If everything goes well, we will probably start setting off by now, and prepare for the second trip. If it doesn't go well, it's hard to say. Okay. After a busy day, I feel a little tired after taking some time off. There is a massage chair here, which is now cheaper for them. Although it is leather covered, it is a little cold, but it will be fine after sitting for a while. Jiang Yuan also turned off the big night light. It was too bright and wasted electricity. It was almost 12 o'clock, and both of them were in a daze. Mian Mian, get up quickly. Someone seems to be coming. Huh? They came here pretty quickly. Yi Mianmian was obviously confused. She had already fallen asleep. Now that she was forced to turn on her phone, her brain could not keep up with her thoughts. Not necessarily. Get up quickly. She saw it just now. Although the beam of the flashlight was not very bright, it was still very obvious in such weather. There must be at least 5 or 6 paths. If it were Soni and the others, they wouldn't be so high profile. Yi Mianmian was scared now, and quickly stood up from the massage chair. The 2 of them bent over and ran towards the toilet. That side is connected to the outside. After you come out, turn to the right, and there is a door. It is the place where hot water is connected. After exiting this door, you can go directly outside. The 2 of them didn't dare to be careless, and they didn't dare to turn on the light now. Jiang Yuan relied on feeling to open the lock here. Sister Yuan, they are coming. Yi Mianmian's voice was trembling. The flashlight beam was getting closer and closer, and there were a lot of people watching. Jiang Yuan was also scared. It was the first time she encountered this situation, and she didn't know what the other party was doing. Take a deep breath and hold on. There can be no chaos. No chaos. At this time, the last thing to do is to mess up your position. Seeing how calm she was, Yi Mianmian calmed down and really started to take a deep breath. The group of people had already opened the door, and even though they were far away, they could still tell. There were 6 people in total. All men. Chapter 87, Strike First to gain the upper hand. While they were opening the first door, Jiang Yuan quickly opened the small door on the side, and the 2 took the opportunity to run out. About 2 meters next to this is the green belt. The plants are all round, and I don't know if they are trees or what. Hidden behind this. Just squat and that's it. Sister Yuan, what should we do? Our supplies. Jiang Yuan felt aggrieved and had already been sorted out by others. If she came here by herself, she would just throw away the space. Now, those people are probably still wondering why everything has been sorted out. There must be someone else. Don't be afraid, Mian. Now I can only do 1 thing and 2 without stopping. Are you afraid? She had already thought about it. If Yi Mian didn't dare, then she would give up these things. The 2 people ran out now, in the dark, and the possibility of the group of people finding them was 0. Don't be afraid, Sister Yuan. I will listen to you. Okay. There are 6 of us now. Our fighting ability is average. We will deal with them one by one later. Good. Seeing that she agreed, Jiang Yuan revealed a dagger from the space and handed it to her. Yi Mianmian trembled a little, swallowed, and took it anyway. She herself took out the Tangdao. In this case, there was nothing she could do if she saw blood. Maybe those people were innocent, and there were still people at home waiting for them to go back. But there was nothing she could do. In the last days, everything should have its own appearance. I'm sorry. There's nothing she can do. Sure enough, the people inside noticed something was wrong. Not to mention that things were sorted out. But gasoline was also passed over. This is so unreasonable. There are also those chicken bones that I haven't had time to clean up. I don't know if the massage chair is warm. The flashlight inside was shaking randomly. Obviously looking for something to see. Or in other words, looking for someone. Seeing someone coming this way. Yi Mianmian pulled her arm harder. Jiang Yuan frowned. This girl's psychological quality is not good. She doesn't know if she will do anything bad for a while. She didn't dare to say anything. So she could only pat her hand to comfort her. The man went to the bathroom. Probably looking for someone. In less than a minute, the flashlight beam came out and seemed to be looking this way. Hey, there's a door here. He opened the door and came out without much nervousness, taking photos back and forth with a flashlight. Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat. If all 6 people came over, they wouldn't be able to deal with them at once. Yi Mianmian even covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Fortunately, the man shook his head and saw that there was no movement. So he went in. There must be people talking inside. But with the door closed and the sound of wind and rain, you couldn't hear it at all. This time is so testing for people's hearts. The flashlight beam is no longer chaotic. From this position, it is not realistic to see people at all. They seem to be eating. Yi Mianmian leaned close to her ear and whispered. Then, the lights in the room suddenly went out, which made me a little nervous. Shoo! Those people are not stupid either. They are probably waiting for someone to fall into the trap. Maybe there will be further actions. But they still have certain advantages in the dark. Jiang Yuan is not worried. She often comes to this highway intersection. And sometimes she needs to go to other districts to keep an eye on construction sites. She always takes the Beltway and is quite familiar with this service area. After comforting Yi Mianmian, the 2 sides began to fight. But they remained motionless. It was cold and raining. So it was obvious that the 2 of them did not have the upper hand. This was not going to work. So she pulled Yi Mianmian up and motioned for her to follow her. The wall on the side from the toilet can also be partially covered by the roof above. It was a little better there. At least the rain was lighter. Yi Mianmian also understood instantly. And followed her. The 2 of them hunched over and moved slowly. The distance was 2 or 3 meters. And it took me 5 minutes to get there. Seeing no one, the flashlight over there turned on again. Jiang Yuan was observing from the side. She remembered that she had taken Xianwan to the toilet here before. The little girl was naughty and ran to the back. The entire service area was surrounded by cement roads. Although the one at the back is not very wide. It is about a meter wide. There is a rear guardrail next to it. And there is a big pit under the guardrail. This place was originally built on a mountain. There are high places. And naturally there are low places. Mianmian. Jiang Yuan tilted her head forward and asked Yi Mianmian to come over and watch from the front. She wanted to go over and see what was going on behind. After all, it's been raining for so long. So I'm afraid it might conflict with my memory. So I can take a detour back to the gas station later. Before they are discovered by that group of people. They must investigate in advance. After taking out the flashlight, Jiang Yuan didn't go over and took a photo directly. It looked like everything was normal. He walked back quickly and found that Yi Mianmian was retreating. She hurried to the front. But the other party held her tightly and motioned to go back. A flashlight shone over. And then, there was the sound of the door opening. It should be a person. Jiang Yuan took out the Tangdao and made a ready posture. The man looked at it twice. I thought it was nothing. So I was ready to go back. She dodged suddenly and slashed down with her knife, hitting the man on the back. Ah! Screams came, breaking the tranquility in the night sky. According to the sharpness of Tangdao, this man will definitely die. Let's go! Jiang Yuan pulled Yi Mianmian up, turned on the flashlight, and ran towards the back. The people inside heard the noise and came over, seeing their companion lying on the ground. He was also a little scared. And he was killed with one blow, which proved that the other party was not a good person. Who is it? Come out to me. They all heard the helpless roar from the other side. Soon, the group of people realized that there was a sound here just now. Search separately. We must find this bastard today. The man's voice was loud and obviously angry. But Jiang Yuan was much calmer now. Silently expose the bracelet on your wrist. If it doesn't work, go into the space. Of course, she would also bring Yi Mian with her. This is a matter of life and death. So we can't be too selfish. The group of people scattered. And there were still 5 of them. If there was no chance of winning later, they would run along the road in front of the gas station. That way we'll go straight onto the highway. The situation ahead is more complicated. So we might be able to hide for a while. The most important thing is not to be seen by them. Otherwise, there is still no chance of winning. Now, neither of them dared to act rashly. One person came to the gas station with a flashlight. The 2 of them quickly retreated to the back of the hall, which was a right-angle distance away. The other party can't see it. But if they come over to the 2 rooms where they rest and store goods, that area is too close and still dangerous. Just as I was thinking about it, there were actually footsteps approaching. Chapter 88, being attacked from both sides. Really afraid of what might happen, Jiang Yuan tightened her grip on Tang Dao and pulled Yi Mian behind her. This man was also very wary. But he actually passed by. Judging from the cautious look, he probably thought there was someone behind the 2 houses. But I didn't expect that they were here. At this good opportunity, Jiang Yuan made a gesture and rushed out. Because there was a distance of 2 or 3 meters. The man was on guard and turned around now. Who? Jiang Yuan was not frightened by him, and struck him head-on with the Tang Dao. He also had a long weapon in his hand. She subconsciously blocked it. She quickly stretched out her foot and kicked it with all her strength. At the same time, he shouted, Mian Mian. Beat him. Yi Mian also rushed over. Although the flashlight fell to the ground, the specific figure could be clearly identified. The man was kicked. But before he could react, Yi Mian hit him in the stomach with a stick. After feeling the pain, he staggered back and Jiang Yuan continued to attack. Kankan stabbed him in the shoulder. And the man yelled, reaching out to cover the wound. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. And Yi Mian saw the right moment and stabbed it directly with the dagger. The first time she killed someone, she actually forgot to draw the knife. The sound had already attracted people. And Jiang Yuan ignored it and pulled her back. When they heard the noise, they would think there was something wrong in the gas station warehouse. So we can't go forward. We can only go back the way we came. Neither of them dared to delay. They just ran to the toilet and found someone directly opposite. Moreover, the flashlight has already shined over. Over there. The people nearby heard the movement and came over. It's over. The plan to escape from the car entrance is unrealistic. The people who were going to the gas station also came back. There was no other way. So Jiang Yuan pulled Yi Mian into the hall through the small door. Is the lock next to it still there? Lock it quickly. The next second, the man rushed over and banged on the door frantically. His mouth was dirty. So at the critical moment, he ran forward quickly. There is another door. But it's not okay, and the people on the other side have also reacted. As soon as they arrived, 2 men from the gas station also came over. Seeing that it was almost too late to lock the door, Jiang Yuan quickly pulled Yi Mian back to the table in front of the food stall. Move! He quickly pushed 2 tables and blocked the road. This type has a table with 4 chairs, and is used in canteens and fast food restaurants. In fact, it is of no use at all. The table is extremely short. A taller person could jump over it directly. But in desperation, she could only think of this method. The remaining 4 people on the other side are here, and the situation is quite unfavorable for the 2 of them. It's a case of catching a turtle in an urn. So we have to fight hard. Jiang Yuan is holding a tang knife, and Yi Mian is holding a baseball bat, both in fighting postures. He held the flashlight flat on the opposite side, and the situation in the room was clear at a glance. Just you 2? Several men obviously didn't believe that 2 girls, who looked delicate and weak, actually knocked down 2 big men. Still in such a short period of time. I wouldn't believe it even if I beat myself to death. So, if you're scared, get out of here. Jiang Yuan was deliberately calm to give them some illusions. At least not to look down upon them. It would be better if you give in. Haha. Where are you going? You killed 2 of my brothers. I have to kill you today. The man in front also got angry and kicked the chair in front of him. With a lot of force. The table quickly moved towards the 2 of them. And Jiang Yuan protected Yi Mian as he retreated. Damn. You have a bad temper. It seems that we need to seize the time and enter the space. She was always prepared and observing the situation on the other side. However, I am a little curious. Did you collect these things? Yes. You can share half of it if you want. In this current situation, everyone is just looking for supplies. The man snorted coldly, with a hint of amusement in his seriousness. Yes, we have to get the supplies. But my two brothers can't disappear without any reason. You two bitches must pay with your lives. As he spoke, he raised the weapon in his hand. Jiang Yuan looked at the knife. It should be the long one used to cut watermelons. Usually they are people who sell melons. Is this person a fruit seller? Third brother. Why are you so anxious? Look at these two ladies. They look so good-looking and make the brothers feel comfortable. The little man in the back looked vulgar. He looked at Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian with undisguised eyes. This person really deserves to die. At this time, he still has sperm in his head. Okay. If you kill these two bitches, you will be worthy of Damao and Xiaochong. The smiles of the four men all had some unknown emotions, which was disgusting to watch. Humph. If there is a way to heaven, you won't take it. But if there is no door to HL, you will try to break through it. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Yuan squinted her eyes and looked dangerous. Oh, third brother. Look at this bitch. She's quite hot. Let's see how you cry and beg me later. With that said, the little man was about to step forward. Wait a moment. Why are you so surprised? If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Jiang Yuan had something to say, but she didn't say it to them, but to Yi Mianmian. Mianmian, we have to go all out today. After these few are solved, sister will treat you to something delicious. Okay, Sister Yuan, let's have fun today. Yi Mianmian also sneered. Looking forward to death. That was probably it. Anyway, she would rather die than be ruined by this group of people. The four people opposite felt even more proud when they heard this. After all, girls are generally weaker than men in the face of strength. The little man swaggered forward and stuck a long dagger in his hand on the table. This time, I used a lot of strength and actually inserted it. I told. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yuan's knife had already fallen. His head rolled with a roar under the feet of the person behind him, who was also frightened. Things happened in a blink of an eye. Even Yi Mianmian behind him didn't expect Jiang Yuan to be so fast. You didn't give the other party a chance to show off at all. Good guy. Ah. Kill. Kill. Although the man knew that two of his companions had died, it was another matter to die directly in front of him. He said and jumped up quickly, as if it was something scary. The man who took the lead was the first to react. He had lost 3 brothers in a row, which put him on the verge of collapse. You bitches. I'll kill you. With that said, he strode over. Jiang Yuan had quick eyes and quick hands and kicked the table in front of her. The other party took a step back, then held down the table. Chapter 89 Reinforcements have arrived. Yi Mianmian rushed over, took out the anti-wolf spray from behind, and sprayed it into his eyes. Ah! You stinky bitch. The man reached out to cover his eyes. Jiang Yuan couldn't miss this opportunity and cut him off with one knife. He stepped back and was still hit on the shoulder. When the earth-shattering scream came, she liked to use the knife diagonally. But this time, it did not kill him. The 2 men next to him also ran over, helped the man and backed away. Third brother. Are you okay? Kill these 2 bitches for me. Seeing the fighting power of Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian, the 2 people did not dare to act rashly. Come on. The man called third brother couldn't help but get angry when he saw that the 2 brothers next to him didn't move. Under pressure, the 2 men took 2 steps forward. Across the table, the shouting started. I said you 2 are shameless. Why are you so cruel and cruel? This is illegal. You know? Jiang Yuan knew that they had the upper hand now in terms of momentum. Huh? I told you. I'll give you half of the stuff. But you don't cherish the opportunity. Now I have changed my mind, and there is nothing left. Not only that, now the 3 people cannot be let go. It's just that she didn't say these words out loud. Not because she was afraid of alerting others, but because she started planning in her heart. Yi Mianmian is in much better spirits now. After all, the battle just now was a good one. The cooperation between her and Jiang Yuan is also amazing. And that's enough. At one go. This group of people will never be able to stay. What nonsense. Kill them. The third brother also recovered now. But the effect of the anti-wolf spray was terrible. Although I could barely open my eyes. The stinging sensation could not be reduced easily. I will use your blood sacrificial knife today. As he said this, people came over. If it's a watermelon knife, I think you'd better save it. Jiang Yuan swung her Tang Dao twice, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. The key to the cold light blade is that you can still feel the wind brought by the blade. We 3 grown men can't kill you 2 little bitches. What a joke. Jiang Yuan knew that this was to cheer up the other 2 people, and she couldn't let him go. There seem to be 6 of you, and I've already killed those 3. Right. I'll fight with you. For the supplies, let's all come together. After mentioning this, the other 2 people were also touched and picked up the guy one after another. Ah. Bah. Let's fight. The 3 people came together, all with tools in their hands. Jiang Yuan was also frightened, but she must not be frightened at this time. The swarms of people are also divided into front and back. When the first head was delivered, she quickly waved the Tang Dao. But this time these people were well prepared and caught it directly. There was a table in the middle, so she couldn't get down to kick anyone. Yi Mian was also fighting with someone over there and couldn't separate herself at all. So he came to take care of her. Ah. She exerted all her strength, turned the blade, and slashed hard. Although she knew that Tang Dao was not used like this, she could use the most strength in this position. Bang! The third brother's knife was actually cut into 2 pieces by her. It was indeed very sharp. The other party was also very frightened. Jiang Yuan wasted no time and slashed with the knife. She struck directly at his stomach, and a wave of heat spurted over and splashed onto her face. It's blood. Third brother's blood. The person who was so arrogant just now is confused now. Looking at my stomach in disbelief, I realized that in a state of extreme panic, I could forget the pain. Jiang Yuan didn't want to give him any room to breathe, so she kicked the table between the 2 of them. Without noticing, the third brother took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. If he doesn't die, he probably won't survive. Before she had time to think about it, Yi Mian could no longer withstand it. The 2 of them surrounded her, and she had already fallen. Ah! It came with a knife, and the man was injured in the back. But because he was wearing thick clothes, it was not serious. When he turned around and saw Jiang Yuan's tearful expression, he was also angry. I see. As she spoke, she waved the knife in her hand without any clues, leaving her overwhelmed. After taking 2 steps back, she also drew her sword and slashed at him. Either you die or I live. Everyone is red-eyed. Daughter. Jiang Yuan. Ah! A sharp scream sounded, followed by the man's scream, covering his shoulders. She didn't dare to slack off, and took advantage of this opportunity to insert the knife into the opponent's stomach, and then pulled it out neatly. Mian, the man who was chasing Yi Mian had the upper hand, and now he was frightened when he saw the reinforcements coming. Soni was the one who hit him with stones at the door. He, Kai Yang and Jiang Xingji also ran over at this moment, and they all gathered around the dining area of the Meisher stall. While the man was distracted, Yi Mian used all his strength to kick the man in the crotch. She had been kicked down just now, and this position was just right. Jiang Yuan was also unambiguous. And with another kick, the man laid down. Yi Mian quickly stood up, holding a baseball bat and doing a burst of damage. I want you to kick me. Beat you to death. Beat you to death? The man was in so much pain that he no longer had the strength to beg for mercy. He could only huddle on the ground and ignore his crotch. Mian, stop fighting and give him a good time. The eyes of the people on the ground changed from hopeful to frightened. Yi Mian took the dagger from Jiang Yuan's hand and slowly approached. Don't kill me. I'm just looking for food. I have 2 children at home. Yi Mian was not merciful. He had killed him just now. If Soni and the others hadn't come, he would have killed her. Then she and Jiang Yuan are probably in trouble today. I let you go. Did you let me go just now? As she said that, she stabbed directly with the knife. The other person looked at her in shock, as if she couldn't believe it. After pulling out the dagger, Yi Mian slumped down on the chair and started crying. Scared me to death. Sister Yuan. Scared me to death. I killed someone. I killed someone. Many people cannot accept what happened tonight, let alone a little girl. Jiang Yuan calmly wiped the blood from her face and threw the used wipes on the ground. Mian, stop crying. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. There is nothing we can do. In this kind of day, we don't know when it will end. You have to figure it out yourself. Soni looked at Jiang Yuan and said nothing. And Kyong was too frightened to understand. Murder? Such a bloody scene. How do you feel when you come face to face with it? These people are not breathing. Just hope you are not injured. Daughter, you are suffering. Let Dad see. It's okay. Dad, I'm not doing well. By the way, there are 2 more outside. Chapter 90 Return to the community. What? There are 2 other accomplices outside? Kyong became anxious and immediately took a defensive stance. Those 2 people have been taken care of by Sister Yuan and I. Don't be so nervous. Yi Mianyan also recovered. Calmly wiped the dagger in his hand. Took it over and handed it to Jiang Yuan. Sister Yuan? Thank you. There's another one outside. I'll go over and get it. I'll go with you. Need not. Yi Mianyan said and smiled at her. Turning to look at Kyong. You come with me. Why? I don't dare. Ah. Before Zhang Kyong could finish speaking, he was pulled out by Yi Mianyan. By the way, why did you come here? After all, it shouldn't be so fast. We didn't go over there. We came directly to find you. Soni pursed her lips lightly. On the way back, the more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. Those were 2 girls. How could he be fooled by lard? A teen should be neatly together. During the transportation, Jiang Xingji also left him alone. So the 3 of them temporarily changed their schedule and came directly. Fortunately, it was all in time. Moreover, Jiang Yuan not only has a fierce personality, but also has quick actions. Even Yi Mianyan has grown up. They formed a team together before simply because they lived together and had common interests. Moreover, long-term investigation proved that Jiang Yuan is also a thoughtful person. Kai Yang had skills, but Yi Mianyan only used them to make up the numbers. Just because he was afraid that Jiang Yuan, a woman, would be embarrassed. If everyone can do this, life will be much easier in the future. He could also feel relieved. At least he won't be tied up. Thankfully you guys are here. Otherwise it would still be a fierce battle. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but mention it. This was a life-saving kindness. Jiang Xingji was so scared that he kept standing beside her. He was really scared to death just now. Let's clean up. There are a lot of things here. She took out the big night light and put it on the ground. Everything was there. The 6 people had eaten a lot just now and left a lot of garbage around them. But they couldn't care less now. It was already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. It will still take some time to get to a place with water. Moving these there is not a small project. Yi Mianyan and Kyong Yang also came back, holding the dagger in their hands. Sister Yuan, here you go. I'll wipe it all off. Keep this one for you. I see you only have that baseball bat. Keep this one. You can still use it at critical moments. Okay. It's better for Sister Yuan to be nice to me. The person next to her looked at her with wide eyes. Like an angry little daughter-in-law. Sister Yuan, I want it too. This is all I have. It's not that she's stingy. If she keeps giving it away like this, her space will be emptied out sooner or later. There are just a few daggers, but they cost a lot of money to buy. However, I think this is quite suitable for you, Jiang Yuan said, and went to pick up the long knife on the ground. This was the weapon of the 6 people. Isn't this one for cutting watermelon? You don't care what he does. Anyway, at the critical moment, you can save your life. With Yi Mianyan's words, his hesitation disappeared instantly, and he quickly took it over. He said sweetly, Thank you, Sister Yuan. Okay. Hurry up and clean up. After Soni finished speaking, several people began to get busy. Things need to be moved out, and this distance is not close. Jiang Xingji took out a small cart from the door, which Qin Yu used to buy vegetables. Dad, you brought this? It's just in use. He originally carried it with him, but when he saw the situation at the door, he threw it away. Only now did he remember it. This small cart can hold 3 woven bags, and it is easy to move around. The remaining few people are not idle either. They have all been sorted out and can just move in. Why didn't you put the kayaks away? It's the one with the motor. If it's lost, the loss will be huge. Sister Yuan, we are also concerned about chaos. We are afraid that something will happen to you and Yin. Forehead. In that case, forget it. Several people did not dare to stop. Looking at this situation, it is estimated that the storm will be lighter tomorrow. We must act quickly today. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. At 3:10, the 5 people were already on the kayak going back. I moved all the mineral water and other stuff from the gas station, leaving only some glass water. That's not of much use. Just take it with you. Take it all away. There's no need at all. It was Jiang Yuan who followed to finish the work. She still had some space, so she stocked up some. I stopped by the supermarket and put away the shelves and 2 massage chairs. This place is relatively close to Lushan Yayuan. Before 4 o'clock, a few people arrived at the community. They didn't dare to make a sound and tried to be as cautious as possible. Fortunately, the moving process went smoothly and both kayaks were filled. The things even took up a lot of space in the living room of 2002. The corridors and aisles were filled with things. Yi Mianyan closed the curtains on the balcony. The supplies for these 2 trips were full and quite a lot. If it comes back for the 3rd time, it will have to be put upstairs. Jiang Yuan, you and Yi Mianyan are at home, sorting these things out. Okay. Otherwise, I won't be able to let it go. She knew that Soni was accommodating them. After the battle in the service area, these 2 people were already tired. It's easier to stay and organize supplies than to go out. Daughter, you stay. I will go with them, Jiang Xingji said categorically. He originally wanted to refute, but now he didn't know what to say. Okay. Then you all should be careful. Your own safety is the priority in everything. Yi Mianyan was also worried. After all, if he went out now, it would be dawn when he came back. But if you don't go, there will be more people going out tomorrow. And those things may be cheaper for others. No matter how you calculate it, it's not worth it. This is the key to my house. Please help me deliver the things later. Ah. This? Jiang Yuan knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. And some of the things must be moved out. It's just that this great trust caught her off guard. Okay. Don't worry. We are waiting for you to come back. After saying that, the 3 men set off again. Jiang Yuan looked at the ground and turned on a night search light. There were blackout curtains at home. He pulls it tightly, and is not afraid of any problems. Grandma Yi was also beside her. Looking at so many things, her eyes had a rare sparkle. She brought out hot water for several people, which was heated by fire. Mian Mian, please wait here for a while. I'll go up and see my mother and daughter. Sister Yuan, go ahead. Don't be in a hurry. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay. They were all going down, so her mother might not be worried. There is a bag next to it that contains sanitary napkins, which I found in the service area. Chapter 91 2 bags of vegetables. I packed 2 bags and divided them up before. Let me take this. Yi Mianyan had no doubt that he was there. Only the 2 of them could use this kind of thing. 2 men will definitely not fight over it. It is equivalent to personal things. Jiang Yuan left the house and went to the safe passage, holding a flashlight by herself. You can see the situation clearly during the week. After making sure there was no problem, she quickly changed the things. Now she has 2 large woven bags in her hands, full of vegetables. The space is really easy to use. And the cucumbers, eggplants and other things I planted before have grown very tall. I have to find something to put up those climbing plants. She now had to admit that the plants in the space were growing very well, which probably had something to do with the well. Maybe the water quality is better. Not only does it grow faster, but the fruits it produces are also very tender and taste particularly good. She pressed the password and was about to open the door when the door opened from the inside. When Qingyu saw her daughter, she immediately put her arms around her neck. As long as it's okay. It'll be okay. Jiang Yuan was still holding something. Her mother must have seen her on the surveillance camera. Sure enough, it pays to be cautious. Mom, go in and talk. Qingyu realized it later and responded quickly. Yes, go in and talk. When I saw what my daughter was holding, I immediately went to pick it up. The 2 people entered the room, and Jiang Yuan took a breath. Daughter, you must be exhausted. Wait, Mom will pour you some water. Take a sip first to warm yourself up. Jiang Yuan didn't stop her. She also went back to the bedroom. This outfit was really unnecessary. Seeing that she had gone back, Qingyu sent another pot of hot water over for her to wash up. However, she ran out of time. You can simply wet the towel and wipe the areas that touched the water first. Then he put on a velvet and thickened self-heating thermal underwear set, and wore a black medium-sized parka outside. This one is waist cinched. Looks neat and keeps you warm. It was also very convenient to work. And I put on a pair of more comfortable snow boots. Mom, when her mother's voice came in, Jiang Yuan also packed up and hurried out to take a look. What's wrong? Mom? It turned out that Qingyu opened the 2 bags, and Jiang Yuan ran over nervously. Shh. Mom, please keep your voice down. Daughter, why are there so many dishes? This is too much. Mom, we went to the flower market this time. There were many hydroponic plants in incubators. There is a family that specializes in making this vegetable. I picked it secretly myself. So don't let me know. After Chin Yu's excitement. She was only excited. I know. My daughter. Don't worry. I won't say anything nonsense. However, why do vegetables grow in the flower market, and are they sold? Ah. This. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to make it up. Of course. Mom. You don't know. Cultivating vegetables can make more money than selling flowers. Today's children all grow up in cities and have no access to nature. But growing vegetables is different. This feeling of having enough food and clothing by doing it yourself is highly praised by schools and parents. You don't know? These dishes are not bad. Those peppers, small persimmons, and so on. They are all in one flower pot. If I hadn't been running out of time, I would have definitely made more. Jiang Yuan deliberately exaggerated. And Chin Yu naturally believed it. She picked her own vegetables, as well as the green bamboo shoots and bell peppers she had bought for 0 yuan at the vegetable store in front of her. I finally got the opportunity. So of course, I had to match it with some. As for the radish and cabbage, forget it. There are still a lot of them at home. I usually eat a lot and change the taste appropriately. Okay, Mom. I collected these myself. They don't know. So hurry up and hide them. I went in to take a look at Shanwan. There were a lot of things downstairs waiting for me to clean up. Okay. Don't worry. Mom will definitely keep it safe. Chin Yu said and became busy. She couldn't sleep at all at home. If she didn't have Shanwan to take care of, she would definitely have to go out with Jiang Xingji. Jiang Yuan didn't talk too much and went in to see her daughter. Then I drank the cup of hot water on the table. My mother added honey, which was very sweet. I ate 2 packs of beef jerky and shredded squid with hot water. Being busy this time consumes a lot of energy and makes you easily hungry. Daughter, let me cook you some dumplings. No. Mom, I'm going down right now. Let's eat when we come back. You should also take a rest. I know. Pack these away, or they'll all freeze. Jiang Yuan knew that she couldn't stay idle. So she didn't say anything and went directly to the 20th floor. Yi Mian and Grandma Yi have already started to sort things out, clearing a space on the coffee table. Mian, let Grandma go and have a rest. We'll be fine if we share 2 points. It's okay. I'm older and don't get that much sleep. This was the first time she heard Grandma Yi speak. Very lovingly. Grandma, just go back quickly. While you are here, I still have to take care of you and be obedient. Yi Mian said, pushing and pulling her back. Jiang Yuan saw 4 bags next to them and knew they were one for each person. This coffee table is not big, so you can't put too many things on it. If there are 4 portions, they will be divided directly. 1 portion per bag, and the remaining portion will be placed on the table, waiting for the final pairing. Mian, this is already a bag. You can take your bag back and put this one in Kaiyang's room. I set mine and Song Yi's belongings up and cleared up the space bit by bit. Okay, Sister Yuan, don't worry. I'll go up with you and pick up these 2 liquefied gas tanks. Yi Mian is very fast. It is difficult to walk here on the 20th floor. In addition to dividing things, they also have to make room. It would be inconvenient for them to bring things back. After putting their things away, the 2 took the gas cans and bags and went upstairs. Jiang Yuan set hers in first, and then went to open Song Yi's door. His house also had a double door. There is a key on the outside, and a combination lock on the inside. As soon as the door was opened, the little one swooped out. Little one, be good and don't make any noise. Although she was scared, she was fine once she got used to it. The dog just circled around her and made no sound. Jiang Yuan put her things in the living room and did not go inside. She left a night light at home, probably for fear of inconvenience for the little ones. Hey, little one, we are not going out to play. You are obedient and behave well at home. Sister Yuan, this dog doesn't seem to want to go in. How about we take it down? Fine. Song Yi shouldn't be angry. Jiang Yuan patted its head and said softly, let's go. Chapter 92 2001 needs to buy supplies. Chapter 92 2001 needs to buy supplies. The little one rushed out immediately, as if he knew what they were doing, and went straight down to the 20th floor. Mian, let's go down quickly. Although this dog is humane, it is not a human after all. It would be bad if it ran away or alerted other people. Moreover, Soni is not here yet. So if he loses everything, it will be hard to explain. The big dog looked very well fed and was covered in tinned meat. This was a day when there was a lack of food, so someone might have a bad idea. It was scary just thinking about it. Yi Mian didn't dare to delay and followed Jiang Yuan downstairs. This dog is really well behaved, waiting right at the door of 2002. He didn't make any noise or fuss. He stared at his round eyes, as if he was waiting for them. Okay, honey. Let's go inside. Yi Mian and Kaiyang now both have keys. They are spare keys found in the house, which is much more convenient. The two of them didn't dare to delay and quickly packed their things. After dividing the 2 bags, they sent them up. One for her and one for Soni. It's almost dawn, and things are gradually decreasing. It's hard to move mineral water and the like. It's so heavy and there are so many. It's almost exhausting. But the two of them didn't dare to stop. When they came back, it would still be a fierce battle. At around 7 o'clock, the two started moving again. This time there were more things. And it was also the last trip. Once these are done, you can take a break. However, when I went downstairs, I encountered an uninvited guest. The little boy stopped in front, growling woo-woo. It was taught well by Soni and did not bark when it found the enemy. When Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian came down, they met a man and a woman, standing at the door of 2002. I saw them, and there was surprise and hope in my eyes. Well, Lo. We are next door neighbors. We don't mean any harm. Don't worry. I just want to buy something to eat with you. But there is nothing at home. It seemed that the 2 people moving over had disturbed the people next door. Seeing that the 2 of them were silent, the woman became a little anxious. You 2 sisters, please do your best. I have a child at home who has had nothing to eat recently. He really can't bear it anymore. Yi Mian did not dare to make a decision privately and turned his attention to Jiang Yuan. After a battle in the service area, her trust in her reached 100%. There is no food. We don't even have enough. The wind and rain outside has subsided, so you can go out and find food by yourself. Jiang Yuan had a cold face and refused to let go anyway. The woman was also anxious and knelt down with a plop. Please, give me some food. My child is only 5 years old. I am willing to pay any amount. Please. After saying that, he started to kowtow. The man also knelt down. Yi Mian felt a little sad. But Jiang Yuan didn't let go. She couldn't make the decision. How much money do you have? When the man heard that there was something going on, he immediately raised his head. 1 million. 1 million. It's a bit shocking. Would ordinary people keep 1 million at home or in cash? It's somewhat unreasonable. Seeing her doubts, the man quickly explained, This is really our money. Don't worry. I was planning to change to a larger school district house, so I bought the house in my hometown. Later, when the weather got hot, I was afraid that things might change, so I took out all the money. 1 million. 100 hours. Jiang Yuan's heart was moved. To buy a house? This is probably just a down payment, but it is still enough. You guys wait for a while and come out again in half an hour. We will go back to discuss it. Okay. Okay. Then you can discuss it carefully and we'll come back later. The man looked flattering, afraid that they would reject him. The two entered the house, and Yi Mian was a little worried. Sister Yuan, what should I do? Do I really want to give them something? I'm a little scared. And they live next door. What should I do? I also have this doubt. If I don't agree to them, I'm afraid of causing trouble. We were moving things back and forth, and I guess they saw it too. If everything really happened, we wouldn't be able to leave anything behind. Yi Mian sighed, really not knowing what to do. Why is it like this? It's too difficult for us. It's okay. I'll trade with them later. Move the points of conflict upstairs. As long as they have some abnormalities, there is still a chance to change things. But, Sister Yuan, then you are in danger. This is the best way at the moment. Okay. Mian, there are many people in our house. And we have surveillance, which is better than yours. You can keep an eye on me from downstairs. But, stop it. Do you have a better way? That's it. Let's clean it up quickly. Jiang Yuan has her own plan. 1 million is not a small amount, so she should give her something more. Of course, wardings are also indispensable. When the time comes and there are rations, the family will naturally live in peace. If they really go out and talk nonsense, they will be in danger upstairs and downstairs. Before, everyone only knew that there were supplies on the 21st floor, but many people didn't know that Yin Yin and Kaiyang moved to the 20th floor. Moreover, no one knows how much supplies there are. It was different in 2001. They knew how many times they had moved back and forth, and what they said had more bases. After being comforted, it can be considered stable for a while. The most important thing is that she is greedy for the 1 million. Therefore, letting her come forward on her own can divert attention. Secondly, the money was taken for granted, and even my companions couldn't say anything about it. It was rare to come across such a big deal. It was still unknown whether there would be any banknotes in the back, so she absolutely couldn't give up. The two moved 4 or 5 more times, and the things here were finally packed. On the last trip, she left the little one next door and gave him 2 ham sausages. Soni is not here, so she will be a good person and do it to the end. After returning home and starting to prepare things, Qinyu and Xiaonuan were sorting out the items they had just brought. I saw her carrying a woven duffel bag and heading to the attic, which was a bit baffling. Jiang Yuan took a Tianjin bag of rice, a Tianjin bag of flour, 2 cans of milk powder, 5 handfuls of noodles, 2 bags of ham sausage, and some snacks and drinks. Anyway, fill the bag. Because it was too heavy, she was afraid that the strap would break, so she hugged it directly. When she was going upstairs just now, the man saw her and glanced at her. Now he was already outside the corridor door. Seeing Jiang Yuan come out with such a big bag of stuff, her eyes widened. He quickly took out the money and went back to her to regret it. This is all the money we have. Count it. Jiang Yuan opened the door and exchanged things with him without counting them. Then closed the door and looked alert. Chapter 93. The perfect space was successfully created. The man was still immersed in the joy of changing to food. It was so heavy, so there must be a lot of stuff. Although I spent so much money, I didn't know what was most important until I was about to starve to death. Not to mention money. He may be willing to pay for more things. I gave you something. Do you know what to do with it? The man looked blank and immediately promised, don't worry. I won't say anything. Very good. He is aware of current affairs. You also know the situation in our building. Most people have no food. You are not among the majority of people now. The threat was clear, and the other party was not stupid. And he immediately understood the reason. Jiang Yuan had supplies, and he also had supplies, and they were both the targets of struggle. Once exposed, no one will be better off. Besides, they are capable of fighting, and there are people to help them. But they only have one family. Don't worry. I know what to do. That's good. Besides, forget about this incident, and don't say this again in the future. Then, it will save everyone from looking bad. Her meaning was obvious. There would be no next time anyway. Also, don't bother your neighbor. We are not good people. You know? Of course he knew that this woman was a Rakshasa and could do anything to kill people. I know. Thank you for the things. From now on, we will pretend that we don't know each other, and we won't talk nonsense. When the weather improves, we will go out to find supplies ourselves. After the man finished speaking, he went down quickly. Jiang Yuan knew very well that for such a person, a favor would be a life-saving favor. If they help each other again, they are probably only a few steps away from turning against each other. Also, Kaiyang and Yin Yin were too close to their homes. It can be regarded as gaining some safe space for them. But after all, we can't be careless. Looking back, I still need to give you a few more instructions. All safety hazards must be nipped in the cradle in advance. Back home, Qinyu was waiting. Daughter, please take a rest. There is hot water on the table. I will get you some dumplings. You can take a nap after eating. Okay. Mom, where is Xiaonuan? Mom. The little guy heard the voice and ran out. She was watching cartoons in the house. Jiang Yuan picked up her daughter and kissed her again and again. She was extremely happy. Qinyu was very quick and made her sour soup dumplings. The food and drink warmed her stomach, and the person also warmed up. Mom, I'll go in and take a nap later. Just keep an eye on the window. My dad and the others should be back by now. I don't know why there's no movement yet. Okay. I understand. Don't worry and leave it to me. In fact, she really wanted to ask why she hadn't come back yet. I was afraid that my daughter would be worried, so I kept it in my heart. Jiang Yuan knew what was going on as soon as she saw it, so she pretended to be relaxed and told her. Many of the roads outside are hard to find. Mom, don't worry. It's normal for my dad and the others to be a little late. Every time we go out. It's not always the time we don't come back early. Relax. Otherwise my dad will feel sad when he comes back. Chini rolled her eyes angrily. This damn girl had learned to tease her mother. I know. But I'm just worried. Eat quickly and go back to sleep for a while. Jiang Yuan had been working hard all night and finished the last sip of soup. So she obediently entered the room. Qin filled her with a hot water bottle, placed it under her feet, and took another one for her to put in her hand. This way, it will warm up faster. After she closed the door, Jiang Yuan got up quietly. Go to the bathroom, lock the door, and step into the space. There are a lot of things in the space now, but they are not cluttered. She put the furniture and the like on one side, and kept everything else separate. It is now 3,000 square meters in size, which is more than enough space. Jiang Yuan went in and first exchanged all the cash in the space. I just received 1 million, plus those I got from outside, which adds up to more than 200 hours. Looking into the space, 1,056 hours, 37 minutes and 49 seconds. She felt satisfied in her heart. Money. She needed a lot of money. There are not many things left in the space. The next upgrade will be 1,000 times or 10,000 times. However, she is very content with this area now. In addition to living on your own, you can grow vegetables or even some food. There were still many materials that could be upgraded, and Jiang Yuan decided to include them all. In the end, the gold was not enough. However, she has been able to have a lot of things. The 5-bedroom main house remains unchanged, but a basement and second floor have been added. The area is the same as above. The basement is entirely used to store supplies, and the shelves used for space exchange are also used. Except for the first room on the first floor. The rest of the bedrooms are not ready for use. The second floor will be used as a refuge and for daily living. The furniture is all ready made, and all those things that were very expensive before are now put to use. Next to it, everything has been converted into a connected house, including the east and west sides. They were all made into wing rooms. Her space is 60 meters long and 50 meters wide. In addition to the main room in the middle, there is a considerable distance to the left and right. The backyard is not big, so just keep it as it is. In this way, she will have 15 more houses on each side. There are 10 rooms in the east and west wings respectively, and the rest of the room is made like a hand-copying corridor. There are also 6 spaces left as garages. The yard is also very large, with 2 bluestone paths crisscrossing it in the middle. In the southeastern part of the center, there is also a pavilion, where some tools can sometimes be placed. It would be more convenient to go to work later. Now that there are more houses, many things can be stored separately. For example, clothes, food and oil will be easy to find when the time comes. Jiang Yuan was still thinking about ordering a variety of dishes, but she was so tired that her eyelids started to fight. I have no choice but to come out first. I went to the window and saw that it was gray outside. The wind and rain seemed to have subsided a lot, but no one came back downstairs, and it was still quiet. She lay back on the bed and began to sleep. After resting for a while, I have to help pack things, so I can't waste time. She was indeed sleepy, and within a few minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. Qin has been watching here, but he hasn't come back yet, and it's almost getting dark. Unable to bear it anymore, Jiang Yuan slept for a whole day and didn't get up to eat at noon. Looking at the time now, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. She was a little anxious, so she put on her clothes and left the house. Mom, haven't my father and the others come back yet? No, my daughter. Do you think anything will happen? It's already this time. Logically speaking, I should have come back a long time ago. Chapter 94, Going out alone to find Dad. Mom, don't worry. It's still early, and my dad and the others might not want to come back during the day. There are too many people and too many things, and we are afraid of encountering other problems. Yes, daughter, you are right. Your father is the most cautious person. A lot of people went out during the day today, and only a few people came back now. Your dad must know that, and he is afraid of being jealous, so he didn't come back. Let's wait a little longer. I'll go cook while you and Xiaonuan clean up. We'll be ready soon. While saying that, Qin also hummed a song. Jiang Yuan sighed. Her mother was trying to comfort herself and pretend to be calm. However, it was time for Jiang Xingji and the others to come back? Is it because they were really afraid of being discovered? Or because they were in trouble? Jiang Yuan went to call Shan Wan over. The mother and daughter were sitting by the window. If they don't come back, they won't be seen. Qin Yu worked very quickly. She heated up the pork ribs that she had cooked before, stir-fried a plate of garlic lettuce, and cut a small plate of kimchi that she had pickled, served with steaming rice. She felt extremely satisfied at this moment. After eating and resting for a while, I saw that the time had reached 8:30 p.m. Jiang Yuan went next door, found a lot of dog food for the little one, and poured some hot water for it. The dog was a little irritable and circled around her. What's wrong, little one? Do you miss your master? It's okay. You stay at home and be good. I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, Jiang Yuan patted the dog's head, feeling very worried in her heart. Yi Mianyan also came up, looking anxious. Sister Yuan, will something happen? I'm a little scared after such a long time. Mianyan, don't worry. Soni is smart and very decision-making. They may have encountered some problem. We must not mess up the situation ourselves. Well, I listen to you. Sister Yuan, go back first. Grandma is at home alone. After Yi Mianyan left, her mood became even heavier. No, we can't sit still and wait for death. After making up her mind, she went back and changed her clothes. Qin Yu saw it and was a little scared. Daughter, you still want to go out? Yes, Mom. You should take good care of your children at home and protect yourself. Yi Mianyan and I will go downstairs to take a look and we can help. Daughter, why don't you go? Your father hasn't come back yet, and I don't want you to go. Qin Yu didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Yuan. It was so chaotic outside and Jiang Xingji was not here. Although she usually looks very powerful, when she really encounters a problem, she is also a person who has no idea. Mom, we're not doing anything else together. We're just taking a look downstairs. Don't worry. After a while, I will be downstairs, and there are still some things that I have not finished packing. You take Xianwan and go to bed early. Jiang Yuan was talking nonsense because he was afraid that she would worry. She was planning to go out for a look, but she was going alone. When they reached the 20th floor, they called Yi Mianyan out. Sister Yuan, are you going out dressed like this? Well, I'll go downstairs and take a look first. If they haven't come back yet, then I'll go out and look for them. It's been too long and I'm not worried. Okay, then just wait a moment while I change clothes and go with you. Jiang Yuan stopped her, but Yi Mianyan didn't know why. Mianyan, I'll go by myself. The oldest and the youngest in our family have to leave one person behind. I told my mother that it was at your place, and you can help me sort it out later. You definitely can't do it by yourself. Sister Yuan, I'll go with you. If you are obedient, nothing may be going on outside. If you stay at home, I will rest assured. When they come back, you can help them. Yi Mianyan couldn't defeat her. Although he was worried, there was nothing he could do. There is quite a feeling of separation between life and death. Jiang Yuan wanted to go alone. It was very convenient to go by herself if there was space. If she had Yi Mianyan with her, she would be at a loss. When she reached the 7th floor, she skillfully inflated the kayak. This one also had a motor and was never exposed. I just wanted to leave a way out for myself, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. The community was quiet, or rather lifeless. She started the motor and ran straight out. This was her first time driving, and it was much easier than driving. Within a few minutes, you will be able to master it skillfully. The road was smooth and smooth. After leaving the community, she found a place to stop and hung up a big night light. This can be seen from a distance. Although it shouldn't be so conspicuous, it can only be so. Going out alone was a bit scary after all. She told herself over and over again. She has space. If you can't, just go in. Don't worry. Don't worry. There was nothing in the service area. So she planned to go directly to the building materials and home furnishing store. In all likelihood, that's where they are. As we sped away, we met a few people on the road. But the speed is so fast that no one can catch up. Jiang Yuan's mood is getting worse and worse. Does this mean that they really met a lot of people? In about 40 minutes, we arrived at the building materials and home furnishing city. She ran directly up and found that the place where she had put her things was empty, and all the supplies were gone. Did it go astray? Now that the water is so wide, except for high-rise buildings, nothing underneath can be seen. Soni and the others probably just missed her. The visibility was also not good. and there were a few faint figures, but nothing could be seen at all. When I go back, I can only go back and wait. Just when she was disappointed, she suddenly remembered a place. There is a relatively large clothing wholesale market in the West Market, which is right in the old city, only 2 kilometers away from where she is. Now that you're here, let's go and walk around. There are several buildings in that area. In addition, there is a shopping mall, a food court on the first floor, movie theaters and other places for leisure and entertainment. The most important thing is that there are 2 floors full of gold jewelry, which is very famous there. There are many things and they are cheap. Many people in the old city choose to go shopping there. After making up her mind, she didn't hesitate, took the compass and headed that way. There is no gold in her space now, so it would be a good thing to stock up on some at the right time. She did what she said, because the road was unfamiliar. It took her half an hour to get there. The building of the wholesale mall stands in front of you and looks very obvious. Jiang Yuan was happy in her heart. She took the lead and ran to the building in the shopping mall. There were many things in it. Although the water level was high, it had only reached the 13th floor, leaving the 19th floor waiting for her. Thinking of the abundant supplies, the gloom in my heart was swept away. Soni, you must bring her father back safely. At this time, all she can do is not only pray, but also believe. Chapter 95. Sweeping 2 floors of gold and jewelry. Such a powerful person would not be able to handle such a small scene. After comforting herself again, Jiang Yuan began her solo adventure. The main purpose this time is the gold. But now I don't know the specific situation, so I have to touch it layer by layer. It's better to be alone. The kayak can be retracted directly into the space, and there is no need to let out any air. It's much more convenient when you use it for a while. The gold jewelry is on the 25th and 26th floors, mainly for wholesale. The price is the same as the international gold price, plus some craftsmanship fees. There are also many stores on the first floor, all of which are well-known domestic brands, but the prices are relatively high. Therefore, although the decoration upstairs is not that good, it is still very popular. There are many boxes in her space, and they can all be used. We reached all the way to the 25th floor. Oh my god! This place is still the same as before. Jiang Yuan only came here once, when she was married to Xia Chaiyang. At that time, the business had just started, and they bought a house. They had no extra money, so they bought it here for 3 gold. She was so considerate of him, but she didn't expect that it was just herself that moved her, which was so disgusting. If you come here now, things will have changed a long time ago. The shops here, unlike the counters in shopping malls, are not closed at night. In addition to a lot of monitoring, the security is also quite good. As soon as you enter this floor, there is a resting spot for security guards. They maintain order during the day and work at night. Therefore, the shops here are simply locked. And Jiang Yuan is very happy. Her skills are completely up to the task. When we arrived at the security lounge, there were no people there, but there were a lot of things. In addition to some regular supplies, merchants here often give them some things, just so that they can take more care of their own shops. After Jiang Yuan came in, she started searching everywhere. There is a duty list on the table, as well as a sign-in sheet and 3 pins. It was surrounded by a circle that looked like a bar, and there weren't many things underneath. Apart from the security uniforms, there were some water glasses and the like, all of which were employees' personal belongings. Finally, in the bottom cabinet, she saw what she had been dreaming of. There were 5 electric batons, and they were taken away with chargers. She had seen it before. The security guards here were all wearing electric batons. After all, it was gold and jewelry, so it was somewhat understandable. In addition, there are walkie-talkies. These are useful, all packaged. After getting these in her pocket, she was very happy. I started to go shopping. There were probably more than 30 people on this floor. In addition to gold, there were also silver jewelry, jade, and pearls. However, it is still mainly gold. Opening the door of the first house, Jiang Yuan took out the big night light and looked at every corner to make sure there was no danger, and then started to scan the goods. They are all influenced by Soni and do this habitually. The first store didn't have a big storefront, but it had a lot of stuff. She put all the gold in wooden boxes. Then I opened their cashier and found more than 30,000 yuan, which was the price of a bracelet. There is no way. Now all payment is by mobile phone. The cash is very little, and there is still no time to collect it. Then came the second and third stores, and Jiang Yuan began to receive the goods happily. When she arrived at a Luji gold store, she looked at it for a long time. This was an internet celebrity store. It's always crowded, but it's hard to get in on holidays, Saturdays and Sundays. Now, it's all hers. The store was estimated to be 60 or 70 square meters, with many counters and various styles, which dazzled her. It is indeed an internet celebrity store. No wonder it can capture people's hearts. She likes it because it looks so good. I am also a gold lover. But most of the jewelry is bought in stores, which is more expensive than here. It was so enjoyable to take it all the way. But by the end, she was a little tired. So, let's just stop doing it and just put the counter in. The jewelry inside is all on trays, and one tray can hold many of the same kind. The pallets can be stacked, so you can just go back and tidy them up slowly. She put all these counters in one room, and soon they were filled. The red tray, paired with golden jewelry, is festive and precious. Jiang Yuan held a stack of trays, and the joy in her heart could not be added. No matter what this store sells, go all the way and grab it all. If you jump over it, it will be difficult to find it behind. There was no room for them on the counter, so they were placed on top and stacked one by one. After finishing the 25th floor, go to the 26th floor. No one has been coming here, which is great. Going further up, there are mostly clothes sellers. There are still more autumn clothes here, but there are also summer clothes, the kind that are on clearance. Now that she had space, she searched them one by one. Even the counter. There are quite a lot of things and a lot of cash. As soon as I got busy, I was very excited. There is a particularly large children's game center on the 20th floor. Jiang Yuan looked at those things. I decisively collected the 2 rocking cars and went back to give them to my daughter to play with. There was no way to take away many items, so she took some building blocks, ponies, big balls, etc. Back, further upstairs, there are various leisure areas, including water bars, milk tea shops, cake rooms, cafes, etc. Now that she's here, she can't go back empty-handed. She now has many houses and plenty of space. Even the beautiful decorations cannot be left behind. There are 2 boutiques and a Tinyuan store on this floor. There are also all kinds of things inside, and girls have no resistance to this kind of store. Beautiful water cups, pen holders, tableware, some commonly used stationery, and crafts can be used as birthday gifts, daily necessities, dolls, cosmetics, etc. are all exquisite and beautiful. Jiang Yuan simply stopped doing nothing and put away the counter together with it, and then took a closer look at it when she got back. Searching this level has yielded a lot. The last floor was the food court. She went up and went directly to the kitchen. Apart from anything else, liquefied gas is a good thing, and she doesn't have much of it. Although the space has electricity, sometimes it still needs a strong fire. After all, cooking with gas is delicious. So if you encounter it, just stock up on some. She was here, sweating profusely, when she suddenly heard a thin sound, which seemed to come from the stairs. Oh my God! This is not a good thing. Someone must be here. She quickly turned off the big night light. There were 2 entrances on this floor, and the sounds came from the opposite side. She took 3 steps at a time and hid in the stairwell next to her. Fortunately, I started from one side, and the distance was very close now. Within a minute, a wave of people came. They came with flashlights and took random photos. Chapter 96 Clothing Wholesale Market. It seems that this is someone who has the same purpose. Boss, it seems there is no one here. Then quickly search to see if there is anything to eat. Okay. The group of people was obviously very excited. Through the crack in the door, Jiang Yuan saw what was going on inside. There should be 5 or 6 people there. In a head-to-head confrontation, there is absolutely no chance of winning. And there aren't many things inside. 36 strategies. Walking is the best strategy. She was alone now. Quietly. And no one would notice. I don't know if my father and the others are home yet, so I feel a little worried. Tiptoeing, he started to go downstairs, not daring to make a sound. Their goal is food. With so many stalls up there, it will be busy for a while. Jiang Yuan arrived on the 24th floor. There were brand clothes here. Most of them were autumn clothes, and some summer clothes were on sale. After struggling for a moment, he came out of the corridor. He was already here. The group of people was on the top floor, not very close to here. This time, instead of taking out the big night light, She turned on an ordinary flashlight. There was no one else here, and she was pressed for time. So she had to hurry up. Starting from one side, sweep shop by shop. If there are floor-standing clothes racks, just put them in. And you can also put some other clothes on them. If not, just throw it into the space first and wait to clean it up slowly when you get back. Time waits for no one. Jiang Yuan also paid special attention to the bar counter of each store. Who knew there might be cash there? It turned out that she was right. And some of the cash registers did contain cash. Although it's not much. Fly legs are also meat. So you must not let them go. She worked very quickly, layer by layer. And in less than 2 hours, the rest of the place was plundered. The types of clothes are very complete, including men's clothing, women's clothing, children's clothing, and underwear. There are also various styles and types. And their family will never be able to wear them all in a lifetime. There are many jewelry stores, toy stores, and cosmetic stores below. And Jiang Yuan didn't miss them all. The more fragmentary things are stored together with the shelves. In addition, she also received a lot of packages, which should be goods that others did not have time to unpack. There are a lot of express delivery at home. And I have never had time to open blind boxes. Mainly because I feel that doing such things in space is too much of a waste of time. When I get back, I still have to take the time to deal with these things properly. Feeling that there were more and more things in the space, Jiang Yuan felt happy. But she also felt very tired. The high-intensity work and frequent use of her mind to perceive made her a little tired. But it doesn't matter. As long as you take a good rest, you'll be fine. After taking out the kayak, we have to go to the next place. There are 3 wholesale stores here. One is the cheaper one, which is basically a small shop on the street, or where people who set up street vendors or go to the morning market or night market come to get goods. Then, there are the people who go to the village to catch the big market. The other one is better clothes, most of which are exported and engaged in foreign trade, regardless of whether it's true or false. It's how the ads are advertised and the price is the highest. The clothes inside are not bad, and the quality is pretty good. Jiang Yuan has been here before with a friend. Although this is a wholesale store, you can try on the clothes, but not the cheap ones. They mainly buy them for quantity. This place is relatively high-end, with many styles of clothes, and the seasonal changes are relatively small. Inside, you can basically find all types of clothes you want. There is a shopping mall in Lingwai that mainly sells clothing for middle-aged and elderly people. Her energy is limited now, so she chooses the best one, which is also very close to here. 5 minutes passed in the kayak, and this was the slowest speed we could use. Although I knew there was no way the people upstairs could hear me. There was nothing wrong with being careful. This place also went up from the 13th floor. She was on alert for a long time. And when there was no movement, she found the nearest store. The lock was open neatly, and there was a wicker chair for resting inside. Move the chair inside. There are 2 rows of floor-standing clothes racks in the middle. She could rest inside, and cannot be seen from outside. Very good. The temperature is also very low now. Jiang Yuan thought for a while, and went directly into the space. The living room on the first floor also had hot water that she had heated. The water is drawn from the well. It is sweet and warm inside. She made herself a pack of instant noodles. And after eating, she felt relieved. After lying on the sofa for 5 minutes, Jiang Yuan came out. Now her body functions are slowly recovering. She couldn't waste the time in the space, which she had earned so hard. Risking my life. When I gave people food before, I was not without tangles in my heart. But comparing the two, that decision is also the most feasible at the moment. Later, when she really needs it, space can be life-saving. Moreover, she is not stupid, so she will naturally pay attention to those people. After about 10 minutes, she started fighting again. But first she went to the bar. You can sit down, pack the things inside, and rest. After finishing these, it's time to collect the clothes. The extreme cold is coming soon. It would be good to sell these clothes to make money in the future. Her space is different from other people's. It needs upgrading and more time. She is so difficult. The area here is much larger, with hundreds of shops on the first floor. She started at the bottom and worked her way up. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning and half of it is still finished. Sure enough, choosing this building was the right choice. The above are all good stuff. Furs, factory stores directly supplied by brands, down jackets, high-end windproof jackets, woolen, double-sided cashmere, and even thermal underwear. The higher up, the more she needs. come down from the top. It's embarrassing. After resting for a while, I still had to work quickly. Jiang Yuan's legs couldn't be used at all, and she could only move them mechanically. I have been extremely busy these past 2 days. This time it is over, and I must take a good rest. However, the effect of running seems to be quite obvious, and my physical strength is much better now than before. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the morning that she put away all her clothes, and she was completely exhausted. She was filled with all the houses in the space, and there were many piled up outside. You have to go back. Otherwise it will be too late. I don't know if Dad and the others are home yet. With Soni here, there must be no problem. He cheered himself up and started walking back. I don't know if it's because I've stocked up a lot of things, or I just rested for a while, but I feel refreshed. The way back went smoothly, and I didn't see anyone. When she was approaching the community, she vaguely saw a kayak behind her. Chapter 97, meeting teammates halfway. The speed is quite fast. But what the situation? Why does it feel like the power of the motor is more powerful than hers? If this continues, he will probably surpass her. At that time, if you follow him to the community, it will be troublesome. Seeing an abandoned building next to her, Jiang Yuan had an idea and turned around and drove over there. The huge building directly blocked her and the kayak. Still a little worried, I took a high-powered telescope to investigate the enemy's situation. As we got closer and closer, our heart beat faster and faster. We were just as nervous as when we met the group before. What happened? Behind the kayak, 2 smaller kayaks actually fell. The operation is so similar to what they did before. Could it be said to be Dad and the others? But it was too far away to see the person clearly. And with the blessing of the rain, the lens was also blurry. It feels so similar. Apart from anything else, the man driving the boat was so tightly wrapped that she couldn't see his face clearly. I was worried. If I had known better, I wouldn't have hid so far away. When the 3 kayaks passed by her, she was already sure that it was her father and the others. No one saw it, but her own kayak was still recognizable. The pattern of SpongeBob SquarePants looks particularly coquettish in the dusty world. Song Yi's motor was definitely modified, and hers also cost a lot of money. The owner of the outdoor store said that it was the best, but it was far inferior to the speed of his one. So now, she can't catch up. We can only try our best to follow behind and try to go back together. The people in front seemed to have observed what was going on behind them and moved faster. Within 5 minutes, she was left behind. Damn it. You don't cheat your teammates like this. Fortunately, it's not far from the community, so it doesn't matter if she goes back by herself. 20 minutes later, she also arrived at the community. Time waited for no one. It was already around 6 in the morning. At this moment, everyone was still asleep and no one came out. I don't know if it's raining or it's winter, but it's still dark right now. When we arrived at building 13, we saw the kayak and there was no doubt it was them. Jiang Yuan ran over happily. Just as she was about to get closer, someone came over with a paddle. The hostility was obvious. Jiang Yuan was wrapped up tightly, and the poncho outside also came with a hat, the kind that directly covered her face. Turn off the motor, and the sound stops. Opposite her was a vigilant Kaiyang. She opened her mask, and Song Yi came over from inside. He probably heard the noise, and came over quickly for reinforcements. Jiang Yuan, hurry up. Song Yi recognized her at a glance, and hurried over to help pull her kayak over. Then he reached out, and took her over. Sister Yuan, why are you at the back? It's a long story. Where is my dad? Uncle went up to change clothes. She knew that there must be no problem. Song Yi's motor was different from others. He is definitely a big boss. I will tell him some invisible worries later. Let him help analyze, and see what should be done. If he can take action, that would be even better. Sister Yuan, you are finally back, and you have worried me to death. Yi Mianmian also ran over, with red eyes, and hugged her directly. It's okay. It's okay. This is not okay. Don't worry. She patted the girl's back gently, feeling a touch of warmth. Let's move things first. It's almost dawn. Song Yi's words were in order, and everyone quickly got busy. The 3 kayaks, packed full of things, looked at the liquefied gas tanks. She guessed that she might have gone to the flower market as well. That should be it. But everyone was so busy that they didn't have time to talk. From the 7th floor to the 20th floor, the dozen or so steps in between are not easy to walk. Not only do you need to move things, but you also need to be as quiet as possible and try not to make any noise. Just like this, you still have to race against time. It is simply too difficult. Jiang Yuan was arranged to unload supplies here. Together with Yi Mian, they took the things off the kayak and placed them in the stairwell of the corridor. They didn't dare to take too much, for fear that someone would come and snatch it from them. Mian, come here first, and I'll put away the kayak behind you. Okay. She went to put away her kayak. The range of these three companies was not small. If someone came from behind, they would still be in danger. It's not bright now, so I don't dare to turn on the lights. Especially outside. It's very dangerous to walk close to the side. Jiang Yuan thought, and untied the tarpaulin of the last kayak. Move the things in here to the front first, and put away the things in the back. This way, the targets can be smaller, and they are safer. Yi Mian saw her bringing back 2 bags of things, and immediately knew her intention. Sister Yuan, you take a rest. I'll go over and clean up. Please explain it to your uncle later. I didn't hide it. She looked embarrassed. And just as she was talking, Jiang Xingji also came down. When he saw his daughter, his eyes were a little red. Jiang Yuan hurried up and called out to please, Dad. Well, are you okay? It's okay. You're fine. Seeing that his daughter was really fine, Jiang Xingji was relieved and started to move things. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian also started to move forward. Soni took the little one down and let him guard the front. The two of them, if they could move faster, put away the third kayak when they were done. This is Jiang Yuan's. The colors and patterns are quite eye-catching. It is not as mature and stable as Song Yi's, which is all black. Mian, please take care of the rest. Okay. Yi Mian was very obedient and followed Jiang Yuan. And they cooperated quite well. The two people moved much faster than they moved upstairs. After a while, there was no room ahead. The second kayak still had half of its stuff on it. Jiang Yuan left Yi Mian and Xiaodian behind, and followed her to move things. On the second trip, Yi Mian will go over. If anyone is tired, they can stay here and rest for a while. The 3 men were anxious and would not rest here. As we watched, it was almost dawn, and no one dared to be careless. At 7:10, she finally finished moving all the things, and she helped Soni put away the kayak. The other party looked at her a little seriously. Jiang Yuan, don't act alone next time. Aren't I worried about you? So I just went out to take a look. I said I would come back safely. You don't believe me? The man's eyes were half closed, as if he was testing her. Is this the authority of the superior? It cannot be provoked at all. This girl used to be a leader, but now she is retired from the army, and she is still under pressure. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm really worried. By the way, why did you come back now? Chapter 98 Suspected by Song Yi. Nonsense. If she didn't believe him, Jiang Yuan would have run out long ago. Do you still dare to go to the clothing wholesale city by yourself? Song Yi looked at her very seriously. It's getting late when we get there, and I think it won't be much safer if I come back during the day. So, I went to the flower market and brought the liquefied gas there. Oh, that's it. No wonder I didn't see anyone when I went to look for you. Jiang Yuan put on a look of understanding, hoping to make Song Yi put aside his doubts. But who is the other party that can let her go so easily? Then why didn't you come back in time? The visibility was too low at night. I couldn't see clearly, and I was alone. So I was quite scared. We took the wrong route in the middle, and ended up at the wholesale market in the old city. I had been there before, and knew that there was a food court on the top floor. So I wanted to try my luck there. Who knows? There are actually people over there. Fortunately, their voices are loud, and their flashlights are swinging around. I was alone and worried that I wouldn't be able to do it. So I left quietly. She said it with great sincerity. This man was testing her, and he must not show any timidity. In the end of the world, all alliances are not worth mentioning. Without common interests, no one would be tied together. And the same is true for them. If you lose your mind, you lose. You did the right thing. Preserving yourself is the most important thing. When Song Yi said this, was he caring about her? Jiang Yuan also felt strange and asked involuntarily, did you encounter any danger when you went there? There is no danger. But we found another small supermarket. What? This time it was her turn to widen her eyes. No wonder it took so long to come back. It turned out to be like this. There were 3 kayaks just now. If you had been back before, it would be quite a lot. It was far higher than the supplies they had left before. They were just moving stupidly, and didn't even think about this. So lucky. Song Yi put away both kayaks. Plus her too. There were 4 in total. He took 3 and let Jiang Yuan hold one by herself. You still have a kayak with a motor? It's coming. It's coming. You can't hide. Well, I bought this kind of stuff before when I went out to play. And I don't understand it either. Her face didn't turn red. Her heart didn't beat. And she deliberately pretended to be calm. Anyway, as long as she is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Go up and talk. Jiang Yuan turned around and went upstairs first. Song Yi behind him had a sneer on his lips and shook his head. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, no matter what happens next, there will be problems. Jiang Yuan felt that this self-rescue team might not be able to survive. She is not at a loss either. So many things are completely enough. And the space is now well built. Don't be afraid of anything. You have a strong backing. When they reached the 20th floor, it was no longer packed inside. Just like they hadn't tidied it up before. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, come in quickly. Kaiyang's voice was full of vigilance. Jiang Yuan looked at the place where his eyes glanced, which was 2001 next door. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt something was not good. What happened? Zhang Kaiyang closed the door, took another look, and then walked over. When we were moving things just now, the person next door opened the door. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but as soon as he saw my uncle and me, he went back immediately. Yeah, it feels weird. Jiang Xingji also agreed. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely come over and ask. But they actually avoided him. It was as if these two people were some kind of savage beast, which was really abnormal. I know what's going on. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Jiang Yuan told her about selling things to 2001. Of course, her warning was also completely ignored. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yi Mianmian couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister Yuan can't do anything about this matter. They live next door. And when we move things here and there, people find it normal. Moreover, I think it's not just them. There are probably many people who have seen it. But they just don't dare to come out. What she said was not unreasonable. And everyone knew it. But it is really put on the surface. And it is an existence that everyone is afraid of. Also, they're right next door. And if we don't do anything, that's the real danger. Soni sighed. Although the voice was very small, Jiang Yuan still heard it. Well, you might as well give them some supplies and stabilize them first. If they jump over the wall in a hurry, you too will be the first to suffer. After finishing his words, his eyes swept over Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian. The two of them didn't know this, and they couldn't help but become nervous. However, we must also be vigilant. No matter what happens now. If there is anything unusual next door, you know what to do. His tone was unquestionable, and the answer was obvious. But everyone felt a cold sweat in their hearts. Even Jiang Yuan, who had done something before, was a little afraid. Brother Song, don't worry. I know what to do. Yes, leave it to me and Zhang Yangyang. We won't cause trouble, and we won't be afraid of it. His reaction just now proves that he is afraid. Let's not be too nervous. We are simply scaring ourselves. After coming out of the service area, Yi Mianmian's worldview was different. She didn't have much expectations for the world she lived in before. Okay. It's not a big deal. Let's just pay more attention to it. Let's pack our things quickly. There's no place to stand in this room. Jiang Xingji laughed. He was quite happy to see Yi Mianmian come out to defend Jiang Yuan just now. Now that nothing has happened. Don't worry about it here. Yes. Pack your things. Because Jiang Xingji joined, several people felt it was inappropriate and insisted on dividing these things into 5 parts and giving him one. Jiang Yuan didn't think it was necessary. It was almost okay if we were together. And she had a lot of things. However, these people are also grateful. After the bags are divided, there are always a few more small things for her. Let Jiang Xingji bring some up first. She was afraid that her father wouldn't be able to keep an eye on her after working for such a long time. After all, she was still young. With 4 people working, it would be much faster. Yi Mianmian and Kaiyang Zhang were put into their rooms directly. Because there were so many, they were piled up at the door. And the remaining ones that couldn't be divided into 4 were given to Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. The two of them got out of the kayak, along with Jiang Xingji. Jiang Yuan didn't refuse. Her politeness seemed false. These things are enough to last for a while. If you don't have anything important to do recently, don't go out. After Song Yi finished speaking, The three of them nodded in agreement. Chapter 99: A cozy hot pot meal. And you two have been more careful lately. It's best to put a heavy object against the door. When you go to bed at night, you should also be careful. Yi Mianmian nodded, and kept what Jiang Yuan said in mind. Yes. We need to strengthen our physical exercise, to prepare for emergencies. They are now the owners of materials. And they are probably the richest people in the entire community. Not to mention the entire building. The common man is not guilty. But he still has to understand the principle of carrying a jade. Sister Yuan, don't worry. We will definitely be more vigilant. Good. Listen to the advice. Even if you are a good boy, there is still a possibility of playing together. The four of us moved things upstairs together. Since there was only one floor, it was much easier. It was all over in 10 minutes. Everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. After working around for so long, everyone is exhausted, and it's time to take a good rest. As soon as Jiang Yuan came in, her mother came over to greet her. She had been thinking about it just now. I couldn't worry about Xiaowan anymore. I was worried to death. Daughter, are you okay? It's okay. Mom, I'm not doing well. Jiang Xingji also looked bad, and sat at the dining table without saying a word. You said you had such a good idea. But you actually ran out alone, and let people hide it from us. You are really going to piss me off. Good guy. You can't escape the 3-chamber trial. Mom, my good mother, your daughter is tired and hungry now. Can you stop scolding her later? When she acted coquettishly, Qin Yu immediately lost her temper, and felt sorry for her. Jiang Xingji hurried over to order noodles for her. Jiang Xingji sighed, not knowing what to say. Dad, you are worried about me. And I am also worried about you. It's okay that it's okay. If something happens, I will be sad too. We are a family. And I am an adult. My feelings for you and my mother are the same as your feelings for me and Xianwan. If I don't come back for such a long time, will you leave me alone? Well, Jiang Xingji sighed deeply. This girl is getting older. I can't help you. But there will never be a next time. My daughter, my father is old and can no longer protect you. He has lived for several decades and is good enough. In the future, don't take any more risks because of this. His sincere words are so painful to hear. Jiang Yuan shook her head and said seriously, Dad, don't say that. You are not old. We all count on you to protect us. You are the backbone of our family. Even if we encounter this situation again in the future, I will go out to find you. Our family must be in order. After saying that, her eyes were red. In my previous life, I felt sorry for my parents. In this life, I have to make up for whatever I say. Oh, my dear daughter, Dad's love for you is not in vain. The touching atmosphere was broken with the arrival of a bowl of egg and tomato noodles. Qin Yu also brought her a lot of pickles. Jiang Yuan ate them quickly, and her father asked her mother to go back and rest. She was also anxious to go back and get some sleep, as there were many things to do. It was almost noon now. I told my mother not to call her if nothing happened. I stopped eating and went back to the room. As usual, her mother filled her with 2 hot water bottles, one on the bottom of her feet and one in her arms. The familiar smell hit her, and Jiang Yuan felt sleepy for a moment, and fell asleep within a few minutes. Jiang Xingji also went back to rest. But Qin Yu couldn't stay idle. She also made food for Xiaowan, and asked her to go back and sleep with Jiang Yuan. There is no way. Her grandpa snores, which will affect the baby's nap. When her mother came in, Jiang Yuan was conscious and held her daughter in her arms. I love you, Mom. I love you too. Go to sleep, baby. Xiaowan lay in her mother's arms contentedly. Her mother was not at home these 2 days, and she was obedient. They slept until 7 o'clock in the evening. The mother and daughter were next to each other, so warm that they both slept for a long time. Jiang Yuan got up, helped Xiaowan go to the toilet, cleaned up briefly, and then went out. The smell was overwhelming outside, and the greedy food in her stomach was brought out. Mom, are you making hot pot? Yeah. Wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. Jiang Yuan was very happy that Qin Yu had prepared everything. A mother's child is like a treasure, and this is the best portrayal of it now. I think those dishes are quite fresh. We won't be able to finish them all in a while. We haven't had hot pot for a long time, so we just have a little luxury. I really feel that my daughter and Jiang Xingji have worked hard, and this meal is to reward them. It's great. Mom, it smells so good. The mandarin duck pot is steaming hot. The spicy pot is the hot pot base she bought before. And the clear soup pot is the bone soup she cooked herself. In addition to these, there is also a whole bucket. Chinyu said that the weather is cold now. The bone broth will condense into skin jelly. And when needed, it will turn into soup when heated, which is most delicious when used to cook noodles. Moreover, it is extremely nutritious. Fresh leafy vegetables, lettuce, big leaf chrysanthemum, chicken feathers, lettuce, rapeseed, Chinese cabbage, and your own bean sprouts, which are white and fat, especially pleasing to the eye, as well as potato slices and green bamboo shoots, soaked daylily, tofu skin, fungus, and shredded kelp. The variety is relatively complete, but the quantity of each item is not large, which is enough for everyone. In addition, I also took out a lot of the hot pot meatballs I had stocked up on before. Chinyu also cut a lot of beef. Not fat beef, but beef with plenty of ingredients. And her favorite hairy belly. Today, I am destined to be full. Daughter, you can make a mixing bowl yourself. There are chopped green onions and coriander here. Okay. The whole family had a great time, and even put some handmade noodles in the meal until the end. Since the end of the world, their family has been eating well. But for such a comfortable hot pot, this is the only meal. All the fatigue disappeared. By the way, Dad, did you encounter a small supermarket again later? Yes. That guy Soni said it. Yeah. I mentioned it. But I didn't say what was going on. Whatever Jiang Yuan said. She was quite interested in this small supermarket. We went to pull the liquefied gas tanks and came back. We passed a construction site, and there was a supermarket over there. A supermarket on a construction site? It's flooded over there. How can there be anyone there? Daughter, you don't know that building a building on a construction site with a supermarket inside is very simple and can be done as soon as you say it. And it doesn't matter. You can't get in at all. Workers earn a lot of money, do physical work, and are willing to spend money. Jiang Yuan is in the building materials business, so she is naturally very clear about this kind of thing. It must have been moved there temporarily, and we encountered it by chance. There are quite a lot of things inside, many of which are unopened, which can be considered a treasure. I just don't know if people will be angry if they find out later. Chapter 100. Grandma Yi is sick. In this case, I don't know if the boss can survive until the rain comes and the sun shines. Dad, don't worry about it anymore. What Jiang Yuan said is a fact and something everyone knows. What she says now is also a subconscious reaction. It seems that ideological work still needs to be done. My daughter is right. It's not certain what the situation will be, so let's not think about it so much. The weather has been going back and forth for such a long time, and many people are gone. Thanks to Jiang Yuan, we made preparations in advance. But I don't know what happened to the child. Mom and Dad are still thinking about Jiang Yuan, which is good. It proves that she has done a good job. I didn't know either. But later they conducted secret experiments, and no communication equipment or anything else was allowed. However, don't worry. He is a top talent and will definitely be protected. Chinyu nodded, agreeing with her statement. Daughter, your classmate is really nice, and he treats you well. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know what we were doing now. He would tell you such confidential things. Tell your mother honestly. Is he interested in you? Is the child not married yet? Mom, you are okay. Why are you getting more and more out of control the more you talk about it? Mom is right. You can't stop looking for it. While you are still young. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but hold her forehead. How could things have turned out like this? She was really speechless. Sure enough, every single man and woman will experience this kind of urge to get married. Mom, don't say it. Don't say it now. And don't say it in the future. Jiang Yuan had a crush, and we just accidentally revealed it after we had a casual chat. If her girlfriend finds out, she will be angry. We can't repay kindness with enmity. Chinyu chewed her teeth, with a look of regret on her face. When I was in school, I had my eye on that child, but I wasn't sure. It's a pity. Dad, look at my mother. What are you talking about? When Xia Chaoyang did something like that, I was a little disgusted with marriage, and my mother kept saying. Jiang Yuan pouted her mouth in grievance, and Jiang Xingji immediately felt distressed. Look, what are you doing by saying this? It's just adding salt to my daughter's wounds. When Chinyu heard this, she also shut up. However, Jiang Xingji still had to refute a few words about her. Jiang Yuan has no choice. If everyone doesn't feel her disgust, then this matter will not be easily revealed. Now, although it can't be said to be permanent, at least, it can stop for a while. Next time, if Mom mentions it again, she accused Xia Chaoyang of creating an image of a single mother who was hurt by a scumbag. Strong on the outside but fragile on the inside. The topic ended and several people began to sort out the supplies. Jiang Yuan took the lead and took 2 bags to the attic. Now, there are too many supplies at home, and she has to move them into the space in a planned way. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu did not stop them. They were sorting things out below. She moved 5 times and 10 bags of things by herself. Last time, a lot of things were put in and kept very clean, but there really wasn't much room on top. It is said to be tidying up, but in fact it is also to free up space. Jiang Yuan picked some things with a short shelf life and put them in the space. Now in the space, many rooms are equipped with shelves. She was afraid that she would forget, so she separated the rooms where supplies were stored according to categories. Then I put a sticky note on the door and wrote something down. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. It may be fine now, but over time, it is very likely to be forgotten. There are so many houses. It would be a waste of time to search them one by one. Previously, I put all the milk and yogurt at home into part of the space. Now there are only some products with a long shelf life left. Qin Yu puts them in foam boxes and covers them with quilts. There was no way. The temperature at night was too low. Jiang Yuan just put it in, and it was okay. Daughter, the little girl downstairs is here. Come down. Good. Yi Mian actually came over. It was so late. I wonder what happened. She hurried down, but Jiang Xingji did not go out, but watched from the monitoring station. Xiao Song from next door is out. My dear, shall we go out? It's okay if I go out by myself. Dad, you wait at home, and I'll see what's going on. Okay. Yi Mian looked at the pear blossoms with rain. Obviously she had cried. Something must have happened. Although Jiang Xingji did not follow him out, he was still monitoring the situation outside. Is it Yi Mian? Well, I guess so. See what's going on. The 2 people opened the door, facing Yi Mian's anxious face. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. My grandma is sick. She has a severe fever, and I don't have any medicine at home. Can you help me? As she said that, she felt a little depressed and was about to kneel down. Jiang Yuan unlocked the door and opened the outermost door. Mian, get up quickly. What are you doing? Saying that, he went to help her. Sister Yuan, my grandma is so hot. I'm so scared. Don't worry. I'll go back and look for any antipyretics. Soni next to him frowned and said calmly, you stay here with her. I have some at home. I'll get it. As soon as she heard that Song Yi's family had medicine, Yi Mian immediately looked over. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Song. Woo. Okay. Mian, don't cry. Grandma is fine. Why does she suddenly have a fever? When we went out before, she was worried and kept guarding her because she was freezing. After I came back, I didn't notice it. By the time I discovered it, it had become more serious. Damn it. Sister Yuan, I didn't take good care of my grandma. Jiang Yuan sighed. This kind of thing would be scary to anyone. After all, the old man is so old. Mian, don't blame yourself. The top priority now is to solve the problem. Cheer up quickly. If you are like this, who will take care of her? Yi Mian wiped away her tears, which were twitching, but she could still listen to Jiang Yuan's words. I was just too scared, so I collapsed for a moment. Song Yi moved quickly and took out half the bag. There are cold medicine, antipyretic medicine, and a thermometer here. Let's go down and take a look. Good. Saying this, the 3 people quickly came down. Shang Kaiyan was guarding the door. When he saw them coming back, one of them gave them a mask. At the critical moment, you have to take precautions. If you catch a cold, it can be serious or minor. When we got to the back room, there were supplies everywhere. Grandma Yi was lying on the bed, frowning, not very stable. Grandma, wake up and let me take your temperature first. Yi Mian was very gentle and went over with the thermometer. Chapter 101 Fever 40 degrees. Jiang Yuan also went over to take a look. She was a woman, so she would definitely be more convenient than the other 2. My forehead is a little hot. Zhang Kaiyang. Please help me boil some hot water. Okay. I'll go right away. No matter what. I will definitely have to take medicine soon. They now have liquefied gas tanks, which is very convenient for boiling hot water. Song Yi followed Kaiyang out. Yi Mianmian was a little scared and kept holding Grandma Ye's hand. It's hard for Jiang Yuan to say anything. She was raised by her grandmother, so her feelings are naturally extraordinary. Moreover, the old man is old and the weather is so abnormal. It will definitely be more dangerous. It's normal to worry. And she can understand Yi Mianmian. It's almost time. Let's see what happens. Okay. Grandma. I took out the thermometer. Please be careful. She spoke softly, as if coaxing a child. It's already 40 degrees. Take medicine quickly. Jiang Yuan said, and went to find medicine. And Song Yi brought a lot of medicine. It looked like they had all been unpacked, and some of them had been taken out. However, the box is very new. He should have made it just now. Therefore, he was also on guard against everyone. And Jiang Yuan chose not to talk too much. Being able to give medicines to others is already a great gift. This is ibuprofen. Take this. It will reduce your fever quickly. Good. Yi Mianmian took the pills, and there was still water in the thermos cup. So she let Grandma Yi drink it directly. Mianmian, does Grandma have any other symptoms? For example, cough, runny nose, etc. I have a slight cough. Not serious. Grandma said she had a sore throat before. Now her nose is a little stuffy, and her voice has changed. That's a cold. Obviously. Jiang Yuan said, and looked for cold medicine and amoxicillin. Let Grandma take these two too. One is for treating colds, and the other is for anti-inflammatory. Okay. Just as Kaiyang had boiled hot water. Jiang Yuan didn't let Yi Mianmian move, and went to make her a cold medicine. After Grandma Yi had taken all the medicine and covered her with a quilt, everyone came to the living room. Yi Mianmian's eyes were red, and she was in a bad mood. I'm causing you trouble. Brother Song. I'll give you some money for those medicines. No. You can just keep the leftovers and use them. Yi Mianmian didn't say much. In this situation, all she could remember was kindness. Mianmian, please pay attention. Take Grandma's temperature every hour. If she sweats later, remember to change her clothes in time to avoid catching a cold again. Okay. I understand. Sister Yuan. Yi Mianmian wrote down one by one that if he had any minor illness or disaster in the past, he always went to the hospital. No matter how bad it is. There are still small clinics outside. So, I didn't take it seriously at all. Sister Yuan, how do you know so much? Zhang Kaiyang wanted to liven up the atmosphere, and said something casually. I have children at home. And children are particularly prone to fever, and have limited expressive skills. So we have to pay more attention. Mian, now that Grandma has taken the medicine, she should be fine. So don't worry too much. Well, thank you. Sister Yuan. Thank you. I even thanked her specifically, which was so embarrassing. In the future, we must pay attention to keeping warm. We must not ignore it. Kaiyang is right. You should also strengthen your own training. Once your resistance increases, it will be stronger than anything else. Song Yi's agreement brought this matter to light. What they said is true, and it is the most important thing at the moment. We have no shortage of food at home now. So physical fitness really needs to be put on the agenda. You see, the wind has calmed down, and the rain has also become much lighter. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone looked out the window. There were no lights on outside, and the curtains were only partially closed. Only 2/3 of the way. Really? Not only has the wind calmed down, but the rain has also become lighter. There were quite a few people out today, so we really had the upper hand. Kaiyang was a little lucky. If he hadn't gone out early, there would have been several groups of people passing by those places. When the time comes, no one will be allowed to leave, and the situation will become awkward. What happened in the service area is vivid in my mind. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and killing seems so commonplace. The point is, you won't necessarily get food yet. I feel like within a few days, the storm will stop. Real? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yi Mianmian's eyes. If the rain stops, does that mean the extreme weather will stop? Their lives will return to normal. I feel the same way. Now that I can't access the internet, I can't see a lot of news. We don't know much about the weather either. What Jiang Yuan said is true. This kind of thing is not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. but also the inability to control nature. It's not a good thing that the rain has stopped. Soni spoke indifferently, without any expression at all. Why? Kai Yang was a little naive and confused. It wasn't raining anymore. Isn't that a good thing? He was tired of this damn weather. It was wet and humid, and it was inconvenient to go out. This is winter, and it will probably freeze soon, if the water can't be drained out. In our building, the lower floors are probably going to have to be frozen. Jiang Yuan's words made the burning hope slowly fall again. That's too scary. People at the bottom still can't go back. Yes, there is nothing we can do about it. If it really gets better, just wait until next spring and the flowers bloom. In her previous life, she never waited for the spring to bloom. She only knew that the extremely cold days were even more difficult than now. Don't worry so much. It will be more difficult later. We still need to strengthen our training to prepare for emergencies. Brother Song is right. We really need to take action. Before I said it was exercise. 3 days fishing and 2 days drying the net. But now I want to practice it systematically. By the way, Brother Song, train us. Opening his starry eyes, he looked at Song-yi, as if he were a piece of delicious braised pork. The eyes were so hot that Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think too much. What's that look in your eyes? I don't know. I thought you had a crush on Brother Song. Good guy. This girl really dared to say that. Jiang Yuan silently gave her a thumbs up. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Song and I have the purest revolutionary friendship. Song-yi was fine, with no expression at all. I think Kai Yang is right. Starting from tomorrow, I will train everyone. Really? Jiang Yuan thought. This man used to be in the army, and after getting to know him, he found that his self-discipline was also very good. It would be a good choice to follow him and study together. Well, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Until he looked at the messy living room here and closed his eyes. Gather at the corridor on the 21st floor. Jiang Yuan. Is that okay? Okay. It doesn't matter to me. But it's the corridor after all. We can't do too strenuous exercise. It would be bad if it makes the people downstairs dissatisfied. Chapter 102 Group Exercise. Sister Yuan. It's us downstairs. Yin 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 thought. It doesn't matter if she disturbs herself. There is another one next door. And if the sound is too loud, it will be heard not only on the 20th floor, but also below. This can be seen as the difference between having children and not having children. If there are children at home, they will worry that the children will be too noisy and cause dissatisfaction with the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Yeah. Look at me. I'm confused. Yin 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 smiled sheepishly, as if she looked a little stupid. Well, let's just pay more attention. Then let's break up. Don't be late tomorrow. After Song-yi finished speaking, he was about to stand up and leave. It was impossible for Jiang Yuan to keep it by herself. So she also got up. Yin Yin. Then you should pay more attention to Grandma's condition. If the fever does not go away, give her another medicine every 4 hours or more. Okay. I know. After instructing Yin Yin Yin, he started to instruct Zhang Kaiyang. Be more alert at night. If anything happens, come and find us. Don't worry. Sister Yuan, I understand. Needless to say, Zhang Kaiyang will also help. Under the same roof, we can see each other when we look up. The two said goodbye and started going upstairs. Jiang Yuan was thinking about something in her mind and didn't notice that Song-yi in front had stopped. Hey, why don't you leave? It caused her to bump into her, and she was just blindly trying. Here we are. I'll open the door. Forehead. Sorry. I was distracted just now and didn't notice. Song-yi opened the door nonchalantly, and the two doors opened, revealing the shimmering lights in the corridor, which were the reflective light strips she placed here before going downstairs. What were you thinking about just now? Jiang Yuan scratched her head in embarrassment. This person was asking why she bumped into him just now. Aren't you going to help us train tomorrow? I was wondering if there is anything suitable for children. You mean your daughter? Yes. She is too young and can't do many things. Song-yi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, it's okay to let her run along. That's right. If I think she can get up tomorrow, I will take her with me. Yes. The premise is that the daughter wants to get up. Xiaonuan is her darling. Now that the weather is so cold, the child is still a little angry to get out of bed. No matter how obedient she is only a 3-year-old child. If she is forced to get up, She will probably make a fuss. On the contrary, the gain outweighs the loss. After arriving home, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were not sleeping yet, and they looked like they were waiting for her. How's it going? It's probably because I'm freezing. I didn't notice it before, but now I have a fever. 40 degrees Celsius. Qin Yu was a little sad, with concern in her eyes. Then the old lady suffered a lot. Has she taken her medicine? Well, if you eat it, you should be fine. I also found some medicine, and will send it to her tomorrow. Jiang Yuan looked at the medicines on the table, including those for fever, pain relief, and colds. 80% are new, not unopened. It seems that my mother is still not as worried as Soni. Mom, no need for now. Just put all these away. Soni took a lot of medicines, all of which are symptomatic, as long as it's useful. I'm worried too. Although Grandma Yi and I have never met in person, we both know each other's existence, so we can't just ignore them. Moreover, now that we are a team, it is necessary to help each other. Mom and Dad, Grandma Yi's illness this time is also a wake-up call for us. But be careful. It's freezing cold today. Who says it's not the case? By the way, my daughter, you should go back quickly. Xianwan is already asleep. Okay. Soni said that tomorrow, he will help everyone train their bodies systematically. Why don't you get up early and follow the exercises? Okay. That young man has a solid body and good skills. It will be beneficial to learn from him. It can be seen that Jiang Xingji admires Soni very much. Jiang Yuan didn't delay and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Wan was very cooperative and got up early. Qin Yu cooked dumplings for everyone, stuffed with pork and sauerkraut. This is home-pickled sauerkraut, and it tastes great. Several people ate dumplings and drank dumpling soup, turning the original soup into original food. The body is also warm, and the experience is quite good. Yi Minyan and Kaiyang also came on time, even a few minutes early. They all seemed to be in good spirits and dressed neatly. After all, if they were going to exercise, it would be better to keep things simple. Even Xianwan let her wear a short down jacket and small cotton pants, paired with velvet and thickened cotton shoes. Qin Yu was worried and put on another Irma for her. Soft and cute. Super cute. Mian Mian. How is Grandma? The fever has subsided. Sister Yuan. It subsided in the middle of the night. When she got up in the morning, I cooked hot soup noodles for her. Now she has taken medicine and fell asleep again. It's okay as long as it's okay. I've made you worry. Oh, this is Sister Yuan's little girl. She's so cute. Call sister. Although Xianwan was a little shy, she was not afraid of people and called out softly, Sister. Not to be outdone, Kaiyang squatted down and took a lollipop to her. Baby. Call me brother. Can I give this to you? As soon as Soni came out, everyone immediately became serious. Xianwan didn't call her brother, but she also got a lollipop and thanked her sweetly. She also received these, so she just gave them to her. It was not critical. Soni was also very capable today. He was very satisfied when everyone came over. But he was just happy, but still had that light eyes face. Brother Song, what are you going to teach us today? Kaiyang was obviously very excited. He ran up to him and said low to the little one. Yes, he brought the little one out too. Xianwan looked at the big dog, a little curious, but the little one was too big, so she was a little scared, hiding behind Jiang Yuan, not coming out, in order not to disturb the people downstairs. Let's be quiet and take a stand first to warm up. No problem. I studied Taekwondo in college. Isn't that right? With that said, Kaiyang started practicing. Soni also gave instructions in a decent manner, raising his hands a little higher and lowering his body a little. Several people nearby also imitated it in a decent manner. After he finishes giving instructions, come over and correct them one by one. Finally, he walked around by himself and let the big guys hold on. Brother Song, how long will this take? Kaiyang, who started first, was already tired and did not dare to paddle. Half an hour. Ah, so long. Jiang Yuan also couldn't accept it. It must be tiring to do one movement for such a long time. Let's hold on first. If you can't hold on, you can come down by yourself. But the exercise must bear fruit. Chapter 103 Unified Allocation of the 13th Floor. He said so. Who would have the nerve to come down early? The front was fine, but the rest of the day was really difficult, and my calves were trembling. In comparison, Jiang Xingji was able to persevere. His face not red, and his heart not beating. Kaiyang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. And Jiang Yuan also thought her father was awesome. Okay. The time is up. Let's all take a rest and rub our calves. Soni did not ask everyone to sit down, but relax their muscles. I remember that the physical education teacher taught them this way before. Kaifan Yang. Come in, and help me move my things out. Okay. The two of them went in to move things. Jiang Yuan came over to see her daughter. And Shan Wan sat with Xiao Budian. They are already familiar with each other. And the little one is very friendly, and does not bully Shan Wan. Knowing that the dog was well trained, she was no longer worried. But she still couldn't help but look over. The things Soni and the two moved out were a bit strange, and something he had never seen before. 10 minutes later, everyone stood in a row and watched Soni display in front. The first one is a bouncing ball machine. After pressing the switch, the ball will jump out from different directions. What you need to do is hold this racket and hit the ball back. This can train your reaction ability and the accuracy of hitting the target. This ball is spring-loaded and can bounce back automatically after being hit. If it misses, it will fall. And there are gears you can control. Use the lowest gear at the beginning, and the speed will be slower. Once you get used to this method, you can speed it up appropriately. With that said, Soni demonstrated it for a while. That precise strike was immediately impressive. This guy shouldn't be an ordinary soldier. He seems to be a special forces soldier. It's just like what they were shown in the TV series. They are much better than ordinary soldiers. And their training is also very different. If Kaiyang is gearing up, let him practice this first. We don't have that many things now. Looking back, I think about it. Now everyone is paying attention. I will teach you some fighting skills to save your life at critical moments. You can learn from me and then practice in pairs. With that said, he pulled Kaiyang over to be his partner and show it to everyone. They are all used in close combat. Not many. Just 3 moves. This one is very simple. Does Brother Song have one that is more complicated, but particularly powerful? He wants to become a peerless master, and the martial arts dream in his heart is about to come out. These 3 moves are all life-saving. Don't look at them as simple. They are all trained through hundreds of battles. Practice a lot. It is best to engrave it in your mind and turn it into a subconscious action. Soni repeatedly emphasized that the others did not dare to be careless. She teamed up with Yi Mian, and her dad and mom started training. Shan Wan found it interesting and watched with interest, but did not step forward. The little one followed her, looking like a little friend. Quite loving. Training is not over until 11 o'clock. Everyone was sweating, and their blood was boiling. Everyone trains at home in the afternoon. This machine is placed in the corridor. Anyone who wants to practice can come over. Tomorrow morning, I will come to check and accept the results. We basically only have 2 hours together a day, which is pretty good. It would be inconvenient to stay together all the time. After returning home, several people were busy wiping themselves and changing clothes. It would be uncomfortable if it didn't stick to me wetly. Shan Wan was holding a hot water bottle and didn't exercise much, but her hands and feet were quite warm. Jiang Yuan came out and helped Qin Yu cook. Wow! Mom, the duck neck tastes amazing. Yes, I put some in the refrigerator before. I'll take some out for you to eat. In fact, Qin Yu couldn't understand why her daughter liked to eat this. It had no meat and was very spicy. Jiang Yuan watched her mother put the duck neck and duck rack on the plate, and then steam them in the pot. This may be the fastest way to defrost it. At the same time, put the braised chicken that you made before into a plate. We had a lot of vegetables left over from the hot pot yesterday. Let's make a spicy hot pot for dinner, and stir-fry vegetables and mushrooms for lunch. Okay. A combination of meat and vegetables. Nutritious and delicious. The family had lunch happily. Although there were only 2 hours in the morning, it was still very tiring. Therefore, this rice tastes extra delicious. Mom also made honeysuckle tea and put 2 tablespoons full of honey in it. Everyone, please drink a little. It's easy to get angry when the weather is cold. Okay. By the way, Mom, let's all take a rest later, and then get up and practice for a while. I think it's quite useful. Okay. No problem. All 3 of them are willing to learn some life-saving skills, just in case they come into use. After cleaning up, she quickly went back to take a nap. Jiang Yuan wanted to put the child to sleep and then lay down herself. The space has not been tidied up yet, so we can only wait until evening. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes after lying down, the doorbell rang. Soni. What's wrong? Soni gestured toward the stairs, and Jiang Yuan quickly followed. Someone was knocking on the door. And it wasn't Yi Mian and Kaiyang. They looked at each other and opened the door inside. 5 people came over, led by Sun Yan. What? She asked angrily. Looking at this man's smile now. He must be a monster. Jiang Yuan and Soni. It would be great if you two are here. We are discussing in the building that we can tide over the difficulties together. Tell the important point. She didn't have time to waste time with this person. She just wanted to know what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd. Sun Yan's expression paused, and immediately returned to his smiling look. That's right. We are going to organize everyone. Put all the supplies together, and distribute them uniformly. Make sure everyone has something to eat and a place to stay. You are also members of Building 13 and should participate. In addition, we will provide you with protection. Jiang Yuan looked as usual. This person had made a good plan. Didn't I say it before? I don't know how many families have been mobilized. How many people attended? 80% of people are willing to be with you. This achievement is still worth bragging about. We won't be participating. Lawyer son, you are busy with your business. So go slowly and don't see her off. With that, she closed the door. Sun Yan still wanted to fight for it, but his voice was blocked outside the door. Wait a minute. You two. Think about it again. Even if you are capable, there is strength in numbers. Jiang Yuan glanced at Soni, who motioned for her to come over to talk, and followed him to 2102. This was the first time she sat face to face with Soni, and she felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 104 Revenge of 1501. Soni poured her a glass of water, using a disposable paper cup. Jiang Yuan took it and thanked her, officially talking about this issue. I think they did it on purpose. Taking advantage of the unstable weather, they formed gangs and might do some messy things. The trouble in Yi Mian's family is still vivid in his mind. Yes, we can't take it lightly. Those who have supplies are probably not willing to follow. Those who can be recruited by him are probably those who have nothing to eat and no place to live. Jiang Yuan nodded. His thoughts coincided with her own. Then there's no need for us to get involved with him. The implication is that we have food, drink, and live our own little lives. Okay. Well, these people probably won't give up. If we don't give you face like this, they will definitely be suspicious in their hearts. If others don't tell you that Sun Yan is very good at stirring up people's hearts. Jiang Yuan raised her head and met Song Yi's eyes. You also discovered that he is a troublemaker? Song Yi actually smiled. Good guy. This is not much better than keeping a straight face. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. I just think she has such leadership skills. Yet you actually said that. What happened to the group of people who followed him? What else could it be? What could the shit-stirring stick be? It's just a description. She spoke nonchalantly, not thinking anything was wrong. With his looks and gentle temperament, he should be very popular with women. Maybe. But it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yuan didn't want to talk anymore. This Song Yi was a little strange. By the way, they will probably come downstairs as well. Do you want to give me a heads up? No. There are so many supplies in 2002, which are enough to feed the few of them. Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mian are not stupid and will not agree. Aw, that's good. Since nothing happened, she went back. Anyway, none of them would cooperate with Sun Yan. They all have the same idea. In the afternoon, the 3 of them worked together for a while. Qin Yu felt that it was better to dance in the square and was about to go back to the house. Jiang Yuan let her go. If you are too impatient to eat hot tofu, take your time. Square dancing can also exercise your body, as long as the resistance can be improved. It will be helpful to some extent if my mother comes with everyone. I asked Xiaowan to come over and walk on the treadmill for a while. The little girl was very cooperative. Mom, can I go to my uncle's house next door to watch the dog? Xiaowan is obedient. Uncle is resting. It's not convenient for us to go there. You can go out with your mother tomorrow morning. When the time comes, the dogs will come too. Really? The little guy has a serious look on his face. He has been holding it in for too long. He can only walk around the house every day, and the child will feel bored. Of course. Mommy promises. Then Mom, remember to call me tomorrow morning. Good. After the agreement was made, the little one was happy. Jiang Yuan brought her a tablet to watch cartoons. Qin Yu also finished her square dance and was ready to go out to cook. Jiang Yuan entered the space while going to the bathroom. There are a lot of things that need to be sorted out. Starting with those clothes. I brought back a lot of floor-standing clothes racks and placed them all around the room, filling every shelf without leaving any gaps. There are really a lot of these clothes, including a lot of thick clothes. They are all separated, making it easier to find them later. There are also a lot of underwear, and hanging this one on the shelf is a bit of a waste of space. Jiang Yuan brought some storage boxes and put them all inside. There is a lot of space underneath short clothes, and it is more than enough to put a storage box. There are also a lot of goods, all packed and unopened, with several items in a bundle. Put them all at the bottom. Make reasonable use of space, and avoid wasting anything. After being busy for about half an hour, she came out. Xianwan is still watching TV in bed, and her mother's spicy hot pot is ready. She felt that the frequency of eating was a bit too high, but she could not skip one meal of the 3 meals a day. Children are still growing, so it is impossible not to eat well. However, there are always people coming to trouble you. She was only halfway through eating when the wailing sounded outside. From the surveillance camera, I saw an old lady from the 15th floor sitting in the corridor outside and making a fuss, weeping and sobbing, just like how we used to mourn when someone died in the village. Daughter, you are in the house. I will go out and take a look. No, Dad. Let her scold her and let's eat. This house is equipped with soundproof panels, which means that if there are people, the probe in the corridor will respond. The screen here will automatically open, so they will know. Jiang Yuan said, pressed mute, held a bowl, and ate in front of the surveillance camera. Just think of it as watching a movie. She wanted to see what other tricks this old lady had up her sleeves. Sure enough, after howling for a while, when no one came out, the old lady cursed and left. A one-man show. In the end, there is no audience. The life of the Jiang family has not been disrupted. They eat and drink when they should. Mom even brought 2 big apples over as after-dinner fruit. There is quite a lot of work in Jiang Yuan's space, except for the supplies. The vegetables I planted before are also growing well. Peppers, eggplants, zucchini, etc. are all blooming. She is now more certain that the things in this space grow faster than ordinary ones. Watching her vegetables begin to grow wildly, she couldn't ignore it. The potted plants I collected before included a lot of things like bamboo. Even though they're all dead, they can still come in handy. Pick some out, remove the excess branches, and insert them next to the vegetable seedlings. It doesn't have to be too close, just about 5 centimeters apart. Then, fix the vegetable seedlings on the bamboo and let them crawl along. That means beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes need to be racked. Eggplants, green peppers, hot peppers, and zucchini are all unnecessary. After doing all this, it's already getting late, so I need to rest quickly. Have a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Xianwan also got up. She went out early today and opened the corridor door for Kai Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian. What she never expected was that the entire corridor was destroyed, and red liquid was poured everywhere. It smelled like paint. On the wall directly opposite, the 2 big characters bitch are particularly conspicuous. There was excrement all over the stairs, and there was even some unknown liquid flowing down the stairs. Her blood pressure soared to 180. It was a toad on the instep of her foot. It didn't bite. It was disgusting. Oh my god. Who did this? It's too much. Kai Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian came up and were shocked when they saw the scene. I know who did it. You guys come in first. Chapter 105 Seeking Justice. Jiang Yuan brought a wooden board from home. The ground was really unsightly. Step on this to avoid getting your shoes dirty. Sister Yuan, do you know who it is? Could it be the old lady on the 15th floor? It's her. I promise it's her. When Jiang Kaiyang heard this, he was also very angry. Yesterday she came up to make trouble. But I saw that you didn't open the door, so you didn't come up. Who would have thought that this old lady is so disgusting? How long will this take? They have a large family, but to be able to do such a thing is a strange thing. Jiang Yuan was really angry and asked everyone to wait a moment before returning to the house. She had better confirm it. The surveillance footage was very clear. She took out her phone and captured the entire scene at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Very good. Is she deliberately disgusting? Let's see who is more disgusting. She came out with a tang dao and a big axe, and her menacing look was very different from usual. Soni and others were waiting at the door, with weapons in their hands. What you want to do is self-evident. This is my family matter, so don't get involved in it, so as not to cause trouble. Yi Mianmian was the first to object. Sister Yuan, we are a collective, and we should share blessings and hardships together. Yes, this old lady has gone too far. Her spirit must be killed. They are right. This has also affected my life. Let's go and ask for an explanation. Everyone's support even moved her a little bit. It seems that the apocalypse is not without emotions. Ask Qinyi to take Shanwan back, and Jiang Xingji to go with her. Arriving at 1501. The door was closed. Jiang Xingji kicked him up. He was trying to cause trouble for his family. He couldn't be behind. Open the door. Open the door quickly. And get out all those who are breathing. Good guy. Who are you? My dad has watched a lot of Hong Kong movies. After calling for 5 minutes, there was no movement at all. Jiang Xingji was a little angry. If you don't open the door, I'm going to smash it. There was still no movement. Everyone looked at each other. And Kai Yang took the axe in Jiang Yuan's hand. Uncle, please rest and let me come. Pang pong pong. The sound of hitting the door was quite loud. And Kai Yang used a lot of force. Several dent marks immediately appeared on the door. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are going to die. The door was suddenly opened. Kai Yang almost stopped it. And the old lady came out cursing, looking at the group of people at the door. Especially Jiang Yuan. She started her performance. Okay. You broke me. Didn't pay compensation. And even smashed my door. How can there be such a reason in the world? You shameless little whore. Why don't you? Ah. The following words were slapped before he could be scolded. Jiang Yuan looked at Soni with a dark and strange look. This guy seemed angry. Yes. The curse was so dirty that Tumo Xingzi almost splashed on her face. You still dare to take action? The old lady was a little unbelievable. She relied on this trick to run rampant throughout the neighborhood and never failed. Not only do I move my hands, I also move my feet, Jiang Xingji said, and kicked her directly. He couldn't listen anymore just now. If it weren't for Song Yi's quick hands, his slap would have fallen. Ouch. The old lady was caught off guard and kicked to the ground. Seeing the menacing group of people in front of her, she was also a little scared. However, you can't admit defeat. Oh, boss, you are a dead person. Your mother was almost beaten to death. That's right. The morning started again. Fortunately, it lived up to expectations. And a man came out. A familiar face. This was the person who committed the crime yesterday. Whatever you want to do, don't go too far. We'll hit you right at the door. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. He was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and he was pointing it at Jiang Yuan and his group. Damn, old woman. You know exactly what you did. Let me tell you. Pack the things above for me immediately. Otherwise you guys won't even think about it. Jiang Xingji's eyes were filled with anger. It was such a shame and humiliation to have someone throw paint and excrement on him. Why should we pack it for you? Why? Jiang Yuan snorted coldly. She was preparing to show off. Just because you made those things. Do you really think we are easy to bully? When the old lady heard this, she immediately stopped and stood up. Her weak and incapable look disappeared instantly. What are you talking about here? I tell you, you must pay money today. And this one, we must pay for it. None of you can escape. As she said this, someone actually came over to take a look in the corridor. The 15th floor is different from the 21st floor. Some people are not afraid and naturally dare to come out. What they didn't expect was that Sun Yan also came, followed by 4 or 5 people. Chief Sun, you came just in time. You have to make the decision for me. This group of people injured me before, and now they are breaking down my door again. They are not letting my old lady live. Sun Yan frowned slightly, but when he encountered it, he couldn't ignore it. Stop crying. What's going on? Seeing that the old lady was about to wail in mourning, he took the lead and pointed at the old lady's son. Say, Captain Sun, the people on the 21st floor went too far. They injured my mother before, and now they come to my house again. You see, the door has been smashed. This is too much. Jiang Yuan, what do you say? Since you let her say it, let's talk about it. First of all, the person who beat her is from Building 9 and has nothing to do with me. You farted because you provoked those people. Who else would dare? The old lady spoke very confidently, jumped more steadily than the young people, and even said she was injured, which was really ironic. Quiet. Did you let me speak? Sun Yan was a little unhappy and scolded. These days, he has won over most of the people in the building. And the old lady does not dare to make too many mistakes. Go on. Yesterday, she came to my door and cried out in mourning. Many people must have heard her, but I ignored her. When I went out this morning, I found that they had splashed paint on the corridor of my house and left a lot of feces on the ground. Today, I must seek justice. Sun Yan frowned. This was too rogue. Throwing feces? What do you think? Did you do it? The old lady's son quickly shook his head and denied it. This is frame-up. They are deliberately looking for trouble. Mr. Son, drive them out of building 13. Ouch. That's not a small tone. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and said with a calm expression, I'm telling you. Admit it quickly. Go up and clean up. And I can forget about it. If you are stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. TCH. You little slut. What evidence do you have? If you can't produce it, I will sue you for defamation. Chapter 106. If you don't clean up, then go eat shit. This kind of person is a typical person who will not shed tears until he sees the coffin. Okay. This is the evidence. Jiang Yuan said and took out her mobile phone. Above is the whole process of the old lady and her family committing the crime. The picture quality is very clear and no one can deny it. Impossible. How could you have this? This is impossible. Obviously, this matter is now far beyond the old lady's knowledge. Her son, on the other hand, reacted immediately. You actually installed surveillance. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was a little surprised. The power outage has been out for so long. But her home surveillance system is still working. Yeah. You didn't expect that our home surveillance system actually has electricity. Jiang Yuan is not afraid of anything. In this case, everyone will think that it is a surveillance camera with a battery. This is also true. She doesn't need to explain too much. In this way, it can be regarded as a warning to those who are concerned about her family's supplies. Sun Yan's face was not very good, and he looked at the old lady and her son. You guys are going too far. We are all neighbors on the same building. What are you doing? Still not apologizing to Jiang Yuan. The old lady strangled her neck and asked her to lower her head. But it was even more uncomfortable than killing her. They were the ones who hit me first. And if they don't pay compensation, we'll just settle it. Sun Yan was also angry. He was asked to come here just to deal with this stupid issue. He was so annoyed. It's not someone else's fault. I've said it so many times. This matter is your fault. Don't think that I don't know why people beat you. If you don't go there and make trouble, they can chase you to your home. Hurry up. Otherwise I won't care about this. It's so cold today. It's really not worth wasting time here. Well, Sun Yan, I think you are in the same group as them. And you deliberately bully my old lady. Right? Oops. It's unreasonable. Seeing that I'm old, everyone is looking for trouble. I don't want to live anymore. After saying that, he actually laid down again and rolled around. Sun Yan also had a headache. There were so many people here, and he couldn't do anything. She had no choice but to attack her son. If you want me to take care of your family's bad things, just leave them quietly, or we won't take care of them. What do you like? Jiang Yuan and his group were coming in a menacing manner, and they all had their guys with them. If Sun Yan didn't care, their family would definitely suffer. The old lady's son thought for a moment and made up his mind. Hey, Mr. Son, this old man is ignorant. You can't be as knowledgeable as her. I'll let her get up right now. With a smiling face, I went to call the old lady. Her son whispered in her ear, and then she reluctantly got up. Let's forget about it. I won't care about you inciting others to hit me. The old lady flicked the folds on her body, looking impatient, as if she had suffered a loss. It's a pity that Jiang Yuan doesn't agree with her. Oh, you have a lot of face. You deserve to be beaten. I have to deal with those things we have upstairs today. I asked you to clean up just now, but you didn't want to. Now, don't even think about being kind. What do you want? The old lady's son asked her back loudly with an annoyed look on his face. Well, since you are so shameless, go up and eat everything in the stairs for me. Jiang Yuan's voice was loud, and her anger was beyond words. What are you talking about? I'm telling you. Little girl, you've almost got it. We don't care about you. Just get out of here. Well, since it doesn't make sense, it goes without saying. Jiang Yuan took out the Tang Dao directly. Sun Yan saw that the situation was not good. If someone really died, It would be a great challenge to his prestige. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. You are the same. You are obviously wrong. Yet you still speak so unpleasantly. Apologize quickly. Go up there with your things. And clean it up. He kept winking at the people in 1501. Jiang Yuan and the others were ruthless characters. If they took action, nothing good would happen to them. The old lady's son was also reluctant. But he also took advantage of the slope to get off the donkey. Are all the people in the house dead? Get the broom and mop and get to work. There was something moving in his voice after all. As for the big family, they were chattering. After 2 minutes, 2 women and a man came out. They should be the man's wife, sister, and sister's boyfriend. Sun Yan's expression eased, and he turned to look at Jiang Yuan again. Calm down. Everyone. They must clean up this matter. If there is another time, I will deal with this group of people without you taking action. This time, just treat me as a favor. Jiang Yuan thought. Sun Yan wasn't a good person. He was just a sweetheart. Then hurry up. It won't work if there's only one place that's not clean. Soni spoke first. But Jiang Yuan remained silent. She also understood that now was not the time to quarrel. However, I really can't swallow the resentment in my heart. When we arrived at the 21st floor, in addition to those from 1501, there were a few of them. Sun Yan and those few people also came up. There are also a few people watching the excitement upstairs and downstairs. The situation above was so terrible that the old lady's daughter just covered her nose. Oh, it stinks so bad. Why should we clean it up? Jiang Yuan glanced at Sun Yan with amusement. She went up and kicked her. Because she was behind. The old lady's daughter was unprepared and fell flat on her face. The dirt was all over his body. Ah! Whoa! I'll fight you. As he said that, he struggled up and rushed towards the back. When everyone saw it, they secretly screamed and ran downstairs one after another. It would be disgusting if this happened to me. Now that the weather is so cold, the clothes are so thick, and there is no electricity. Heating hot water is a problem. The woman was very fast. But Jiang Yuan did not move and calmly stretched out the tangdao. Fortunately, she braked in time. Otherwise such a sharp blade would not be a joke. Looking at the blade in front of her, she couldn't move forward or backward. Gongzi, you just watch me being bullied. The woman whimpered and complained. Gongzi is her partner. And he looks like a bastard at first glance. He was tall and burly in stature. But his face was not friendly. In front of so many people, I felt a little embarrassed and rolled up my sleeves. I said, don't be too outrageous. We are not here to deal with it. Little bitch. You. Before he could say the next words, he fell straight down, still landing face first. Jiang Yuan turned around and saw Song Yi's hand. Good guy. Give him a manual thumbs up. Sun Yan was also angry and scolded the old lady's son. If you don't want to do this, just leave as quickly as possible. You don't have the slightest attitude of admitting your mistake. Chapter 107. Killing people in public. I don't believe in this evil today. Hack you. As he said that, he waved his arms directly, and he was about to hit with his fist. Song Yi pulled Jiang Yuan back violently and faced his fist, because it was heading straight for his face. He dodged sideways, and then grabbed the man's shoulder, only to hear a click. What followed was a scream like a slaughtering pig. He actually removed his arm, which was so neat. Then, with a reverse force, the man spun around, faced the ground again, and fell over. Are you okay? Jiang Yuan quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. It's okay. Fortunately, I wore gloves. Well, this focus is absolutely amazing. The man struggled twice, but it was difficult to get up because his arm was dislocated. He just turned over dangerously, covering his right arm, with a fierce look in his eyes. Jiang Yuan knew that there was no way around this matter. The other party has already begun to murder, and staying here will be a disaster. Sun Yan next to him also shrank back. He was also frightened just now. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. After all, she caused this incident, and she should end it. The tang sword came out, and the cold light appeared. The man opposite was still self-righteous. In the final analysis, he didn't think highly of her. If you have the ability, you can chop at this. Come on. Come on. It's so damn good. He pointed at his head and shouted. Jiang Yuan sighed. It was not her fault. You also used a broken knife to scare people. Do you understand how to handle a kitchen knife? You. Before the man finished speaking, He looked at his heart in disbelief. Jiang Yuan drew the knife neatly. And blood didn't even flow out. Good knife. Just different. I'm sorry. I'm a rebellious person. If you ask me to behead you, I'll stab you in the stomach. In fact, she stabbed the heart. A move that would definitely kill her. You. The man's index finger was pointed at her. But he didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Then, he fell straight down. The girlfriend next to him exclaimed and stepped forward to hug him in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could you die? You killed someone. You killed someone. Soni and others were also shocked. Jiang Yuan really didn't care about anything. He committed murder in public. It was really contrary to her. However, he didn't dare to go up and say it. If he got jealous, wouldn't he be unlucky too? The old lady's son and daughter-in-law were both dumbfounded and did not dare to breathe for fear of being affected. Why don't you hurry up and clean it up? Zhang Kaiyang shouted. And the group of people seemed to have finally found themselves. Hey. We'll clean it up now. We'll clean it up now. He almost pounced on him. His level of positivity was incredible. I am not afraid of hardship or getting dirty at all. But my hands are trembling. Jiang Yuan looked at the family coldly, thinking about how to deal with it. In the group of people nearby, no one spoke or even watched the excitement. They had already sneaked back. It's so scary. The woman on the 21st floor is simply a devil. She cannot be easily provoked. Absolutely not. The dirt on the floor is relatively easy to clean up. But the paint on the walls cannot be wiped off. In the end, one layer of the wall was scraped off, and the entire corridor was filled with dust. Fortunately, it was finally cleaned. Brother. Eldest sister. Look at it. Okay. The old lady's son had a trembling look on his face, fearing that he might accidentally offend these two gods of murder. Just now, they actually let them do it themselves and throw Gongzi's body down. What do you say? Soni did not answer him, but asked Jiang Yuan's opinion. So be it. Although the place has been tidied up, the wall opposite is full of potholes and ugly. Several people were relieved when they heard her words. I won't care about this matter today. If there are any problems here again in the future, I will blame it on you. You know? Don't dare. Don't dare. It's okay. Let's go first. Let's go first. The man said, nodded and bowed back, walked down 3 or 5 steps, and left as if fleeing. Sister Yuan, will there be any future trouble if we let them go? Go up and talk. Soni didn't want to discuss this issue here. There weren't necessarily many people or pairs of ears outside. Several people went upstairs together. Jiang Xingji returned to 2101, and the remaining 4 people arrived at 2102. Soni went to change clothes first, and the gloves he had just thrown away. When he came out, Jiang Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Soni, give me your clothes, and I'll wash them for you. No. It's okay. She felt a little embarrassed, but she was a grown man and had clearly refused, so she couldn't say much. I have a lot of winter men's clothing at home. I'll pick out some for him when I go back. Sister Yuan, you have to think about what I just said. Kai Yang now also feels that things are unusual. There are 2 of those people, and they might make a comeback. Yeah. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm just afraid of thieves missing me. If there is such a potential safety hazard, everything is dangerous. Jiang Yuan nodded, deeply convinced. You really need to be careful of those people in 1501. But the old lady's son and daughter-in-law should be happy that Gongzi is gone. When she said this, the others also remembered the information they had inquired about before. Yes, but the old lady dotes on her daughter so much. Will she come to take revenge? Won't. What Soni said was categorical, and could not be criticized at all. Their point of conflict is the house at home. The person who died was the daughter's partner, not even her husband. She won't get into trouble with her son or daughter-in-law because of this. Jiang Yuan took his words and analyzed them seriously. Soni is right. The existence of her daughter and grandson directly threatens her son's property inheritance rights. You also know that the old lady favors sons over daughters, and she might really give 1501 to her grandson. In this situation, it is beneficial to the couple that Gongzi is gone. If the old lady insists on having her own way, she probably won't be left behind. The only one who hates us is probably her daughter. However, based on her daughter's virtue, she probably wouldn't be able to make any splash. The fox pretends to be the tiger's. That woman is not worth mentioning. You also have to be careful. Sister Yuan, I'm afraid she will jump over the wall in a hurry. Mian is right. What happened today disrupted our plans. I still want to thank everyone for helping me like this. She said it sincerely. Kyong, and Yi Mian waved their hands indifferently. By the way, I have nothing to do tonight. So come to my house and have hot pot. It just so happens that we still have bacon and ham at home. So I'll cook them for you. Just to scare everyone. Chapter 108. The guy next door comes and knocks on the door. Yi Mian said this, which made Jiang Yuan embarrassed. Come to my house. Thanks to everyone's help today. No, Sister Yuan. Just go downstairs. My grandma can't live without people. She remembered Yi Mian's kindness. Yes, Brother Song and Sister Yuan. You can come down tonight. Kyong also followed suit. And Songy nodded, agreeing. Okay, wait a minute. I'll go back and see if there's anything to eat. And we'll take it with us tonight. It's noon now. And she doesn't want to eat because of 1501. Thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. So let's eat together at night. After returning home, Qin Yu immediately greeted her. Daughter, are you hungry? Mom can get you something to eat. No, Mom, I can't eat. How can I do that? My body can't bear it. Jiang Yuan really couldn't eat it. Even though the weather was cold now, the food in that place was still unacceptable to her. Okay, don't force your daughter. Let's talk about it tonight. The same is true for Jiang Xingji. But his ability to accept it is better after all. By the way, parents, we made an appointment to have dinner downstairs in the evening. Don't prepare mine. I still have some frozen vegetables at home. I'll bring some with me to prepare for hot pot. Okay, wait a minute. I'll go get some for you. Today is also thanks to these children. Qin Yu has seen everything going on outside. Although she can't get out, she doesn't feel relieved either. Fortunately, the home is monitored. Jiang Yuan took Xiaonuan back to her room. The little girl had to take a nap every day. So it was time. I told her 2 stories, and that was about it. She still has to go to the space to work. And her clothes and everything are in there. There are still vegetables to pick up. But it's a pity that I didn't buy some seeds for crops at that time. She turned over the soil again and planted some Chinese cabbage. There are some potatoes in the attic that have sprouted. So I brought them in and planted them. Along the super hand corridor. Plant a few loofahs and gourds and let them climb directly along the pillars. She planted the seeds directly because she didn't have time to raise the seedlings. The water used is the well water in the space, hoping that it can grow faster. In the evening, Jiang Yuan was ready to go out with Xiaonuan. This child has been kept at home for too long. He was very happy to see so many people yesterday. It's safe to go downstairs. So take her with you. I brought a food bag filled with food, and a woven bag containing clothes for everyone. When Jiang Yuan came out, she went directly to 2102 and called Song Yi with her. As soon as the other party opened the door, they saw one large and one young standing at the door. Xiaonuan also shouted sweetly, "Hello, Uncle." "Hello. Come in first and wait for me." "It's okay. Just wait at the door. By the way, I brought you some clothes. You can see if you can wear them. They are all new." With that said, Jiang Yuan was ready to rummage for him. "Come in first. It's not convenient here. For head? It's really inconvenient. So just go in. It won't have any impact." When they arrived at the living room, Xiao Dodian greeted him cordially. Xiaonuan was very happy and ran over to touch its dog's head. Jiang Yuan put the bag on the ground and took out 3 pieces of clothes. A relatively light down jacket, a cotton jacket with lamb's wool, and a thickened jacket. They were all picked according to his size. Soni didn't look fat, but he had muscles and could hold up his clothes better. "Try it on. Don't wear the one you wore during the day." "Good." Soni was not polite. And as he spoke, he took off his 3-layer quilted pajamas, which Jiang Yuan had given him before. "Wait a moment." He took out a man's warm suit from the bag and handed it to him. "You can take this and put it on too. It's warm now." Soni looked at the unopened thermal suit that was handed over, and his Adam's apple moved. "Good." Then, he went back to the bedroom and took all 3 pieces of clothes back. "When I came out, I was wearing the black jacket. Come on. These long legs will enchant so many little girls." Before she could sigh, Xiaonuan came over timidly. "Uncle, you are so handsome." Then, he extended his thumb, which made her embarrassed. Soni was very happy, with a rare smile, and took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Xiaonuan. My dear, this is for you to eat. The little girl looked at Jiang Yuan and asked innocently, Mom, is this okay? Uncle Song gives it to you. Just take it. But you can't eat it today. Be careful with your teeth. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Song. Songy stood up, looked at Jiang Yuan, and asked casually, do you still have so many new men's clothes at home? Well, my ex-husband pays more attention to appearance. I still have several unworn items at home, but I haven't bothered to throw them away. She deliberately looked ahead, pretending to be sad. After all, she is a helpless woman who has been hurt by a scumbag. There should be nothing more to say. Sure enough, Songy stopped asking questions, and the three of them prepared to go downstairs. When we arrived on the 20th floor, it was just 5 o'clock, which was still early. Yi Mianmian and Kaiyang had already started to prepare. When they saw Jiang Yuan and the others, they quickly asked them to sit down and opened a bottle of canned yellow peach for Xiaonuan. I brought some vegetables here, but they were frozen before. And these mushrooms and bean sprouts are all grown by my mother herself. Wow! It's so good! There are so many dishes. Kaiyang immediately became happy. The frozen vegetables Jiang Yuan brought over were made by blanching fresh vegetables with hot water and then freezing them. When you eat it again, you don't need to defrost it. It's still very fresh. They freeze less leafy vegetables, and most of them are beans and the like. These were the ones she had taken out from space before. These mushrooms are very fresh. My mother made them raw from mushroom sticks. You can eat more later. By the way, Mian, I also bought a scarf and a hat for my mother. New, not used. You gave it to Grandma. The one she picked was a brown one with cotton wool stuffed inside. It was just right for the elderly. This is great. Sister Yuan. Thank you. You gave this to me. What will Auntie do? It's okay. My mom still has it. You give it to Grandma first. Okay. Let's get started quickly. I can't wait. When the pot was placed, several people hurriedly picked up their chopsticks and waited for the pot to start. The weather is cold, so it's a good time to eat hot pot. You can chat and eat at the same time, just like a gathering of friends. At about 6:30, there was a knock on the door outside. The four people became nervous. Jiang Yuan thought it was her parents, so she went to the door to see. The man outside the cat's eye, if I remember correctly, should be the one next door. Chapter 109, Treat Others with Their Own Medicine. What is he here for? Could it be that I saw them moving things before and became interested again? It's from next door. In one sentence, the three people fell silent, and the atmosphere became solemn. She helped the wrong person last time. I come. Songy came over as he spoke, opened the door, and went out in a flash. Jiang Yuan followed closely, and Kaiyang also came out. Yi Mianmian saw that Xiaonuan was alone, so he stayed with her. Three people, menacing. The man in 2001 was a little scared. He knew everything that happened in the past 2 days. Don't get me wrong. The old lady from the 15th floor came here again just now. I saw that she had been staying in the corridor for a long time. I don't know if I'm causing any more damage, so I just came over to tell you. After the man finished speaking, he kept hiding behind him. You said the old lady is here? Kaiyang couldn't believe that she still dared to come after everything was like that. So she confirmed it again. Just now. Not long ago. Jiang Yuan didn't look like he was lying, and her attitude softened. Okay. We understand. Thank you. Go back quickly. If you wake up a little at night, it's best to use a heavy object to hold the door shut. Okay. I understand. Go back now, the man said, and quickly entered his home. It's strange. The old lady went up. But why didn't she move? Logically speaking, the surveillance at home should show it. But why didn't my parents come down? Not only Jiang Yuan was confused, but everyone was also confused. But the person just now didn't look like he was lying. Zhang Kaiyang still felt that he should trust the person next door. And Yi Mianmian also agreed. Yes, he had no reason or motive to deceive us. Songy didn't speak, but ran up the stairs. He stopped after climbing 3 steps. Jiang Yuan looked at his feet and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" He did not answer immediately, but squatted down, took out a flashlight and observed carefully, then smelled and touched. Several people were confused by his operation. They didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to disturb him. Okay, let's go down first. I know what's going on. A few people knew that this was not a trivial matter. So they didn't ask any more questions, and went straight back to 2002. Brother Song? What's going on? Kyong asked first. And they both looked at him curiously. The old lady did come over and sabotaged it. But why didn't my parents find out? Songy turned around and looked into her eyes seriously. That's because the surveillance camera in your home can only see the stairwell. Yes. Then Jiang Yuan suddenly understood and looked at him in disbelief. What do you mean? With just one look. Songy knew that Jiang Yuan understood what he meant. So she stopped telling him. The surveillance can only see the stairwell, but not the location of the stairs. We have to take the stairs every day to go up and down. I just observed that they waxed the left side of the stairs. What? Waxing for what? Or the left side? Yi Mianmian didn't understand. But Jiang Yuan worked in building materials and knew a thing or two about this matter. Once waxed, things will become smooth. If the wooden floor is newly waxed, it will be very easy for people to fall if they walk on it. If placed on the cement floor, although the effect will be reduced by half. If a larger amount is used, a film will also be formed. Oh, this damn old woman is so wicked. Kyong was a little angry. He was originally an angry young man. In the past, when he saw old people making things difficult for young people on the bus or subway, he would help them. Yes, the bad guy is getting older. But why does she only do the left side? After doing it all, wouldn't the effect be better? That's because when we go up and down stairs, we habitually keep to the right. People who go up are not affected much. But when they come down, they are on the left side when looking up and on the right side when looking down. Oh my God! If this IQ is used on the right path, this old woman will be a real person. Who says it isn't? Now, what should we do? In 2001, I came here specifically to tell you. Should we express our gratitude? No. He is trying to show his kindness to us. Use your own attitude to express your position. This person is also smart. And everything is safe for the time being. Then downstairs, Yi Mianmian knew that Jiang Yuan would definitely not let it go. Treat others in their own way. When Songy looked over, Jiang Yuan was thinking. There is no floor wax in her house. What should she do with it? I have it at home. Does your family have one? Compared with Jiang Yuan's excitement, Songy was very calm. Let's eat first and come over later. No. I'll go back and tell my parents first. Just in time. Xianwan should go back with her mother. Good. The little girl responded crisply and stretched out her hand to ask her mother to hold her. I'll see you off. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were very angry when they heard about it. But there was nothing they could do. Jiang Yuan left Xianwan at home and let her parents watch. Songy went home and got the floor wax and went downstairs with him. The hot pot round is not over yet. Several people are discussing excitedly. It seemed that they were not the ones being plotted against. But it had been a long time since they had been so relaxed. Sometimes I think about it. The civilized world has ended like this. And I feel a little nostalgic. This wind seems to be nothing? Yes. The rain has also lightened up. I don't know what will happen next. The hands of several people are not clean. And they will probably go to jail later. Yi Mianmian felt a little melancholy in her heart. Kyong immediately changed the topic. It was okay not to talk about the sad things. At 10 o'clock in the evening, several people set out. There was no movement inside 1501. In order not to accidentally hurt others, they just put wax on the door of their house. Because it's liquid, just wipe it with a mop and it's okay. If you have time, wait until the side is dry and try it again. The effect will be better. Several people were silent, looking at the masterpiece at the door. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied. On floor tiles, the effect is much better than on cement floors. Enjoy it. Old woman. After going up, the four people separated. Jiang Yuan. What do you think of this family? Songy was in the corridor, talking to her about 1501. Just wait and see. Today's events have just passed. How many pairs of eyes are staring at us? Let's not be too showy. In fact, that's enough flamboyance now. Well, go back to sleep. Good. Jiang Yuan still feels that since there are few of them, it is better not to make enemies of the public. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Chapter 110. The rain stopped. At this time, the chances of winning each one are greater and safer. When I got home, I quickly went to bed. It was getting colder and colder at night. Today, she was too lazy to go to the space. It's okay to put things away slowly. If possible, let Dad and Mom go in together. When the time comes, it will be faster if we all work together. But, what should she say? Such an unbelievable thing. And what happens next is not necessarily what it will be. If you encounter danger, the more you know, the scarier it will be. She remembered that some strange things in her previous life happened during extremely cold times. At that time, humans knew that the world would probably never get better. In addition, after holding on for so long, I really reached the point where I was running out of ammunition and food. The ugliness and darkness of human nature come at the same time. Looking up is heaven, and looking down is hell. Calculating the time, it's almost the next few days. However, the rain seems to last for a long time this time. Moreover, the wind was not so strong in my previous life. It's almost the Gregorian year already, and I really can't remember when it happened in my last life. I fell asleep in a daze, and the night was quite peaceful. Early the next morning, Shinyu came over to call her and Xiaonuan. There was no training yesterday, so I have to make up for it today. If you fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days, your physical fitness will not improve at all. Daughter, get up quickly. The rain seems to be stopping. Jiang Yuan was a little excited, put on her clothes, and went to the window. The pitter-patter looked like it was really going to stop. There is no wind at all, and the raindrops are just faintly sloping, quite like a spring rain. However, the temperature is still cold. Even though it is already dawn, it is still refreshing. Mom, it really has to stop. I feel like it's only for the past 2 days. What, the past 2 days? I bet it will stop today. Okay. Get up and clean up quickly. Let's have breakfast. Good. Shinyu cooked millet porridge, served it with sugar packets and 2 or 3 pickles, and the family had a warm and comfortable meal. It was still early, and Jiang Yuan didn't want to rest, so she went to the corridor to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, Soni was also there. Morning. Morning, he responded calmly, and he opened the window in the corridor a small crack, letting in the cold air and giving it a slight chill. Jiang Yuan, the rain is going to stop. His voice was cold, with no emotion at all. Yeah, it's going to stop, and everything will start anew. She also sighed. There were many differences between this life and her previous life. During extreme heat, temperatures are higher and heavy rains last longer. There are also typhoons, which seem to have never happened in my previous life. Everything seems to be worse than before, and the extreme cold will be even colder. Thinking of this, she shivered. People are always inadvertently afraid of things that are lethal to them. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, you are so early. I've just been here for a while. Mian Mian, how is Grandma? Do you still have a fever today? I no longer have a fever. I tried it again yesterday. Nothing happened today. I look much better. They even said they would make lunch for us. That's good. Jiang Yuan nodded happily. Grandma Yi meant a lot to her, and she hoped she would be well. Brother Song, look, the wind has stopped and the rain is about to start. I am very happy to be in Kaiyang. But the torturous weather is really terrible. Yeah, it's almost done. Okay, let's exercise quickly. Soni said something and invited everyone to start exercising. The situation is similar to yesterday, except that Jiang Yuan came over to practice batting. Kaiyang and Yi Mian kept chatting, and the atmosphere seemed to be very cheerful. Not only that, but it was also like this in the building. When the rainstorm ends, it means that a new life will begin immediately. Going back to the past has become what everyone longs for. When it ended at 11 o'clock, Jiang Yuan asked everyone to wait. She went back and took out the walkie-talkie she had found before, giving one to each person. You guys take this. I dug it out accidentally. I hope it will be useful. Kaiyang's jaw dropped in shock. With a look of disbelief on his face, I'll go. Sister Yuan, why didn't you find out earlier? I'm even afraid that someone will come over at night and silence us quietly. I still can't inform you and Brother Song. Woo, I don't dare to sleep too much at night. Please take it out earlier. She really wanted to cry with joy, but there was nothing Jiang Yuan could do. She just collected this 2 days ago. How to get it out? I didn't just see this when I was looking for clothes yesterday. It happened to still have electricity. This time, you can have a peaceful sleep. Her tone was teasing, and the overall atmosphere was good. Yi Mian is also happy. With this, communication will be easier. Sister Yuan, you are so kind. Now I can really feel at ease. Song Yi just kept staring at the walkie-talkie and didn't say anything. I don't think there is much electricity left. So let's use it sparingly. After talking about so many useless things, I still have to explain some useful things. The distance between them is not far, so there is no pressure at all when using this. The afternoon is free practice time. Everyone is at home, and Jiang Yuan doesn't want to go into the space. We only have so much time now, and we still have to go in to plant vegetables and so on. So there's no need to be too hasty about packing things. Anyway, the place is big, but you still have to go in to water the vegetables, which affects whether they can eat them later. In the afternoon, the rain stopped. To be exact, it was around 1 o'clock noon. Jiang Yuan had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It had been raining for such a long time, and suddenly stopped. Whether the road ahead is heaven or hell is unknown. However, others don't think so. Cheers came, and someone was actually singing loudly. Jiang Xingji was about to open the window wider to see what was going on, but she stopped him. Be careful. You see, the water level is still so high. We are not close to the sea. When will there be no water? Exposing one's position is definitely not a wise move. My daughter is right. After persisting for so long, we can't let this last tremor pass. Let's pay more attention. Okay, I'll listen to you. The family of 3 reached a consensus. Close the doors and windows, and pull the gauze curtains. In the afternoon, there are especially many people going out. In building 13 alone, there were 7 or 8 ways of people. And she saw Sun Yan's ship. Cruise ships and tourist attractions are particularly conspicuous. Mom and Dad are still exercising in the afternoon. Life is still going on. So what are they doing? Jiang Yuan also felt very tired. She had worked hard these days, and it was really hard. Just as he was about to go back and sleep for a while, Kai Yang's voice came from the intercom. Chapter 111. The extreme cold is coming. Excuse me. The old woman on the 15th floor fell down, and is cursing in the corridor. Jiang Yuan sighed. She didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Deserve it. Is it the old woman? Is there anyone else? She is the only one on her own. And she will be killed if she does any unjust things. It was good news. But no one talked about it again. It's not worth wasting the power of the walkie-talkie for such irrelevant people. That old lady was like a human spirit. How could she not know what was going on? I just don't dare to come over to settle accounts with her. If we encounter her in the future, we still have to deal with it properly. Jiang Yuan cherishes her current life very much. When the extreme cold comes, and everyone knows that life will not only not get better, but will get worse, she will not be able to sleep peacefully. Next to her is Xiang Nuanyuan's daughter, a cute and adorable little ball. Her eyes softened. Baby, in this life, Mother will definitely protect you. I slept until 8 o'clock in the evening, and Xiaonuan miraculously did not wake up. Maybe he woke up and saw his mother still sleeping, so he continued to sleep. Qinyu came over and called the 2 of them to get up. They still had to eat dinner. Jiang Yuan slept well and was in a good mood. I'm going to take out the express delivery in the space and take it apart. There was a small balcony in the master bedroom, and she had brought some woven bags and placed them in it. They are all miscellaneous and not very important things. Just to be famous when thinking about what to bring out in the future. It won't be suspected by my parents. So it comes in handy this time. For safety's sake, she still put the express delivery in the bag and then took it out. The curtains in the bedroom are usually closed. Although Qinyu comes here often, she doesn't know how many things are behind them. Oh my god. My dear, why are there so many express deliveries? Jiang Yuan scratched her head. A little embarrassed. I dumped everything on the ground, leaving only the dining table in the house. Later, because he teamed up with Soni and others, I moved a lot of things. But the living room was still full. This is one of the reasons why she doesn't let everyone come over to her house. Dad? Mom? I went out to collect this before. I slowly saved it myself. They all know that I took some express delivery, but they probably didn't know there were so many. She didn't take out all the express delivery, which would definitely scare the old couple. Qinyu brought the scissors over. Women were the most interested in opening express delivery. Xiaowan is no exception. And you didn't buy it, so it's a blind box. Jiang Xingyi couldn't bear to catch a cold, so he helped pack the express bags and paper boxes. There are all kinds of things, including clothes, toys, daily necessities, snacks, etc. Dad, don't throw that box away. Keep it to start the fire. Okay. Jiang Xingyi was neat and tidy. He directly arranged and tied the paper boxes together. With this little episode, life is not boring. Jiang Yuan followed Qin Yu to see the mushroom stick she kept in the foam box. The temperature outside was too low, but it could be better here. If you turn on the electric heater, putting this box next to it will also work. There are already many mushrooms growing on it, including oyster mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. If you pick it off, that's fine too. Qin Yu meant to raise it for 2 more days and make it bigger so that it could eat 2 more mouthfuls. Jiang Yuan was ashamed and immediately returned to the space to arrange the mushroom stick. The climate inside is suitable, and as long as the humidity is reasonable, it will grow very quickly. I sleep too much during the day and don't want to sleep at night. Shanwan is okay, and the biological clock is relatively standard. Jiang Yuan brought the tablet. Look for Journey to the West, and read it with gusto. Aren't those people outside just monsters and monsters? Brother Monkey's fight is worth watching. In the middle of the night, she was woken up by the cold. Good guy. The hot water bottle is cold and my teeth feel like they are chattering. This is cooling down. Xiaowan's condition is not good either. She is covered with too many quilts at night, and her eyelashes are frosted with breath. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled, and she quickly touched her. Fortunately, except for my cold hands and feet, everything else was fine. After this tossing, the child also woke up. Somewhat unhappy. Mom. Xiaowan. Please don't cry. Mom is here. As he said that, he took the 3-layer quilted pajamas and surrounded his daughter completely. She didn't dare to wait and hurried out to see her parents. Dad? Mom? Wake up quickly. There was a knock on the door, and Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu also got up. Good guy. My teeth are frozen every time I speak. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? It's already the same night as Sanjiushan in our hometown. No. It's already minus 22 degrees. There is an indoor thermometer in the living room, and the red mark is particularly obvious now. Their home is located in the north, and this temperature occurs every year. But it is also a nighttime temperature. It's different in Shishir. It's winter at minus 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, and there are floor heaters in the house. It is estimated that many people will not be able to stand it. Dad, the heater in our house is cold. Is the battery dead? The matter between his daughter and granddaughter was a big deal. So Jiang Xingji didn't dare to delay and went to check it out quickly. Sure enough, replacing the battery with a new one is just a matter of reinserting a latch. Qin Yu also quickly went to get electric mattresses and spread them on both sides. Jiang Yuan bought a lot of thermostatic clothes before, and now she lets everyone wear them to sleep. Ordinary pajamas just don't work at all. Sure enough, as soon as I put on the thermostatic clothes, I felt better immediately. 3 layers of quilted pajamas were put on outside. Dad was even more exaggerated and actually took out a military coat. Mom started to boil water, and the electric hot water bottle was also charged for use. After struggling for a while, he returned to the bed again. Damn. Why did you forget the others? Jiang Yuan patted her head and quickly turned on the intercom. An anxious voice actually came from inside. Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan. The temperature has cooled down. Get up quickly. It's Soni. It seems that he also discovered it. Received. Received. Kaiyong. Mian Mian. How are you doing there? Please reply if you receive it. She also quickly called the other 2 people. Unfortunately, there was no response for a long time. They must have been closed. Just when she was about to go downstairs and knock on the door, Kaiyong replied tremblingly. Hearing that sound made him shiver with cold. I feel it. Let's go see Yi Mian Mian. He got up to pee, and now he became nervous. Yi Mian Mian was okay. Grandma Yi had woken up long ago. I don't know why the weather is so cold, but I covered my granddaughter with their clothes. Jiang Yuan sighed in her heart. Everyone was awake, so it would be fine. I'm just afraid that if I just fall asleep, that would be terrible. Chapter 112. Everything is frozen. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuan knocked on the door of 2002 with an electric blanket. Sister Yuan, are you so early? He opened his foreign chicken cot. He hadn't had a haircut in a long time, and the energetic young man had turned into a sloppy uncle. Yi Mian Mian was cooking porridge when she heard the noise and came over. They are eating together now. Kaiyong Yang can't eat much by himself and can save some liquefied gas. Mian Mian, I still have an extra electric blanket at home. I thought Grandma Yi was old, so I would give it to her. She bought a generator, so Jiang Yuan wasn't worried. Yi Mian Mian was very excited and looked at her, not knowing what to say. with tears in her eyes. Sister Yuan. Thank you. I was still worried. With this, Grandma will feel much more comfortable. Okay. Don't cry. It's so cold. You may freeze your face. Yi Mian treasured her face the most and immediately covered it. She also hurried home and unexpectedly saw Soni at the entrance of the corridor. The other party was standing in front of the door, not knowing what he was thinking. What's wrong? Do you want to go down? Jiang Yuan looked puzzled and opened the door and came in. No. I'm waiting for you. Well? She was slightly surprised. Is something wrong? Soni was silent for 5 seconds, and then said leisurely, the temperature has been abnormal for the past 2 days, so I kept the intercom on. Okay. I get it. There's no need to be so serious. It made her a little confused. Could it be that he was angry because no one opened the door last night? This is too glass-hearted. Jiang Yuan. Look outside. Everything is frozen. What? Her heart beat violently, and deep fear spread. Outside the window. It didn't clear up after the rain. Instead, it was overcast, which made people feel depressed. Under the gray sky, there was still water that could not be seen clearly. Jiang Yuan had astigmatism, and without a high-power telescope, there was no way to directly capture the situation underneath. Is it frozen? When she woke up in the morning, she really didn't take a closer look. It's frozen. After tonight, it will be solid. What do you mean? It's still empty now? However, come to think of it, now half of the 7th floor is flooded. If the whole thing freezes, it will really take some time. When I was a child, in my hometown, in winter, the river surface will freeze, but not underneath. In some places, you can even clearly see the river flowing under the ice. At that time, people who were idle in farming would break holes in the ice and start fishing. Thinking about it now, it is still a good memory. The temperature during the day is a little higher than at night, but it's still around -12 or 13 degrees Celsius. You mean it's going to get cooler tonight? Well, it will definitely happen. Her heart was in her throat. It would be terrible if it got colder. It is estimated that many people will freeze to death. She returned home worried, not because she was worried about other people. Instead, they are worried about what their family should do in the extreme cold. Chinyu brought the electric heater to the living room. As soon as she came in, it was quite warm. This has to be done when fully armed. And one more will probably be opened later. I don't know if the air conditioner can be used. Daughter, come on. Mom has made sour soup dumplings. I'll get you a bowl. Eat it. It warms your body. Jiang Yuan followed her mother into the kitchen. Sure enough, the corners were covered in frost. It seems that the matter of freezing is foreshadowed. It's too cold right now, so remember to cover it. Otherwise the food will get cold in a while. While her mother was still chattering, Jiang Yuan was worried and did not dare to show it. After dinner, no one came out to exercise today, so she turned on the treadmill and let her family run for a while. The temperature inside the room was okay, and I was wearing thick clothes, so I felt better. Outside, it's a different story. The exclamation only lasted for a moment. Her house was well soundproofed, so she didn't really hear it. However, Kaiyan came over to talk about this matter when he had nothing to do in the afternoon. Xiaowan went to take a nap with Chinyu. It was too cold, and she didn't dare to leave her daughter alone. The living room of 2102 looks like a tea party. Yi Mian thoughtfully cooked ginger cola. It was delicious to dispel the cold, so she wanted to make a pot of it when she got home. There were 3 or 4 of them in a group, and one person went down alone, and it seemed like nothing happened. But it was too frozen, and he fell down within 2 steps. Kaiyan was feeling sad as he talked about what happened downstairs. Oh my god! That's 6 or 7 floors away. If it sinks to the bottom, it will be over. Jiang Yuan also lamented that when it comes to this kind of thing, human beings are really as small as ants. Yes, those companions can't save anyone, and they may not be able to react. It's a pity. Yi Mian clicked her tongue twice, and drank 2 large cups of ginger cola with some hesitation. Those who went out yesterday probably got their stuff. Let's see if we want to go out again. This is also the purpose of this trip, to discuss and come up with a result. The food at home is enough to last for a while, but the liquefied petroleum gas cans cannot be used. I want to go to that liquefied petroleum gas station, which is on the mountain. Yi Mian expressed her thoughts, but Jiang Yuan was admiring her inverted sentences. That's good. I'll teach Xianwan next time. Okay. I'd better stock up on more energy-related things. What do you think? Jiang Yuan? Being called out unexpectedly? She quickly pulled back from her thoughts. Liquefied gas or something. It doesn't matter. She just wants money. I have no objection. But how are we going to get out now? We are going to the mountains, and there is no transportation. Liquefied gas tanks are not small things. We have to think about them in advance. Who says it's not? But that's the fact. The three of them were silent. And only Soni spoke indifferently. Plan ahead. When the time comes, we will go out as soon as possible. Jiang Yuan remembered what he said in the morning. Could it be that it will really freeze tonight? Why is he so confident? The tea party for 4 people did not end until 5 o'clock. Yi Mianmian had to go back to cook for Grandma Yi. So everyone dispersed. Jiang Yuan had something on her mind. So she didn't do anything, and went to bed when the time came. I also specially set an alarm clock for myself. Early the next morning, the first thing I did when I woke up was to look at the situation outside. Damn. The windows are covered with beautiful ice flowers. And it looks like it's covered in snow outside. Although there was no snow. The vast sky was exuding an unusual gray-white color. The same goes for the glass on the opposite floor. She looked at it with a high-powered telescope and found it completely frozen. It seems that Soni is right. The situation down there is probably better than yesterday. The whole world was frozen. Chapter 113 Counting Survivors. Jiang Yuan dressed Xianwan in several layers before letting her get up from the bed. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji were busy in the kitchen and were very happy to see mother and daughter getting up. Daughter, wash your hands quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. What I ate today was handmade noodles. All with soup and steaming hot. Xianwan also ate very deliciously. Her body was warm, and she felt good. Mom and Dad, it's really cold today. Let's all wear more clothes, so we don't get cold. If you catch a cold, you'll be in trouble. Even if she didn't say anything. Jiang Xingji was still ready to tell others. Yeah. It's already 20 degrees below zero during the day. Last night, it was estimated to be over 30 degrees below zero. In the past, it would have killed people. After he finished speaking, several people fell silent. In the past, there were relatively few heating facilities. If you lived in the north, you would just burn a Kong or a charcoal brazier. Moreover, the living conditions are not good, and there are not so many warm and thick clothes. When winter comes, it is normal to freeze to death. Later, materials developed rapidly, and many people forgot what happened decades ago. But now, they are trapped in Lushan Yayuan. The floor heating is no longer available, and there are no heating measures this winter. Unlike the countryside, there is a Kong for burning. The weather last night didn't necessarily freeze to death. Xianwan didn't know what happened. Seeing everyone's expressions not looking good, she called her mother directly. What's wrong? Xianwan? More. The little girl handed her little bear bowl over, and Jiang Yuan happily added food to her. Eat more to grow up. None of them said it explicitly, but they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. At the same time, I am very lucky that my home has heating facilities and so much food. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Jiang Yuan again. She was afraid that her mother would talk about what was available and what was not available. So she made an excuse to go to the corridor to have a look and slipped away in an instant. It seems that urging marriage is engraved in the DNA of parents. As long as you are single, you cannot escape this fate. Wow. It's so cold. As soon as it came out, there was a biting coldness, and she couldn't help but gather her clothes. When I saw the hitting equipment, I immediately felt itchy and was ready to practice. Just do what you say. Your physical fitness has not improved yet. After about 5 minutes, Soni came out, taking the little one with him. He was also wearing a military coat. Exactly the same as Jiang Xingji's. Practice? Yes. Warm up? It won't be too cold anymore. Okay. Then I'll practice with you too. Soni watched from the side, occasionally reminding Jiang Yuan that the two of them were very harmonious. After about half an hour, my body had already warmed up, and my coat was a bit unbearable. Jiang Yuan wanted to take it off, but Soni stopped her. It's okay. You won't catch a cold. I'm wearing plenty of clothes. Shh. Someone is coming. Soni put his finger on his lips, made a silent gesture, and then quietly went to the door at the entrance of the corridor. Well, it turned out that she was overthinking and was a little embarrassed. Jiang Yuan did not dare to be vague and quickly followed. Sure enough, there was movement. Quite big. Listening to the footsteps, It looked like there were at least 4 or 5 people. We came up, heading for the 21st floor. Jiang Yuan. Soni. Are you there? It's Sun Yan. He's knocking on the door. Soni looked at her and shook his head. Jiang Yuan got the signal. Neither of them spoke, remaining silent. Sun Yan didn't stop and shouted again. The people next to him, who heard no movement, spoke to him. Did you freeze to death? Why didn't you react at all? Yeah. How about we open the door and go in and take a look? I'm afraid they were thinking about the supplies they had in hand. And they spoke so freshly and refinedly. Sun Yan even looked like a sanctimonious hypocrite. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yuan and Soni are both young people. How can things happen so easily? They probably haven't gotten up yet. Let's wait a while. Wait a while. Is it to further confirm whether they have anything to do, so that they can steal their supplies? Captain, I don't think so. Young people don't even pay attention. And they don't know when the temperature has cooled down. That's right. Look at the bullshit they usually show off. We should not care about them. And they are not members of our alliance. Good guy. When did these people establish an alliance? Why didn't she know about it? Even the well-informed Kaiyang didn't know about it. Don't say that. We are all neighbors on the same building. So naturally we should help each other. Don't say those words again. Do you hear me? Oh my god. This Sun Yan is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yuan. Soni. Are you there? The knock on the door rang again. This time the two of them did not remain silent, but opened the door. Caught off guard, the two groups of people faced each other face to face. Sun Yan was startled for a moment, and then put on a smile. As long as you're okay. Not only are you fine, but you are still alive and well. Lawyer son, what are you doing here today? Her tone was not good. It was best for this group of people to be on the same page with him. That's right. We want to count the survivors in this building. It was too cold last night. And many people. Well, Sun Yan looked sad and hesitated to speak. Is it so serious? What are the casualties? There are already 6 people gone. Most of them are older. Sun Yan said something. And Jiang Yuan sighed in her heart. Sure enough. We still need to increase the body's resistance. We're all fine. So I won't bother you. We're leaving without seeing you off. After saying that, he slammed the door. Although Sun Yan was unwilling to give in, he still had patience and maintained his character. Okay. If you need anything, just come to me. We are all in the same building. And I won't leave you alone. Good guy. Why does it smell like green tea? They want to do something else like counting people. I feel. Before she could finish her words, there was a knock on the door again. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. Are you here? It was Zhang Kaiyan who quickly opened the door. This time he came up alone. What's wrong? That Sun Yan is here. Too. He knocked on my door just now. He originally wanted Grandma to open the door. Later, I was afraid that he would miss me. So I went. Guess what? He actually asked me why I no longer live in the house on the 9th floor. Jiang Yuan was even more sure of her suspicions. They were indeed causing trouble. It seems that he is planning to requisition the empty house. By the way, let's search for the supplies inside. We all need to be careful. Zhang Kaiyang didn't care. He spread his hands and said, My home has been ruined for a long time. Let whoever you like live in it. Chapter 114 Survivor Rescue Center. Jiang Yuanju is prepared for danger in times of peace, and is ready to practice harder. Song actually knew a lot about sword techniques, and gave her instructions on how to use Tangdao. What can you do to maximize your weapons? She studied meticulously. And at the moment of light key, this was a life-saving thing. After 2 days like this, Jiang Yuan seemed to have forgotten the situation outside. She has been practicing, and has Qin Yu and Jiang Xingju together. Xiaowan is not idle either. If she moves, she will get warmer. That afternoon, a few people were still training in the corridor. And Kaiyang Yang ran up in a hurry. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, go and take a look. Many people have gone out. The ice was fine. No one fell through. This was undoubtedly quite exciting news. And several people ran to the windows to look at it. Sure enough. Then we have to make plans. Time waits for no one. So, 10 minutes later, the 4 people gathered together again. This time everyone is very happy and going out again. Although it is cold. If you get the liquefied gas tank, it will be a great thing. You won't have to go out for a long time. I see that there are a lot of people going out today. There are people in every building. They are probably searching for supplies nearby. Well, it will definitely happen. It is estimated that less than 60% of the people who can survive now. When I can go out, I will definitely look for food and firewood. Jiang Yuan's words successfully aroused everyone's good mood. Yeah. We should also find some more wood to use for the fire. Yi Mianmian was very happy. When she was a child, her family came from a rural area, and she did not object to burning fires. I used to use wood taken off the bedside table to boil water. Now that the weather is getting colder, I naturally have to stock up on more. These things are easy to talk about. There is wood everywhere. I remember that there are many restaurants near the university town above. The tables, chairs and benches inside can be used. Kai Yang is very familiar with this place. He often went out to have fun before. Or you can also go to the building materials and furniture city. There are a lot of furniture there. Well, Jiang Yuan felt guilty for a while. It's all in vain. Most of the things are in her space. And a small part has been used. It's too far over there. The wood is easy to collect. So there's no need to go far away. Soni agreed with her statement. After all, it was still very dangerous to go out now. There must be a lot of people going out to look for things. So we have to hurry up. In addition, liquefied gas tanks are not small items. And transportation is also a problem. Jiang Yuan sighed. This is a fact. My car is probably scrapped. It's in the underground garage. It should all be frozen by now. Even if it's fine, there won't be much room for it. What a pity. If she had the space in advance, she would have kept her sacred car. Let's talk about it later. After we agreed, we went back to prepare. Jiang Yuan was still thinking about getting some money. There was a bank nearby, so she would have to find a way to go there. Or I can tell everyone directly tomorrow. It's convenient to go alone, and there's nothing wrong with that. After making up her mind, she told her parents about tomorrow. Worry is nothing but worry. But we have to go. Then I'll go with you. We both have someone to take care of us. Jiang Yuan thought for a while. It was okay for her father to go. But if not, forget it. Dad, listen to me. People can move freely now. When we go out, more people will definitely see us. And then we will take the idea home. I'm afraid that my mother won't be able to cope with it, and has to take care of Xinhuan. Jiang Xingyi thought about it for a while, and realized that this was also the case. Then you must be careful and bring something for self-defense. You know? Well, don't worry. After appeasing my parents, the matter is not over yet. It was almost 3 o'clock now, and I heard a faint buzzing sound. Open the window quickly. The government is sending people with drones. It was Kai Yang's voice that came from the walkie-talkie. As soon as they heard about the government, the three people looked at each other. A rare look appeared in the eyes of Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji. Does this mean that hope is coming? At the very least, the government has not given up on them, and the country is still persisting. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to think too much, so she went directly to open the window. And sure enough, there was a sound. They live on the top floor, and the sound is more pronounced. Citizens, please be aware. Citizens, please be aware that this city's high-speed rail station is now an emergency evacuation center. And survivors are invited to go there. We will provide you with relief. The government will not give up on anyone. Please help each other. The relief center will provide food from time to time. The radio rang overhead and kept replaying. They listened to it 3 times to make sure they didn't miss any information before closing the windows. This drone should be responsible for an area. In addition to this community, it also has to go to other places for publicity. Overall, it's a good thing. So, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them sat on the sofa in 2102 again. Now the Survivor Rescue Center has been built, but it is in the northern suburbs, about 20 kilometers away from us. If we hike there, it's not a small distance. And the weather is still so cold now. What do you say? In fact, Zhang Kaiyang still wants everyone to be together. After getting along for such a long time, we have already developed feelings for each other. Our children are too young. And as you said, it's not easy to get there when it's so cold. There was still a lot of food left. So I didn't go. Jiang Yuan was the first to express her position. One person had one idea, and she just didn't want to go anyway. I won't go either. It's not necessarily what it's like over there. Soni acted calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him. I won't go either. My grandma is not in good health, and I don't dare to bother with it. The 3 people all expressed their thoughts and looked at Kai Yang. Don't look at me. I won't go either. When we come back after finding liquefied gas this time, I can stay here forever. Okay, it's a bit exaggerated, but it's very open-minded. After discussing it, Jiang Yuan thought about telling everyone her thoughts. When I get ready to go up, I'll go to the bank. Now that the rescue center is officially put into use, the cash will definitely be needed later. So, I want some. When the three of them heard that it made sense, they were ready to follow. Didn't we have 70,000 yuan before? Yi Mianyan didn't understand why he needed so much money. If order was really restored, it would be okay to withdraw it at that time. I have to hold more in my hands to feel at ease. Then we can separate. Everyone takes what they need. Just like before. It doesn't matter. Well, the store up there has a lot of stuff. I'll pick up a few more bags tomorrow. Chapter 115 being followed. Soni didn't interfere too much. Jiang Yuan had her own ideas, which he had understood before. A few people discussed it and prepared to go out during the day tomorrow. They don't go to the Survivor Rescue Center, but many people want to go. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a few people set out. It's not that I didn't want to go earlier. It was just too cold. Temperatures are now highest during the day and the afternoon. It was probably around 2 o'clock, but it was still 20 degrees below zero, and my breath turned to ice. What a concept. It's getting colder day by day, and it's really hard to live this day. This time when I go out, I must get some extra cash. If it doesn't work, I will bring my parents and Xiaonuan into the space. Therefore, she was under quite a lot of pressure during this operation. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to be careless. In such a cold weather, she wore thick and thermostatic clothes with baby warmers on the outside. Then there is a velvet and thick outdoor thermal jacket. Then a lambswool vest. And finally a super thick jacket. I also wore waterproof, non-slip and thickened snow boots. Because I was worried, I also put in heated insoles. Wearing a fur-integrated goose-down hat, matching scarf and gloves. His entire body was covered, leaving only his 2 eyes. It has 3 layers inside and 3 outside. And it feels like a ball. As soon as we arrived on the 7th floor, we met an acquaintance. It was Sister Li's family of 3 who lived in 1101. Yi Mianyan was quite happy and went up to say hello. Sister Li, are you going out? The mother and daughter were very happy to see the 4 of them. The 2 children obediently called out to say hello. The life-saving grace will never be forgotten. Mianyan, we are going to take a look at the situation outside and want to go to the rescue center. It turns out that the mother and daughter all belong to a vulnerable group. With official news, hope is naturally captured. Really? That's okay. When are you going to leave? If there is no problem with the ice, I want to leave today. Can you go? We can go together. Sister Li sent out an invitation. If they follow these 4 people, their safety will be guaranteed. We can't go there because it's inconvenient at home. Yi Mianyan didn't say too much, just hitting the point. Oh, I don't know what's going on over there. Even if I feel a little tired, as long as I don't starve to death or freeze to death, it's okay. As he was talking, several more people came over. 2 of the young people were going to the rescue center and were fairly well equipped. The 4 people very wisely made a way for them to go down and see what was going on. The 2 young men were both action-minded, and they might have been afraid that this group of people would have their ideas. After all, they had brought 2 suitcases. What else can I pack now? It's not just food and clothing. It has to be something valuable. The next second, something happened that shocked Jiang Yuan. The 2 of them actually rode away holding the suitcase. Good guy. This thing can actually be used as a tool. The universal wheel is more flexible, and the person is still trembling on the ice, so he might end up squatting. But with the suitcase, the effect is surprisingly good. Not only can I use my strength to support myself and prevent myself from falling, but I can also speed up my progress. They really complement each other. It's still young people's brains that work well. And she feels ashamed. Next to him, Kaiyang was actually a little eager to try. Immediately afterwards, 3 more people went down without bringing anything, probably looking for supplies. Sister Li, I have to go out for a while, so I'll leave first. Okay. You are busy. If the people down there are fine, then they will be fine too. Going out again, Yi Mianyan was still a little excited. The ice is right under the window on the 7th floor, and you can cross it in just 1 step. The 4 of them went out and unexpectedly found that the community was very lively. If nothing else, at least it has popularity. Not daring to be careless, I went straight to the small door next to building No. 15. It was the shortest distance to leave from there. Brother Song, there are really a lot of people going out today. Well, pay more attention. Songy didn't think this was a good thing, but was very nervous. As soon as I went out, the situation outside was not optimistic. The row of shops opposite them had been completely submerged in water, and was now frozen. In the route over to the side, someone was coming in and out, blatantly, not knowing whether it was the shop owner or someone who came here to look for something. Yi Mian looked there, and felt lucky that they had come here before. Most of the supplies are gone, but there are a lot of small shops over there, and you can get some things. This is only for the location upstairs on the side. The bottom is in the ice, as if it has disappeared. People on the road also looked over. Even from such a distance, you can feel the burning gaze. There were even people following them. Song Yi didn't say anything and took the lead, letting Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian stand in the middle and open their arms to the rear. The speed was getting faster and faster. The ground was slippery, and her walking was unstable. Jiang Yuan almost fell down several times. It was Song Yi who held her steady, and the number of people behind her was still following. And instead of one, there were two. There are 2 roads up the mountain, and several people must get rid of these 2 people at the fork in the road. There is a bus stop sign in front of the fork in the road, and next to it is a small flower bed, half of which is now stuck in the ice. But the green belt in the middle is where you can hide. Song Yi didn't hesitate and went straight over. This was a fan-shaped green belt. There is a road on the left and right, both going up the mountain. The 2 people were not far away and watched them come in. When they got to the side, they hesitated for a while before diving in. Song Yi was just behind the tree about 2 meters away, and the other 3 people also hid separately. Do not move. The man didn't expect to be so close, so he focused on the area with many trees in front of him, and was caught off guard by Song Yi's neck. He came in from behind. The person in front turned around when he heard the sound and found that his companion had been held hostage. Neither retreat nor advance. Jiang Yuan was the second closest, also coming out with an ordnance shovel. The ground is slippery, so you can use this to gain some strength. Tang Dao did not put it down, but was carried behind her back and wrapped in a bag, making it very inconspicuous. Don't get me wrong. We are just... Click. Before the man finished speaking, Song Yi directly twisted his neck, and then he fell to the ground with a muffled sound. You actually... Shut up. Jiang Yuan did not take action, but threatened with a weapon shovel. Kaiong and Yi Mian both came out, and everyone was covered so tightly that nothing could be seen. Heroes, please let me go. I just came out to find something to eat. I have no other intention. I beg you. After saying that, he knelt down. Yi Mian glanced at Song Yi and felt that there was no need to kill him all, and was about to speak. Chapter 116. The supermarket on the mountain is about to open. The man fell to the ground and was shocked to find that it was Song Yi who stabbed him. He was so calm that no one reacted. He seemed to be aware of Yi Mian's emotions, and the coldness in his eyes was obvious. If you continue to cut off, you will be subject to chaos. Yi Mian suddenly felt embarrassed. These words seemed to point her in the direction he wanted to explain, but Song Yi had already moved forward. Sister Yuan, that's not what I meant. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Yuan was still confused. She wasn't distracted just now. Why didn't she hear what Yi Mian said? Oh, it's okay. Let's go. What's going on? It's weird. The road up the mountain is not easy to walk. It is too slippery. The 4 of us were very lucky to have chosen the green belt area, which was better because of the vegetation. But if you go up again, it will be troublesome. It's probably 5 or 6 miles from here to the liquefied gas station. We definitely can't do it at this speed. Otherwise, we should go to the nearby commercial street. There are many small restaurants there. Zhang Kaiyang's proposal made the 3 of them deep in thought. There are also banks and ATMs in the commercial street, but I don't know what the situation is now. Let's go up first. You see, the water level here is no longer high. If we go up to higher ground, there probably won't be any water left. That means there is no ice. Let's talk about what to do then. For now, that's all we can do. Song Yi agreed, and no one else had any objections. You've come out of the capital. You can't go back empty-handed. Okay, let's hurry up. Kaiyong has a carefree personality and doesn't think anything of it. Among the 4, he is the youngest and willing to obey. Sure enough, not long after we went up, The ice on the road turned into a thin layer. However, the temperature is lower. Look! That supermarket is open. Zhang Kaiyang's eyes were so good that he discovered it all at once. This supermarket is called Wanjiaxi Shopping Plaza and is located at the southeast corner of the intersection in University Town. There are 4 floors in total, and the supermarket only has 1 floor, which is quite large. In addition to radiating the surrounding schools, there are also dormitories for faculty and staff, as well as several villages above. It has a relatively complete range of items in this area. The prices are reasonable, and the business is quite good. In the past, during heavy rains, everyone bought supplies here. I don't know what the boss is like, but the resources are very sufficient. Brother Song, is it open for business over there? I don't know. Song looked at the half-open door, feeling very confused. Look! Someone's coming out. Jiang Yuan quickly looked over and saw that a person did come through the door. Or to be precise, he came out of it. The other party also saw them and did not hide away. The two sides looked at each other. Let's go over and ask. Song spoke, and several people quickly followed his footsteps. This is a middle-aged man, in his 40s. It can be seen from his beer belly that this man has lived well in the previous extreme weather. The 4 people walked past, but the man did not leave, waiting for them to approach. Do you want to buy something? I just started sorting it out today. Come back tomorrow. When I went, it was really the supermarket owner. Jiang Yuan thought he was here to look for supplies. I didn't expect to meet the real owner, who was not out to watch. Brother, is this supermarket ready to open? Yes. Come and buy whatever you need tomorrow. Remember to bring cash. Okay. Brother, do we have a lot of things in the supermarket now? When the man heard this, he immediately became alert. More or less. It's enough for you to buy. Brother, don't get me wrong. I haven't been out for a long time. I just wanted to ask if there are any vegetables, fruits or anything here? Jiang Yuan laughed, still very curious about this matter. That's not the case. There probably aren't any of these items recently. Don't even think about it. Alright. She pretended to look disappointed and pulled Yi Mian Mian away. Seeing this, the other 2 people also followed. The 4 of them went to the commercial street and only dared to speak after they had put some distance between themselves. If this supermarket opens, it will probably be very popular. Not only that, things are probably going to be very expensive as well. Jiang Yuan was thinking that the price had already been increased before, and all was in cash. Does that mean that this boss has a lot of money? However, most people have no money in their hands, and their mobile phones cannot pay. This is too embarrassing. Who says otherwise? If it really arouses public anger, then he will be dangerous. Ignore him. Let's continue with our plan. Song said this, and several people also remembered the purpose of their trip. When he raised his eyes and looked carefully at the situation in front of him, he was also shocked. The situation in the commercial street is far more serious than that in the community. The houses here are all self-built houses, which are much different from those in Chengdu. Oh my god! Why is this happening? There was really too much broken glass, and the house upstairs looked in ruins and was very desolate. There were also some faintly broken glass particles on the ground, most of which had been washed away by the rain. As far as the eye can see, there is decay everywhere. It's probably not going well inside these stores. What should we do? Soni also felt that it was not very good. When he was in the community, at least there was no such embarrassing place. There's a bank over there. I'll go take a look. Jiang Yuan had said before that if she encountered this, she would definitely go in and have a look. This bank is not big. Just a simple office. There are 3 self-service teller machines outside and 2 workstations inside. The door was not damaged, but the situation inside was not optimistic and messy. Either it was washed away by the heavy rain, or someone stepped on it. There's no need to go in. There's probably nothing here. Zhang Kaiyang was just about to go to the automatic teller machine, but the machine had been pulled out and the money in it was long gone. The machine was put back in vain, and I don't know when it was done. Jiang Yuan felt disappointed for a while. That was money. Without further delay, let's hurry up. Song Yi understood the urgency of the matter. After all, the situation on the mountain was better than that at the bottom. Maybe people can go out without any big problem when it rains heavily. Whether the rest of the items are safe is a mystery. There were quite a few people nearby, so those who were near the water and the towers had little chance of winning. Several people didn't dare to do ink. It was already 12 o'clock. If it were any later, They probably wouldn't be able to go back before dark. It's so cold. Who knows if I'll freeze to death on the road? Chapter 117, Liquefied Gas Station. The location of the liquefied gas station is not very far, and the road is not easy to walk, although there is no thick ice. However, the places where water accumulated before were frozen, and many of the surrounding houses collapsed. Above are some villages with many old houses. For high streets, the situation is even worse. Several people walked cautiously, but they were afraid that if someone were not careful and bumped into something, it would be bad. Look! Is it there? Jiang Yuan was a little excited. She had never been to this place before. Now I can only rely on the offline map. But the damage around me is so severe that I can barely recognize the whole picture. However, one corner of the advertising cloth on the brand was broken, and the whole thing was hanging down. You can vaguely see the word Qi Station. That's enough. Kai Yang also became excited. This is a somewhat remote place. It is quite far from the main street in the village, and belongs to a small alley. Their being here does not arouse much suspicion. There are 2 car washes, and 2 car repair shops at the entrance. The liquefied gas station is at the end, and directly opposite is a waste recycling station. It was a separate courtyard, and the front house was only 30 to 50 square meters. Kian was opening the door. This kind of rolling shutter door was easy for him. After 3 minutes, the door was opened, and the 4 people had excitement in their eyes. This facade is not big either. If you look at it clearly, it only measures 40 square meters. There were liquefied gas tanks, and an electric tricycle inside. There is a table at the door, probably for office use. There is a simple camp bed next to it, probably used for temporary rest. As usual, Soni warned everyone that there was nothing special here. The place was small, and it was basically unobstructed. On the wall directly opposite, there is a door, which seems to lead to the yard behind. She went over to pull down the rolling shutter door, and took out a large night light from her bag. The store was suddenly as bright as day, and no one could be found outside. Soni signaled to Kaiyang to go over and have a look from behind. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, leaned on both sides of the door, because it was not locked. The door handle opened as soon as I pulled it. The 2 of them were also quiet. Jiang Yuan pulled Yi Mianyan behind Kaiyang, just in case of emergency. The light spills into the space at the back, which is similar to a small courtyard renovated, with an iron sheet covering it. It should be a temporary warehouse, with liquefied gas tanks neatly placed inside. There are probably more than 500 of them. That's it. It's safe. Come and take a look. There are so many. We probably won't be able to take them away for a while. Zhang Kaiyan came over and called Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianyan. The 2 of them were indeed stunned by the sight in front of them. It was too much. It would be great if it was all in her space. Now she has to worry about storage. Oh my god. I guess it will last for many years. It's all full. Of course. What are you thinking? People save empty jars. Kaiyan couldn't help teasing Yi Mianyan, and the 2 of them became visibly excited. There are so many. I guess it's hard for us to take them away. Song Yi is a person who always pours a basin of cold water on you when you are happiest. Yeah. Think of a way, Jiang Yuan said. Then turned around and went to the front room. The table had 2 drawers and a small door. See if there is any small money. This is her purpose. I was at the bank just now and couldn't find anything. I was really pissed off. Seeing her coming, Yi Mianyan followed her out. Jiang Yuan went to search the table, and she went to look at the camp bed. It's very clean here. I guess the owner has been here before. There isn't even a water glass. I did find half a roll of toilet paper and 2 rough-edged notebooks. What she wanted. She didn't have even a steel penny, which was embarrassing. Yi Mianyan's place was similar. There were no quilts. Only a pair of slippers with broken bottoms. Why did this person clean up so cleanly? He didn't leave anything useful behind. Jiang Yuan looked at the half roll of toilet paper in her hand, which felt a little damp. Maybe I live nearby. Or when the weather is hot, I move everything. Song Yi and Kai Yan also came over. How to transport so many things was indeed a problem. How about we look around and see if there's anything else we can use? Yeah. I still need to find some firewood. Since everyone is willing, we are ready to go out for a walk. Song Yi was still a little worried. This was in the village, and there were probably many villagers there. Just here. Don't run around. Stay in groups of 2. Good. He and Zhang Kaiyang went to the waste collection place, while Yi Mianyan and Jiang Yuan went to the car wash nearby. The rolling shutter door here is a piece of cake for Jiang Yuan. But compared to Kai Yang, her speed was still a little slower. It's open. Mian Mian. Be careful. Yi Mian Mian didn't dare to be careless. So she followed Jiang Yuan to the left and right. And then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was safe inside. This car wash is self-service, and has 4 machines inside. I don't know what's here. Mian Mian. You search here. I'll open the door next to it. Okay. Sister Yuan. Go ahead. Be careful. And call me if you need it. Good. The second shop next to it was a car repair shop. When Jiang Yuan entered, she was shocked. There is actually a box truck inside. It looks like there is nothing wrong with it. And the chassis is quite high. It would be great if it worked. I restrained my excitement and started to look for things. There was no cash. But there were a lot of new towels, engine oil, glass water, and some car accessories. She picked up some of them. And she probably wouldn't need them later. It would be best if it can be sold. Just wait for the opportunity. Yi Mian Mian finished packing there. And when she came in and saw this box of goods, her eyes widened. Oh my god. Is this car usable? We can make it pull liquefied gas tanks. I think so too. Mian Mian. Go and greet them. Okay. Yi Mian Mian was also very excited and ran towards the scrap station. Soni and Kai Yang didn't expect that they would come across a box of goods. What kind of magical luck is this? With this car, it will be much more convenient. I just don't know if I can drive it. Soni didn't say anything, and asked Kai Yang to help him, and started to check the water tank and so on. Jiang Yuan took Yi Mian Mian to search the remaining stores. There is also a car repair shop next door, and they were quite excited when they opened it. However, this place is very ordinary, and there are no cars. As usual, I was alert, but as soon as I entered, I felt something unusual. The area here is not large, and you can see it at a glance. There is a shelf directly opposite. Jiang Yuan quickly ran over to make sure there was no one there. Ah! Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a scream. Chapter 118 Meeting someone who froze to death. Mian Mian. She hurried over and saw Yi Mian Mian covering her mouth and staring down with fear on her face. This is a pit. When repairing a car, the vehicle is on top and the bottom is suspended, so workers can operate underneath. Soni and Kai Yang heard the sound and ran over quickly. What happened? Is there anyone? She pointed down, and there was someone huddled inside, covered with a piece of clothing. Soni jumped directly. He had seen too many things. He knew what was going on when he saw this situation, and his face turned blue. However, I still checked it carefully. The man is out of breath. He probably froze to death. Not only that, the body was already stiff. Zhang Kaiyang and Jiang Yuan were on top and pulled him up. Keep working. After Soni finished speaking, he went back to tinker with the car, and Zhang Kaiyang followed him. Yi Mian Mian suddenly saw a person, still looking like that, and was a little frightened. Sister Yuan, why do I feel so cold? It's not appropriate for us to carry things like this. What's inappropriate? He won't need it anyway. I'll close the door for him later, and it'll be fine. Even so, she still found it strange. After moving all the useful things out 3 times, Jiang Yuan was not willing to stay any longer. It's still weird to be in the same room with dead people. There were no abnormalities in the remaining stores, and the episode passed quickly. There was no problem with the car. Soni changed the antifreeze with a lower concentration. Several people discussed. Put the liquefied gas cans in. Arrange them in a row. And put some wooden boards on top. 1 more row. And you can put some more. However, it will take 2 trips to end. Let's get these things back first, and then use these door panels to transport them to places with ice. Soni also found a lot of long wood, hammered nails into the bottom, and the simple ice pick was ready. At that time, you can slide on the ice. I'm worried about another thing now. We took these liquefied gas tanks back, but we can't put them in the house. I actually forgot. There is this problem. Jiang Yuan has no room at home, and these are all heavyweights. It would be great if she could come out by herself. At least they could be placed in a space. Yes. What can we do? There are people living in the houses on the 9th and 11th floors. How about we use them? Soni also frowned. If there was no place to put it, then taking it back would be in vain. What should we do now? Indeed, this question is too difficult. How about this? Let's decide how much we need based on our needs and the specific situation at home, and try to take it back in 1 trip. Put the rest here. Soni was talking about the most practical problem now. But it was a pity to give up the supplies that were finally found with great difficulty. I agree. This is all we can do now. I don't have much room left at home. So I'll just have 15. Jiang Yuan was the first to express her stance. Sometimes, giving up is also a kind of gain. I'll keep 10. Where are you two? Yi Mianmian and Kai Yang looked at each other. And the last one also asked for 10. There were 45 in total. And they were picked up in one car without having to make 2 trips. Okay. Then hurry up and pretend. 2 people can sit in the front of this box. And the remaining 2 can sit in the back with a liquefied gas tank. After loading the car, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. By this time, it was already dark. A few people didn't dare to delay. The temperature dropped sharply at this moment. And people might really die. Soni drove and asked Zhang Kaiyang to sit in the passenger seat. He was familiar with this place. In addition, 2 men seemed to be more effective in fighting. If you meet someone with evil intentions, you should at least think twice. He was much more wary than the 2 of them sitting on it. After everything was done, we drove the car to the entrance of the alley. Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The people in front heard it. Quickly parked the car. Came down from Kaiyang. And opened the door at the back. Sister Yuan. What's wrong? I forgot my ordnance shovel. Wait until I get it. With that said, she ran out. Shall I come with you? No. I'll be here soon. Jiang Yuan said this and hurried to the liquefied gas station. Just kidding. Wouldn't it be a shame to throw away so many cans? I don't have time to explain too much. So let's get it done quickly. In fact, the ordnance shovel had been placed in the space for her a long time ago. And this trip only took 3 minutes. She ran back and forth and didn't waste much time. When I got to the door, I took the electric tricycle in as well. To perform a show, you need to do a complete set. Take out the weapon shovel from the space. And walk outside. Oh my god. You scared me to death. She had just closed the rolling shutter door. And when she turned around, she suddenly saw Soni's face. It really shocked me. This person had become suspicious of her before. And it would be dangerous if he was allowed to see what was going on inside this time. Hundreds of liquefied gas tanks disappeared out of thin air. And she couldn't explain it even with 100 mouths. What to do? What to do? I am so anxious. Ouch. Hurry up, Soni. I feel so cold now. My hands are shaking with cold. When Soni heard this, he was indeed a little moved. He quickly went over, took her hand and covered it. It was indeed very cold. When I was collecting the liquefied gas cans just now, I had to touch them directly. So wearing gloves was not enough. The jar is also cold. And now my hand is not just frozen. As soon as Soni touched Jiang Yuan's hand, his expression immediately changed, and he quickly rubbed it for her. It's no joke in such a cold weather. If your hands are frozen, you will suffer. In order to prove herself, Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with this meeting. However, I immediately realized that something was inappropriate, and quickly pulled it out. Let's go quickly. It will probably get colder soon. Good. Soni said, and gave Jiang Yuan his big cotton gloves. No. I have it here. As he said that, he put on his gloves. Her gloves were also very warm. But Soni put the gloves directly into her hands. Well, this is so embarrassing. The 2 of them went back very quickly. When they arrived at the car, Yi Mianmian and Kai Yang also came over quickly. Seeing the military shovel in her hand, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Here you go. You still have to drive. She couldn't take away the gloves. And it wasn't like she didn't have them. There is no point in getting 2 pairs. She and Yi Mianmian hurriedly got into the car, as they needed to be hung up outside. Jiang Yuan thought it was too dark. So she took out the big night light. There was a small square hole at the back of this box, which was usually used for ventilation. Jiang Yuan opened it, and could see what was going on outside. It's not for anything else. I just want to see that supermarket. Is there anyone there at night? Chapter 119 Blatant Robbery. Sister Yuan, what are you looking at? Yi Mianmian was a little curious. But the hole was only a little bit small. If Jiang Yuan was there, she wouldn't be able to get through. I looked at the supermarket in the morning, and wondered if there would be anyone there at night. Oh! She wasn't very interested. So she didn't ask any more questions. It was very dark all around. And Soni's car didn't dare to drive too fast. The road is not easy to walk. And there are such heavy things. No matter how good the technique is, It will not work. TSK. What's wrong? Sister Yuan? Jiang Yuan closed the small hole. And the wind howled. Then the boss is so brave. He's actually here at night. Oh my god. He even turned on the lights. Isn't it obvious that you are looking for death? Oh my god. He is really brave. Who says it isn't? I guess the generator is pretty loud. Jiang Yuan was faintly worried in her heart. Probably the boss thought it would be the same as before. He is preparing to do something big and make some money. I wish him good luck. Soon, we arrived at the green belt at the fork in the road. Several people came down. First took down the wooden boards, and then put the liquefied gas cans on them. One board can hold about 10. There were 4 boards in total. Soni came down and tied the 2 large ones together, and then put 30 liquefied gas cans on them. Kakai Yang and I will go back first, and you two will wait here. If you meet other people, just hide. You know? Well, don't worry. We can do it. But you two must be careful with so many things. It's okay. When someone asks, they just say that we bought it at the supermarket above. Well, this move diverted disaster to the east, which was somewhat damaging. Jiang Yuan silently sweated for the supermarket owner, feeling really sorry. The two walked away quickly, using this wooden board as a cushion to reduce friction. The speed will be much faster, but the things on it are too heavy, so walking is still quite difficult. And it doesn't look like it's very fast. Seeing the 2 figures gradually disappearing from sight, Jiang Yuan looked at Yi Mian and tortured her soul. Mian, I don't think we should sit still and wait for death. What do you want to do? Yi Mian instantly felt as if the little white rabbit had been tricked by the big bad wolf. And Jiang Yuan's smile did not diminish. 3 minutes later, the 2 men took out the remaining 2 boards. Then he began to carry the remaining liquefied gas cans hummingly. Well, the strength of a female man should not be underestimated. There was no ice where the car was parked, so they had to carry it down about 20 meters. Jiang Yuan also wanted to tie the 2 wooden boards together, but there was no rope. There were useful things in the space, but she didn't dare to take them out. Mian, can you draw one yourself? No problem. Sister Yuan, I think this is no different from the ice car used in skating. By the way, it's pretty much the same. Now that I've said that, it's a done deal. There are still 15 left. Jiang Yuan placed 8, and Yi Mian placed 7. 2 bags of collected items were also placed on her board. When they got to the ice, and were about to leave, Jiang Yuan repeated her old trick. I went back, and put the boxes of goods into the space. The space of this car is not small. If I modify it later, it can be used as a RV. How could it be thrown here? It's such a waste. A simple ice pick. Not very easy to use. But it's okay. It is much more convenient than walking. But with limited strength and cold weather, it is really difficult. Fortunately, it's not far from the community, and it's all downhill. Jiang Yuan took the lead, followed by Yi Mian. One after another. Very harmonious. And there's only one way back, so I'm not afraid of missing Soni and the others. In about 40 minutes, we arrived at the small door on the side of building No. 15. Sister Yuan, this is too small. You can't go in. Indeed, it is an extraordinary passage. Move. At this time, you can't chat. And you can't go to the main entrance. How many people have to see it? It's too ostentatious. Absolutely not okay. Jiang Yuan came down first, and Yi Mian quickly followed. The 2 of them moved in the liquefied gas first, and then moved the wooden boards. After everything is done, it is very convenient to put the can on the wooden board and drag or row it back. The 2 of them didn't dare to do it in the dark. It was too dark. So dark that you couldn't see your fingers. And there was some movement. I just finished it, and I was sweating all over. After passing through the row of buildings in front, I reached building 13. Victory is right in front of us. But there is one person who is short-sighted. Here in building No. 15, someone actually came out. Crossing their only path is intercepting them. Moreover, it came out so fast that she didn't even have time to react. When I came up, I carried a liquefied gas tank and ran away. Jiang Yuan had such a bad temper. Stop. Oops. It was too slippery. And she fell straight out. And she just slipped for a while. That person probably didn't expect this thing to be so heavy. He usually uses natural gas, which is rarely accessible. Yi Mian gave up and chased after her. Seeing that she fell, she wanted to help her. The man couldn't run fast, so she picked up the ice pick in her hand and threw it directly. Ah! Unexpectedly, it hit the man directly in the back of the head. At this moment, he was covering his head and looking back at the two of them. That is, not far away. Jiang Yuan slid over steadily, with an ice pick in her hand. There is a nail on the front, which is very long and thick. As soon as he went up, the man hurriedly hid behind him. Yi Mianmian took the opportunity to squat down and snatch the can. He was holding a small bottle of anti-wolf spray in his right hand and was about to show off his skills. But after pressing it several times, there was no response. I'm going to freeze. Well, high-end fighting often only requires the simplest method. Jiang Yuan came over waving the ice pick, using all her strength. The man couldn't dodge. With a click, the stick broke. Good guy. This is a stick with a thick arm. It made her mouth hurt. The man also fell to the ground in response, before the curse could be heard. But he said ah and didn't stop it. Sister Yuan, what should I do? Ignore him. He will freeze to death. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise things will change if we wait too long. Something could happen at such a short distance. And it may not have alarmed many people just now. Fortunately, the two of them were tightly wrapped and didn't worry about anything. The ice pick is gone, so I can only drag it forward. Soni and Kaiyang seemed to be in trouble. They didn't move at the entrance, and there was still light over there. It was impossible to put things here, so I had to bite the bullet. Mian, speed up. Jiang Yuan was a little anxious and hurried forward. Brother, don't be so stingy. We are all our own people. If we buy it tomorrow and return it to you, it will be okay. Chapter 120. Kaiyang is injured. Yes, there are so many. You can't use them all, so give us some. With that said, the man took action. The pressure on Song Yi's side was low, and he was already walking back and forth on the edge of anger. Open! What did you say? Don't be nervous. I'll just take this one. Ah! Suddenly, the man covered his right arm and screamed. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian both heard it and came over. They put the remaining two boards on the ground and ran towards the window. That man was hit with a stone by Song Yi. He has always been very good at this move. If you don't eat the toast, you'll be punished with a drink. Beat him. The man was also gritting his teeth. Seeing that Song Yi and the others only had 3 people and a dog, he didn't take it seriously. When Jiang Yuan came in, there was already a fight. Not to be outdone, Song Yi and Kaiyang, as well as Jiang Xingji, took up the challenge with weapons in hand. Jiang Xingji's Hongyin gun. Kaiyang's was the watermelon knife he had picked up in the service area before. As for Song Yi, he actually also took a knife. It's not long, but it's very sharp. The kind that can cut blood. The fighting power of the little one should not be underestimated. He would catch a person and bite him severely. Moreover, it is very flexible, and it is almost impossible for people next to it to touch it. The situation was chaotic, and she was not to be outdone. She pulled out her Tang Dao and directly joined the melee. There was a man next to him, who looked like he was not afraid of death, and took the opportunity to grab the liquefied gas tank next to him. Jiang Yuan saw it and went directly over. Do what? Her voice was not quiet, and the man heard it and was excited. Instead of letting go, he dragged her faster. Infected by the environment, she also had a strong desire to kill in her heart. He went up and kicked him, but the man had quick eyes and quick hands and managed to avoid it. And he didn't give up and didn't put down the liquefied gas tank in his hand. Jiang Yuan took the Tang sword and swung it over. Song Yi had guided her several times in the past few days, and her sword skills had obviously improved a lot. Seeing that he couldn't resist, the man panicked. No more. I'll give it all back to you. Don't kill me. She didn't want to either. It would be great to live in peace and harmony. But it had reached this point, and it was impossible to stop. Run quickly. Don't step on me. Ah. There were many people inside the stairs, because there was a fight at the top and the people at the bottom were ready to run. But no one gave way, and those who walked slowly were pushed and then stepped on. The stairwell on the 7th floor was a mess, with wailing sounds everywhere. Moreover, there are many people, and there is no room for so many people. It was so crowded, and there were corpses on the ground, and there were screams and cries, making it miserable. In less than 5 minutes, the rest of the people ran away, leaving only corpses in 2s and 3s. The man who took the lead before was still alive, and had been stabbed several times. At this moment, he was climbing up the stairs to the 8th floor in fear. Soni was pressing forward step by step, with a cold look on his face. You can't. Before the next words were spoken, Soni had already drawn his sword. The messy ground and even the liquefied gas tanks on it were not spared, with a lot of blood splattered on them. Are you okay, Sister Yuan? Zhang Kaiyang is injured. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to think too much and ran over quickly. The other party also brought a guy here, and just now, he subconsciously stretched out his arm to block the knife. What happened? Kaiyang's right arm was stabbed with a gash, and it was bleeding now. It doesn't matter. Fortunately, it's thick. The man's knife is a small dagger. It only shed a little blood. He said that deliberately, but it was actually quite serious. Go up first. I have a medical kit at home. Stop the bleeding first. Jiang Yuan said this, and went to see Jiang Xingji again. Dad? Are you okay? Are you injured? I'm fine. Daughter, hurry up and clean up Xiaozhang. Jiang Yuan helped Kai Yang go upstairs, while Soni, Jiang Xingji, Yi Mianyan, and Xiaodao stayed behind to clean up. This time, he was sent to 2002 and asked to sit in the living room. Because I was injured, I had to take off my clothes later. If I went to Jiang Yuan's house and came back after finishing it, it would be too much trouble, and it would be easy to get cold. Grandma Yi saw it, and was a little scared. Why is this happening? Where is Mianyan? Where is she? Seeing the old man holding her arm nervously, she quickly comforted him. Grandma, don't worry. Mianyan is fine. She's just downstairs. She'll be up in a minute. That's good. That's good. The old man felt relieved instantly. When he saw Zhang Kaiyang, he started to help him get medicine. Jiang Yuan helped him to the sofa and looked at the person in front of her, already feeling a little uncomfortable. Don't move here. I'll go up and get the medicine box. Grandma, just watch him and boil some hot water. Okay. You go. I'm here. There is no other way. Under special circumstances, everyone must take action. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay and ran up quickly. Xinyi didn't know what was going on. He was also startled, and without any time to explain, he took the medicine box and ran away. Kai Kaiyang, don't be afraid. I'll clean it up for you now. In fact, the wound was not big, just a bit deep, and the white flesh inside could already be seen. This man also committed a fatal blow, and Jiang Yuan was busy trying to stop his bleeding. It was difficult to take off clothes in this situation, so she simply brought scissors over. Just cut the clothes open. That's all. Sister Yuan, do not talk. Zhang Kaiyang must have felt embarrassed. Although the wound was not big, it was bleeding a lot, and his whole arm was about to be stained red. She had to pay attention to Jiang Yuan's speed. After cutting the clothes, Grandma Yi brought a basin and a thermos over. He wiped them briefly, and then started to stop the bleeding. She didn't know exactly how to do it, so she could only use clean gauze to hold him down. After a while, the bleeding will naturally stop. However, this wound is too big, and the degree of difficulty is much higher, so I don't dare to underestimate it. Previously, at an outdoor goods store, the first aid kit prepared by the boss contained Panax Nodo Ginseng styptic powder. She put a little on it, but she didn't know how effective it would be. Just in time, Soni and Jiang Xingji came back, each carrying 2 liquefied gas cans. From the looks of it, Yi Mianyan and the little one should have been left behind. Also, in the scene just now, it is estimated that no one would go up to it. Kaiyang, how's it going? I just cleaned it up and applied Sanchi styptic powder. I don't know how effective it will be, so I can only hold it like this. Soni took a look, and then quickly went upstairs. When I came down again, I had a bottle of hemostatic powder in my hand. Use this. The effect is good. Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay, and quickly reapplied Kaiyang's medicine. Soni had been a soldier before, and he was not an ordinary soldier. He would definitely have some understanding of such wounds. You keep an eye on him. We're going down first. Okay. After the two left, Jiang Yuan helped Kaiyang back to her room and let him lie on the bed to rest. Chapter 121 Mother and Daughter Seek Revenge. He couldn't be idle, and went down to move things. Grandma Yi was at home, so she kept an eye on them, and they didn't go back and forth for too long. Kaifang Yang's condition is not bad. His injuries are not fatal, and he will be fine if he takes good care of him. The liquefied gas tanks are quite heavy. Soni and Jiang Xingji have to carry 2 at once, and have to climb stairs. It will definitely be too much for them after too many times. Moreover, Jiang Yuan also feels sorry for her father, as he is getting older. By the time we got to the 7th floor, it had been simply tidied up. Sister Yuan, how's Kaiyang doing? As soon as she came down, Yi Mianmian hurried over to ask her about the specific situation. The bleeding has stopped. Let him rest now. Grandma is watching. It's okay. Oh, that's scary. She was relieved to hear that everything was fine. Mianmian, where were those people just now? Jiang Yuan was referring to the dead ones. There was no one on the ground now. But the blood stains were still shocking. Throw it down. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no place here. What she said was reasonable. But now that it was thrown down, it was different from when it was filled with water. There is ice underneath. And if someone hits it, their brains will probably explode. Fortunately, it's only the 7th floor. Otherwise it would be even scarier. I'll help move things first, and we'll talk later. Time waits for no one. And things will change if things are delayed. It is better to get things back quickly and rest assured. Okay. Yi Mianmian also knew that now was not the time to chat. And she was not idle here either. Pack up everything outside, and make sure that others come down, and have things to take away. This way, no time is wasted. Jiang Yuan had some difficulty holding the 2 gas tanks. But when she got upstairs, she could put things into the space. There is an empty can inside that has been used up. Just take it out and pretend to be okay. If you hear footsteps, take it out quickly. With the number now limited, she didn't dare to go too far. It would be bad if she was discovered. After going back and forth 3 or 4 times like this, there aren't many things down there. If everyone is together, we can go back in one trip. She had just reached the 10th floor when she heard crying and cursing, and secretly screamed in her heart that she had to get down quickly. Soni and Jiang Xingji both just went up. So they probably just arrived now. I'm going to kill you to avenge my husband. She didn't expect that it would reach this point. There are 2 women on the other side. One in his 40s, and the other in his 20s. At this time, the middle-aged slightly fat woman was holding Yi Mianmian's hair and banging it against the wall. Mianmian. She hurried over, ready to help. But the young girl blocked the person who was going down the stairs. What do you want to do? Let me tell you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. She stretched out her hands as if she was in danger. Roll. Jiang Yuan's teeth were about to crack, and she shouted in a loud voice. Don't toast, ah. She won't spoil this girl. Just kick her when she goes up to her. The girl wanted to scare her, but she unexpectedly launched a sneak attack and was caught off guard. After kicking the person sideways, Jiang Yuan wanted to go over. But the girl didn't fall down. And now she became angry. I'll fight with you. As he said that, he rushed towards her. Because he was in a hurry. The 2 of them were right next to each other. Jiang Yuan had no time to dodge, and was scratched by her. By coincidence, she scratched her face along the ear. Just now, she felt a little hot while climbing the stairs upstairs and downstairs. So she exposed her nose and mouth. What a disaster. Hack you. Backhand. Slap in the mouth. These days of physical training are not in vain. The girl was immediately stunned. Jiang Yuan was still angry, and kicked her twice more. Yi Mianmian couldn't resist the strength of the 8th wife, and was knocked a little. When the man saw the situation here, he was also worried about the girl. Jiang Yuan hurried over, picked up the ice pick next to her, and hit the dead woman on the butt directly. Ah, it really hurt. But she didn't let go, still holding Yi Mianmian's hair tightly. Jiang Yuan continued to exert force. But she didn't believe it. Sure enough, on the 3rd blow, she couldn't avoid it, and could only cover it with her hands. However, the wooden stick hurts more when it hits the hand. Ah! Screamed, and she let go of Yi Mianmian's hair. It was originally a bun, but now it's all messed up. Like a madman. And there are a lot of broken hair on the ground, which must have been removed by the woman. It was really a murderous move. This reminded Jiang Yuan of the school bullying she had seen on the news before. This person was definitely not a good person. And there was murderous intent in his eyes. The young girl behind actually spoke first. Hysterically. You killed my father. Are you going to kill me and my mother now? So, this is for revenge. Yi Mianmian quickly came over to Jiang Yuan, took advantage of the woman's pain, and without bothering, picked up the ice pick in her hand and hit it directly. If you pull my hair out, aren't you going to kill me? Come on. She must have been in too much pain. And she was actually a little crazy at the moment. The young girl next to her saw it, and quickly begged for mercy. Don't be too big. Don't fight. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to do, so she just waited nearby. Song Yi and Jiang Xingji also came down. The girl thought she was a neighbor in the building, so she quickly crawled over and tried to pull Song Yi's trouser leg. As a result, the other party was a person who was quite opposed to others touching him, so he kicked the girl out directly. This kick was so powerful that the girl slipped directly onto the opposite wall. Good guy. The stop just now has not been said yet. However, Song Yi is a straight man who doesn't know how to show mercy to women. Over there, Yi Mianmian was almost done venting, and the woman was extremely embarrassed. However, there is still energy. I don't know who your husband is. The people who died just now were all people who wanted to steal our things and use the knife first. You two take care of yourself. Next time, it won't be as simple as now. Yi Mianmian didn't do anything and straightened her messy hair. I followed the other people and picked up their things and went back, leaving the wooden boards intact as well, which can be burned for warmth. Mianmian, are you okay? It's okay, Sister Yuan. Fortunately, you came in time. When they came over just now, I thought they were both women, so I wasn't prepared. Who knew that these two bastards actually wanted my life? You know, I won't let the little ones go back and bite them to death. Yi Mianmian was still angry, but Jiang Yuan felt a little uneasy. You better be careful. That mother and daughter don't seem to be a good couple. Yi Mianmian didn't care. Now she was so angry that even the beating just now didn't calm her down. Don't be afraid. If they dare to come, I will kill them. Chapter 122 Lost the prize. She was really angry. As Song Yi said, she couldn't sympathize with anyone in the last days. Several people arrived at 2002 and went to see Kaiyang's condition first. He fell asleep and did not disturb him. When Jiang Xingji saw the scars on Jiang Yuan's face, he immediately quit because he felt so distressed. Daughter, it hurts. Wait, Daddy will go up and get you some medicine. No, it's okay. Dad, don't worry. I'll go back with you. Mianmian, how are you? I have nothing to do. Sister Yuan, please go back and take a rest. Yi Mianmian also had scratches of varying degrees on her body, mainly on her face and the back of her neck. The hair is also crucial. And then, the forehead was hit twice. However, she resisted vigorously at the time, so the damage was not serious. Grandma Yi also looked at her distressfully, touching her messy hair and shedding tears. The medicine box is here. Let's take care of it together, and then go up. Song Yi spoke first, and everyone had no objections. By the way, Dad, you should go back first. My mother is at home, and was busy getting medicine for Kaiyang just now. I didn't explain it to her. Not sure why you're worried. Just go back and tell her. Okay. If you need anything, just call me. Jiang Yuan was fine, and Jiang Xingji was relieved. He could make some delicious food for his daughter when he went back. Song Yi went to get the medicine box and brought cotton swabs, iodophor, and Yudon Biao band-aids. Jiang Yuan, come and sit down. His tone was light, making her subconsciously want to refuse. But when he saw Yi Mianmian comforting Grandma Yi, he decided not to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, you can clean it up yourself in front of the mirror. She sat down quietly, and Song Yi took a cotton swab to clean her up, and then applied some iodine. The cold feeling made her feel a little uncomfortable. She stretched out her hand but didn't touch it. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Just a little cold. Just bear with me, and I'll put a band-aid on you. Otherwise, it's going to be so cold, and you'll be more likely to freeze. Good. Song Yi was very patient, and helped her finish it bit by bit. The two people were quite close, and Jiang Yuan could see his resolute jawline. Damn. What was she thinking about? She quickly averted her eyes. Fortunately, the wound was not big, and was healed quickly. In order to cover up her embarrassment, she got up quickly. Mianmian, come here, and let me check you out. Yeah. Take a quick look, and give me some medicine. At Grandma Yi's urging, Yi Mianmian sat where she had just been. This time Song Yi stopped taking action, and asked Jiang Yuan to apply medicine to Yi Mianmian. Most of them are just small scars. Not serious. I sprayed them with Yudon Biao spray, and it was alright after 2 days of treatment. Okay. Mianmian, please pay more attention to keeping warm. Don't let the wound touch the water. And don't eat hairy food for the past 2 days. Do you understand? Well, I understand. Sister Yuan, you should be more careful yourself. You are also injured. Jiang Yuan touched the band-aid on her face, and smiled indifferently. It's okay. This is just a small problem for me. There was a low pressure on Song Yi's side. But she didn't notice it. Let's go! Okay. Let's go back first. You and Grandma should pay attention to Kai Yang. Do not worry. Song Yi walked in front without looking back. Feeling strange. There were still 2 steps to go until he reached the stairwell. When he suddenly stopped. Jiang Yuan didn't know why and asked subconsciously, "What's wrong?" Song Yi turned around and looked at her without saying a word. Her eyes were full of inquiry. And her heart suddenly jumped. Oh my god. He must have discovered her. She had no room to use this time. What's wrong? There's something written on my face? Song Yi sighed. As if he hated iron. Jiang Yuan. Why don't you wait there? It turns out that this is the problem. It's so scary. I don't see much. And it won't be safe for you too when you come back. So I'm just going to see if I can get rid of it. As a result, Yi Mianmian and I are pretty good. Look. We got back every last one. Song Yi was speechless. This woman was really fearless. This is dangerous. You know? Nonsense. Of course it's dangerous. Now, the only people who are not dangerous are dead people. And she can't die. I know. But there's nothing we can do. We can't sit still and wait for death. Just now, Yi Mianmian mentioned to Song Yi about the person he met on the side of building No. 15. He was quite anxious when he heard that the 2 girls were in danger. Jiang Yuan. I hope you can be obedient next time. Speaking of which, this was not the first time she had done this. And Song Yi always felt a little uneasy. Don't talk to me like that. We are a team. And I know you, and Kai Yang think you are boys. Everyone wants to take care of me, and Yi Mianmian. But this is not fair to you. We are not porcelain dolls. We cannot do nothing. Song Yi wanted to say something else. But he didn't know what to say. Jiang Yuan felt relieved when she saw him like that. She was probably worried. Okay. It's nothing. Hurry up. It's so cold. Hearing that she was cold, Song Yi hurriedly opened the door. And they both hurried home. Jin Yu heard the noise and ran over quickly. Daughter. Let me take a look. Mom. It's okay. Just a little injury. I put a band-aid on it, and now I can't see anything. My daughter is so beautiful. Damn it. She bullies people like this. Okay. Let your daughter come back and have something to eat quickly. She hasn't eaten for a day. Although it is a bit exaggerated. I am really hungry. Your dad is right. My daughter. Come quickly. Mommy will cook dumplings and sour soup for you. Since you were injured, you didn't put in the chili pepper. Even so, the smell was terrible. So Jiang Yuan went back to wash up first. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom door, she saw Xiaonuan sitting on the corner of the bed, as if waiting for her. Baby. What's wrong? Mother. As Jiang Yuan spoke, she picked up her daughter and kissed her on the forehead again and again. Mom. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's healed. Is Xiaonuan good? Well, Xiaonuan is very good. Jiang Yuan hugged her out, feeling very happy. My daughter is soft and cute. The most important thing is that she is very obedient. Where can I find her? The 2 of them ate quickly. The soup was simmering and warm to their stomachs. Daughter. You see there is no room at home now. So don't go out these days. Yeah. It's not quiet outside either. Look. Everyone is ready to make a move. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji were both worried about her safety. But what they said was true. Well, it's true. I've been at home recently and haven't gone out. However, Mom and Dad, there is a supermarket opening on the mountain. Just above us. It is only 1 stop away by bus. Chapter 123, coming to the door. The 2 of them don't know much about this place. But 1 stop is really not that far away. Daughter, do you want to go? Although Jiang Xingji was unwilling, he still asked Jiang Yuan what he meant. It depends on the situation. If it's nothing serious, we should go there. Although there is a lot of food at home. There are not many vegetables. There is also a lot of food in the refrigerator. Moreover, there are also fresh fruits. It would be great if you can buy some. In fact, she wanted to go there and have a look. Preferably if she could get some money. The banks are now closed, and there is no money in the ATMs. This is the situation on the mountain. And it is probably not much better in other places. Now that we can move around, it will definitely be very popular over there. And it's cash only. There are still a lot of clothes in her space. And she can't even wear them. It would also be great if we could cooperate with them, or find a way to exchange some money. Mainly because she has no other choice at the moment. That's right. We can have as much fresh vegetables and fruits as we want. I'm afraid there are not many over there, and the supply will be limited by then. So one person won't be able to buy much. Well, this is indeed a problem. Let's talk about it after it's over. Dad, you should go back and rest for a while. You must be exhausted today. I'm fine, but you should go back to sleep quickly. Actually, it's still early, but I really need to go back and rest for a while. Jinyu had plugged in the electric blanket for her a long time ago. And now the bed is warm. The electric heater is also working. And I have just finished eating. So my body is warm. Jiang Yuan was not sleepy. So she lay on the bed and took out her mobile phone. Since there was no signal, this phone has been used to tell the time and serve as an alarm clock. It's rare for me to have some leisure time. So I just open and read novels, which can be regarded as entertainment. Xianwan played for a while and ran back. Jiang Yuan found cartoons. Mother and daughter enjoyed their world together. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Yuan was ready to go to sleep. And Kaiyan Yang's voice came from the intercom. Help! We are surrounded. She was just afraid of danger. So she opened it after she came back. I thought nothing would happen. But I still waited. But when I feel sleepy, I get really angry. Hold on. We're coming down now. It was Song Yi's voice. And he knew it. Get it? Don't be afraid. Jiang Yuan also quickly replied to reassure them. Xianwan. Mom has to go out for a while, and ask Grandma to come and stay with you. Mom, can Xianwan come with you? No. When Xianwan grows up, she can go out with her mother, she said while getting dressed. Now that everything has been sorted out, come over and talk to Jiang Xingji and Qinyu. He also hurried out, not letting Jiang Xingji follow him this time, because it was not very safe upstairs. When he went out, he saw Song Yi. It was obvious that he was waiting for him. In the corridor, you can hear the sounds below, banging on the door very hard, and impatient shouting at the door. The two of them didn't dare to delay and hurried down. What are you doing? The place was actually full of people, and it was completely dark. Jiang Yuan brought a big night light. Many people were uncomfortable with the light, but it successfully attracted everyone's attention. It's them. These two are also murderers. No one can be spared. The person who accused her was a middle-aged woman, and it seemed that she was probably a family member of the victim. They came down the stairs, and could still see the situation clearly. In the afternoon, the mother and daughter who hurt Yin Yin were also among the crowd. So, this is a team coming to take revenge. I want to see who it is that won't let us go. Her voice was loud and filled with a sense of majesty. Chief son, you can't ignore this matter. Now they are still threatening us. Tell us what to do. Yes, we must give us an explanation today. My man's death cannot be in vain. There is still a bit of anger among the people. But where is Sun Yan? She didn't even notice that at this time. The door of 2002 also opened. He must have heard the commotion and came out to unite with them. Even Kaiyan came out, wearing a large cotton-padded jacket to cover the injury on his arm. Ahem. Everyone, stop arguing for now and listen to what I have to say. Sun Yan's voice came, and Jiang Yuan saw that he was on the stairs coming up from the 19th floor. No wonder she didn't see it just now. As he spoke, he walked up, followed by 4 or 5 people. It really feels like a boss. And those who don't know better think he is the two emperor. Song Yi, Jiang Yuan, Zhang Kaiang and Yin Yin. You really went too far with what happened this time. Don't you know that if you can't discuss things properly and commit murder with a knife, it's a crime? Jiang Yuan was a little funny, and her eyes looking at Sun Yan were full of hostility. Do we know what it has to do with you? Besides, it's not the first day you know who we are. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? After saying that, he gave him a big eye roll. Sun Yan was a little unhappy, adjusted his glasses, and said solemnly, Jiang Yuan, don't talk about what is and isn't. If you don't give an explanation for what happened today, there is no way to make it right. Jiang Yuan is not to be outdone. She is a salesperson and relies on her words. How can she be afraid of him? What a joke. What is there, and what is not? If I read it correctly just now, you must have been hiding downstairs. As the building manager, you are really good for not leading by example, and allowing so many lesbians to take risks alone. This ridicule left him no face at all. Let others come forward. If Zhang Kaiang and others open the door, and a conflict occurs, he can stay out of it. When it was almost done, he came up again and pretended to comfort her. You have all the honor and dignity. And you haven't paid anything. This is thinking about good things. Now that Jiang Yuan has exposed him, someone will definitely have opinions about him. Humph. Stop talking about those useless things. Don't even think about running away today. Kill them for their lives. Catch them. Oh, what are you doing? I just told him that you should stop doing it. Now that your husband is dead. Isn't it just what you want? However, I remember that lawyer's son also has a wife. Knowing the law and breaking the law is not what a lawyer should do. She deliberately tisk-tissed twice and looked at the two of them with scrutinizing eyes. You are slanderous. We are innocent. How can we allow you to talk nonsense here? The woman became anxious and pinched her waist, looking like a shrew ready to curse. Ah! Since you are innocent, why are you so anxious? To explain is to cover up. To cover up is to tell a story. Chapter 124. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Jiang Yuan's tone was really playful, which was something that was not happening in itself, which made the woman very angry. Sun Yan was calm and spoke first. Sister Lu, stop talking. She is so messy. There is nothing between us, so there is no need to explain. Yes, why should you explain it to her? What a loser she is. The woman seemed to have found her backbone, and she suddenly became arrogant. What a noble and upright person. You are the building manager, and there is no affair. We all know it. Do your job well and come on. She also deliberately made an awesome gesture, which made Sun Yan really angry. Why does it feel like this Jiang Yuan is different from usual? She is so confused. Don't waste time. How can you kill people today? These are the families of the victims. I want to adjust, but there is no other way. You must give everyone an explanation today. Sun Yan also didn't like Jiang Yuan and his group. They were lawless and very difficult to deal with. What's the explanation? If they hadn't had a bad idea to steal our things, would they have ended up like this? If you don't reflect on yourself, then you come here to be aggressive. How shameless. Don't think that I don't know what you think. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? Sun Yan glanced over, and Sister Lu next to her received the signal and began to cry. Oh, you killed my husband. How can I live as an orphan and a widowed mother? There is no justice. God. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes. If these people took turns to fight, they would probably freeze for a long time. Then what do you want? The woman paused for a moment and then started to cry again. We are older and younger, and there is no food at home. My husband asked me to go look for food, but I didn't expect that you. This is ruining my family's livelihood. Damn it. She would never believe it if they said they hadn't passed Chi before. Oh, it turns out that I have laid so much groundwork. I just want supplies. I told you earlier. Is it such a big battle? This time, it was the other person's turn to be surprised. Did it go so smoothly? Did you agree? The person named Sister Lu had a look of disbelief on her face and forgot to cry. Ah, that's not possible. There's no misunderstanding. I belong to Paixio, but anything that enters my house has zero chance of getting out. No one can do it. Jiang Yuan, what do you want to do? Now, you have done something wrong, and you must find a way to make up for it. Hee. This is so shameless. Open the door for shameless. So shameless. Is self-defense still wrong? Sonian, don't be too outrageous. Okay, you and I have always been on the same page. Do we really want to quarrel? When she spoke, her eyes were half closed and she looked serious. What are you saying? There are lives on your hands. In the past, this would have required the death penalty. Now, if people are willing to forgive you, you should be grateful. Don't be stubborn. It's not good for everyone. Song remained calm, but Yi Mianyan was anxious. Shut your stinky mouth, you hypocritical scum, and stop preaching here. Who doesn't know yet? You are the most evil-hearted person, knowing that you don't dare to go to the 21st floor to make trouble. You come here to bully us. Didn't we refuse to distribute things together with you 2 days ago? Let me tell you, we are not easy to offend. The rabbit bites people when it is anxious. Sun Ian didn't expect that the blame would now be pointed at himself. Jiang Yuan saw that Yi Mianyan was really angry, so there was no need to be too polite to this group of people. Sun Yan, you also know that things are different now. So why should we pamper you? If you talk like this, then there is nothing to talk about. We are doing it for everyone's benefit. You have supplies. If you take them out, you can save someone's life. There are only a few people in our building. When the weather is hot, many elderly people leave. Many people starve to death on rainy days. Do you know how many people froze to death during the extreme cold weather in the past 2 days? Only half of the people in our building are still alive. Jiang Yuan, do you have any sympathy? His accusation was actually a bit tearful. The people nearby heard it and looked at them with hatred in their eyes. Stop it, and stop fanning the flames here. What we eat is what we pay for with our own lives and hard work. You can have it if you want it. Your face is bigger than your butt. It's really hard for you to say such things. Sun Ian looked like he hated iron. And he was really angry at Jiang Yuan. In that case, I won't care about it. You can settle your own accounts. Why? If you can't show your own strength, you start to instigate others. You are worthy and worthy of being established. Jiang Yuan just wanted to reveal his true colors. And if she didn't let them, it would be very difficult. And you? You said that your man died, and you want to come here to ask for an explanation. What I say is simple. You deserve it. Anyone who cares about my things in the future will end up like them. As she spoke, she took out a dagger and shook it. This threat is very obvious. When Sister Lu heard this, she gave up and immediately squeezed over. Sisters, don't be afraid of them. If we don't provide supplies today, no one will be able to leave. Although she said this, no one came forward. Among women, there are some who are grief-stricken and hate them. But in the face of interests and life and death, it couldn't be more obvious which way to go. When Sister Lu saw that no one was moving, she felt a little worried. If we go together, I don't believe we can't kill them. Quiet. Eerily quiet. It feels really awkward when no one responds. Okay. Put away your hypocritical mask. Your man is dead. And you are still so good at jumping. If you say you are sad, I will never believe it. Moreover, you are such a bad person, encouraging everyone to fight for me. Who do you want to make life difficult for? You are too scheming. I advise you to calm down. Mr. Son. But everything is quiet. Pull and step on it. That's her style. You. Sister Lu was so shocked that she could not speak. She looked at the dagger in Jiang Yuan's hand and did not dare to step forward. Holding his chest, he pretended to fall down. Someone immediately helped her up. Sister Lu. Sister Lu. Are you okay? When Jiang Yuan saw her like that, she knew she was just pretending. She didn't say a word, because they were all standing in the same place. And they passed by in 2 steps. He lifted his foot, stepped on it hard, and then crushed it. Ah! Sister Lu got up all of a sudden, with that look in her eyes that made her want to be delayed. Oh! You woke up so quickly. This is much more effective than a panacea. Remember to act a bit more like yourself next time. Chapter 125. Self-preservation becomes a problem. Ouch. Ouch. Sister Lu now also knows that when it's not a head-to-head confrontation, Jiang Yuan and the others all have weapons in their hands. Although they had many people, they were not fully prepared and had no chance of winning. For now, we can only go back first. Sun Yan was also a coward. But he actually didn't care and put all the pressure on her. I went over to grab things before, but it was absolutely impossible to ignore everything he wanted. The people next to you could also see clearly. Sister Lu, how are you? I'll take you down to give you some medicine. After saying that, he helped her leave anxiously. The rest of the mob also followed and left very quickly. Jiang Yuan also paid special attention to the mother and daughter from before, whose eyes were full of hatred. At least, it's much better than this group of sanctimonious people. TCH, I think you're just looking for trouble. So get out of here, Zhang Kaiyang shouted, also with great contempt. Let's go in and talk. Soni still looked calm. Fortunately, everyone was obedient. Entering 2002, Grandma Yi was worried. Seeing that everyone was back in peace, she hurriedly greeted them. Oh, Mian Mian, are you okay? It's okay, Grandma. We are all fine. Don't worry. That's good. That's good. Ahmedba. Ahmedba. The old man was really scared. When Yi Mian Mian came back during the day, she looked like that, and made her cry for a long time. The granddaughter she raised by herself was bullied like that, and she felt powerless. Grandma, we are all tired. Can you help us make some ginger cola? Okay. Wait. Grandma will go right now. I have collected a lot of drinks before, including a lot of Coke. Zhang Kaiyan also took out his share, and put them all in the kitchen for everyone to drink together. May I? Jiang Yuan asked tentatively, and looked towards the kitchen. It's okay. Let her do some work and divert her attention. Well, if that's the case, then she won't say anything. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? Do you think these people want to do something? Nonsense. Isn't this obvious? You have to be extra careful these 2 days. Zhang Kaiong. You are injured. You cannot let others know about this. Do you understand? Yeah. I'm hiding it well. And I'm not in the way. He touched his arm, eager to prove that he could do it. In the end, we still have to shock the group of people outside. Did you listen to what Sun Yan said? The situation is not very good now. Half of the people are dead. I guess the situation in other buildings is similar to ours. Jiang Yuan began to analyze. And Yi Mianmian didn't know why. But he took out a notebook and a pen from the drawer of the coffee table and handed them to her. Sister Yuan, what do you want to do? Let me tell you my own opinion. Today, this group of people came here with a very obvious purpose. That is, they want some supplies. You see, even after my husband died, I was not that sad. But I still had a burning desire for supplies. We now have what they want. And we came here specifically to ask for it. Now he is still famous as a teacher and stands on the moral high ground. But we don't want to do this. If we are in a hurry, we can ignore it. Yi Mianmian was convinced and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Look at the people who came here to grab supplies these 2 times. They were really stealing without any reason. We are the fat guys now. And we are the fat guys being targeted. Oh. The worst case scenario is that we just have to fight with them. There are only a few people in the building anyway. If we can't do it, the next words have not been spoken yet, because Grandma Yi came over. Mian Mian, hurry up and get everyone a cup. Drink some. Keep warm. Okay. Disposable paper cups were used, and Jiang Yuan also helped to distribute them, without letting Grandma Yi do anything. Song Yi took the teapot and filled it for everyone. Grandma, go back and rest for a while. It's so cold here. Don't freeze. With that said, he went to help her inside the house. Jiang Yuan also brought a glass of ginger coke in and placed it on the bedside for the old man. Yi Mianmian didn't want her grandma to know these things, so she always kept her away. Compared to myself, it is really unfilial to let my parents worry about everything. When he came out, Zhang Kaiyan was analyzing how many people there were in this building. They are a small high-rise building with a total of 21 floors. 2 households on each floor, and a total of 42 households. Every family's situation is different. There is one person living alone, such as himself. There are people with families, such as Jiang Yuan. So on average, it is calculated as a family of 4. There are only 168 people in total, and the reality must be less. According to the base number of a family of 3 in the review, there are 126 people. If half of them died, it would mean that there were only about 60 to 80 people left in the building. Anyway, it won't be more than 100. Right now, it's probably unrealistic to defeat each one. Our numbers are also limited. We need to find a once-and-for-all solution to protect ourselves. Yes, but will there be a group of people preparing to go to the Survivor Rescue Center in the next 2 days? 2 days ago, the 2 young men did not go by themselves. I don't know if the mother and daughter who live on the 11th floor are gone. Jiang Yuan expressed her thoughts. If there were many people in the past, there would be fewer people left in this building. I don't know. I didn't stay at home, and I didn't observe the specific situation outside. What Zhang Kaiyang said was true. They were also very busy these 2 days. I guess Sun Yan's grandson won't give up so easily. We still have to be careful. Mian Mian is right. Look at how smart he is. He will say a few words when something happens, but he won't step forward at all. He will just wait for others to take the lead, while he reaps the benefits. Next time, no matter what happens, we must find a way to deal with him. No, I've long disliked that troublemaker. Kai Yang really hates him. After all, he is a real dog. We have made many enemies now. Next time we encounter problems, we must not be indecisive. Yes, only by cutting off all possibilities can we temporarily protect ourselves. Song Yi said this, making everyone fall silent. It is really hard to accept why it has become like this. Well, some people must wake up. If they come back this time, it will be devastating. No matter day or night. You must be vigilant, and have your walkie-talkie on at all times in case of emergency. Jiang Yuan looked at Yi Mianmian and Kai Yang. Their door was a relatively ordinary one. If you pay more attention to yourself, you can still win a chance of survival. Chapter 126 Public Enemy of the Whole Building. Well, Brother Song and Sister Yuan, you should also pay more attention. Those people are no good guys. They targeted us downstairs because they knew you were not easy to mess with. But Sun Yan was the most insidious and cunning person, so we had to guard against him. What Kaiyong said was absolutely true. And Jiang Yuan believed it deeply. I know. We all have to be careful. The world has changed. People's hearts have changed. And all morals have been lost. A simple sigh is more intriguing. Sister Yuan, it's okay. Since life is like this, we can't change it. We can only try our best to cater to it. Yes, Yin is right. Let's all work hard, and live well. We are better than anything else. Yes. By the way, there is still some floor wax left from last time. How about coating all the steps up to the 19th floor? Jiang Yuan's statement immediately won approval. Okay. Let's paint the upper right side this time, and leave the lower part for ourselves. Do you think it's okay? Okay. Why not? At the critical moment, it is better than nothing. It can be regarded as an extra guarantee. Just do it. And after discussing it for a long time, there is no other good way except defense. Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable in her heart. But when faced with the horror of this environment, she could only rely on herself and work hard to move forward. It is simply nonsense to say that it hurts the spring and warns the autumn. Soni went back to get something, and she and Yin went to prepare a mop. The one they got last time was the one they had downstairs. This time it just came in handy. In addition to the stairs, the entrance was also painted. The effect of porcelain tiles is far greater than that of cement floors. After doing this, the two of them went back. After all this work, it was already almost 12 o'clock. When they reached the corridor, Song suddenly stopped her. What's wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Yuan, I just saw you arguing today, and it felt pretty powerful. Forehead. Do you think I have the potential to be a bitch? Song smiled, losing his usual cold appearance. Fine. What do you mean it's pretty good? I'm really speechless. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Why was this man acting like this? It felt better to be cold. Today's incident will be a fierce battle if we encounter it again in the future. Be more careful next time you go out and bring a weapon with you. This was a serious question, and she couldn't ignore it. Well, you too. We all need to be careful. The 20th floor is just an appetizer. This time they failed. I always feel like they are holding back their big move. Jiang Yuan was worried, and that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. That's right. The good days will no longer exist. There was some indescribable emotion in Song Yi's eyes that she couldn't understand. Song Yi, tell me honestly, do you know anything? The other party smiled bitterly, and then returned to his normal appearance. Do you know what it matters? Life has become like this. What else is there to look forward to? Go back quickly. It's getting late. After saying that, he walked back to his house. This was the first time, and she had always been asked to go back first. Jiang Yuan shook her head and hurried home. As expected, her parents were not asleep. Girl, how are you? It's okay now. The family members of the group of people who robbed our liquefied gas tanks have come here to demand justice. When she said this, Jiang Xingji understood immediately. Yes, it is normal to ask for an explanation when one of your family members is gone. It's not normal to ignore anything. Hey, my dear daughter, what about you? Have you taken action? No. In this situation, people don't come here to ask us to pay for their lives. They just want something to eat. Ah, that's okay. How about giving them some? It's not easy. When Qingyu heard about what happened during the day, she kept sighing. It's better to give something than to be hated. Mom, what terrible thoughts are you having? If they don't have any people of their own, can they give up such great hatred for a few supplies? It's just a delaying tactic in the current special situation. Believe it or not, this group of people, once, there will be a second time, and it will become more and more excessive. And this hatred cannot be overcome. Jiang Xingji looked at Qingyu and understood Jiang Yuan's current mood very well. They had evil intentions before, and they clearly robbed everything. And they were the first ones to do it. So no one can blame them. If he hadn't resisted, it would be my daughter, and the others lying downstairs now. Qingyu's scalp was also numb. Why did she become like this? I know. Then you can't be soft-hearted. But if you do this, we will become the public enemy of the whole building. Public enemy of the entire building. That seems to be the case. Mom, we have supplies, but we are the targets of others' hatred. It would be the same if it were someone else. People's hearts are so weak that they don't want to think about how we got it. Yes, you don't want a woman's kindness. Those things are what my daughter paid for with her life. They want to get something for nothing. And their starting point is problematic, and they do not deserve sympathy. Jiang Xingji said this, and she was very pleased. No matter how soft-hearted her mother was, she could not compare to her coquettish words. I'm just afraid that these people will come back in the past 2 days, and we will offend Sun Yan. He is not a good person. Dad, Mom, we all need to be more vigilant. The intercom must be turned on at all times. If anything happens, we won't be blinded. She had given one to Jiang Xingji before, but her father never opened it because he was afraid of wasting electricity. Okay, don't worry. My daughter, your mother, and I have lived together for most of our lives and have never seen anything. You don't have to worry about us. We can think of anything. Okay, go back to sleep quickly. The weather is so cold. Don't leave Xiaonuan alone. Qin Yu was sleeping with him just now, and he came out when he heard she was back. Well, you should go and rest quickly. Jiang Yuan came back, took off her clothes and got into bed. No one said it clearly today, but they all had a lot of opinions about the people in Building 13. If they can't get along well, then they have to take the initiative and wait for them to get through the bullying together, which will be troublesome. Thinking about it this way, I feel uncomfortable. She had enough things at home, but she was still short of money. If she didn't go out, she wouldn't be reconciled, and she was afraid that it would be more difficult to collect cash later. However, if you go out, your family will be worried. It's really a problem of the century. So I just don't think about it anymore. We'll talk about it tomorrow and see what the specific situation is. Xiaonuan slept peacefully, which made her feel a little satisfied. Her daughter is her final bottom line, and she must do well. Jiang Yuan, get up quickly. If something happens, Jiang Yuan, please reply when you receive it. She was drowsily asleep when she heard a voice coming from the intercom. It was Song Yi. Chapter 127 Massacre. She quickly got up. It was still dark today, and it was really unbearable. Song Yi is not someone who just sits around looking for trouble. There must be something important at the moment. I'm here. I'm here. What's wrong? There's someone outside. Get up quickly. Kai Kai Yang and Yin Yin. Take a look at what's going on outside your homes. Please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. Jiang Yuan quickly put on her clothes. Jiang Xingji also heard the noise and came to look for her. Song Yi shouted twice more. And finally there was a reply. When she heard the voices of Yin Yin and Kaiyang, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xingji went out immediately, while she monitored the situation to see what was going on. Damn it! This group of people actually brought a lot of wood, put it against the door, and set it on fire. Do you want to burn them to death? Knowing what was going on, she didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried to the corridor. There was already a lot of smoke inside, and Song Yi and Jiang Xingji were going to open the door. The little one was anxiously walking back and forth by the door, scratching his head and ears. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, someone is trying to break into our door. How are you doing? It was Kai Yang's voice. The noise was quite loud, and I didn't know if anyone outside heard it. Song Yi quickly replied, Hurry up. Today is a fierce battle. We can't sit still and wait for death. After saying that, he turned back to her and Jiang Xingji and spoke solemnly. They want to use cigarettes, and they are very serious, since they have brought tools. Let's kill them. Good. Jiang Yuan pulled out the Tang Dao directly. She probably didn't sleep all night. It was only after 5 o'clock now. Knowing that the door here is difficult to break, I use smoke to smoke them to death. Right? If this head is used in the right way, there is nothing it can't do. Song Yi opened the door suddenly. The fire outside was not small, and more smoke rolled in. People outside were also startled, but they couldn't see the specific situation clearly. There was a fire at this time, and they were all placed next to the door, and the door handles were very hot. They used gasoline and covered their mouths and noses. Song Yi shouted loudly, then quickly opened the door outside, went up and kicked the burning board out. It's just that there are too many, and he can't finish them all at once. Jiang Xingji also came out at this moment. He ran back just now. Jiang Yuan thought he was changing tools or giving instructions to her mother. Who knew? He actually came out with a quilt in his arms. Seeing that it was still dripping with water, she knew what it meant. You have to hurry. It will freeze soon and the effect will not be good. As soon as the quilt was spread over the fire, it was isolated from the smoke even for an instant. The quilt was so big that it completely covered the wooden boards. Xiao Song. Open the window. Good. Song Yi quickly went to open the window. And Jiang Yuan stood at the entrance of the corridor, watching the people below warily. Dad neatly wrapped up the charcoal fire, and then threw it down with the quilt at lightning speed. There was no source, and the smoke rushed out of the window. By the light of the big night light, everything slowly became clear. Whoever came up with this idea doesn't want to get better. Right? She took the Tang Dao and started going down the steps one by one. Over there, the door of 2002 opened suddenly. It was the well-equipped Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian who came out. Because of the close distance, the one who pried the door was photographed. He was shouting ouch. Ouch. And it seemed a bit weird in this atmosphere full of floating dust, crowded with people, and somewhat dark. Jiang Yuan held the knife. The blade touched the ground, and there was a cold light with every step she took. The people below got scared and started going downstairs. Some were running in a hurry and accidentally fell down on the steps downstairs. If there is one, there are two. The most terrible thing is that if the one above falls, the person below will be knocked down. For a moment, it was like dominoes. They made it all the way to the 20th floor and met up with Kai Yang and Yi Mianmian. The 5 men were all armed with weapons, and they looked like they were trying to kill Buddha in his way. Jiang Yuan. Song Yi. Stop struggling. Everyone in our building is here today. Hand over the supplies, and we will let you go. The previous killings can also be forgotten. Sun Yan appeared in the crowd and issued an ultimatum. Sun Yan. You idiot. You have the guts to come over and say, you are the one who instigated what happened today. You bunch of SBs have been used as a weapon by others without even realizing it. You deserve to be cannon fodder. Stop talking about those useless things. Hand over the supplies, and we will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame everyone for being rude. Sun Yan was afraid that Jiang Yuan would continue to sow discord. So he quickly gave her a verdict and repeatedly mentioned the matter of supplies. Just to warn everyone. Don't forget the purpose of this trip. Okay. I want to take a look. Why do you want to be so rude? Are you being rude? Or are others being rude? Sun Yan. Hide your fox tail. I can smell it here. Stop talking nonsense here. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. TCH. For everyone's sake. Do you believe it yourself? Do you dare to say that you didn't embezzle everyone's supplies? Do you dare to let us go to your house to look for it? Of course he didn't dare. Because most of the materials collected were in the hands of a few people. Since you insist on doing this, don't blame us for being rude. Just to fill your stomach. Come on. As soon as he said these words, he really wanted to risk his life. He picked up the kitchen knife and cut it. Jiang Yuan's tang knife was much longer than his. The sword technique that Song Yi gave her was going to be used today. In just one move, the person fell to the ground instantly, without even touching the corner of her clothes. They are not good people. Today they captured this bastard Sun Yan alive and chopped him up to make soup for everyone. Jiang Yuan said, no matter what happened, as long as anyone comes up, she will be the target of attack. After all, no snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. Since this group of people came here, they were running for the lives of several people, and no one was spared. However, most people did not expect Jiang Yuan to be so disrespectful. Moreover, her knife skills are very fast. Some of them came here to join in the fun, and did not want any physical conflict to occur. Song Yi also held his own knife, and he was more fierce. He cut one knife at a time, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Kaiyang, Yi Mianmian, and Jiang Xingji also started to move. The explosive feeling made their eyes turn red. Even the little one clings to one person and won't let go. For a time, mourning was everywhere. The already crowded corridors made it impossible to escape. Jiang Yuan's sharp eyes saw Sun Yan in the crowd. Catch him! Song Yi waved his hand, and the other party fell down. Ah! It was the pebbles in his hand that flew out. This was so accurate. People on the 20th and 21st floors went on a killing spree, and the corridor turned into a Shira field. Some of the crowd, which had been so dark just now, ran away, and others lay down. Chapter 128 Cleaning the Battlefield. What do you want to do? Sun Yan began to retreat, his usual calm demeanor gone. Just now, when someone was running, I bumped into him, and my glasses fell off. He took a step back, and Jiang Yuan and the others took a step forward. Sun Yan, is it fun? You didn't want us to pay the price. You did it. And now everyone sees us as enemies. She really gritted her teeth. And the group of people just now did not resist. Jiang Yuan's abilities are limited. And the current situation is not very good. We were able to win because that group of people had no backbone. And they have reached a desperate situation and are fighting with their last resort. These are all given by him. No. I didn't mean it. If you let me go, I will stop everyone from causing trouble for you. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was unmoved, he became even more panicked. Well, I can make the entire building 13 obey your orders. You will be the boss here from now on. Humph. I don't have such bad taste as you, Jiang Yuan said, and kicked him in the stomach. She was kicked just now. And now Sun Yan must have a taste too. Song Yi walked over and looked at the person in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes. What happened today? Say it. Seeing that he was silent and seemed to be thinking about something, Yi Mianmian stepped forward and kicked him. I said, everyone thinks you have a lot of supplies. So they want to grab them. I was also forced to take the lead. And there was nothing I could do about it. Jiang Yuan quickly caught the key point. Who are they? Lao Su from 0801. Lao Wu from 1202. They came here both times. They are strong and can fight. I can't beat them. He looked up at Song Yi and didn't know how to handle it. Building No. 13. Although it doesn't look big, there are many twists and turns inside. Everything I say is true. You have to believe me. No matter what. You come here to cause trouble every time. And there's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry. Huge fear hit her heart. Jiang Yuan said this. And Song Yi threw the knife directly, stabbing straight towards his chest. Sun Yan's face was filled with panic. Unfortunately, it had already happened and there was nothing he could do about it. Kaifang Yang. What's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding? Following Yi Mianmian's anxious voice, Jiang Yuan also ran over. It's okay. I used too much force just now, and the wound may have burst. Then go back and deal with it quickly. His wound has not yet begun to scab. And if it is not treated properly, it may cause problems later. There are no people working in the hospital now, so we can't be careless. Sister Yuan, you go back with him. Brother Song and I will clean up here. For now, that's all. The ground was a mess. Even worse than before. It won't work if we don't clean it up. Move. The two of them hurried into the house. His condition was indeed not good. And his wounds were bleeding. I brought a clean towel over. Wiped it clean first. And then used hemostatic powder. It took a long time to wrap it up with gauze. Ah, sneeze. Hurry up. Put your clothes on. Don't catch a cold. It has indeed been a long time. With the current temperature, no matter how good your physical condition is, you can't handle it. Sister Yuan. Thank you. I see your hands are blue. Are you injured too? It's okay. It was too chaotic just now. I don't know if it was hit by someone else or if I accidentally touched it. It is more likely that the handle of the tool is vibrating in the opposite direction. It is possible. However, while most people ran for their lives, a small number of people still rose up to resist. Jiang Yuan was touched. But the injuries were not fatal. So it didn't matter. If you have any other injuries on your body, I'll take care of them for you. It's okay. That's it. Kaiyang said, already getting dressed. Changed into what he had just worn. And brought the 3-layer quilted pajamas that he had given him before. This one is looser and comfortable to wear. I'll go out and see how they're cleaning up. You can rest in the house for a while. By the way, why haven't you met Grandma Yi? Both of them have been back for a long time. Which is really abnormal. Mian was afraid that something might happen. So she gave Grandma 2 sleeping pills. Don't worry. She'll be fine after a nap. It's nothing serious. It turned out to be like this. It was really hard for her. Jiang Yuan didn't say much and hurried out. The outside needed to be tidied up. As a result, someone actually came to help. Hearing the movement, the man turned his head and looked at the door. It's actually the man next door. What's going on? Hello. Jiang Yuan. Lo. I'm here to help you. Oh. Thank you then. She walked up to Yi Mianmian and wanted to ask what was going on. Song Yi was the first to speak. How about Kaiyang Yang? It's okay now. I'll let him rest at home. After all, there were other people around. So it was better for her to keep it simple. Well, it's almost done here. Indeed, the ground has been dragged away, and now there is a thin layer of ice, mixed with blood, which is a bit sad. Brother, thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have caused a big impact on you. Seeing Soni being so polite, the man from 2001 became less reserved. He waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay. It's okay. Their behavior also affects our family. We are all neighbors on the first floor, so we should help each other. Well, you should be more careful when you come out. The supermarket on the mountain is about to open. If you can go out, you can go and have a look. As soon as he heard this, he became interested. Really? That would be great. Are you going? Can I come with you? His little idea is obvious. These people are all worthy of force. It is absolutely safe to team up with them. At least, it's more secure than going out on your own. We have no plans for this at the moment. Sorry. Soni refused without thinking. The man in 2001 was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. A few people said hello and went home. Jiang Yuan and Soni came over to take a look at Kaiyang. Seeing that he was indeed fine, they left and went up. At this time, it was only 8 o'clock, and many people had not gotten up yet. Jiang Yuan, are you injured today? Although it wasn't obvious, he still couldn't help but ask. It's okay. The bumps and bumps are all minor problems. Then come with me. I have safflower oil in my house. Rub this on, and it will be fine soon. No. Soni, I have safflower oil at home. Then you go back and apply it quickly. It will probably subside in the next 2 days. If nothing happens, don't come out. The intercom is always on, so you can communicate in a timely manner. Okay. Please pay more attention. The little one is very tired today. Remember to give him extra food? Okay. No problem. You can eat more too. Soni gave her a smile, and Jiang Yuan later realized whether this meant connoting her. Chapter 129. Sun Yan's family comes to visit. Soni really found it funny. This person could always say something to lighten the atmosphere when he was serious. Jiang Yuan thought that the little one was also powerful, so she didn't care about him. I hurried back home. When I woke up in the morning, I was sleepy, and someone disturbed me from my dream. Sun Yan is really not a thing. It is a great blessing to deal with him now. Daughter, hurry up. Let me see if you are injured. Qin Yu was very nervous, even with tears in her eyes. Mom, it's okay. Is Xiaonuan awake? When you wake up, you go back and clean up quickly. I'll cook and eat a little, and then go back to sleep. Good. Qin Yu couldn't restrain her feelings, and was afraid that Jiang Yuan would feel uncomfortable seeing her. I could only do something else to divert my attention. The atmosphere at home was quite solemn, and Jiang Yuan did not dare to say anything. As time goes by, you can always think about it. When she went to the bathroom to change clothes, she actually entered the space. It's warm inside, and you don't have to worry about freezing even if you take off your coat. She was kicked and hit by several people today, and she had several bruises on her body. The most powerful part is on the waist. I took safflower oil, applied it myself, and then spread it evenly. This is not a big problem. Just keep it. The only bleeding area should be the tiger's mouth. I don't know whether it was abrasion or shock. Wear gloves for this. Otherwise it will be more serious. After cleaning up and coming out, my mother's food was also served, which was preserved egg and lean meat porridge, served with a few plates of pickles. Jiang Yuan's index finger moved instantly. What's going on? Why does it smell like safflower oil? My dear, are you still injured? Qin Yu was particularly excited and came directly to check on her condition. When she applied the medicine just now, she felt that the smell was too strong. She didn't expect that her mother would find out so soon. Mom, it's okay. I was hit in the back. It's not serious at all. I was afraid of discomfort in the back, so I took precautions in advance. Don't worry. How could Qin Yu not be worried? How could the situation outside be better? The injury on Jiang Yuan's face hadn't healed yet, but she couldn't do anything to help. Mom, it's really okay. I'm already hungry. Let's eat quickly. You're hungry. Hurry up. Dad will serve you some food. Jiang Xingji also cared about his daughter and couldn't say much at the moment. Jiang Yuan was not afraid that the old couple would worry, so all they could do was turn a blind eye. Wow, this is delicious. Xiaonuan, please blow it. It's a bit hot. Good. She talked to her daughter as if nothing had happened, just to divert her attention and not make the atmosphere so tense. After eating, I went back to sleep. I told my parents not to be careless. To be honest, the results this time were not particularly good. Many people below fled. Although Sun Yan is gone, there are still Zhang Yan and Wang Yan. And the remaining group of people will still be unified. Now they are also seriously injured. But it also means they have made more enemies. There must be some family members who are not convinced, or who secretly want to deal with them. Mom used to say that they were the public enemies of the entire building. But now they are truly the public enemies of the entire building. In the end of the world, there was nothing she could do. If she didn't take action, they would be the ones lying down. The weak eat the strong. And everything returns to its original starting point. Jiang Yuan was also very tired and fell asleep quickly. But her dream was not peaceful. It was the scene of Xiao Wan's death in the previous life. She ran wildly, tears frozen on her face. Then she fell down and couldn't move. Suddenly, a hand reached out. It was so warm. When she opened her eyes, she saw that it was Song Yi. Ah! I suddenly woke up. What kind of dream was this? It all happened. It was already 11:30, and she had slept for more than 2 hours. My whole body feels sore. Especially my wrists, where I can't even lift them. It seems that there is still too little exercise in daily life. This strenuous exercise stretched the muscles and made my whole body sore. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji were not in the living room. Only Xiao Wan was watching cartoons there. Baby, where are Grandma and Grandpa? You're out. Come here to scold someone. Ah? Jiang Yuan was a little confused as to what the mess was. Suddenly I glanced at the surveillance screen at the entrance. And it was actually on. Mom and Dad are at the door. There is someone outside. This one has been muted. Outside was an old lady leading a boy and a girl. They cursed and threatened to die. Especially the old lady beating her chest and feet, which was quite touching to watch. Song Yi was also at the door. And the three of them remained silent. Xiao Wan, put on your hat and go out with Mom. The little girl ran around to get her hat and gloves. Jiang Yuan packed them for her. And the two of them opened the door and came out. Daughter, why did you come out? Did I wake you up? In order to let her sleep a little longer. Qin Yu didn't call her. No. I woke up on my own. Mom, what's going on? She didn't know the specific situation. But Song Yi spoke at the right time. Sun Yan's mother and his 2 children were all shattered beyond recognition when they went down to find him. The family couldn't bear it. So they came and broke down the door. How to put it? It is reasonable. But if he had no intention of harming others, how could he get such consequences? I'll go argue with her, Jiang Yuan said, and wanted to open the door. But Song Yi stopped her. No. Now that Sun Yan is gone, their family's life is not much better. We don't need to take action. This group of people will not end well. Qin Yu deeply agreed and didn't want her daughter to go out and face this. Yes. Yuan. Just be obedient. This old lady doesn't sound reasonable. I probably won't be able to listen to anything you say to her. If it makes you unhappy, let's just pretend we don't know. When she got tired of scolding, she left naturally. Jiang Xingji also agreed. If that's the case, let's pull him down. Several people went home one after another. But Jiang Yuan did not forget to continue monitoring, for fear that the old lady would have any overreaction. She kicked the door at first, but no one paid attention to her. So she just yelled and cursed. Daughter, I think we should not go out recently. And don't go downstairs either. We have offended so many people. So many people are probably waiting for our mistakes. Now I don't dare to make any problems at all. If it goes wrong, my life will be lost. Your mother is right. It would be better if they couldn't come up. Jiang Xingji sighed, feeling helpless. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, as if she thought of something. Mom, just watch Xiaowan. I'll go back and find something. After saying that, he hurried back to the room. Chapter 130 Installing the door on the 20th floor. She had bought some locks before, just in case she needed them. I couldn't remember where I put them. After searching for a long time, I found 2 handfuls. This kind of lock is the simplest and comes with 5 keys. After taking the lock, Jiang Yuan went out. Qin Yu saw how anxious she was and wanted to ask a question. But this guy actually disappeared. Song Yi didn't expect that Jiang Yuan would knock on the door again so soon. What happened? No. I went back and thought about it. Didn't we get some door panels back before? Find one and lock the stairwell on the 20th floor. What do you think? Song Yi looked at her, a little speechless. You forgot. Each floor has its own protective door. Just lock it and that's it. That won't work. That door is just a joke. Look at ours. It's already deformed. Not to mention it's not safe. But the extra layer also provides an extra layer of protection. Soni frowned, but did not continue to say anything. Look, I also brought 2 locks. Let's go down and have a look. I think the people in 2001 are also willing. The people in the building came to seek revenge. And they were also trembling with fear. This is a good thing for both families. Moreover, he frequently showed his kindness to everyone. Just hoping to keep in touch. Okay, let's get down there. On the 20th floor, Yi Mian had just laid down when she heard a knock on the door, and hurried over to see what was going on. The people inside the cat's eye were Jiang Yuan and Song Yi. She felt relieved and opened the door immediately. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? Come in quickly. Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate, and directly explained her intention. Okay. It would be great if we could install an extra door, so no one would come and bother us. In their community, the corridors are open, but there is a fire door on the stairs on each floor. However, this was installed by the property management company, and the quality is not very good. And it also has a protective fence on top. I don't know what I thought, but it was called a fire door. Normally, no one would lock that door. After all, it's a public property. It's okay if the neighbors are easy to talk to. But if the neighbors are hard to talk to, it's okay. By then, if you have the key, it will be troublesome if you don't have the key. Hey, it's really you who came down. I thought I was dreaming. Zhang Kaiyan came out. Obviously just waking up. Because of his injury. Yi Mian has been taking good care of him recently. And basically doesn't let him do anything in daily life. Just now, his situation was the most serious. Yi Mian was not doing well herself. She was pushed down and hit on the corner of the fire hydrant next to her. It doesn't matter if he wears it thickly. It's just a cut, and the skin is broken. Therefore, she didn't say anything because she was afraid that Jiang Yuan would be worried. We want to install a door on your floor. After this incident, it is estimated that there will be no stop at your door. Who says it's not the case? No one can stand coming here every day to mourn. Kai Yang is outspoken and speaks from the bottom of his heart. Okay, then I'll go next door and ask. Song Yi, you and Zhang Kaiyan go pick out the door. No, the door that was removed from the previous renovation is still there. Jiang Yuan raised her eyebrows. Song Yi was quite generous. I was worried just now that the quality of the ones we got back before was not good. It's fine now. Let's go and get to work. Yes, we have taken advantage of Brother Song again. Why don't you come to my house to eat hot pot at night? There are a lot of bacon and ham. Yi Mian's proposal was immediately supported by Kai Yang. The experience last time was really great, and I have endless aftertaste. I agree with both hands. After eating last time, I have been thinking about when I can do it again. It's great. It's better not to have it. It's too luxurious. Look at the group of people in the building. They even died because of little food. Although we have food reserves, we must also save some food. Such days may not last long. Jiang Yuan was harmed by one bite in her last life. But now she knows how to cherish it. It's okay, Sister Yuan. We just eat once in a while. These 2 days have been so thrilling. So just treat yourself as a reward. So eat. This Kai Yang actually acted coquettishly. Jiang Yuan's face was covered with black lines. This idea of having a drink now, and being drunk the next is not a good idea. Kai Yang pulled Song Yi's arm. Song Yi looked at the situation in front of him and realized that he must eat this hot pot. Then let's eat. Jiang Yuan. Everyone is greedy. So it's time to relax? Okay. Forehead. Why are you asking like this? It seems like she is so inhumane. Oh. I really can't do anything to you. Great. Sister Yuan. You agree. I just agreed. No. I'm hungry now. Kaiyan said, and deliberately wiped his saliva. Several people were amused. What a live treasure. Okay. Let's get down to business first. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian went to the next door and knocked on the door. At first, there was no movement. The two of them were not in a hurry and waited at the door. After a minute, the door opened. Neighbors. What's the matter? It was a man from his family who came out. And he should have done some reconnaissance at the cat's eye. That's right. We want to install a door here in the corridor and ask your opinions. She got straight to the point and explained her purpose directly. Yes, brother. The situation in Building 13 is not very good now. And we have offended a lot of people. If a door is installed, both of our families will be safe. The man nodded quickly, and had no objection to this proposal at all. Okay. That's good. When are you going to pretend? I'll come over and help. As soon as he finished speaking, Soni came down carrying a door. Oh! Wait a minute. The man is very unconventional, and goes directly to help lift it. He is the kind of person who has discernment and value. The situation here is not complicated. The previous door itself was not of good quality. Reach in from the protective fence outside, and you can open it with or without a key. Jiang Yuan asked Soni to put on a robe, and then add another lock. There are 5 keys in total. 1 for each person, which is just enough. The door of Song Yi's house is installed inside. This is also coded, which is very convenient to use. Basically, 3 men were working. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian went back to pack the food. They were going to have hot pot in the evening. And it took a long time just to prepare. She went back to get some food. Qin Yu felt that eating at someone else's house was not very good. Moreover, the current situation is special. Jiang Yuan also knew it. So she took more things to make up for it. A ball of green vegetables. A plate of shiitake mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. A handful of noodles rolled by myself. And some dried kelp shreds and daylilies. Shan Wan also went with her. And the old couple were no longer prepared to join in the fun. Soni also brought a lot of dishes over, feeling that it was not good to eat at other people's homes with just one mouth. Sister Yuan, what are you doing? We also have these here. Take them back quickly. Chapter 131. The He brothers and sisters come to say goodbye. Bring them all. Hurry up. It's going to be cold in a while. Soni also brought a lot of food, such as lunch meat and half a cabbage. It was rare to see fresh vegetables, and everyone was very happy. Yi Mianmian was busy in the kitchen, first cooking a bowl of noodles for Grandma Yi. She has bad teeth and cannot eat food that is too hard or spicy. We didn't come over to have hot pot together last time, and it's the same this time. Moreover, she did not want to attend young people's gatherings. It was quickly put away and still very plentiful. Yi Mianmian brought out a large bucket of fruit oranges and poured Shan Wan a glass. They were all warmed in advance, and Jiang Yuan didn't stop them. The little guy is very happy to be able to come out. Ah, this is the smell. Zhang Kaiyang sniffed and squinted his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Okay, hurry up and load the bowl. This pot is boiling. Okay. The atmosphere is very cheerful. In this kind of weather, it is a great blessing to be able to eat hot pot. Several people also had no image, and the haze that connected them was swept away. Have you been going out recently? Yi Mianmian put the bacon into the sesame sauce and asked what was on his mind. Why are you going out? It's so cold that your ears will freeze off. Zhang Kaiyang replied indifferently, and then quickly and firmly clamped a piece of lunch meat in the pot. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, what do you think? Soni did not speak, but looked at Jiang Yuan. There is nothing to be embarrassed about if the pressure is put on her. I don't know. Let's see what happens. In fact, I'm still very interested in that supermarket. As soon as she started talking, everyone started talking. Yi Mianmian is an opponent and does not recommend going there. Sister Yuan, we have food and drink now, and there will definitely be a lot of people going out by then. The nearby community, the villagers on the mountain, and the remaining people in the school. When there are too many people, it's easy to get into chaos. So don't take any chances. Yes, our building is in such chaos right now, and we're not sure what's going on outside. People's hearts are separated from each other, so be careful. Opponent no. 2. Comrade Kaiyang is also online. Jiang Yuan knew what they meant and didn't argue with them. The main thing is that her motives are not pure. You can't say it's for money. Then people will definitely ask her what she needs so much money for. No matter how she answered, she couldn't tell the secret of space. Well, so depending on the situation, I also want to go over and see if there are any fresh fruits and vegetables. If the situation does not allow it, I will not go out. Eat it quickly. This meat will make you old if you don't eat it, Jiang Yuan said, calling everyone to hurry up. Song Yi glanced at her and said nothing, always feeling that she would go out. However, that supermarket is really amazing. Who is the boss? He can actually open it at this time. The courage is commendable. The courage is commendable. Yi Mianmian rolled her eyes at Kaiyang. This child has not yet entered society, has not experienced real beatings, and takes everything for granted. Don't be so arrogant here. My boss is definitely not ordinary. He has been in the business for so many years. His connections and access to goods are not comparable to those of ordinary people. We won't go either. So don't think about what is there, and what is not. Shouldn't I just discuss it? I have no other intention. Jiang Yuan watched the two people going back and forth, as if they were fighting. But why did she still feel ambiguous? Didn't Soni notice this situation because he fell in love with Yi Mian? He was really a dull gourd. She silently picked up food for her daughter. She couldn't control these things, so it was better not to get involved. After eating a hot pot meal for 3 hours, there was no soup base left in the end. Let's open the windows to disperse the smell. If the smoke goes up, no one will notice. Yi Mian is still very nervous, fearing that if she is not careful, old hatreds will become new sorrows. That's for sure. It's so cold. Who would open the window with nothing to do? Don't worry. Kaiyong personally helped everyone get dressed, and he wanted to open the windows wide. Jiang Yuan was afraid that the child would be frozen, so she had almost packed everything, and was ready to take Shanwan back. Soni naturally wanted to follow him. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a knock on the door. The voice was very soft, as if he was a little embarrassed. The two looked at each other, and Yi Mian stopped moving as he closed the door. He stretched out his hand to summon Zhang Kaiyong, including Shanwan, and the 5 of them stared at the door together. Dong dong dong. Soni signaled to Yi Mian and asked her to open the door. He posted himself next to the door as a warning. Kaiyong followed suit and occupied the other side. Jiang Yuan covered Shanwan's mouth and retreated into the house. The door was not closed, leaving a crack. After everyone was ready, they gave Yi Mian a look and she took a deep breath. Who is it? With that said, he opened the door inside. You don't need to open the ones outside. You can see them. Hey. Xing. Yeah. Why are you here? It was He Xing and He Yu. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and told Shanwan to sit on the sofa and keep quiet. She also went out. Sister Mian, we are going to the rescue center tomorrow, and my mother asked me to come over and tell you. The house has been cleaned up. Thank you for taking us in during this time. Thank you. After saying that, he pulled He Yu and kowtowed to her. Oh, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Yi Mian opened the door outside and went to help the 2 children. Soni, Kaiyong, and Jiang Yuan also came over. Brothers and sisters, thank you for saving our family of 3, and I will repay you in the future. This time, I went to the rescue center, and I didn't know when I would see him again. Let me and my sister kowtow to you. This is our sincere wish. Good guy. He is only 15 years old, but he actually knows how to be grateful. Much better than those who have lived half their lives. Yi Mian was also a little moved and quickly helped the person up. You are leaving tomorrow. Have you thought about it? Well, I've thought about it. There's nothing here, and the weather is cold. It's not safe for us to go out to look for things. So I just wanted to go there quickly. After all, it is built by the government, so it will naturally be better. At least personal safety is guaranteed. Okay, just wait a moment. Yi Mian went in, and Jiang Yuan looked at the 2 children. The injuries on their faces had healed, revealing their fair skin. No wonder those 2 people are perverted. These 2 kids are both good-looking. Xing. Yeah. Listen to me. When you go back, get some soil or something and put it on your face. When you get to the rescue center, don't tidy up to make yourself look sloppy and ugly. You know? Chapter 132 Educating Daughter. Why? Obviously, this was beyond the 2 brothers and sisters' cognition. Children who grow up under the red flag are taught to be clean and polite from an early age. Jiang Yuan's departure from the opposite direction naturally made the 2 children incomprehensible. However, the reality is like this. No matter how small it is, you still have to face everything that comes next. Xing. Yeah. I know you are all good children, but the road ahead is dangerous. There are so many people in the rescue center. How can you tell which one is good and which one is bad? Too pretty and too clean to be noticed. You know? He Xing looked at Jiang Yuan and shuddered instantly. This reminded him of that unbearable incident, and he immediately nodded in agreement. I know. Sister, don't worry. I know how to do it. Thank you. As he spoke, he bowed to her. Well, just understand. Take good care of your mother and sister. Remember, don't trust anyone and don't be careless. He Yu also nodded. We understand. With such chaos now, no one is worthy of trusting. By the way, sister, my mother asked me to tell you that 0601's grandma said that if anyone can come over and kill you, or capture her alive, she will give you 100 caddies of grain. Let you all be careful. They even knocked on my door and said this. Jiang Yuan was simply shocked that there was such a shabby person. Thank your mother for me. And tell her that we understand and reassure her. Yin 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 also came out and took a cloth bag. The kind that can be closed. Xing Xing. Yeah. Sister doesn't have many things left. Take these and remember. Don't let others find out. The two children reacted immediately and refused immediately. No, Sister Mian Mian. We will have food when we get to the rescue center. You can keep it for yourself. Yi Mian Mian pretended to be angry and stuffed the bag directly into He Yu's arms. Take it as long as you are told. If you refuse again, people will see it in a while. He Xing was very moved when he saw her like this. Thank you. Thank you very much. He was about to kneel down again. But this time Yi Mian Mian quickly held him up with quick eyes and hands. Stop talking about that. Go back quickly. Be careful. Well, brothers and sisters, please come to the rescue center later. We will wait for you. Good. Yi Mian Mian smiled and waved. And the two children tiptoed downstairs. Live well. You must live well. Her words seemed to be addressed to herself, as well as to the mother and son. Yes. Live well. What a simple and humble wish. When she got home, she didn't say anything about her two children. Instead, wash Shan. Children's teeth must be well taken care of. I had stocked up on a lot of children's toothbrush ointments. After I finished packing, I brought some facial cream over and applied it to her face and hands. The weather is too cold now. If you are not careful, it will easily get chapped. Adults also need to take good care of their skin. In her previous life, she remembered that the environment at the rescue center was not very good, and many people ran back. This time, the He family went over and didn't know what was going on. One person has one fate, and this feeling of powerlessness makes her feel tired. Shan, Mom told you. No matter who you meet in the future, don't believe it. Do you understand? Why? Because, except for your own relatives, everyone else is a bad person and cannot be approached. Shan nodded in understanding, and then asked her soul, what about Dad and Grandma? Mom, why can't Xian go out to play? Why doesn't Daddy come to see me? Well, that's hard to answer. Jiang Yuan was a little swayed when she saw her daughter's clear eyes. Even if the truth is told, she may not be able to understand it. He picked up the little girl and put her on the bed. Squatting in front of her, he looked straight into her eyes and said seriously, Shan, you must remember clearly what Mom told you today. The weather is too cold now. If you go out, you will freeze into popsicles. Moreover, there are many bad people out there. So we cannot be careless. Hiding at home is the safest thing. Do you understand? The little girl nodded seriously. Of course she knew it was very cold outside, and it was also very cold at home. As for your father, just pretend that you don't have a father. Why? I can't figure it out. She obviously has a father. Shan, your father is now the father of other children. Then he is not your father. Next time you see him, you have to run away. You know, Dad has now turned into a big bad wolf. If you get close, he will transform and eat you. Afraid? The little girl said, hiding in her arms. Mom is also scared, so she must stay away. And Grandma has turned into an old witch. Even if you see it, you have to run quickly. You know? Yeah, I know. She was only 3 years old. So Jiang Yuan had no choice but to tell her this. I hope that when the children grow up, they can understand her good intentions. She may not have much idea about bad guys, but the impact of the big bad wolf and the old witch is still very intuitive. In order to consolidate the results, she specially told Little Red Riding Hood and Princess Rapunzel as bedtime stories. After putting her daughter to sleep, she hurried to the space and didn't bother to go in and tidy up for the past 2 days. The beans and cucumbers have begun to grow wildly, and they have to be fastened with ropes. He took out an old piece of clothing and tore it into strips. This zucchini is ready to be picked. It looks tender, which is very pleasing to the eye. The same goes for the rest of the green vegetables. They have grown quite large and are crowded together. Some of them have to be pulled out. The mushroom sticks are also sprouting small mushrooms. The temperature here matters, so the speed should be faster. Then there is watering. This vegetable cannot do without water. Busy. Just an hour. Jiang Yuan was very heartbroken that it took so long to do such a small amount of work. Cash is so hard to come by now. What can she do? I thought about the supermarket above. And I didn't know if people wanted my clothes. No matter what. I have to try it. If you don't collect cash now, it will probably be even harder later. Yi Mianmian and Kai Kai Yang didn't want to go out. Now that both of them were injured to some extent. Soni didn't want to go either. She doesn't want to talk about some things because of money. It would be more convenient to go alone. Recently, everyone has been acting together. But suddenly I have to fight alone. And I feel a little uncomfortable. However, she was supposed to be alone. And she warned herself over and over again not to covet this feeling. Otherwise, it will affect the speed of her drawing the sword. Go to bed and sleep. If nothing happens, we will set off tomorrow. Sooner rather than later. Chapter 133 Acting Alone. She got up early the next day. At 7 o'clock. And it was still dark. According to that supermarket's character of making money at all costs. It probably won't stop at night. Therefore, she was not worried that she would go too early, and there would be no one there. You want to go out? No. My daughter. Be obedient. We have enough food at home. Don't go out anymore. Mom, listen to me. You have enough to eat. But if you have any fruits and vegetables, you still need to stock up on some. Don't worry. I'm different now. Ask my dad. Your daughter's fighting ability is off the charts now. As she spoke, she stretched her arms to show off her muscles. Jiang Xingji nodded. Jiang Yuan is indeed quite powerful now. Still, he was worried. Dad, let's go with you. There will be someone to take care of you. Jiang Yuan shook her head like a rattle and firmly refused. Dad, you are at home. Those people are ready to make a move. If they come up today, you will have to deal with it. My mother will still have to watch Xiangwan. With reason and emotion, things were decided happily. Jiang Yuan quickly went to arm herself. The temperature was even lower now, with temperatures reaching -30 degrees during the day. This is undoubtedly fatal. I wear thermostatic underwear underneath and a lamb's wool cotton coat and trousers outside. Wear polar winter clothing, hat, scarf and gloves outside. And don't leave any behind. Daughter, if there is any danger, you should follow Song Yi. That boy has great skills. He is very powerful. Jiang Xingji is particularly fond of Song Yi. He envies and appreciates that he has such ability at his age. Dad, he's not going. In fact, I'm the only one this time. However, don't worry. One person's goal is smaller. And I'm thin. So it's easy to escape. When Jiang Xingji heard that she was alone, he immediately became unwilling. Dad, I have to leave quickly. You protect Mom and Xiaonuan. It's still early now. And many people haven't gone out yet. I'll be safer if I go early and come back early. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but hurry out and go out. If the ink stains go down like this, she probably won't be able to leave. She understands that her parents are worried about her. However, she really needs money and needs to increase the time she can enter the space. Jiang Yuan, alone, carefully locked the corridor door. The same was true on the 20th floor. And it didn't alarm anyone. The glass in the 7th floor corridor has been broken. I don't know who did it. Suddenly, it feels cold. Jiang Yuan shivered unconsciously, quickly straightened her hat, and pulled up her mask. There was no one outside the community. So she went out from the small door. Downstairs, there were the bad guys they had thrown away before. And some were carried back. Most of them were there, already frozen. The man grabbing liquefied petroleum gas on the side of building No. 15 was also lying there, unattended. She just took a quick glance and walked quickly outside. Now, time is life. Walk faster and your body will warm up. Because of her previous experience, she took the green belt at the fork in the road directly. It's relatively hidden here, and if there is anyone nearby, you won't be discovered. There was still a short distance to go from the green belt. Jiang Yuan saw two groups of people behind her from a distance. So she sped up. She didn't want to meet this group of people. She was alone. So it was better not to be with others. To save others from misunderstandings. Today's purpose is clear, and there is no need to waste time. The two groups behind her obviously didn't want to meet her. So they followed her not far or close. Fortunately, it arrived in about 10 minutes. Oh boy. There's actually a long queue here. There was already a queue from the entrance of the supermarket to this side of the intersection. There must be at least 200 people. The people in front had been waiting for who knows how long. and ice had already formed on the hair and eyelashes exposed on their foreheads. Those who want to buy things should queue up at the back, and are not allowed to jump in line. Someone actually maintained order, and even held an electric baton. Looking very vicious. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. He looks like a gangster. This boss seems to be really not simple anymore. Jiang Yuan said nothing. Silently stood at the end of the line, and started to line up. There are more security guards in front. They say they are security guards. But they are actually here to help maintain order. She doesn't look like a good person. And she doesn't talk much on her own. Just queue up quietly. The official rules here are exactly the same as before. 20 people went in. One came out. And another went in. There is no limit on the amount of things you can buy. But the unit price is not cheap. While she was queuing up, people came out and complained that the food was too expensive. However, he didn't say much and just came and went in a hurry. Jiang Yuan's position was relatively far back. And the weather was cold, which made her a little annoyed. When I turned back, there were many people lined up behind me. Good guy. How did this group of people notify the big guys that so many people came over? Maybe it's because it's too cold, and the speed is not too slow. After more than an hour, she had reached the front. It is now 9:40. And there are more people. The people in front can no longer see the tail of the team. If you have any cash, come here and pay a deposit of 1,000 yuan. It's the same process. Some people don't have money, but they go into the supermarket, see things, and eat them raw. So, here is a way to do it. Those who enter must first pay a deposit of 1,000 yuan. And there are also people patrolling back and forth inside. Jiang Yuan had some change in her hand. So she scraped it together and gave it to the group of people. Go in. Thank you. She originally wanted to find the person in charge here. But now they can't take care of her. So let's go in and have a look. If there are clothes, it will be easier. If not, she would ask someone about her tail to see if anyone needed it. She had never been to this supermarket before. It's really not small inside, but it's not that full now. Vegetables, fruits, nothing at all. The most popular items are rice noodles, grains and oils, instant noodles, condiments, and fast food. None of these were what she needed. She turned around and saw no clothes. It seems that there is still a market. I feel great in my heart, and I am planning to do something big soon. Jiang Yuan. Is that you? When she heard someone calling her, she looked back. I went there, and it was Xia Chayang and Bai Mingming who met each other on a narrow road. The two people were wearing a little thin clothing, although they were wearing masks. Their eyes were sunken, which showed signs of malnutrition. It's really you, Jiang Yuan. I didn't expect to meet you here. Bai Mingming was very excited and wanted to hold her hand. Jiang Yuan dodged easily. Before she went to find these two people, they actually approached her. There was a bag of rice in his hand, as well as some ham sausages and instant noodles. These are not cheap. According to current prices, they cost at least 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Chapter 134 Reaching an Agreement with Ex-Husband. This supermarket can be regarded as making a fortune from the national crisis. Now that supplies are in short supply, they deliberately raise prices to sell. Although it is not authentic, the business is really good. These two people probably got the old woman's money. Or it belonged to Bai Mingming. That's all her money. At least half of it belongs to her. If these two people were killed directly, wouldn't it be too easy for them? It's better to find a way to get the money back first, and then take revenge. Well, this is more cost-effective. What are you doing? I'm not familiar with you either. So let's not have any relations. Of course, Bai Mingming knew about Jiang Yuan's previous selling of clothes. Later, she also found out from the director of Building No. 9 that she had supplies. And there were quite a lot of them. Jiang Yuan, I know you are still angry because of what happened before. Can I apologize to you? Don't be angry. Otherwise Chaoyang and I will feel uncomfortable. Good guy. I can't make this cup of green tea even to death. What you are talking about, I have already told you. What happens to you in the future has nothing to do with me. When we meet again, we will be strangers. Can't we understand people's words? Naturally. Jiang Yuan cannot be greeted with a nice face. The difference between before and after is too big, which makes people think too much. Moreover, the more she acted indifferent, the more Bai Mingming found her to be profitable. What are you doing? If you don't want to buy something, just go out. Don't waste other people's time by chatting here. The people maintaining order in the supermarket also had fierce looks on their faces, holding electric batons, as if they were gangsters. Let's go now, brother. Let's go now. Xia Chayang nodded and bowed to this man, looking like a bitch. Jiang Yuan turned around and took a small bread from the shelf. It actually cost 100 yuan. It was a money grab. Then, he ran to the cashier, and Xia Chayang and Bai Mingming quickly followed. She was squeezed into the same cashier counter, and the cashier was also a big man. Is this the one you want to buy? Well, there's no money left. Forget it with us. We are friends. Bai Mingming looked considerate and smiled brightly at Jiang Yuan. If that's the case, then she's not polite. It would be shameful to spend an extra penny now. When she came to the door, she took out her card and exchanged it for her deposit. Good guy. The people here actually threw the money directly into a trash can. It's a green, big trash can that can be pulled. Most of the money in the bucket was returned to the people who came to refund the deposit. How much is this? Her eyes were wide open, but she didn't dare to act rashly. There are 5 people here, 3 standing behind, 1 counting the money, and the other collecting the cards. The 3 at the back all had electric batons, as did the other 2, both of whom were placed on the table. Now in the past, there is no hope at all. There is no choice but to leave temporarily. Jiang Yuan walked slowly on purpose, waiting for Bai Mingming and Xia Chayang behind to catch up with her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Yuan. Wait a moment. Sure enough, it came. The fish took the bait, and she raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Jiang Yuan. Don't leave so fast. I have something to tell you. Xia Chayang caught up with her, and actually tried to pull her arm. Jiang Yuan threw her over her shoulder, and she lay on the ground. Ouch. Ouch. The tricks taught by Soni are really useful. Thumbs up. You came here first. Don't blame me. Xia Chayang grinned. And the people lining up around him were all waiting to eat. He couldn't afford to lose this person. Jiang Yuan. We didn't mean that. Let's go and talk over there. Seeing that she remained motionless, Bai Mingming continued the moral kidnapping. Just because we helped you pay the bill just now. Come here. We also want to help you. Jiang Yuan sighed falsely and followed them to the other side of the road. It happened to be the bank they visited before, so they weren't afraid that these 2 people had any bad intentions. What's the matter? Tell me. Seeing her attitude, Bai Mingming stopped hiding it. Jiang Yuan. I'll keep the story short. I know you have a lot of supplies over there, and we can pay for them. We are all old acquaintances, and if you trust us, it will be the same when selling to others, and we will give you a lot of money. Jiang Yuan looked at her. This person was still so confident, even though he was wearing a mask. She could imagine his expression. How did you know? Bai Mingming looked clear, and now she was completely sure. Don't worry about how I knew it. Everyone in the whole community probably knows it now. Jiang Yuan. Just sell me some. She deliberately looked confused, as if she had suddenly made up her mind. I can sell it to you, but I only have some clothes left in my hand and nothing else. Where is the food? There should be some food. There's nothing to eat. Just some cigarettes and liquor. Cigarettes are okay too. We want this. She said this on purpose because Xia Chayang was addicted to cigarettes, and there was no place to buy them in the apocalypse. Naturally, he wanted to die. Jiang Yuan had asked him to quit before, but with no success at all. How much money do you have? If there was food, we could have 500,000. 500,000 is not a small number. It seems that this Bai Mingming is still a character and has no money to save. In other words, the old woman really deducted a lot of money. Okay. Then you go back and wait. I will exchange with you then. Okay. It's settled. Xia Chayang and Bai Mingming were very happy. And after walking some distance, they whispered again. Mingming, we don't have that much money. Why did you tell her we had 500,000? Bai Mingming clicked her tongue, looked at him, and shook her head. If I say that, she will bring a lot of things over. Do you really want to give him money? Xia Chayang looked at her and reacted instantly. Mingming is still smart. The 2 people happily carried their things and went into the community. Jiang Yuan was going to go to the end of the team, pry corners, and make some money. Naturally, you have to be quiet. Otherwise so many people would be a problem. Quick! Quick! What happened? Why did those security guards run towards the supermarket like crazy? There was also a sudden movement in the queue. And then she saw people in front of her starting to pour into the supermarket crazily. The people behind could not figure out the situation. Some took the initiative to run in, while others were passively involved. The crowd was so loud. It felt a bit like the Spring Festival travel rush. She was confused about what the situation was. Could it be that someone started robbing things? It was a collective crime. So all the security guards in the supermarket were dispatched. If I go, everything will be in chaos. Jiang Yuan saw the people on the other side of the exit and ran over. They were gone. Where was the money? Chapter 135 Supermarket Riot. No. That's money. It's a big trash can. Fight. She took out the Tang Dao from the space and ran inside. Oops. It's all messed up. She came a little later. And most people were in the supermarket. There is a passage about 10 meters in front. And then, there is the cashier. There were not many people at the exit. But now there is no one. Over there. The group of people were not there. And the trash can with the money was actually dragged by a man to a small door next to it. If I remember correctly, this should be the person who changed the money just now. While he was taking the key to open the door, Jiang Yuan hurried over. Click, the door opened and she arrived. About to reach out. The big man also noticed something was wrong and yelled, "What are you doing?" At the same time, he took a machete and chopped it down. Oh my god. This is so disrespectful. Jiang Yuan realized the danger. Quickly squatting down. The knife hit the trash can and went down a long way. Death blow. Get out of here. With that said, the big man went to draw the knife. But because the trash can was made of plastic-like material, he just cut it with a knife and it cracked. It was cold and it was shaken. And there were cracks on the sides. This knife requires some effort to pull out. Good opportunity. Jiang Yuan saw this and quickly took out the anti-wolf spray in her pocket. She sprayed it on his face. In order to prevent him from freezing, she specially put 2 heating pads on the inside of her pocket. The big man was caught off guard and pulled out the knife with a strong force. The top of the trash can was broken near the cracks. Then he covered his eyes with his hands. Ruined, Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to quickly put the trash can into the space. And while he was rubbing his eyes, she stabbed him with a tang knife. Soni said that the lethality of this knife's direct thrust is much more powerful than that of a horizontal slash. Oh my god. This big man is so tenacious that he doesn't even die. Instead of doing nothing, she used all her strength to move the knife horizontally, and then quickly pulled it out. The man had already raised his machete, vomiting blood from his mouth, and fell down 10 seconds later. Jiang Yuan exhaled and saw the small door of the house opposite was open. It's said to be a house, but it's actually just the stairs going up and the bottom part. A simple place was created inside, and he just wanted to get the trash can in. Will there be more money? With the semen on her head, she didn't care so much anymore and dove in head first. It doesn't look very big inside. Probably less than 2 or 3 square feet. It can be seen that it should have been used for monitoring before. 2 desktop computers. She quickly flipped through the drawers. They were all miscellaneous. Bah. Nothing. Just as he cursed secretly, he saw 6 suitcases behind him. They all have passwords, and she can't open them. I have a strange feeling in my heart. I need to take in the space first, and then talk about the rest. The situation was urgent. So she didn't dare to be careless and ran out quickly. There was chaos inside, with shouts, curses, and cries rising one after another. Some of the people who went in first had already run out. There were looted supplies in his arms, and more people were lying inside. Jiang Yuan looked and saw that she was only 20 meters away from the cashier. Now, most people are in the supermarket, and the group of security guards clashed with the people buying things. Inside, it has become a purgatory on Earth. Everyone was grabbing and fighting in the supermarket. But there was no one at the checkout counter. Damn it! She rushed in. There was nothing she could do. She was short of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk her life to do these things. Fortunately, everyone's focus is different, which can be regarded as buying time for themselves. The checkout counters here all require passwords. With so many people, she didn't dare to go in directly. I simply didn't stop doing anything. Took out a sledgehammer and just knocked it open. Good guy. There's really a lot of money inside. And when the hammer breaks it open, it actually overflows. Maybe it's because the money isn't new anymore, and it's not that stable when put together. Jiang Yuan didn't care. She took out a large leather bag from the space and quickly packed it. This supermarket is really evil. The products are so expensive, and they don't even give them plastic bags. There were 5 checkout counters in total. She took the first 2 and looked at the situation inside while busy. It's really a mess. Those who have weapons in their hands don't distinguish between 3, 2 and 1. They just attack people when they see them. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. She suddenly felt a little nervous, and her hands were a little hard to use. By the third time, there were 4 or 5 people rushing out. But fortunately, they were not walking through her passage. The movements in his hands were faster and more tense. Face to face, seeing such a large group of people, and such a bloody scene, she suddenly felt like vomiting. Especially the pungent smell of blood hit me, and went straight to the Tianling guy. Ah! Caught off guard. A man covered in blood rushed over, and fell in the storage area in front of the cashier. Because he was too close. His hand touched the cash box. And there was blood on it. Jiang Yuan was startled. And quickly took away the remaining steel coins, and prepared to go to the one next to them. But too many people came here. And she had no chance. The one next to me is fine. Although it hurts, I have no choice but to give up. When she got to the last one, she exerted all her strength. Smashed it open. And then started to pretend. Someone suddenly came over from behind. And she didn't feel it despite the commotion. The other party grabbed her bag, and gave it a strong squeeze. Jiang Yuan came to her senses. But it was already too late. The man may have exerted too much force, and fell towards the ground. Some of the banknotes fell out. Oh my god! The black ones eat the black ones. She hurried up and kicked him in the stomach. The man was in pain. But he didn't let go. Instead, he waved his arms and hit her. Jiang Yuan quickly dodged. Drew out the tank down from behind. And stabbed downwards neatly. Go to HLU. Just as she pulled out the knife, someone suddenly kicked her from behind. Because she was wearing a lot of clothes, and her center of gravity was unstable. Jiang Yuan staggered forward 2 steps. I almost tripped over the person who just grabbed the bag. I barely managed to steady myself when I heard a sharp shout. When she turned around, the man took a knife and slashed straight at her head. Oh my god! It turns out that when people realize death, they really close their eyes subconsciously. Ah! Thump! What happened? When Jiang Yuan raised her head, the man actually lay down. Taking a closer look, I don't know which hero saved her. Soni! Quick! Magical soldiers descended from heaven. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to be careless. So Soni reached out to pull her, and started to show off. Wait a moment. Her purse had to be snatched back. And Soni caught a glimpse of the money inside. Suddenly, his expression paused, with a hint of displeasure. Chapter 136. The Oriole is behind. Move! Jiang Yuan zipped up the zipper, and held the bag in her arms. Now that Soni is here, he can't just throw it into space. Fortunately, she didn't bring too many things. The two of them began to run wildly outside, accompanied by many people who escaped from the supermarket by chance. However, most of them were injured, and the situation was not too good. Jiang Yuan herself was attacked, and she couldn't care less about the pain now. Soni saw her running slowly and turned around, took her hand, and ran diagonally across the road. Further down is the way down the mountain. The crowd dispersed, and a large part of them ran downwards. A very small number of people ran up, probably villagers living nearby. When there are more people outside, it becomes even more chaotic. One person was hit by another person, and the person behind rushed up and snatched away the supplies from the 2 people. The final result is that the 3 people fight together, with the feeling of killing each other. She was pulled by Soni all the way to the nearby commercial street. This place must have suffered trauma before. The glass doors were all broken. The 2 of them didn't dare to be careless, and went straight to the 4th floor. It's not safe outside now. Most people have come out and gathered at the intersection. Compared with the brutality inside, the situation outside is even more horrific. While robbing something, someone used a knife. During the snatching process, some people saw that they couldn't beat him, and just stuffed the food into their mouths, regardless of whether death was waiting for them next second. The 2 of them came all the way. Jiang Yuan was panting, and felt like she was surviving a disaster. The situation down there is unstable. Let's hide here for a while. Good. Even though I say that, it's not safe up there. The distance was too close. And if we couldn't keep it together, other people who were running for their lives would run up. When the time comes, there will be no distinction between ourselves and the enemy. And it will be another fierce battle. Jiang Yuan didn't want to see that situation happen. The most important thing now was to save her life. You can see from the 4th floor that it looks like a coffee shop. Behind the cashier here, there are 2 small windows. And you can see the supermarket opposite, because they are not the main ones. The two windows are quite high and not big. It should be used for ventilation in the store. Soni moved a chair and stepped on it to see what was going on outside. With quick eyes and quick hands, Jiang Yuan moved two large tables from the side and blocked the door. Now, the lock inside the shop has been broken. When they came up, the door was open. Although I know that these tables will not serve any purpose, but at least it was a psychological comfort. After doing this, she also moved a chair over and prepared to observe the enemy's situation together. How's it going? What's going on outside? Soni didn't look back and whispered shh, and she quickly fell silent, as if he were a thief. He stood up quietly. Oh my god. The situation outside is terrible. The most intense period is probably over. In addition to those who escaped, the remaining people were still snatching in 2s and 3s. They are all at the end of their efforts. And the crossroads in front of the supermarket is like a purgatory on earth. People were lying everywhere, with blood flowing all over the floor. Because of the cold weather, foam quickly arose and then froze to the ground. There were also a group of injured people who couldn't get up and could only lie on the ground moaning. Jiang Yuan smelled the pungent smell of blood, and the experience just now never disappeared. I really wanted to vomit at this moment, and my stomach was churning. What's wrong with you? Soni noticed that her face turned pale and thought she was scared. I want to vomit. Vomit, cough cough. She did vomit, but nothing came out. I was afraid that someone would hear the noise and reveal my position, so I quickly covered my mouth with my hands. Seeing this, Soni immediately took out a small thermos cup from his pocket. After unscrewing it, he handed it to her directly. Drink some water? It was still warm, with wisps of steam coming out. No. I have hot water in my backpack. The rejection was almost subconscious. Soni was a little unhappy and put the water directly in front of her. It was almost a commanding tone. Without any warmth, drink. Forehead. All right. In this situation, there is really no need to avoid suspicion. People are going to die. So why are you being pretentious? She was really ridiculous. She was afraid that Soni would have no patience. So she quickly took it over. Hey, brothers. It seems we came at the right time. After taking a sip of hot water, she immediately felt much better. Hearing this sound, I was also very surprised. I quickly screwed on the lid and ran up to see what was going on. I saw a wave of people coming up from below. About 20 or 30 of them, all with guys in their hands. The leading man wore a military coat and held a long sword in his hand, which was about the same size as her tang sword. Come on. Today is your day to gain glory. Go for it. After the military coat gave the order, the people below started to run crazily into the supermarket as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Those who had not come out before will suffer now. Jiang Yuan saw the one coming out of the door, vaguely like the boss she met before. When he saw someone coming who was not kind, he was not stupid and ran away. But, can you really run far? The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. The people inside had gone through a fierce battle, and now they were injured. Even if you are lucky enough not to be injured, you are still tired. What good results can come from so many people rushing forward in one fell swoop? Moreover, the boss just now seems to be going to the small room under the stairs. Pity. Sure enough, shrill screams rang out, as well as bloodthirsty killing sounds. What are they doing? The venue is reserved. Song Yi's words were concise and concise, but they made her shudder. Look quickly. No wonder he was surprised. That military coat was actually at the crossroads and stabbed the survivors who ran out. Then he walked in with a ha-ha sound. Why did he feel like this man was so evil? The wages of avarice is death. There is no good person in this world now, including herself. What should we do? If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we'll be discovered. Soni also realized that now this group of people have entered the supermarket, but it won't take long to clean up the battlefield. Let's go down quickly. Jiang Yuan followed him down, moved the two tables at the door, and then went downstairs. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have done anything unnecessary. When I was going downstairs, I saw a little melon with a head popping up from the upstairs next door, and I sighed inwardly. Sure enough, what they can think of, others can think of. Soni took out his short knife and prepared to rush over. No one is here at the moment. If I come out and find them later, I won't be able to catch up so quickly because they are some distance away. Jiang Yuan wanted to take a detour from the school next to her, but she was also afraid of danger inside the school. After much deliberation, I decided to follow him. Run! After Soni finished speaking, he pulled her and ran away. Chapter 137 by Ming Ming was taken away. After running about 10 meters, Soni let go of her. Of course, he could run faster. But he didn't completely ignore her. He took the leather bag over to relieve her of the burden. The two of them went down the mountain, chasing each other. I also met 5 or 6 people on the road, stumbling, and I saw that they were running out of the supermarket just now. Most of them had nothing in their hands. They didn't know whether they didn't grab it or it was snatched away by others. Song-yi and the others ran fast, and they didn't look like they were injured. Every time they passed by them, they were frightened, afraid of doing something to them. Fortunately, that group of people didn't follow me. I guess the supermarket was also very busy. Finally, when we arrived at the green belt, we stopped to take a breath. I was scared to death. It was really scary. Let's go here. It's faster. Good. The two of them didn't dare to rest, and went straight into the green belt. Song-yi did not dare to let down his guard, and held the short sword in front of him. Jiang Yuan knew what he meant. They will walk here, and the person who comes back first is not stupid. In case they encounter them, there is no such thing as friendliness. Just because you don't want to hurt others doesn't mean they don't want to hurt you. She also silently pulled out the Tang Dao and followed Song-yi closely, fearing that something might happen. There are indeed people here, but the situation is not very good. There was also a man lying on the ground with obvious wounds on his stomach. To be able to run down is probably because of all the effort. Seeing them, I kept stepping back. Song-yi looked at him and held a short knife across his chest. You go first. Jiang Yuan strode forward without daring to linger. Song-yi didn't catch up until she was 5 or 6 meters out. The man also breathed a sigh of relief, but he looked like he was about to die. Only then did he realize that these two people were not enemies, and at least they did not hurt him. With difficulty, they shouted help. Both of them heard it, but no one looked back. In this situation, if you can't even protect yourself, who will have the heart of a bodhisattva? Even though I know that he is also a victim, I really can't empathize with him. The two of them went all the way down, and now there was ice, so their speed also slowed down. However, we don't dare to take it lightly. Fortunately, the community is very close. She arrived in a few steps, and her eyes burst with joy as she saw victory in sight. Someone, Song-yi reminded in a low voice, and sure enough, there was a person beside the road, sitting dejectedly on the curb. Nyobi is not afraid of freezing his butt. Before she could give this big brother a thumbs up, he looked more and more familiar. These clothes and this loser's temperament are none other than Xia Chaiyang. Good guy. What's going on? The other party also felt someone coming and raised his head suddenly. Almost instantly, he recognized Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, is that you? With that said, he stood up and walked towards them. Do not move. Song-yi drew his sword and faced him. But no one could believe it now. It's me, Jiang Yuan. Ask him to take the knife away. Ouch. Why is his face so big? Xia Chaiyang, what are you doing sitting here? Bai Mingming is here. As soon as he spoke, he stabbed his lung tube. This man actually had the urge to cry, and his words were filled with tears. We came back with our stuff, and we met 3 people, and they took our stuff away. He also kidnapped Mingming. What should I do with Jiang Yuan? Go and save her. She took a deep breath and couldn't believe her ears. He asked helplessly, you want me to save Bai Mingming? Yeah. Those 3 people were from the community. They robbed things and took Mingming back. Then why don't you go? We all know they are from the community. So why don't you fight with them? When he mentioned this, he felt aggrieved. I went, but I couldn't beat them. They also brought knives. Look at my clothes. They are all scratched. As he said this, he showed the 2 of them the stained cotton-padded jacket without any hesitation. The cotton is leaking out. It's really pitiful. I didn't observe it carefully just now, but now I'm close and can see it clearly. Not only was Xia Chaiyang's clothes ruined, there was also a lot of dirt and ice on his body. It seemed that the group of people had rubbed it on the ground. Then you just watched Bai Mingming being taken away. Didn't you love her so much that you were so cowardly? Although you are injured. As for her, what good results can there be? There are still 3 of us. Aren't you afraid that the grass on your head is too long and the cows come to eat you? To be honest, Jiang Yuan was a little angry. The current Bai Mingming is the self in the previous life. Xia Qiang was really cowardly. Unexpectedly, he refused to do it, arguing loudly, portraying himself as a victim. I don't want to do anything you want me to do. I finally bought food. What can I do if I meet such people again? I can't beat them. Should I let them beat me to death? Listen, this kind of person's brain circuit is so strange. Don't be loud if you are justified. Since you chose Bai Mingming, you have the obligation to protect her. You are just selfish. Don't deny it. If you tried your best, you might have a chance of survival. But you did nothing. You also asked me to save her and have your dream of spring and autumn. Bah. Bai Mingming's result can be imagined. They are also SBs. They eat so much and are so blatant. They don't have any brains. They deserve it. Then tell me, what can I do? What can I do? His question was almost a roar. Okay. Don't take it out on me if you can't deal with that group of people. I won't spoil you. Why can't you help it? Haven't you always thought of yourself as handsome? Then trade yourself for her. Why don't you go? Xia Qiang had a look of horror on his face, looking at Jiang Yuan as if he was looking at a monster. What are you talking about? I'm a man. What's wrong with men? Maybe they like this taste more. Have you tried to fight for it? You haven't. Haha. She deliberately prolonged the sound, which made him feel more uncomfortable than giving him the quintessence of the country. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Not enough confidence. Too much shame and anger. You know it already. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. You're a coward. After saying these words, Jiang Yuan walked away. She had to go back quickly today. Who can guarantee that those people will be killed in a short while? There is no need to waste time with this idiot. Jiang Yuan. Just 2 steps out. Xia Qiang called out to her again. What? Yes. She was a little impatient. I just want to ask if the thing we talked about before is still in effect. Well, he is still thinking about that matter. It seems that Bai Mingming is indeed insignificant. Chapter 138 Quarrel with Soni. Certainly. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said 2 words lightly. Xia Qiang, you chose your own path. So it has nothing to do with her. Soni took a look and saw that the man in front of him did not speak. Following Jiang Yuan's footsteps, the 2 of them headed to Building 13. I haven't dared to talk in the middle. And now there is no safety in the community. They had been besieged by everyone in the building before. But if they were not safe now, someone had evil intentions. After finally reaching the 21st floor, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm so exhausted. Song-yi, please go back quickly. I'll go back and clean up later, and then come over to talk to you. Jiang Yuan said, and motioned to him to give him the purse. Good. Song-yi didn't say anything more, and handed it over directly. After being outside for so long, I will definitely have to clean up after coming back. Moreover, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jiang Yuan was already hungry. Jiang Xingji had been watching here. When he saw his daughter coming back, he quickly opened the door to greet her. Go in and talk. She didn't say much. She just said it was fine. If only her parents knew what happened today. Isn't it necessary to worry about it together? Ask Qinyu to cook 2 bowls of dumplings for them, and give 1 to Soni later. Thanks to him today, she went back to change out of her clothes, put on thermal underwear, and 3 layers of quilted pajamas. The electric heater is always on at home, and the temperature is not bad. Many times better than outside. Xiaonuan was taking a nap. Her face was flushed, and she was lying there quietly. Jiang Yuan didn't bother her and hurried to the living room. She was really hungry. Dumplings and sour soup. Delicious. By the time she finished eating, Mom's other bowl was ready. She was holding the dumplings, ready to deliver them to Song-yi. As soon as I opened the door, I found that he had also changed his clothes. Oil vapor floated over, as if something was stuck. Are you cooking? Well, fry an egg. Good guy. There are eggs. Big business. I forgot to tell you just now. I asked my mother to cook dumplings. You can eat this. Thank you. Come in first. Song-yi ate on the coffee table. The same coffee table that everyone often used before. He sat on the small stool and Jiang Yuan sat on the sofa. His skill at frying the eggs was really not that good. They were all mushy and looked like he had no appetite at all, compared with the bowl of sour soup dumplings. It is simply delicious. Since moving here, he has rarely had normal meals. Now that the food was delicious, I didn't care to say anything more and just ate it all. Seeing him put down the bowl, Jiang Yuan spoke. Is it enough to eat? That's enough. It's delicious. Thank you. I just want to thank you. By the way, why did you suddenly appear there today? It feels really magical. Like a divine weapon descending from the sky. I went to look for you this afternoon. Uncle said you were out. Oh, no wonder. It turns out it was Jiang Xingji who said it. And everything makes sense. I didn't expect that you would actually come to find me. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to escape today. When he said this, Song Yi's face instantly darkened. Jiang Yuan, why didn't you tell me when you went out? Forehead? Why was there such a questioning tone? For the sake of saving her life. Let it go. I said before that I wanted to go out, but none of you were willing to go. So I went by myself. But what you said last time was that it depends on the situation. You don't have to go. Yes, I think the situation is okay, so I went. Is there any problem? The two of them were staring at each other. What kind of word game are they playing here? Are they childish? Song Yi's whole body was filled with low pressure. And Jiang Yuan didn't know why he was so angry. Could it be because he was not informed and his desire for control was too strong? Wait a minute. Did my dad ask you to find me today? Song Yi took a deep breath. Really angry at this person's brain circuit. No. I'm going there myself. Oh. I thought. Jiang Yuan? Ah? Are you that short of money? What? Oh. No. I just want to save some. She was still racking her brains to think of some reasons. When she looked up and saw Song Yi's probing eyes with a hint of sullenness, she was instantly frightened. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Is that what I mean? Are you hiding something from me? He pressed forward step by step, with sharp eyes. For the first time, Jiang Yuan felt that this person was so scary and so hostile to her. You are overthinking. I am short of money, but there is no secret. I just want to save a little. I am a businessman myself, so it is normal for you not to understand. I am very grateful to you for saving me today. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Song Yi didn't speak. When she reached the door, she heard a question. I might know your secret. Jiang Yuan exploded as soon as she heard this. What does it mean that she might know? What on earth is going on with this person? Why is it so annoying? What does he mean by that? You know. What do you know? Since you know, you still ask me what to do. I'm really speechless. After saying that, he opened the door and went out. The sound of opening the door was a bit loud. However, it was not as angry as hers. Did she expose something before that made this person suspect her? If you think about it carefully, there are indeed many clues. But so what? Who doesn't have her own little secret? She also suspected that Song Yi was also a reborn person. Is it necessary to really test it? It seems that there will be no way to play together in the future. She hadn't taken a few steps out when the door reopened. Song Yi looked at her and asked loudly, Jiang Yuan, do you just not believe me? I don't believe anyone. She replied lightly and returned to her home. It's the end of the world. Who can believe whom? And who deserves to be believed? Now, except for her parents and Shanwan, she sees no one with good intentions. Although I have gone out with Song Yi and others several times, they can be considered life and death friends. However, she really couldn't trust other people. And it was often the people around her who stabbed her in the back. You're back. So fast. Has Xiao Song eaten? Eat. Mom. I'm tired. Go back and rest for a while. Okay. Then go back quickly. If Xianwan wakes up, let her come out to play. This is because she is afraid of disturbing her rest. Mom and Dad are just different from other people and have nothing to worry about. When she returned to the room, she did not go to sleep directly. With so many things going on at home, she didn't have time to be sad. The leather bag that Song Yi had held for her before was sitting on the bedside table. Jiang Yuan brought a small stool over and sat down. I started counting the money, because I took it from the cashier. And there were even oddities and even ones. It takes a lot of effort to get it together. Chapter 139, the suitcase is full of money. Jiang Yuan felt much better when she looked at the money. And there were so many in the trash can. It was so beautiful. Count them all, and put them into categories according to their face value. Put 10,000 yuan into a pile, and tie it with a small rubber band. This is 1 hour's time. With each additional portion, the corners of her mouth raised. In the end, she had collected as much as 230,000 yuan. There was more than 6,000 yuan in change, which was really a pleasant surprise. It's only 1 hour away. And it's just one day. It's so beautiful that my nose is soaked with snot. When my daughter happened to wake up, she asked her to get up and go over to play with Qinyu. The child had slept enough, and was neither noisy nor fussy. Jiang Yuan made honey water for her and mixed it with some chrysanthemum tea. The weather is really too cold. Although electric blankets and electric heaters are more effective, they are really dry and make adults get angry. Let alone children. The only fresh fruits at home are apples. It has been stored for several months, and is not particularly fresh anymore. It tastes mushy. Jiang Yuan was just in time, and took out a handful of bananas from the space. Qing Yu was surprised when she saw it. Did you buy this today? Well, if you misunderstood it, then let's just admit it is wrong. There is no way to verify it anyway. Yeah. This handful of bananas actually costs 2,000 yuan. It's really too expensive. Jiang Yuan deliberately said something exaggerated. And as expected, Qing Yu's attention was diverted. Oh my god. It would have only cost 30 yuan beforehand. This doesn't feel like a money grab. Who says it's not the case? But there's nothing you can do about it. If I hadn't gone early today, I wouldn't have been able to grab it. What's wrong with this world? This is... Qing Yu sighed. Still a little hard to accept. Okay. Mom. We finally got it. Didn't we get a lot of yogurt before? Let's mix it with bananas and eat it today. Okay. I'll get it for you right now. But don't do too much. It's okay for you and Xianwan to eat. Your dad and I don't like to eat these things. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. If she didn't like to eat, it was because she couldn't bear it. But she didn't care. There were still a lot of fruits in the space. In the refrigerator that she had collected from the internet celebrity company. There are also many imported fruits. All of which are of first-class quality. When I get the chance later, I will still make it available for everyone to eat. I took out another apple. Peeled it. Cut it into small pieces. Sliced the banana. Poured the yogurt in and stirred it directly. Just eat it raw. It feels very similar to picking up fruit. Jiang Yuan served a bowl to everyone. But Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were determined not to take it. But they didn't eat. She didn't eat. And then Xianwan didn't eat either. There is no other way. So the four of us eat together. We collect a lot of yogurt. So we usually eat a lot. But it would be too luxurious to have fruit with it. Everyone was very satisfied with their meal. And even had a bit of an aftertaste. Jiang Yuan is also very happy. At least her parents can eat it. Which is a good sign. Asking Xianwan to follow her mother. Jiang Yuan went over and continued to clean up. She locked the door and took the trash can out of the space. There was a lot of money in it. And it was not a small project to count. Jiang Yuan was very happy and felt that she had really made a lot of money this time. Although I thought about selling clothes before. I didn't expect to find a leak. I was so happy. Although this trash can doesn't look good, it can actually be installed. The more I counted, the more excited I became. In the end, there were more than 1.6 million. Jiang Yuan even wanted to kneel down and kowtow to those elder brothers. It was really a help in a timely need. This lasted several days. And it was a worthwhile trip. It was really a worthwhile trip. After finishing it, you can put this trash can into the space and reuse the waste. There were 6 suitcases in the space. After she entered, she began to think of specific passwords. This is a very ordinary suitcase. Very heavy. And there must be a lot of things in it. She can't lift it alone. So she could only lie flat on the ground. 3 zeros. No. 3 sixes. No. 3 eights. Still not right. I tried it again and again. But I got a little irritated. He simply didn't stop doing anything. Brought a big hammer over. And smashed the box open. It's very heavy inside. And the box doesn't bear much force. The combination lock was broken when the hammer hit it. Good guy. The moment the lid was opened, her eyes were blinded. There was actually the money she had been dreaming about. Jiang Yuan couldn't believe it, and quickly pinched her face. Hiss. It's painful. Not a dream. It's great. Resist the urge to jump on the spot, and start aiming for the next target. The farther back you go, the more surprises you get. There were 6 boxes filled with small coins. Moreover, they are all in piles. So they must have been counted in advance. The bank is closed now. So I can only leave it like this. Oh my god. When it was extremely hot, and it just started raining. This place was open for a few days. And prices were not cheap at that time. I really don't know how much money the boss has at home. Sometimes, there are some things that are really only imaginable. And there is nothing that others can't do. Jiang Yuan sat slumped next to 6 suitcases. And the sunlight in the space was just right. These things are also placed on the steps in front of the house. How to use them is another question. I had been thinking about the time to upgrade in case of emergencies. But now I have so much money in front of me. She actually hesitated a little. If nothing else, this space was not very safe. In the past, when I looked at other people's space, it was bound to the individual, which was completely different from reality. They are probably all whimsical, in order to highlight the halo of the protagonist. In the civilized world, it is estimated that there will be another day. Then the money will still have a recovery effect. If everything was upgraded, then she would still be a pauper in real life. No, absolutely not. Moreover, the space may be taken away by others, and the time will also be cheaper for others. It is not cost-effective for those who are busy here and there to make wedding clothes for others. What to do? After much deliberation, for the present plan, I can only collect the money first. She thought clearly that it would be great if the space was always safe. If it is not safe, she can still leave some money, which is a blessing in misfortune. After making up my mind, I started to get busy. I found some of them and added them to those I just sorted out, giving me enough space for 1,500 hours. Take out the remaining 200,000 and put it into a small bag. Keep this one and put it outside just in case you need it. For the rest, I also found a small suitcase and put 1 million in it. If something goes wrong, this must be taken away at the last minute. The rest is placed under the bed in the space bedroom. Daughter, what are you doing? Soni is here and says he wants to find you. Why is the door locked? Chapter 140. Emotions are nothing in the face of life and death. Yuan, did you hear that? Qin Yu was afraid that something would happen to her, so she asked again. Here. Mom. Wait a minute. She quickly packed her things, put on her 3-layer quilted pajamas, and returned to her room. Mom, I was changing clothes just now. Well, Soni is here and said that he has something to ask you. Please go out and have a look. Okay. Jiang Yuan agreed repeatedly, but she was very suspicious in her heart. The two of them broke up on bad terms just now. How long ago? Soni actually came to visit again. Could it be that he came after her to quarrel with her? That shouldn't be the case. He didn't look like such a dishonorable person. Jiang Yuan was a little confused, but she still came out. She is not a willful person. Even if she quarrels, she cannot delay the business. Soni rarely came here, and every time there was something important. In the face of life and death, those things became insignificant. Before going out, she took a special look at the surveillance camera at the door and silently turned the screen black and mute. As soon as he opened the door, Song Yi's eyes flashed with light. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan sounded good and angry, but did not look downcast. Oh, I'll come over and give the bowl back to you. It was the bowl of sour soup dumplings just given to me. And Jiang Yuan took it. Song Yi didn't give up and added another sentence. I've cleaned everything. Well, thank you. The conversation between the two was a bit awkward, but Jiang Yuan didn't think it was anything. What he could have given directly to his mother just now was unnecessary now. Are you still angry? What? Song Yi pursed her lips, feeling a little embarrassed. I just said you were short of money. It seems that speaking like this is a bit insulting to girls. Among the people he had interacted with before, there were relatively few girls, so he didn't think much about it. After Jiang Yuan left, the more she thought about it, the more something was wrong. Come and take a look. It's okay. After all, I didn't think well, and you were worried about my safety. Don't worry. I can figure it out. Moreover, she was short of money to begin with, so there was nothing she couldn't say. After getting along with her for such a long time, everyone probably knows that she has a deep obsession with money. Great. Just don't be angry. As he said this, he became visibly happy. Song Yi, I'm not a child. I won't lose my temper just because of a few words. We all know the current situation very well. Whether you are happy or angry, surviving is the key. Are you right? Song Yi was stunned. He was not as transparent as Jiang Yuan thought. People didn't care, so he was still being pretentious here. Well, you're right. We still need to be more vigilant. The appearance of that group of people today proves that life is indeed unstable now. I feel like that wave of people doesn't seem to be tangled up in 1 or 2 days. Jiang Yuan nodded. This matter was inherently dangerous. Yes, that supermarket is too high profile. Although we hired a lot of security guards, they didn't have enough stamina. Now I have become someone else's meal. This is the consequence of being too confident. Who said it wasn't? Song Yi began to worry. and the gloom in his eyes couldn't be cleared away. Jiang Yuan, although you are not angry, I still want to say something. There is chaos outside now, and many people are dying. So we have to take precautions. Although I don't know what you want so much money for. But if you need it, you can come to me. I still have some cash on hand. So there is no need to go out and take risks. If it had happened before, Jiang Yuan would definitely be moved. But now, she also has a lot of cash herself. Although the number has not been calculated yet. Relatively speaking, it is not small. At least, you don't have to be too nervous recently. Later, if there is a chance, I still have to collect more. Of course, the more time, the better. If things really don't get better in the future, she will pass this thing on to Shanhuan. The harder she works, the better off her daughter will be. However, that money probably won't be available until then. Thank you for your kindness. I understand. If I need it, I will definitely come to you. Her thank you was sincere. But she really didn't need it at the moment. Come on. Let's go downstairs. Can you tell me what happened between you and your ex-husband? Well, Jiang Yuan didn't expect him to ask this. Okay. Let's go down and talk together. In fact, it has nothing to do with Kai Yang and Yu Mianmian. But Soni wanted to stay with Jiang Yuan for a while. So he proposed to come down. When they reached the 20th floor, Jiang Yuan went over and knocked on the door. It was Yu Mianmian who opened the door. She was quite pleasantly surprised and quickly welcomed the two people in. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, hurry up. We just cooked canned hawthorn. Come over and drink some. In fact, I received it in a can before, with a little water and sugar added. Sweet and sour. Very delicious. Jiang Yuan and Soni each received a small cup and a small steel spoon. What? The supermarket above was robbed? Soni said simply. Zhang Kaiyang was extremely excited. Yes, there are quite a few people. I'll go. That supermarket is quite big. And there's probably a lot of stuff there. Gee, what a shame. I didn't get a piece of the pie in the past. It's really a pity to see him like that. We have a lot of food on hand. There is no need to go out anymore. You didn't listen to Brother Song, and you were served in one pot. If we had gone, it wouldn't have been much better. When Yu Mianmian said this, Kaiyang felt scared again. Why did they gather so many people? Are they all in the same building like Sun Yan before? I can't say for sure. This is all organized. Now that the law is invalid, we have no choice. The most important thing is to protect ourselves. Oh, if they eat over there, will they come to us? Lushan Yayuan is the nearest community from above. Kaiyang's worry is also what Song Yi and Jiang Yuan are most afraid of. Now there are old and young in the family. And with a house as a defense, it can be a little better. But if there are too many people on the other side, then they have no chance of winning. It's uncertain. We have to prepare in advance. We can't sit still and wait for death. There is also one thing at present, which is regarded as my own private matter. She would not hide what Soni had just promised to come and tell. What's wrong? Sister Yuan? Yu Mianmian was very concerned and asked quickly. I met my ex-husband, and he wanted to exchange some supplies with me. Oh? That scumbag is still alive. Sister Yuan, you must not agree to him. Jiang Yuan shook her head. He had caused trouble for thousands of years, and he would not die so easily. In her previous life, she was dead, but those people were still alive and well. No, I promised him. Oh, Sister Yuan, you are confused. You must not be soft-hearted in this situation. Yu Mianmian looked like she hated the iron. Don't be nervous. I have other ideas. Chapter 141. Song Yi is injured. When she said this, Song Yi and Kaiyang both looked over. My ex-husband is not a good person. I think he must have selfish motives. Jiang Yuan told everyone that Bai Mingming was dragged away. But he was indifferent, and was only thinking about exchanging supplies. Oh my god. This man is such a bitch. I even looked down on him. Sister Yuan, what do you like about him? Kaiyang curled his lips. Really couldn't figure it out. Oh, I was young at the time. And it was nothing to do with my youth. Now, if I don't talk about it, it's just tears. Then what do you want to do? Song Yi asked the most critical question. And Jiang Yuan probably explained her plan. Sister Yuan, you are right to think so. This man is not a good man. And he must pay the price. Girls can empathize with girls the best. And Yu Mianmian sympathized with Jiang Yuan's experience. At the same time, I also hated that scumbag ex-husband. While several people were talking happily, there were knocks and noises outside. It's the door on the other side of the corridor. It shouldn't be accessible. I gonna go see. Yi Mian said something and opened the door and went out. She was worried that the person next door might have gone out without the key. But Jiang Yuan always felt that it was not a good thing. She was cursing and crying for her father and mother. There was definitely a situation. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it. He followed her out. Open the door. If you don't have great virtue, please open the door for me. The door at the entrance of the corridor was slapped. And the resentment was too strong. Yi Mian glanced at Jiang Yuan. The voice should belong to the old woman on the 6th floor. Soni, this person is definitely up to no good. Soni asked the two of them to step back. And he went to open the door and take a look. Jiang Yuan originally didn't want to open the door. But the current situation would probably cause dissatisfaction both upstairs and downstairs. Although they are already difficult, they still have to be faced. The old woman shouting continued. As soon as Soni opened the door, the other party paused for 3 seconds. And then cursed loudly. You little bastards have harmed my son and our family. Today my old woman will die together with you. As he said that, he threw the kitchen knife in his hand over. Jiang Yuan was right behind Soni and was scared to death when she saw the knife flying through the middle of the guardrail. Soni turned his head to avoid it and grabbed the blade with his backhand. Ah! Yi Mian screamed and covered her mouth. Blood dripping from Song Yi's hand. Song Yi, brother Song. Several people were anxious and rushed up to see his condition. Oh my god! The blood is flowing. Quickly let go and let me see. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but pinch the kitchen knife in his hand, fearing that the blade would be in the wound. But she didn't dare to use too much force. Song Yi stretched out her 5 fingers, and the kitchen knife fell down and fell into her hand. Hurry. Go back first. Several people couldn't care less. This was the right hand. The wound must be very deep. There was so much blood. Yi Mian followed her and helped Song Yi into the house. The old woman outside suddenly laughed. It was clucking like an old hen, which made her sound very harsh. See your grandma's old woman. If I, brother Song, do anything wrong, I will skin you. Kaiong was also extremely angry and almost shouted these words. The old woman also came to her senses and was very happy. Why can't I bear this? When you hurt my son, why didn't you think about your retribution? If you dare, kill me. I don't want to live anyway. Mian, go and close the door. Okay. Yi Mian quickly put down the medicine box and closed the door. Jiang Yuan stopped Zhang Kaiyang's bleeding last time. And she has experience this time. He neatly took out the hemostatic powder, gauze, and iodophor. Song Yi, I'll stop your bleeding first. Please bear with me. Good. The other party didn't say much. And she didn't dare waste time. I wiped it with gauze and quickly poured on the medicinal powder. How big is this hand? There is so much blood, which shows how deep the wound is. Yi Mian also came over to help her. Press for a while, and it will be fine in a while. Don't be afraid. Her voice was soft, as if coaxing a child. This old woman has gone too far, and she will definitely take revenge later. Brother Song, you ducked away at that time. Why did you catch it with your hands? How scary. Yi Mian's implication was that if his hand became disabled, it would be disastrous. You are all behind me. I dare not be careless. When he said this, he kept staring at Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan was playing with those medical cotton swabs, preparing to clean him up later. You. I'm so angry. It's too much. I'm going to scold her. Yi Mian's eyes were already red. She didn't expect Song Yi, who is usually cold, to be so manly at the critical moment. Damn. This damn old lady is so damned. I want to smash her head open to see if it contains tofu. Kaiong came in cursing and slammed the door heavily. What's wrong? Has she left? Dong dong dong. As soon as Yi Mian finished speaking, the sound of kicking the door and cursing sounded again. Although separated by several doors, you can still hear some. You said she was so unreasonable. Before, she preached everywhere, saying that anyone who could avenge her son would be given food. No. Someone robbed her house last night. She searched for the whole day but couldn't find anyone. So she blamed us for her anger. There is something like this? Really speechless. By the way, how is brother Song doing? Stop the bleeding. Jiang Yuan simply replied. So that's it. When she first heard what Yixing said, She thought this old lady was a fool. Now everyone has nothing to eat. But her family has it. And she doesn't do it secretly. Especially when the man in the family is gone, and he is exposed in such a big way. Isn't he just waiting to be snatched away? You deserve it. She owes it. Why don't you take her away too? Yi Mian felt annoyed and cursed too. I'll give you medicine. It's almost done. Jiang Yuan didn't want to participate. There was no right or wrong between them. Now that Song Yi is injured, everyone has opinions about the old woman. But Sun Yan is indeed gone. So let everyone have their own reasons. Good. Song Yi was very cooperative. She wiped it with iodophor and sprayed a little Yunnan Biao around it. She didn't need too much to prevent the wound from getting infected. The situation is not very good. You can already see the bones inside, or the soft tissue and white meat. Jiang Yuan didn't understand it very well, but she also knew it was serious. After the bandage was finished, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Song, please go back and rest. Jiang Yuan also felt that Song Yi should be allowed to go back. So she opened the door. Oh my god! This old lady is capable of fighting. She kicked the door outside with such force that she was absolutely deformed. It seems that there is no end to the fight today. Kaiong, take Song Yi back. Chapter 142. Your son was killed by you. Her expression was very decisive, as if she was going to settle accounts. Jiang Yuan, don't. Song Yi shook his head. The old lady was so angry that she didn't know what she would do. Sister Yuan, you send Brother Song back and I'll handle it. Don't worry. It's okay. If this continues, the door will be broken. 2001 from next door also poked his head out. Seeing everyone here, he asked politely, do you need help? No. Let's go back first. Good. The man didn't talk nonsense. He had been observing here for a long time. Since they didn't need it, he wouldn't come over. That old lady was so scary that he was also afraid of being affected. Go up. As soon as I was interrupted, my mood dropped a bit. Then be careful. Yi Mian was afraid that Jiang Yuan would be wronged. So she also followed her there. If the old woman went crazy, she could still help. When the two of them left, Song Yi went up the steps and made a silent gesture. Zhang Kaiyang immediately understood that he was worried about the two girls. He wasn't worried at first. So it would be great to stay together. If anything happens, there is someone to take care of you. Here. Jiang Yuan slammed the door open, and the door outside had been deformed. Why are you howling and mourning here? Stay away and stop being disgusting. She didn't expect that when Jiang Yuan came over, she would actually curse, and all her anger would rise. Huh? I can't stand this anymore. If you dare, open the door. I'll kill you. Old lady. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and looked at the old lady with too obvious contempt. The old lady was not a light-hearted person either. She was ready to come over and hit someone. And her hand had already been stretched out from the security fence. You two little whores incited others to harm my son. I will let you be buried with him today. With quick eyes and quick hands, Jiang Yuan quickly pulled Yi Mian back. The old lady couldn't reach it and was a little annoyed. You are so shameless. Your son deserves to die. Who allowed him to find trouble? You fart because you are ignorant. There are so many things. What's wrong with taking out a little? My son is doing justice for heaven. What qualifications do you have to criticize him? Jiang Yuan was stunned by the old lady's brain circuit. I'm afraid this person didn't bring her brain when she went out. Justice for God. You really dare to say how you got yourself killed. God has opened his eyes, and has taken away the people who are acting arrogantly in his name. That's great. As she spoke, she clapped, with a rhythm that was so exasperating that it would cost one's life. You fart. I think you're the one farting. That's our stuff. Why should I give it to you? You're a dir. Yi Mian became more and more angry as she listened, and came over to help. That's it. You have no shame at all. My son comes to snatch things, and my mother comes to morally kidnap me. You are really mother and son. The meaning of ridicule was too strong. The old woman had just scolded her for a long time, and now her mouth was dry. Before he could take a breath, he actually choked on his saliva and coughed violently. Oh my God. I can't stand it anymore. I'm telling you, it's you who deserve it. So get out of here. Don't think that because you are an old lady, we don't dare to do anything to you. Yi Mian was never afraid of such people. Then you kill me. My son is gone and everything in my house has been taken away. I no longer want to live. The old lady beat her chest and cried a little sincerely. Everything in your home has been robbed. And your family has been destroyed. It's not all your fault. What's the use of coming here and crying now? Huh? The old lady's eyes were red and swollen. And her hair was messy. She looked a little pitiful after all. You're talking nonsense. It's all you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. You know what's going on. Since you know we have supplies. You know that Sun Yan came to find us. He gathered so many people and wanted to fight violence with violence. But he didn't want to involve himself. As a mother, you knew that he was making a mistake. But you neither stopped nor comforted him. This is your fault. Sun Yan is gone. You don't know how Tao Guang plays and lives in silence. He even boasted that he had supplies at home. And he deserved to be targeted by gangsters. Grandmother did not expect this. But she actually listened to it and was heartbroken. You are talking nonsense. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You don't know what's going on now. There are no men in the family anymore. So you don't know how to live with your tail between your legs. Your high profile has harmed everyone. There's no food. Everyone is hungry. And it's all your fault. Jiang Yuan's words were so true that the old lady was in despair. As if she suddenly realized that she had done something wrong. No. They are all my son's followers. It's impossible to treat me and Xiaohe like that. That's their sister-in-law. Impossible. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. This group of people probably had more than just stolen things. What's impossible? Who do you think you are? He died so early in the morning. And he still thinks of himself as Lafayette? Why should he be your son's follower? What's so special about him? You may be thinking too much. Let me tell you. It was you who ruined your family. You still come to us to commit murder. Okay. You win. If you don't dare to go to the people who really hurt you. Just come here to make trouble for us. Whatever. The old lady listened to her words, as if her essence had been drained. No. You killed my son. It's all your fault. Well, she doesn't deny this. But if it is their fault, it cannot be admitted in vain. That's because your son had evil intentions first. If he doesn't want to kill us, will he be killed instead? Those who do unrighteousness will surely die. Don't you understand? Impossible. My son is a barrister and has studied well since he was a child. Everyone envies me. He helped many people with their lawsuits and won many. And everyone is grateful to him. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan truly sneered. She still doesn't know what kind of person Sun Yan is. The old lady's filter is too serious. Just treat him as a treasure. You dare to say that your son has no selfish motives at all. Why is it that everyone has nothing to eat? But you still have food in your house? Is this your good, fair son and good lawyer? Others have given him enough trust. Can he shoulder it? These few rhetorical questions completely expose the ugly corners of Sun Yan's mouth. Wouldn't the old lady know? Just unwilling to admit it. Jiang Yuan looked at the hypocritical grandma in front of her. One more second of sympathy. She deserves to die. Chapter 143, Hiding the Truth. No. The old lady burst into tears. And Jiang Yuan felt that she would freeze in less than a minute. He seemed to be laughing at himself. As if his whole body had been drained of all strength. Mian. Close the door. She didn't want to kill them all. There was no right or wrong in this kind of thing. The consequence of retribution is that both groups of people are unhappy. Yi Mian quickly closed the door. The old lady reacted instantly and knocked again. But her strength was not as strong as before. It can be seen that my mood is different. The two people went directly to the 21st floor, and were a little surprised to see the two people in the corridor. Lo. Taiyong stretched out his hand awkwardly to greet them. This was considered eavesdropping in disguise. But the two girls didn't think it was anything. Hey. Why didn't you two go up? It's so cold. Aren't we afraid that you two are in danger? Sister Yuan. You are so powerful. This old lady will probably be sick to death. Just tell the truth. If he had no intention of hurting others, Sun Yan would definitely survive until the end. The result now is that it is all his own fault, and he cannot blame anyone else. Song Yi. Please go back and take a rest. Be careful not to touch the water. Now that the wound is so big and the temperature is low, it is not easy to heal. I found that all four of us seem to be injured. We are brothers and sisters. Yi Mian suddenly felt a little funny. And Jiang Yuan thought about it too. It was normal for her to have been damaged for so long. Because Song Yi was injured. They went back separately. The old lady downstairs stopped knocking on the door, and became much quieter. I just don't know if I have gone home. Jiang Yuan returned home, feeling a little complicated, but she still didn't tell Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu those things. When she arrived in the room, she felt a little sad. I have lived my life again, and know many things that others don't know. He also forces himself to kill decisively. But after all, his ability is limited. The time was too short. And besides stocking up on some supplies, I didn't have time to prepare many things. It was a bit overwhelming. And the day when she died in her previous life was coming soon. What happened next? She didn't know. Jiang Yuan sat on the bed, lost in thought. Carrying such a secret makes me feel a little tired. Fortunately, now that I have space, many things are different. Yi Minyan was right. All four of them were injured. Although hers was not serious. It was better to be quiet recently. There is no shortage of food, clothing, and supplies at home. As long as we guard the house well, that's all right. Right now, there is only one unresolved issue. And that is the matter between Xia Chaiyang and Bai Mingming. Two people want to exchange supplies with her. Regardless of whether they are one person or two people, this matter will continue. Of course, she also wants revenge. Jiang Yuan sighed and patted her face. There were still so many things to do, and she couldn't be discouraged. The appointment with Xia Chaiyang and the others was tomorrow night, and now she was getting ready in advance. Originally, they said they should act together, but those three people had become sick, so it would be better for her to go alone. While Shanwan was playing in the room, Jiang Yuan quickly went to the space to water the vegetables, repackage the contents of those 6 boxes. Also, the first crop of zucchini is ready to be picked. There were tiny thorns on the vine, so Jiang Yuan brought the scissors over. She didn't plant much, with only 6 seedlings, but this one was very thick and could be eaten for a long time. When the melon becomes swollen and old, it doesn't matter. You can pick it off and dry the seeds inside. This is how natural seeds come from. In addition, the old zucchini made into pickles also has a unique taste. It's crunchy and goes very well with rice. Jiang Yuan was still thinking about how to take out these fresh zucchini when Qin Yu came over. It startled her. Yuan, come out to eat quickly. Mom has stewed the ribs. Okay, here we go. Qin Yu said before that the meat in the refrigerator should be eaten quickly. Otherwise the weather will get warmer later. Although it won't go bad. The taste is not as good as fresh. Fortunately, she also had a new idea. Since you can't think of an idea, just pretend to be confused. My mother makes pork ribs stewed with potatoes and a plate of stir-fried bean sprouts. Jiang Yuan ate quickly and then excused herself to go to the attic to pack things. Anyway, she goes there often, so Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji don't really care. In less than an hour, she came down in a hurry. Mom, why don't you eat these dishes? You can't even look good, Jiang Yuan said, taking out 5 zucchini, a handful of asparagus, and a bunch of grapes. Asparagus and grapes were taken out from Boss Ba's refrigerator. Where did this come from? Qin Yu was also surprised. The only fresh things at home were cabbage, radish and potatoes, and the rest was frozen for her. It's in the refrigerator drawer above. Mom, you must have forgotten it. On such a cold day, it would freeze. But luckily the refrigerator is well insulated. Since the weather has gotten colder, the refrigerator has not been plugged in. The temperature outside is even colder. Freezing cold. Huh? I don't remember it. Oh, it's really. Qin Yu was annoyed and came over to check the vegetables again and again. And the grapes are amazing. Fortunately, there's no problem at all. Look how fresh it is. Mom, wash and eat this bunch of grapes. It won't get better after a long time. Now it's wrapped in plastic wrap, which is unusual. Okay. Shanwan hasn't eaten this for a long time. The ones I bought before were all frozen. Yes, a lot of grapes were frozen. And various fruits were also canned. Okay. I think this zucchini is quite fresh. Otherwise, let's make dumplings tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Yuan's requests are usually agreed to. And the family is happy. The feeling of muddle through is quite refreshing. Tomorrow she would have a face-to-face fight with Xia Chaiyang and Bai Mingming. Jiang Yuan was lying on the bed, actually feeling a little excited. These two scum finally received their comeuppance. But will Bai Mingming come over tomorrow? After being dragged away, is she still alive to come back? Those 3 people are definitely not good people. If she can't come back, Xia Chaiyang will be alone tomorrow. It will not be easy for her to seek revenge from Bai Mingming later. After all, It is still unknown whether it will be found or not. Heartbroken, Jiang Yuan got up early the next morning. She felt refreshed today. The agreed time was in the evening, so she was not in a hurry. She was very diligent. She got up early and made the dumplings. Chapter 144 Mrs. Sun hangs herself. It's stuffed with zucchini and eggs. It's refreshing and not greasy. Jiang Yuan likes it very much. I had a big plate of dumpling soup. Yu cooked it very well. Not a single dumpling was exposed. The soup was clear and watery, which she hated the most. When she drank the dumpling soup, it was filled with dumpling fillings. She had a mission tonight, and she wasn't going to do any physical training during the day. It would be a fierce battle to keep all the energy in the night. Dong dong dong. She thought there was nothing going on today, but as soon as there was a knock on the door, Jiang Yuan felt as if something had happened again. The only one who could knock on the door so conveniently was Soni next door. That person is also quite a homebody, and he only comes here when something happens. Jiang Yuan cursed in her heart. Could it be that he wanted to ask her about what happened at night? It was very possible. However, he was injured, and it wasn't very good for him to follow him. When I opened the door, it was indeed him. Song-yi, how is your injury? It's okay. There's a knock on the door downstairs. Let's go down and have a look. Yes. You can hear some noises in the corridor after all. There seemed to be some shouting. There must be quite a few people there. Is it possible that Mrs. Sun has hired someone to come here to cause trouble? Come on. Let's take a look. Jiang Yuan thought so. And Song-yi thought so too. Yesterday, the door outside was already in danger. Today, we can't afford to have another problem. It seems we have to seize the time to repair it. When we got downstairs, Yin Yin and Kayong were there. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, Son Ian hanged himself on the 7th floor. Hang? Dead? Jiang Yuan couldn't believe it. This old lady was still angry. I really didn't notice it. Yes. He died. He was on the 7th floor on purpose. When he was found, he froze. No. Not to mention when he died. There would be no good results just in such a cold weather. Then what's the fuss over here? Speaking of this, Yi Mian was filled with indignation. They had been out for a while, and heard a rough idea. This group of people said that this old lady hanged herself because of us. So they moved her here. I was so angry. It turned out that this morning, someone wanted to go out to find supplies. That place was the only way to go. So someone saw it. And that was the result. What a bunch of nosy people. Open the door and take a look. What do they want? Jiang Yuan said this. And Zhang Kaiyang opened the door inside. Regardless of the injury on his arm. It's really annoying. His strength was so strong and so sudden that the people opposite him were suddenly stunned. Oops. It's a familiar face. The leader is none other than Sister Lu, who came here just 2 days ago. What are you doing? If you touch my door again, I will send you to the west. Although he was not extremely angry, the murderous intent in his eyes was still very obvious. Sister Lu shrank her neck, but did not give in. What are you criticizing? You have forced an old man to die. And you are still reasonable. You must give us an explanation today. The big guy said. Isn't it? She also learned a lesson this time and dragged people into the water in advance, so that no one would respond later when it was time to take action. Yes. There needs to be an explanation for this matter. That's right. In our building 13, you can't have the final say on everything. It's you who kill people. And it's you who slap your butts and don't care about anything. This is not okay. The ones who spoke were the mother and daughter who had the conflict with them before. Jiang Yuan looked at it coldly. There were so many enemies in this building. What do you want to say? Did I strangle her to death? Or did I hang her up? Don't be too outrageous. Okay? Kaiyang also refused to give in. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt the urge to give her a big mouth for the first time. Humph. Who is outrageous? You people have no sympathy. If you want me to say that you are guilty of all kinds of sins, don't talk nonsense to them and bring them to justice directly. That would be the best thing. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes. In this group of people, there will always be 1 or 2 troublemakers. If you can't speak, just shut your mouth. It's like eating shit. What does the life and death of this old lady have to do with us? The next words haven't been finished yet. Sister Lu quits now. Who says it doesn't matter? If you hadn't killed Mr. Sun, his mother wouldn't have done this. You are the murderers. What have you been doing in there? Come out if you have the guts. Jiang Yuan looked at her righteous and Lingran look. Wasn't she the proper female version of Sun Ian? Mian Mian. Open the door. Okay. Yi Mian Mian neatly opened the door outside. And the two parties met more intuitively. Now that the door is open, what can be proved? You said I didn't have the guts. But you did. Then let me ask you. Who brought up the old woman's body? Since the enmity with us is so deep, let's settle the matter carefully. Jiang Yuan squinted her eyes, with a look on her face that said she should keep strangers away. Seeing that no one spoke up for a long time, she became angry and asked loudly, who is this shameless bastard who has lost his temper now? Sister Lu's face was not very good. Jiang Yuan's intention of referring to saying and scolding Huai was too obvious. The reason why we came here today is to talk about the old lady's affairs, and the compensation for those of us. So, you are the one who brought her here? Jiang Yuan pressed forward step by step, not letting her change the subject. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I just discussed the matter as it stands and complain about injustice. The fighting power of these people is off the charts. And the reason why they dare to come here is because they are the only ones with the supplies. However, Sister Lu doesn't want to be cannon fodder. You are complaining. My son is gone. And I still have my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. It is your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Or should I say, you and Sun Yan really had an affair. When she said this, the others naturally thought of what happened last time. Gossip exists all the time. Even at this juncture, there are still many people who are curious. How dare you say that her daughter-in-law has been kidnapped a long time ago? As well as the food in their house. How old are the two children? How many days can they live without food or water? Sister Lu seemed to have found some great reason. She hugged her shoulders and had a face full of condemnation. Jiang Yuan didn't know that Sun Yan's wife had also been murdered. It seems that not only are other buildings unsafe, but there are also evil forces in Building 13. You are really SB. And Sun Yan's home is a lesson for you. There are not many people left in our building. And there are only a few who can do such a thing. Today is Sun Yan's wife. Tomorrow it will be you. If you don't clamp your tail and lock your doors, sooner or later you will cry. Chapter 145 by Mingming's experience. She was not an alarmist. And many people on the opposite side also listened. When everyone is in danger, it is better than thinking about them all day long. Then you don't care. The old lady is gone. Sister Lu's arrogance is getting weaker and weaker. But Jiang Yuan is confident. So many people die every day. Do you want me to be responsible? I tell you, get rid of this quickly. Otherwise, I will knock on the door of each house and deliver it to you. Why are you like this? You are a devil. The one who spoke was the daughter from afore. Her eyes were red and filled with hatred. It's just that I didn't shed any tears. In this weather, if I shed tears, my face would freeze. I am your ancestor. Yin Yin Yan couldn't stand listening and said, she still hated the mother and daughter, who bullied her very much. Get out of here. Our patience is limited. When Sister Lu heard this, she sighed secretly, but she did not lose her momentum. Let's go down first. A group of people came in a mighty manner and left in a chaotic manner. There were two others who slipped on the stairs because they were in a hurry. The person who was carrying Mrs. Sun happened to be in front of them. This collision caused the man to lose his hands and come into close contact with the dead. Ouch screamed. It was the wax they applied before that had taken effect. Ha ha. You deserve it. Ha ha. That's right. It made me laugh so hard. This guy will have nightmares at night. Kai Kai Yang and Yi Mian Mian felt a little happy. But Soni and Jiang Yuan had no expressions. This group of people came over again and again. But they always felt that it was not particularly normal. Moreover, he is very cautious and does not confront them head-on. What is the path? Okay. Let's go back and rest. There will be a fierce battle at night. Well, what Soni said was probably to accompany her to meet that pair of scumbag men and bitches. Well, I thought about it for a moment. Or I'd better go by myself. You're all injured. So don't bother. The first one to quit was Yi Mian Mian, who came over and hugged her shoulders. Sister Yuan. What are you talking about? We haven't all planned it. We must go. Yes. This little injury doesn't bother me at all. Zhang Kaiyan also agreed. Jiang Yuan was a little embarrassed and thought it was too troublesome. Follow the original plan and go back to prepare. Song Yi spoke, and everyone went home. She still wanted to say something to him, but this man was expressionless, and she didn't dare to speak. Just go, and she will help you more in the future. Now the friendship between the four people is relatively strong and can always be used. Jiang Yuan returned home, said a few words to her parents, and then went back. Although they are all sad about Mrs. Sun's choice, no one can do anything about it, which may also be a kind of relief. I took a black garbage bag and put a cotton-padded jacket inside. It was quite thick and took up a lot of space. Xia Chaoyang said that she wanted to exchange supplies, but she didn't want to give them to her. So why bother to actually give them out? It was okay just to show off. But for fear of any accident, she still took out another small bag, put some instant noodles, bread, ham sausage, etc. in case of emergency. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was already minus 32 degrees. Jiang Yuan was well armed, explained to her parents, and then went out. He didn't say anything specific. He just told Soni and others to go downstairs and have a look, and asked Jiang Xingji to guard the house. When she opened the door, she saw that Soni had really come over, and she didn't have any doubts. The two nodded, and Soni actually brought the little one with him. In such a cold weather, the little dog was also wearing a piece of clothing. It seemed to be made of leather, and he looked very handsome. The two of them went downstairs, met with Zhang Kaiyang and the others, and then started to go to the designated place. This place used to be a pavilion, like a corridor, with a lot of vines climbing on it. It has long since dried up and died, and not much is left hanging on it. It looks very scary. As soon as they got close, the three of them hid separately, and Jiang Yuan went there alone with the big bag. There was a person standing in the middle, and his figure was very clear. The agreed time was 10:30, and it seemed that they were more anxious than she was. Soni was afraid that she couldn't do it alone, so he asked the little boy to follow him. This guy's fighting ability is also very good, and the dog can't talk, so he doesn't have to worry about seeing his secrets. So Jiang Yuan readily accepted it. By Mingming, why is it you? When the other party saw Jiang Yuan coming, she calmed down a lot, but because it was too dark, she took a night light and could only make out an outline. It's me, Jiang Yuan. Are you surprised? As she spoke, she slowly approached, less than 1 meter away. Then I changed the night light into different gears, and it became much brighter in an instant. Yes, I'm surprised. When I came back last time, I met Xia Chaoyang at the door, and he said that you were robbed together with the food. She answered frankly. It was the truth anyway. Bai Mingming sneered coldly, feeling a little contemptuous. Divorcing him is the best choice you have ever made in your life. So you escaped? Where is Xia Chaoyang? Where is he? If we don't come together, how can we serve it all in one pot? In the previous life, these two people were not easy to use, and she could not let them go. Yeah, I was humiliated all the time. And then I ran away while they weren't paying attention. What the HL? Why does she not believe it so much? Bai Mingming is actually so strong in combat. Now that he has been humiliated, he still has the strength to run out? I came here today to make a deal with you. As she spoke, she handed over the bag in her hand. Jiang Yuan's heart was ringing with alarm bells, and she always felt that there was some danger. Seeing that she didn't move, Bai Mingming was not angry. So he opened the bag directly and put it on the ground. It's money. From the looks of it, it's estimated to be 500,000 or 600,000. This is all the old lady's money, including my own. You keep it. What you up to? Jiang Yuan squinted her eyes and looked at her warily. I want to kill Xia Chaoyang and his unlucky mother. Bai Mingming gritted her teeth and couldn't hide the hatred in her eyes. Don't worry. All the money will be given to you, and you don't have to give me anything. I will tell them when I get back. It was you who took away the money and didn't give me any food. Building No. 9 is in a state of chaos right now. We live on the 18th floor, and everyone next door is dead. It's about to become AHL. Jiang Yuan looked at her like this, as if she wanted to die together. If Xia Chaoyang ignored her and allowed her to be taken away and bullied, she would feel resentful. It seemed to make sense, but it would never be like this. She didn't believe it anyway. Why? Her eyes seemed to see through everything. Bai Mingming laughed miserably. They ate my son. Chapter 146. My son is gone. What? This time it was Jiang Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. What do you mean by eating your son? That's the literal meaning. Jiang Yuan. Xia Chaoyang and his mother are not good people. Not hysterical. Just like discussing the weather with her. How do you want to do it? Don't worry about it. Jiang Yuan. As long as you cooperate with me, it'll be fine. Okay. I promise you. Bai Mingming smiled sadly, always feeling a little scared, and then prepared to leave. Wait a moment. When she heard the noise, she just turned her head and said, "What else is there? Take this. It can save your life at critical moments. Remember to hide it." Bai Mingming looked at the 2 chocolates handed over by Jiang Yuan, hesitated for a moment, and then took them. Thanks. After she left, Jiang Yuan slowly came out, leaving the remaining 3 people confused. Sister Yuan, what's going on? Why did you let her go? The plan has changed. Let's talk about it when we get back. Good. Now was not a good time to talk. It was still so cold. So they hurried home. Grandma Yi was already asleep. A few people went to 2102 for fear of disturbing her. Soni kept the electric heater on, and the house was very warm. What's going on? All 3 people's eyes fell on Jiang Yuan. They had agreed before that they would not let that person leave. Only one person came here today. You should have seen it. It was Sanner. I didn't see it clearly from a distance. I thought it was that scumbag. She was taken away by someone. Why did she come back? Yin Yin really couldn't figure it out. And the 2 men also looked puzzled. She said she escaped while others were not paying attention. No one knows the specific circumstances. Jiang Yuan told the truth that she also felt that this matter was too strange. But that's not the point. Bai Mingming took all their money and didn't ask for anything from me. Oh? Is she stupid? Zhang Kaiyang found it a bit unbelievable. How could such a person not love money? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Jiang Yuan. What else did she say? Sure enough, it was Soni. And he immediately thought of the key point. She told me to keep the money. If the 2 mother and son came to find her, they would say that they did not give her supplies and would beat her up instead. As soon as these words came out, Yin Yin became even more confused. What kind of cool operation is this? Is it because that scumbag ignored her and wanted revenge? Zhang Kaiyang couldn't help but bring into the story of the eldest sister on the 11th floor. Otherwise, why would he take away a woman? She told me that scumbag and his mother ate her son. What? She looked confused, which was no less shocking than when she first found out. No, that's not his biological son. How could he say it? What about my biological son? If this woman can't go back, the child will have no one to protect him. The hatred in Jiang Yuan's heart is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Wan was like this in her previous life. The reason why Bai Mingming was asked to go back was because she wanted to see the situation between 2 people biting each other. Not to mention anything else. The child was raised by Bai Mingming herself, and was her spiritual sustenance. Now that she's in that situation, can she let it go? Jiang Yuan was happy that these people were not having a good life, and it was fun to kill each other. Moreover, even if she didn't take action, those people would starve to death. She would be happy if she could make them suffer. When she first heard it, she also had chills running down her spine. If she didn't hold Xiao Wan in her last life, then her daughter probably wouldn't be able to escape this ending. And give her chocolates. That's the same thing. Don't lose your strength when you're halfway through your revenge. So I didn't give him too much. Just thinking about leaving her hanging at the critical moment. As for Bai Mingming's back, she definitely has to deal with it. This person was one of the leaders of Xiao Wan's death in her previous life and the sin she suffered. Never let it go. Oh my god! What will she do? Yin Yin really couldn't figure it out. There were so many people out there looking for food. The first 3 adults in their family should be more diligent, and they wouldn't starve to death. As for doing such an outrageous thing, why do I still feel a little sympathy for the 3rd sister? I feel like you should treat others the same way you treat them. Jiang Yuan didn't hide anything and expressed her thoughts. Soni nodded. For now, that should be it. That's why Jiang Yuan was not allowed to give them food, and all the money was given to her, cutting off the family's future. Oh my god. This is so crazy. What happened today was completely beyond Yin Yin's knowledge. How could this be possible? What's going on? Okay. It's getting late. Let's go back and have a good rest. We have been extremely busy these 2 days. The group of people in our building are not stopping either. Who knows what else will happen? Jiang Yuan said this and was recognized by everyone, who all stood up and left. She tiptoed back home. Her daughter slept so soundly that she felt a little dazed. Some things are engraved in his bones. Xia Qiang is an out-and-out scumbag. He treated Xiaowan so well in his previous life. And now he has become Bai Mingming's son. But if he could stand up on his own, He wouldn't reach this point. She remembered that Bai Mingming said before that they were on the 18th floor, and the people next door were dead. Which meant that after a while, she could go there to inspect the results. And she herself? If she said she ran away, she wouldn't believe it. The reason why those people kidnapped her was definitely not a good thing. How could they escape so easily? She must not have told the truth. Jiang Yuan's heart became even heavier. She never thought that such a thing would happen. The money Bai Mingming brought her was all real. She thought about it, and took it all into space to upgrade. This was her money to begin with. At least half of it. Now, it belongs to its original owner. Since she couldn't sleep, she stopped sleeping. There was still a lot of work waiting for her to do in the space. Beans and cucumbers are now blooming. And eggplants and tomatoes have begun to bear fruit. She brought some of the sweet potatoes she bought earlier into the space. Spray it with water. And after a few days, it will sprout. And by then, she can plant a batch. And potatoes. The same operation. It would be a waste to not use such a big place. She also kept all the seeds from the grapes she ate yesterday. Now she found a small foam box, and put some soil in it. Plant the seeds. Water them. And wait to see if they sprout. If possible. Great freedom will be possible in the future. There are a lot of fruits in that refrigerator. And they are all worth letting her try. Chapter 147. The sun comes out. Jiang Yuan didn't stay up very late. There were too many things in the past 2 days that she couldn't digest. Every time. Only when I look at my daughter, I feel that everything is real. Early the next morning, when Jiang Yuan woke up, Xiao Nuan was still sleeping. He took out his cell phone from under the pillow. Since the internet was disconnected, the frequency of its use has also been greatly reduced. If you don't know what to do, just take it out and look at the photos and videos you took before. Her photo album is filled with every detail about Xiao Nuan. This needs to be backed up to a computer. It would be a shame if it were lost. Thinking like this, she got up. Dad? Mom? What are you looking at? As soon as they arrived in the living room, they saw Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu lying on the window. Hearing her movements, he was also very excited. Daughter, the sun is out. Come and take a look. Ah? Really? Jiang Yuan was also a little excited. Although the rain had stopped for a few days, the weather had always been foggy, and the sun could not be seen. The mood was very depressing. And things at home were not in good condition either. Even if I wash clothes, I won't be able to do it for several days. I got closer to the window. And sure enough, the sun came out. It was still early at the moment, meaning it had just risen. Moreover, it is not as dazzling as on a sunny day. It is dim, but the outline can be seen. A few days ago, it was terribly gloomy, but there wasn't even a shadow. Oh my God! The sun is really coming out. It's great. Dad, let's pack up the solar panels quickly. Okay. Jiang Xingji understood what she meant. There was no sun during this period. It was cold inside the house. And electric heaters and electric mattresses consumed a lot of electricity. Most of their batteries have been used up. Without energy supply, it will be really dangerous. Jiang Xingji also planned to go out to collect some firewood and other things to save in the past 2 days. It's really not okay anymore. I still have to burn charcoal to keep warm. The two of them went directly to the terrace. Oh my God. It was so cold. The sun is out, so it will probably be warmer. No. But you still have to be careful and don't freeze. The two people were talking, and the movements of their hands did not slow down. Packing the things on it. Qin Yu didn't come down. She was preparing breakfast downstairs and looking after Xiao Nuan. Jiang Yuan didn't wear gloves. When she came back, her fingers were slightly red and her whole palm couldn't be used. Qin Yu saw it and quickly poured hot water for the two of them to calm down. I won't dare to do this next time. It will be troublesome if I freeze. Speaking of which, she has never had chilblains. No matter how cold the weather was when she was a child, she was well protected. The morning time is always relaxing and rare. Today, more people are going out to look for supplies. Jiang Yuan had nothing to do, so she just sat in front of the window and watched the video. It was some conventional medical knowledge. Kai Yang and Song Yu were injured last time, which gave her a sense of crisis. If the situation behind becomes more and more serious, it will be bad. She must have some medical equipment, especially scalpels, sutures, and quick-acting drugs. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. This had been in her plan before, so it seemed like she still had to go out. Thinking like this, My mood became heavy. At noon, helicopters floated over her head, followed by things landing. Jiang Yuan's home was well soundproofed, but her attention was still attracted by the thing that fell instantly. A crack in the window was opened, and there was official news. Citizens are requested to go to the Survivor Rescue Center as soon as possible. Experts predict that there will be heavy snowfall in the future. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, please travel together, help each other, and I believe we will overcome the difficulties together. The radio sounded, and many people heard it. In addition to dropping off supplies, we also call on everyone to go to the Survivor Rescue Center. It's freezing outside, and if snow is added to it, it will be terrible. If it were a blizzard, it would be difficult to move forward. That's for sure. Moreover, although the sun came out today, the temperature did not rise at all. The temperature even dropped by 2 degrees during the day. At noon, it also reached minus 34 degrees. What's the concept? It's just spitting, and it probably freezes before it hits the ground. It's really scary. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji also heard it, and they carefully asked her opinion. The Survivor Rescue Center is not that good. Mom and Dad, you have seen that high-speed rail station. There are millions of people in this West City. How can it be pretended to be there? Moreover, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and it may not be a good thing if things go past. Jiang Xingji nodded and agreed. My daughter is right. We have so many things at home now, and we can't take them away. After that, the environment won't be very good, so it's better to stay. Qin Yu sighed. She is a very traditional woman. Wherever men and children are, there she is. That's all. You two said so. Then let's stay. However, we should not want that thing thrown down. No. Leave it to someone who needs it more. Jiang Yuan murmured and saw that many people had gone out downstairs. There should be a few copies of the rescue package just thrown in between the two buildings. There were quite a few people going down, probably all trying to grab things. Daughter, look. Are those two groups of people fighting? Following the direction of his finger, Jiang Yuan picked up a high-powered telescope and began to observe carefully. Yes. Grabbing supplies. Within 5 minutes, a group of people left and ran towards Building 15. The remaining 2 people fell to the ground, with scarlet liquid spreading from under their heads. It was very dazzling. Even though it was far away, Qin Yu still saw it. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands. How could this happen? She didn't understand. She had already come to drop off supplies. So why did she still need to grab them? Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although she knew it was normal to see this situation, it was quite embarrassing that it happened so loudly under her nose. I'll go take a look in the corridor. From the corridor, you can see the 3 buildings in front. There is an activity center similar to a small square over there. It is estimated that more things were put in and more people passed by. If there was Xiaoqiang, she couldn't miss it. Then be careful yourself. Okay. It's okay. Despite saying this, Qin Yu still asked her to bring weapons. The impact just now was too great, and they were constantly being watched, so they had to be on guard. As soon as he came out, he saw Soni here, looking at the situation below through the window. Hello. What are you looking at? Hearing this, the other party turned around and said, the fight is about to start. Let's watch the excitement. Chapter 148 Blizzard is coming. A fight started? Jiang Yuan also became interested and came to the window to watch with him. There is also a high-powered telescope hanging on his neck, which will come in handy. It turned out that it was the activity center area, and there were many people grabbing things. TSK. This material distribution has become a crime. But there are really many people in this community. Jiang Yuan sighed while watching. Soni also brought a telescope. Obviously, the two of them had the same purpose. Look, a big shot is coming. No wonder, Jiang Yuan said. A wave of people really came over there and forcibly separated the group of fighting people. Those who are pointing below don't know what they are talking about. Soni also saw it and opened the window a crack. Now he could hear some sounds, but they were not very clear. Good guy. This person can't be another Sun Yan. What? Sun Yan. Kaiong, who had just come up, heard a tale and became visibly nervous. Isn't he dead? I'm not dead. I'm here to find you. Jiang Yuan saw Soni speaking calmly and felt a little scared. This person was really serious. Okay. Don't scare him. Kaiong. It's not Sun Yan. We saw someone downstairs. He seemed to be a leader. Didn't Sun Yan say before that every building has a building manager? We wondered if the group of people fighting downstairs were also the legendary building leaders. It's not the people who fight. It's the people who violently break up the fight, Soni corrected Jiang Yuan. And then Kaiyan looked down. Oh my god. Isn't this the Dark Force? Look. These two groups are also fighting. What's going on? This is another wave. It's really a complete mess outside. Why are you two here? Soni did not continue to pay attention to the situation downstairs. Instead, Yi Mianyan took away the telescope and watched the fun with Jiang Yuan. It's not like the drone came over today. I'm not sure what's going on with the heavy snow. I came up to discuss it with you too. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan didn't look at it either. She always felt that Soni knew many things. In her previous life, she didn't know what happened after the extreme cold. Let's go to my house and talk. The four of them were silent and went straight to 2102 without looking at the excitement. Soni also followed Grandma Ye's example and took a bottle of Coke to cook. He used a stove with a small gas tank. Jiang Yuan had bought a lot of it before, just like the ones used in Chuan Chuan incense shops. This one is relatively small and can be placed directly on the table. Thinking of this, I am really craving for Chuan Chuan Xiang. I have to make arrangements when I get home later. Soni took a pot and everyone watched it cook. I don't have any ginger slices at home, so just drink it like this. In fact, all drinks and water must be boiled before drinking. Otherwise you will have to wait to eat ice cubes. It's okay, Brother Song. This little thing is pretty good. Today they said that experts predict that there will be a heavy snowstorm in the future. What should we do? Should we go to the Survivor Rescue Center? Yi Mianyan was still worried and very concerned about this issue. The main reason is that Grandma is too old. And this trip of displacement is definitely not a good thing. However, I am also afraid that if I stay, I will not survive the winter. This matter still depends on personal wishes. If it really snows this time, the situation will definitely be worse than now. Soni calmly opened the lid of the pot and turned off the heat when he saw that the cola had started to bubble. Then, use a spoon to scoop it out for everyone. Brother Song, no one knows whether the blizzard is real or not. We can't figure out how accurate this expert's prediction will be. What Kaiyan said is true, but the road ahead is dangerous. Who can be 100% sure? The temperature outside is very low right now. It's around -30 degrees during the day, and even lower at night. If it snows, it will be even worse. Moreover, if the following does not change, there is thick snow on top, and if nothing else, it will definitely be difficult to walk. Soni began to analyze if there was really a blizzard. Yes, not only that, it will probably be even colder. It's okay when it snows, but when the snow melts, it's absolutely fine. Not only this time, but also before. When the snow melts, it takes away the surrounding heat and the temperature becomes lower. Just imagine, if the temperature is more than 30 degrees below zero, what will it be like if it gets lower? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mianyan were shocked. The melancholy in my heart became more serious. What should we do? Jiang Yuan also let out a long sigh. Now it's time for their lives to be tested. I think Soni is right. Let's go back and think about whether we stay or leave. This is very important. The conditions at the rescue center may not be as good as here, but medical care should still be available. When we are at home, we must be prepared to not be able to go out. When the blizzard really closes the door, the world is covered with ice and snow, and it is probably difficult to walk. What a joke. That was a blizzard. If the snow was as heavy as usual, would it be worthy of the word storm? Yi Mianyan became nervous, and Kaiyan became silent. Sister Yuan, what about you? What are your plans? I still have to go back and discuss it with my parents. We have a large family, and I can't make my own decision. Well, Yi Mianyan also sighed. She was most worried about her grandma. She's getting older. So let's go. I'm afraid it will be too much trouble in the middle. Don't leave. If something happens and she can't get out through the door, she will regret it terribly. In fact, everyone knows this truth. That's why I don't make decisions for anyone else. We are all adults and can think independently. Okay, that's it. If nothing happens, let's leave. Jiang Yuan stood up as she said that. The weather was so cold that she couldn't wait to go back to eat skewers. The three people left, both of them feeling heavy. When she got home, she told her parents about eating skewers. It just so happens that there is nothing going on at home, so I can just eat? But it would be too troublesome to put it on. Qin Yu went to prepare the dishes, and Jiang Yuan came to the attic to look for the small stove and gas tank she bought before. Jiang Xingji was afraid that she could not handle it well, so he came to help. She just happened to tell the two old people about the matter. She really didn't know whether to leave or not. If you ask me, I won't go. We have so much food at home. If we leave, will these be thrown away? That's not possible. It all comes from money. Besides, food is so important now. Chapter 149 Ice Car. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Xingji and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. That being said, we can't take all these things away. How to get it? The key is that I can't take it down. The main reason is that there are too many things. And she feels that now she has food and drink. And her life is pretty good. Yes. I don't know what the specific situation is over there. Even if it passes, it may not be good. Moreover, we have so many things. If we don't keep them all, someone will have bad intentions. Being so far on the road is also a problem. Jiang Xingji felt that everyone was hungry. So when he saw someone with supplies, he would probably rush to them. Naturally, it would not be possible for those people to get something they had worked so hard for in vain. Moreover, this is a life-saving ration. My dad is right. Many people will go there now. But after all, the space is limited and the conditions are not good. I guess eating and drinking are also a problem. Who wouldn't be jealous of these things in our house? However, even at home, there are disadvantages. Both of them looked at her attentively. And even Xianwan put down the toys in her hands and listened carefully. Even if the conditions there are worse, there will definitely be a medical team. There should also be doctors among the refugees in the past. If we stayed at home, it would be the four of us. If it really snows heavily, people probably won't be able to go out. When Jiang Yuan said this, she was a little confused. She had watched a documentary about blizzard, which was simply terrifying. The snow was so big. It was 2 to 3 meters thick, which was taller than a person's height. Really, it's hard to get it done, even one step at a time. This is indeed a problem. If we stay at home quietly, everyone in the building will be gone by then, and there will be no problem. Qin Yu thought simply, as long as she didn't get sick, she didn't need medical treatment. For minor illnesses and disasters, just take some medicine and it's all right. And it's not that troublesome. Your mother is right. If that doesn't work, let's not go out. At least we'll be more comfortable at home. Moreover, everyone is familiar with the surroundings and knows the specific situation. Jiang Xingji felt that there was no problem with supplies. And now that there was the sun, there would be absolutely no problem for them to survive until spring next year. If we are at home, we can't sit still and wait for death. We have to go to the hospital to get some medical equipment and special medicines in case of emergency. My daughter is right. It will snow, and it will probably be very cold by then. It's best to get some more firewood back. This electricity costs too much, so we have to make 2 preparations. Jiang Yuan took it for granted. Her family grew up in a rural area and was not averse to this kind of thing. Okay, then we need to collect the things before the heavy snow starts. Mom and Dad, let's see. If it doesn't work in a day or 2, go out and look for it. The 3 of them were silent. I don't know what the situation outside is like now. Going out would definitely be dangerous. However, there is nothing we can do about this. Qin Yu brought all the dishes over, and Jiang Yuan found a piece of hot pot base and put half of it in. This small pot is very fast, and it boils in a while, and it is steaming. The fatigue on their bodies disappeared. Several people ate warmly, and Jiang Xingji even took off his coat. Qin Yu scolded him, and then just unbuttoned his shirt. Going to the hospital and collecting firewood must be put on the agenda. This time, I don't know if others want to go together. In Jiang Yuan's plan, she and her father were the only 2 people. If conditions don't allow it, she can go alone when the time comes, which will be much more convenient. I took out a map and marked the surrounding destinations. There are quite a few pharmacies around them, and probably none of them are in good condition, so they won't consider them right away. The nearest one is a community hospital, at the foot of the mountain, about 3 kilometers away from Lushan Yayuan. This one is next to a small hospital, or the 2 share the same courtyard, which was often mistaken by people in the past. So, she just went over there, and that's it. The community hospital also has a lot of vaccines for children. Xiaowan is only 3 years old, and there are still many vaccines that have not been vaccinated. If you encounter them, you can collect them later. They used to pass by this hospital when they went out. The terrain was not low, so they would definitely not run in vain. What I want are some instruments for surgery and so on. It is estimated that no one cares about these things. Even if it is robbed, there will still be a lot left. If that doesn't work, go farther. Maybe 6 or 7 kilometers away. There is a provincial third hospital, which is a 20 to 30-story high-rise building. So there will definitely be no problem. Further away, there are more hospitals. The ones Jiang Yuan chose are all on the same road. Many buildings are gone now. If the road section is complicated and there is no reference, it will be easy to get lost. Therefore, it is much more convenient to walk in a straight line on the same road. There is also a building not far from the hospital that makes building materials and furniture. It is not as high-end as the one I went to before, but they only need wood, which is fine. If you have time, go a little further. There are many places you can visit, like shopping malls, but I don't know if anyone has been there. Suddenly, I regretted not going out more often before. Now that many people can go out, it's really a waste of good things. It's a pity to think about it this way. Mom, Grandpa calls you over. Little Nguyen Nai has a sweet voice and acts as an errand boy, coming here to deliver messages. Okay, Mom will be here right now. Jiang Yuan quickly got up from the bed and followed her daughter to the living room. Qin Yu was sweeping the floor, and there were sawdust on the floor. Daughter, what do you think? Ice truck? With surprise in her eyes, she looked at the 2 freshly baked ice trucks in front of her and quickly gave her father a thumbs up. I'll go. It's so awesome. Why didn't I think of it? Dad, you're awesome. Jiang Xingji was also happy. The board you brought back before. I thought I would get this one when I go out. It's more convenient. Convenient? It can't be too convenient. Long live Dad. He made a simple ice car. When they were children, they would always go to the ice to play in winter. With this, it is convenient to go anywhere, and it saves effort. This ice cart is not small, and it is no problem to put a large woven luggage bag on the back. Jiang Yuan was very happy, looking at this and touching that. At that time, ice picks can also be used as weapons. If you want to catch someone skating on the ice, it is simply a fantasy. With this, you can go to places no matter how far away you are. Dad, now that we have the ice truck, we have to move quickly. But you have to be quick. We only made 2 in this half day. Jiang Xingji smiled so hard that his teeth couldn't be seen, and he was polishing the handle of the ice pick in his hand. This one is simple to make. It's not very pretty. It's just sturdy. Let's make do with it. Chapter 150. Yin Yin discusses ideas. Jiang Yuan said TSK twice. Dad is so humble. It's good enough. It can hold things down. And it's sturdy. Shan Wan was also watching from the side, and said suddenly, Grandpa is so awesome. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xingji was grinning from ear to ear. How could a child lie? Mom, can I go out? I want a skateboard too. The little girl's big eyes were filled with longing. Jiang Yuan had no choice. This was not the first time Shan Wan told her that she wanted to go out. Everyone would be tired of being stuck in this square piece of land all day long. Baby, be obedient. It's too cold outside now. When spring comes next year and the flowers bloom, Mom will take you out to play. Okay? Shan Wan was a little disappointed, but still nodded heavily. Okay, Mom, pull the hook. Jiang Yuan stretched out her little finger and hooked with her. She didn't know if there would be a day when spring would bloom next year. While several people were having a warm moment, the surveillance screen came on. It was Yin Yin. Jiang Yuan hurried out and opened the door. Is there something wrong if she came over now? Yin Yin, why are you here? Open the door and let her in. Yin Yin was afraid of disturbing the elderly and children, so she did not go in. Sister Yuan, I came here today just to ask you what you think about going to the rescue center. Seeing the frown on her face, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Yin Yin, have you told Grandma? Well, I've said it before. She told me to leave her alone and just make the decision based on what makes me feel comfortable. But how could I ignore her? Yin Yin looked worried, with entanglement written all over her face. This matter is not a good choice in the first place. Jiang Yuan also sighed. She came to see her just because she wanted to ask for advice. But she can't make the decision in this kind of thing. And she can't interfere with other people's choices. Sister Yuan, I know. Are you going or not? We discussed it, and finally decided to stay at home. I don't know what's going on there. The main reason is that my daughter is too young and I'm afraid she might catch a cold during the trip, which would be bad. I'm also worried about my grandma. At her age, it would be better for her to have less trouble. However, I am worried that the environment will be too bad by then and there will be nothing here. In fact, everyone is worried about this issue. Mian Mian, you still have to make the decision on this matter yourself. And you don't need to refer to other people's opinions. Decide according to your own situation and personal wishes. When she said that, Yi Mian Mian also knew what she meant. It was a matter of life and death, and she could understand that no one wanted to take responsibility. I don't know what Kaiyang and Brother Song are thinking. They are very handy, and it's probably very convenient to go anywhere. Yes, I'm going to stay at home. A sudden voice sounded, and the two of them turned their heads hurriedly to see that it was Song Yi. Why was this guy so quiet? He didn't even hear the door open, and he didn't know how long he had been here. Brother Song, aren't you going too? Well, I have a little one at home. If I go over there, I'm afraid of being watched by someone with intentions. No need to explain. Both of them knew what it meant. Who would keep a dog when people don't have enough to eat? Moreover, the little one is so oily that it will probably make many people jealous. For Song Yi, this is a partner and family. I understand. Then I'll discuss it when I go back. By the way, I'll ask Kaiyang what he thinks. Yi Mian Mian left, and she and Song Yi were the only ones left in the corridor. Jiang Yuan, I heard everything just now. Before the blizzard comes, do you want to stock up on supplies? Song Yi invited her, and Jiang Yuan also told her her plan. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. This is indeed important. Song Yi, I don't know what you are short of. Anyway, my family is in short supply of medical supplies and firewood. Time is tight. If not, we can act separately. Jiang Yuan planned to work alone from the beginning, and cooperation also had its drawbacks. I understand what you mean. This blizzard didn't fall all at once. Let's go together and be safe. The situation outside is probably even worse now. Song Yi was telling the truth. Jiang Yuan still felt a little scared when she thought about what happened in the supermarket above in the past 2 days. That group of people looked like a mob, but their fighting power should not be underestimated if their lives were at stake. Okay. By the way, my dad made an ice cart for us to use when we go out. Would you like to come over and take a look? Okay. Even if she didn't tell him, Song Yi would still find a way to use it as a means of transportation. Jiang Xingji generously showed everyone the ice cart he made, and Song Yi was very excited when he saw it. The two didn't know what they said, but as soon as Jiang Yuan entered the room to get an ice pick, the two reached an agreement. Song Yi also has one of the door panels he brought back before. Daughter, you go back and watch Xiao Wan. I will help Xiao Song make an ice cart. Then we can go out together. Okay. Dad started to show off his skills, and Jiang Yuan was too embarrassed to interrupt. Since Song Yi stayed, they would still go out together. How can I put it? One more person is an extra guarantee. Moreover, Song Yi's fighting ability is good, and she has earned it. Qin Yu took a look inside the room and then went back. The old man liked to tinker with these things. Now that we have more time, it's good to find something to do. Jiang Yuan also had no time to spare, so she still had to screen out some places. I didn't ask Song Yi what he was missing just now, so he should have marked it all. With this in mind, she went out to ask. His family also has a lot of food, which means the more the merrier, and there are some commonly used things, no matter what they are. Okay, let's look at the places where supplies may be found. Both sides were busy, and dinner would be ready soon. Qin Yu cooked the small wonton she had made before. I was too embarrassed to ask Song Yi to go back, so I gave him an extra bowl. Jiang Xingji and the two men didn't even enter the house, so they settled the matter in the corridor. She knew she was rushing to work, so she was looking forward to going out tomorrow. Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mian never came up, and they didn't know what they were thinking about. Today, several waves of people went there again, making everyone eager to try it. One person makes one choice, and Jiang Yuan doesn't play their cards. Just do her own thing and it's okay. It was about 9 o'clock when Jiang Xingji came back. It was extremely cold outside, and later he arrived at Song Yi's house. Dad, are you done? Well, my dear, I made a big one that can hold some things, Xiao Song said. If there is nothing to do tomorrow, let's go out and take a look. When Jiang Yuan heard this, she immediately became happy. Okay. Chapter 151 refused to go together. Jiang Yuan was quite excited and got up early the next day. It was only 8 o'clock when they finished breakfast. And Soni said he would go out at 9:30. If it wouldn't be too cold. Jiang Xingji is going with him today. He told her many times yesterday that Jiang Yuan knew that her father was worried about her. Everyone in the building is in danger now. As long as my mother closes the doors and windows at home, she will be very safe. Mom, no matter who it is, don't open the door. Keep this electric baton with you at all times. And also carry the walkie-talkie. If you really can't do it anymore, you can call for help downstairs. Qingyu looked at her daughter nagging. How worried she was about her. Okay. You go quickly. What can I do at home? Remember to protect yourself is the key. Caring about each other is what a real family is. The two of them went out to find Soni. Jiang Xingji was worried and checked the ice truck of the three of them again. And only dared to set off after making sure that there was no problem. He is also very careful. And he also carries some small nails and hammers with him so that if there is any damage, he can repair it in time. Nowadays, when you go out, transportation is like a leg. So you must not be careless. Jiang Yuan arrived at 2102. And Soni looked at the small clothes she took out with surprise. This is? It's for the little one. Don't you have to take it out later? The one I wore before didn't feel too warm. So my mother changed it overnight. I used Xianwan's old clothes. But I haven't worn them a few times. The kind of internet celebrity cotton padded clothes. The northeastern color system. The light blue flowers. Are very enchanting. In fact, there was also a bright red one. But Jiang Yuan thought it was a bit eye-catching. So she decided to forget it. He is not small. He is fat and strong. And he looks like he is not someone to be trifled with. Although dogs have their own fur to keep them warm. The current temperature is too scary. So they still need to take measures to keep out the cold. The little one didn't object and let Soni toss it around. However, she actually saw the despair of life in a dog's eyes. This time, the three of them went out together. Because the two people downstairs were not sure yet. They didn't call them. Jiang Yuan's meaning was very simple. She was afraid that telling them would affect her inner judgment. She doesn't have much influence. But Soni is different. If they make a regretful choice because of this incident, no one can afford the consequences. When we arrived on the 7th floor, the corridor was extremely busy. There were probably more than 10 people there. He looked like he was going downstairs, carrying large and small bags. He must be going to the rescue center. In the past 2 days, the crowds of people in 2s and 3s have already taken action. The 3 people arrived late and were waiting for them to go out. However, because he was carrying an ice truck and the target was too big, he still attracted attention. Are you also going to the rescue center? Our 2 families happen to be teaming up to go together. Otherwise, let's go together. No. We are going out to find supplies. Jiang Yuan and the 3 of them were all covered tightly. And it was impossible to tell who was who for a while. However, she did not miss the greedy look in the man's eyes as he looked at Bing She. I thought you were going too. But since that's not the case, forget it. It was inevitable that his wife and children would go down. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet. After the 2 families left, the corridor suddenly became spacious. Are you from the 21st floor? If I go, I can recognize them all. It's really amazing. Jiang Yuan looked at the man in front of her warily, who was also wrapped tightly. He looked to be in his 40s, and seemed to have followed Sun Yan before. Could it be the 2 remaining people he mentioned? Wouldn't it be very dangerous if someone comes out now? Are you going to find supplies? Let us go with you. As he spoke, a rare brilliance appeared in his eyes. Sun Yan said that there are 2 more dangerous people in this building. One is Lao Su from 0801, and the other is Lao Wu from 1202. So who is this person? No. It's not very convenient. Soni was as indifferent as ever. And what he said was extremely inhumane. Seeing that there was no movement from them, Soni stared behind him. That was where the window was, which was also the only way out. Brother, we can still take care of each other together. This man is also very thoughtful. And the situation outside is not very good now. People on the 21st floor are more capable of fighting. It would be great if you could go out with them. Moreover, every time they go out, they bring back a lot of things. So they must have their own way. Unnecessary. Soni didn't think at all. Nonsense. There were only 3 ice trucks. Who could pick him up? Besides, This person has often followed Sun Yan to find trouble before. It's too embarrassing to mention this now. I'm speechless. The man's thoughts changed. But he didn't say anything directly. He stepped aside to make way for the space next to him. Then you go first. Jiang Yuan didn't expect that she would give up so easily. I was still wondering in my heart. But Soni had already passed by first. Jiang Xingji signaled her to go first. And the three of them went down the window. The four people behind them actually followed closely. It's a pity that the three of them disappeared in a flash while skating on the skateboard. Only then did they leave the community. And they couldn't catch up. I originally thought that if they didn't take them with me, I would follow them by myself. Who would have thought that the people on the 21st floor would be such thieves? Angkor, what should we do now? How about we go up and have a look while they are not at home? Didn't you see that those two didn't go? They must be guarding at home. Let's not fight head-on. Angkor sighed and looked at the ice truck with envy. Okay, let's go out first and see what else is around. Jiang Yuan and the other two people left the community and headed west. Soon arriving near the foot of the mountain, the building of the community hospital stood there majestically. That's it. Let's go! The first stop has arrived. And the happiest person is Jiang Yuan. He quickly greeted the other two people and headed towards the hospital. Although it doesn't reach the foot of the mountain here, the terrain doesn't appear to be very high. The first, second and third floors were flooded, and now they are all frozen. Going up to the fourth floor, things get better. But a lot of the glass is broken. Jiang Yuan remembered that the first floor was the lobby, where the pharmacy and outpatient clinic were located. It's a pity. There must be a lot of medicines in the pharmacy. This hospital is not small, with a total of 12 floors. In addition to the lower one, there are 9 floors. The community hospital is right next to this, with a total of 4 floors. And the rest is where vaccinations happen. It was what she wanted. And Jiang Yuan was very happy. The situation is complicated now, and we need to pay special attention to everything. Chapter 152 Community Hospital. The upper floor is for vaccinations. I want to go up and have a look. Jiang Yuan made no secret of her inner thoughts. Time was running out. It would be dark at 5 o'clock in the evening. When the weather gets cold, the temperature drops sharply, which is unbearable for people. I don't know why. Even if the sun comes out, the temperature doesn't get any better. Instead, it got even colder. One night, it even reached -40 degrees. She also thought about the Inuit people at the time. And she didn't know if she could survive this time. Okay, let's go here first. It was inevitable to come out and go together. And Jiang Yuan had already been mentally prepared. It's easy to get to the 4th floor now. It's the only one left on the ice. The windows were also in pieces. Soni took the lead, picked one with less broken glass, cleaned it a little, and went in. Jiang Xingji and Jiang Yuan followed. And they had to take the ice truck in. It was really dangerous to leave it outside. This is the corridor on the 4th floor. Going forward is a large activity area where vaccinated children and parents rest. Directly opposite are 5 offices. And she doesn't know exactly what they do. Next to the activity area is the physical examination room. And next to it is the registration and vaccination area, both of which are semi-enclosed. There is also a lounge and a mother and baby room at the back, which are basically empty and sometimes not open. What can be seen outside, Jiang Yuan remembers, is that there is also a refrigerator inside, where some vaccines for the next day will be stored. However, most of the vaccines are still in the back house. Once, when they came over early, they saw the little nurse passing by to clean up. Soni was still very cautious. Jiang Yuan knew his intention, so she gave the two people a signal to separate and be on guard. She went to these offices, and 2 other people came from the activity room to check if there were other people and safety hazards. Logically speaking, there should be no one there. It was extremely hot at that time. The community's vaccine group notified parents that vaccinations were temporarily suspended, and Jiang Yuan was in it. Sure enough, everything was safe, and the 3 of them didn't dare to be too careless. There was a building next door. It's better to be quiet and be safer. Jiang Xingji also went out with Soni and the others once, so he was able to accept such an atmosphere. The 3 of them acted separately. Jiang Yuan chose these offices without saying a word, starting from the outermost ones. Soni and his father will search for the rest. As for how to divide it, she didn't care anymore and started to act quickly. The first office should be used for information and stuff. There are piles of lists everywhere. There are only 2 desks in the middle. both of which are filled with documents and papers that need to be signed for vaccination. These things are relatively useless, but they are useful. That is, they can start fires. But there are only so many places. So give up decisively. Jiang Yuan came to the second office. This was actually the place where the vaccines were stored. There was a large refrigerator. There was electricity. And her eyes couldn't help but shine. There are not many refrigerators with batteries like this. And vaccines are relatively expensive. So they must be purchased to deal with emergencies. She didn't expect that there was still electricity after such a long time, which was a real advantage to her. There are really all the vaccines here. She took a quick look at them, including HIV, hepatitis B, influenza, hand, foot and mouth, chickenpox. It was really comprehensive. And time was tight. Jiang Yuan didn't think much. So she just took the refrigerator and put it all away. There are several boxes next to it, with disposable syringes written on them. As many as you need. I also found a lot of cotton swabs, iodophor, and children's needle patches. They are all things that will be used during vaccination. Now that you encounter them, you should quickly collect some. Then came the second office. When Jiang Yuan came out, she specially looked at the progress of the other two people. There aren't many things here, and the speed is very fast. We arrived at the third office, which should be the office area for medical staff. There are several desks here. Jiang Yuan took out an oversized woven duffel bag from her backpack. The nurses and doctors here are all young women. And there are quite a few things on the desk. Instant coffee, scented tea, slimming tea, fruit tea, milk jelly, tissue paper, wet wipes. There are quite a few wet wipes. And they are all dry. Jiang Yuan thought about it and put it away. It probably evaporated when it was extremely hot and can be used later. There were also some cosmetics, the most common of which was hand cream. In addition, Jiang Yuan also found 2 boxes of August 4th disinfectant here. The bad news is that it's already frozen. But it doesn't matter. We'll take it back first. This will be stored in a space, and we will look at the specific situation later. Jiang Yuan, how are you doing here? It's okay. I have a few small things. What about you? Saying this, she withdrew, and the other 2 people had different gains. Dad, what are you doing with this? No wonder she was surprised. Jiang Xingji actually got a rocking horse. This is placed in the rest area for parents to use to coax their children. Take one for Xiao Yuan and go back to play. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but secretly hold her forehead. It was still pink and a bit eye-catching. Dad, just take this. Xiao Yuan also has several small cars and other things lying on top. We don't have room at home. So forget it. Jiang Xingji ignored him and kept immersed in his own world. Soni looked at it and found it a little funny. Let's take a look at the rest of the place first. Alright. That's all. If there are too many things later, Dad won't take them himself. She went to the 4th office. And Soni went to the other one. This is a doctor's office. There aren't many things. Just water cups, tea leaves, and tissue paper. There is a big green plant in the corner. But I can't tell what it is now. She took it indirectly. If possible, she would still want to upgrade the space later. When the time comes, you can build a very large farm on your own. And no matter what happens later, your family's life will be guaranteed. In the drawer at the bottom, there were actually a lot of silver needles, rolled up in a leather roll. Although I don't know how to use it, I still have to save a copy of this thing. In her excitement, she didn't forget to take away the acupoints and meridians chart on the wall so that she could study on her own when she went back. This doctor seems to be very powerful. In addition to these, she also found several books on medical skills. 2 books are about acupuncture, and the remaining 4 are about childhood diseases. Fortunately, although Xianwan has not been sick during this period of time. But, just in case. Thinking of this, after she came out, she took 3 copies of the picture album on the bulletin board in front of the hall. It's all about epidemics and common childhood diseases, or vaccinations. Although it is simple, it is still good to take a look. Who knows that she knows nothing about it? Chapter 153 Purgatory on Earth. The 3 of them moved very quickly. Mainly because there was nothing here. Let's go to the nearby hospital. Okay. Be careful. The bottom 3 floors are also flooded here. And it's the 4th floor once you enter. This floor happens to be the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology and Pediatrics. Because it is a small hospital, the clinics are not very dense. The long corridor was dim and a little scary to look at. The layout is also very simple. On the left is the gynecology department, which has some consulting rooms and waiting areas. On the right is the pediatric department. And on both sides of the corridor, in the middle, are various examination rooms. After wandering around, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, as there was indeed no one there. Daughter, it's very dark here. If we can't do it, just grab what you need and leave. Jiang Xingji felt that the hospital itself was unclean, so he should try not to stay there as long as possible. Yes, there is no way to get past the pharmacy on the first floor now. Otherwise, I'm downstairs. Dad, you and Soni go to the 8th floor to have a look. That's the operating room over there. Let's get some surgical equipment and leave quickly, while you still have time. You can also check out other places. Daughter, can you be alone? No problem. There are no safety hazards here. Let's move separately and be faster. I'll come up to you later. The two looked at each other, and there was indeed nothing wrong with them. Okay, then be more careful. Jiang Xingji and Soni put down their things and went upstairs quietly. There is another reason why I only chose the 8th floor and not the ones above. The inpatient department is up there, and there might be people there. And it's even more dangerous. Their purpose is simple. There is no need to waste time. Moreover, even if there are some supplies on it, it is better to use less of the patient's things. It's not like we are at the end of our rope. There's no need. After making up her mind, Jiang Yuan started to take action. There are 4 clinics in total in the obstetrics and gynecology department, one for each person. In addition to a desk, there is also an office cabinet and a filing cabinet. There is also an internal examination bed next to it, the kind with legs spread apart to facilitate the doctor's examination. The outside is a bed that you can lie flat on, with a blue curtain outside. Every clinic should have the same structure. Jiang Yuan looked at the machine and put it in directly. She didn't need too many, just 2. In addition, there are stethoscopes and many disposable diaper pads. Jiang Yuan accepted medical gloves and some medical toilet paper without rejecting anyone who came. Other clinics are almost full of these things. In addition, there are examination rooms with many instruments. She didn't quite understand. Some of them were very big. These things had to be followed by the machine that produced the data. And there were a lot of wires. If you don't understand it, forget it. However, I discovered a lot of things in the pediatric clinic. Tongue depressors, thermometers, stethoscopes, etc. are all available. She was very fast and didn't forget to put something in the bag. If nothing is collected, that would be a bit much. Seeing that the 4th floor was almost there, Jiang Yuan hurried to the 8th floor. Just as he reached the safe passage, he heard the sound of coming downstairs. It was Song Yi and Jiang Xingji. They hurried down and greeted her when they saw her. Xiaoqing, go first. I didn't know what happened. Looking at the expressions of the 2 people, I didn't dare to be too careless. So I went to get the things in the ice truck. The 3 of them left the hospital very quickly. It was much better on the ice. The speed of the ice car is very fast. The friction is small, and it slides very briskly. Their second stop was the building materials and furniture city nearby, which was not far from the hospital, about 400 to 500 meters away. Although it was so short, the situation was completely different. We have reached the bottom of the mountain here. The previous heavy rain has not been drained away, and now there are more than 10 layers on the ice. The community hospital occupies a high-lying advantage, even lower than the submerged floors of Lushanya Yuan. Jiang Yuan thought to herself that she should look for places with this kind of terrain later to get more things. At the door, the 3 people stopped at the same time. I can't tell which floor it is here, but it must be above the 10th floor. The glass is like this. Someone must have come here. Jiang Xingji looked at it with some pity. There are several communities around here. The weather is too cold and many people will come out to look for things. Naturally, the situation here will not be good. They could imagine that there was wood here, and so could the rest of the people. Song Yi took out his watch from his pocket. It was already 12 o'clock, and they couldn't delay too much. Otherwise, we won't go here. There are several commercial buildings and office buildings over the second ring road. Let's go there and have a look. Song Yi still felt that he should stock up on more food and drink, while Jiang Yuan's purpose was medical supplies. The situation is not very good now, so we have no choice but to give up. I think it will work. Even if there is something, I probably won't be able to take it away. Jiang Xingji echoed his words, then turned to look at Jiang Yuan, asking for her opinion. I have no problem. By the way, What happened to you just now? As soon as he mentioned this, Jiang Xingji's eyes immediately showed a dark look of fear. Although I only saw it with my eyes. It was too obvious. We just thought that after we finished cleaning up, we would go upstairs and take a look. Girl, do you know what we saw? What? For some reason, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt a creepy feeling. I don't know who it is, but the corridor on the 9th floor is full of corpses. Soni listened and began to explain. There must have been a fight there. There must have been a lot of people. It was a group fight. It was a human tragedy up there. And many people died there. Because it was cold, they were all frozen on top. Damn, that's too scary. From what he meant, it should be even more tragic than the previous scene where Sun Ian's group besieged them. No wonder. These two people looked in a hurry. And if they couldn't save everything, there would still be survivors over there. I felt chills running down my spine when I thought about packing my things there and possibly having others monitor my every move. It's really, really dangerous. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go there quickly. We have to get back before dark. The three of them regrouped and started heading towards the 2nd ring road. This is the boundary of the eastern suburbs. And further ahead is the 3rd ring road. You need to keep heading west. It was also the route she had planned before, so there was no big problem. The commercial building is 100 or 200 meters southeast of the 2nd ring bridge. Jiang Yuan has been there before. There are 2 buildings, both called International. Chapter 154 Health Products Company. The office building is at the northwest corner of the intersection. There are 4 buildings in total. It is considered a famous business district in the eastern suburbs. The 3 of them drove quickly towards the 2nd ring road, where the dividing line was very obvious. Even the bridge in front of us is tall and large. It is not an exaggeration to call it an overpass. Now, we can still see some of its original appearance, which shows how tall it is. On the road, there is a section with a very famous university, and directly opposite is a large park. A tourist attraction left over from history. It's free, and there are usually a lot of people there. There are shopping malls around, but they are all relatively low profile. At this point, Soni gradually slowed down. Jiang Yuan also saw the situation on the road from a distance. There were people there, probably looking for supplies. However, the situation in front of us was clear, and the ice was very wide. Whenever someone appears, you should take a good look at them. There was something on their ice truck, which naturally made people jealous. He came over after seeing the person, and Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xingji also followed. Those people don't look good. Let's slide over quickly. If they have evil intentions later, we will attack them directly. Good. After Soni finished speaking, he started to make arrangements. I'll go first. Jiang Yuan is in the middle, and Uncle is behind. None of the 3 people had any objections. In this situation, they were all nervous. Although the road is relatively wide, it is impossible to go around it. There were 6 people in total, and they all had sticks and other things in their hands. It can be placed on the ground to prevent slipping, and it can also be used as a weapon to protect yourself. The 6 people were almost lined up. Soni was not very fast when the 2 groups of people faced each other. The man picked up the stick and pointed it directly at him. Stop. Just kidding. Soni wasn't scared. He just waved his eye sleeves and hit him. The man didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent, so he started to fight passively. Because on the ice truck, he quickly turned around and hit the man's leg directly. Then the ice cart slid out again. At this time, Jiang Yuan, who was in 2nd place, also arrived. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining people came to help one after another. She also followed Song Yi's example and specifically attacked the legs of this group of people. She had been playing with this ice car since she was a child. After skating for a while, she had already regained the feeling she had before. It spins around very dexterously, catching the opponent off guard every time. Although they have a lot of people, the feeling on the ice is not good, and the chassis is unstable. Song Yi and 3 others surrounded and intercepted him. They were not willing to fight. They hit and ran away without giving them any time to react. 10 minutes later, the group was on the ground. There was nothing I could do. They all hit me on the legs and attacked indiscriminately. After a few rounds, I couldn't stand up anymore. Let's go! It's not far from the destination. It's right in front of you. Because the road is wider, you may need to walk for a few minutes. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xingji did not dare to be careless and followed Song Yi closely. This is a relatively popular place, and there will be many people nearby looking for things. The three of them must not be separated, as they are easily in danger. Looking at this path, it should be going to the office building next to it. Because of the terrain, we have reached the 15th floor here. Fortunately, the floors of office buildings are relatively high, all on the 32nd floor. Xiao Song, why are you at the end? Jiang Xingji was a little confused and looked at Soni to ask. Uncle, the office building in front is too conspicuous. Many people come here and their first goal is there. But we go in the opposite direction. Yes, you young people have better brains. Jiang Yuan also thinks Song Yi's idea is good. There are 4 buildings here, and the 2 at the front are probably unlikely to be spared. After all, I saw it as soon as I came here, and it took so long. The 3 of them didn't dare to waste time and started getting busy when they got to the place. The ice trucks must be brought up in a unified manner and carried wherever they go. The place you come up from the 15th floor is directly facing a corridor. There are many small companies here, mainly because the floors are too big. Jiang Yuan is also very anxious. What she wants is medical supplies. At the community hospital just now, she didn't know how many things her father and the others got, and she felt a little worried. I wanted to ask, but both of them were very nervous now, and she didn't say anything. Song Yi's goal should still be those materials. It's very strange. He is collecting supplies, but I haven't seen him buy much before. I don't know what this person is thinking. It should be fine here. Look, there are no signs of damage. Then hurry up. Let's hurry up, Jiang Yuan said and started to work. The companies here are not big, and they probably all make healthcare products. She didn't believe this before. She always felt that they were all trying to trick the elderly out of their money. Those so-called magical effects are not that useful at all. Moreover, although this kind of company is not very big, it will have a large conference room. Since you're here, let's go in and take a look. Forget about products and whatnot. But the more places like this, the more supplies they have. They often distribute eggs, noodles, etc. to attract the elderly. Jiang Yuan arrived at an office first. There was indeed something here, but it was rice, cooking oil, and asparagus noodles. As a gift, the specifications are not large. The rice is packed in a pound, and it says Wuchang no wash rice. The cooking oil is 1L and should be given as a gift. The brand name is the same as their company name, so they probably produce it in-house. She once had a customer who worked in this kind of company, and it was said that he had his own retirement base. The beautiful scenery and beautiful mountains and clear waters not only allow people to spend time there for retirement, but they also grow and raise their own food and drinks. These food items will also be brought and sold. As for the company's main product, which was a capsule, Jiang Yuan had no interest in it and ignored it. There are not many gifts behind the front desk. I took some symbolically and put them in bags, and threw the rest into the space. In addition, a place like this must have a small warehouse. She looked around, and sure enough there was a small storage room. It's not big, only about 5 square meters. There is a circle of shelves inside, except for the capsules containing gift boxes. The rest are distributed goods, and the egg noodles are all in a large bag with several small portions inside. The same goes for rice. She hasn't eaten the no-wash type yet, and doesn't know how it tastes. The small portions of oil are also good, and they come in boxes, just collected directly into the space without too much trouble. Then, there are those workstations. Everything useful is thrown into the woven bag and that's it. When she came out, Jiang Xingji was also outside, obviously excited. Daughter, there are a lot of things here, including food. We are in the right place. Chapter 155 Insurance Company. Jiang Yuan watched Jiang Xingji take out a lot of things, which were probably similar to her situation. It's just a pity that the eggs are all frozen. Dad, take what you have. I'm worried that there are too many things, and we won't be able to take them away. Soni also came out. He didn't gain much, but he did get some. Jiang Yuan is right. You can take it or not. If it doesn't work, just let it go. It was impossible for him to let go of what he had obtained. Jiang Xingji was the first to object. Look, if we can't do it, don't go anywhere else. We don't have enough time. We'll get some door panels later, put them behind the ice truck, and drag them back. Dad, there are probably a lot of things here. If we drag them back, how much effort will we have? We still have to guard against the group of people in the community. This is indeed a problem. If the ice truck only takes people, it will be easy. If you add in the supplies, especially the heavier ones. It will not be easy to go back. Not to mention, this road is quite far. Even relying on human power alone is not enough. When kayaks were used before, there were still motors, and they were only responsible for steering and warning. It was okay. It is naturally different from now. Then what should we do? We can't do without these things. What Jiang Xingji said is also true. Materials are rare now, and many people cherish them very much. I didn't think so before, but I have it at home anyway. After passing the group of people who came to fight and kill them just because they had a bite to eat, Jiang Xingji really felt that it was not easy. Therefore, we also cherish food very much. Let's take a look first and clean up what we can. If not, go back later. Soni said this, and Jiang Yuan also understood what he meant. It was really cold at night, with temperatures reaching -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. So basically no one came out. The entire community is like this, and it is the safest for us now. If it's at night, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it. Jiang Xingji was telling the truth. According to the current situation, everyone would be too cold to bear it. However, there is currently no good solution. Soni seemed to see the worries of the two people, and said quickly, "It's okay. I will take care of it when the time comes. And let Jiang Yuan go back first." "No. We'll talk about it then. Let's pack our things first." "Good." A few people didn't dare to delay and started to get busy. There are quite a few healthcare product companies here, as well as upstairs, with a total of 3 floors. Relatively speaking, there are quite a lot of things. Jiang Yuan felt that it was not possible. Under such circumstances, she would not be able to leave anything behind. "Dad? Soni, you are here. I want to go up and take a look. Let's get together later." "Don't worry." When Soni saw Jiang Yuan like this, he realized that she was always used to acting alone before. "It's okay. I'll go with you. Anyway, there will be no problem on these 3 floors." With Soni joining, Jiang Xingji really didn't say anything. The two of them went up, looking like there was no problem. The whole building was quiet and very safe. "Jiang Yuan, you are here. I will go to the top floor." "Okay. Then be careful. In this case, it will be more convenient, and it will suit your needs." Jiang Yuan is now on the 20th floor. There are 3 companies on this floor, and they are not small. One is an e-commerce company, selling daily necessities, various artifacts, and the like. It was an eye-opener for her. There were many things she had never seen before, especially the potato shred artifact. Put the whole potato in and press it. It only takes 1 click and it turns into silk, which is not very convenient. There is also a dumpling making artifact, which is also quite fun. There are also many chopsticks, rolling pins, kitchen supplies, etc. There are many pots, fruit plates, and creative ornaments. There are still many places in the space. Jiang Yuan took them in one by one. Another shop sells daily chemicals. But now that the weather is so cold, many items can no longer be used. She picked some that were not afraid of freezing, and didn't waste time on the rest. The last one probably makes toiletries. There weren't many supplies inside, and she wasn't polite. Naturally, the more consumables, the better. 1 floor above, the entire building is covered by insurance. Jiang Yuan knew that insurance companies had a lot of money, so she was extra attentive. There are quite a few workstations, probably more than 100 people. She went to the tea room first. Among other things, there was really a lot of instant coffee. It is estimated that most salesmen have to work overtime, which is why it is like this now. In addition, I also found some coffee beans in the cabinet inside. They all look like good brands. These should be prepared for wealthy customers. There are a lot of fruit teas, but the bottled ones are frozen, and after they melt, they don't taste very good. However, she put away the fruit tea powder and milk tea powder. In addition, there are also a lot of tea, scented tea, and snacks. There were so many Snickers bars and chocolates. Probably because they were afraid that everyone would lose their fighting ability. Jiang Yuan was not stupid. She didn't take them all in and put some in the woven bag. This is shared equally among 3 people. If you throw it into space, it becomes yours. In this situation, it would be very strange if she didn't take anything with her. There were really many offices here. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to be careless and started to search them one by one. This company should have a strong hierarchy, with 3 managers in the office. There was also a general manager's office at the very back. Jiang Yuan thought of her previous experience and decided to take the lead in this. The insurance industry is indeed profitable. The general manager's office is luxuriously decorated, and the mahogany furniture is all in the new Chinese style. Although there is only one room, the configuration is very stylish. In addition to the oversized desk, there is a ceiling-to-ceiling custom wine cabinet in the back. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a solid wood and leather sofa. It is equipped with a solid wood coffee table, tea table, and 2 small single sofas. Jiang Yuan didn't even look at it. She just put it in. There are a lot of things in the office desk. Basically all business supplies. A Rolex watch and 2 cigarettes were also found. It was a brand she had never seen before, but it was definitely not a bargain. After packing up all the small things, these 2 tables and chairs cannot be left alone. In the end, all that's left is this wall-to-wall wine cabinet. There were some foreign wines sparsely placed on it, all of which looked expensive. Jiang Yuan recognized the logo on it. There are also some ornaments. And in the cabinet below, there are some documents, which may be customer information. She wasn't interested. And in the end, she finally saw what she wanted. Logically speaking, it is normal for such a large company to have a safe. But there is nothing. However, she did find a handbag containing an estimated $50,000. Chapter 156: Abandoning the car to save the commander. The rest were some cigarettes, drinks, etc. Jiang Yuan also found a lot of big matches. The long ones. It's a worthwhile trip. After all, most people don't regard the office as their home. If you come across it, that's good luck. It's normal if you can't touch them. As a human being, only when you are content can you always be happy. The remaining offices are pretty much the same, but the employees' workstations have gained a lot. Snacks, paper towels, tea, a lot of paper, books, scissors, small green plants and so on. There were a lot of people. And we also got a few express deliveries. As we headed upstairs, we met a few good companies. There is an office of a nationally renowned underwear brand chain store on the 22nd floor. There is a branch of a brand of electrical appliances on the 23rd floor. Walking all the way and taking it all the way is pretty good. On the 24th floor, she unexpectedly encountered a pharmaceutical company. She was so excited that she couldn't help but time was running out. Soni was probably coming down soon, so she had to hurry up. There are only 20 or 30 workstations here, but there are a lot of things. Jiang Yuan saw a lot of sample medicines and a batch of goods. She has a best friend who does this, but not in this city. It is said that their medical representatives are very profitable, and they often hoard part of the medicine themselves. This time, I don't know if I am stocking up or delivering the goods to the dealer, but it is an advantage for her. However, these are specific drugs, mainly targeting cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Although it was powerful and valuable, it didn't have much effect on her. What she wanted was the kind of medicine commonly used for colds, fevers and other illnesses. Although I have stocked up on a lot before, the more of these things, the better. She is not discouraged. She still needs to collect it, just in case it can be used later. This kind of thing is like this. It is rare to find. As soon as we finished here, we arrived upstairs. Soni happened to come down as well, and the two met in the stairwell. Each carried 2 big bags and looked at each other with a smile. It seems that the trophies are all the same, so there is no need to explain them. This floor is all ordinary units. The two of them worked together and found a lot of beads in the warehouse. They looked like they were made of plastic. They were 2 boxes, probably for company activities. Jiang Yuan came to find it herself and put it into the space. She also put 2 strings outside for Xianwan to play with. The two of them quickly went downstairs to meet Jiang Xingji. It was already 2 o'clock. Time is of the essence and must be done quickly. Jiang Xingji also took out all the things, which were quite a lot, and even found a wooden board. Wait a minute. Let's just drag all these things back. He was very excited. But Jiang Yuan was a little tired, so she took out the hot rice from her backpack. You have to replenish your energy while working. The 3 of them took a brief rest and discussed the next trip. Actually, there are a lot of things that can be taken, but it's not convenient to go back. Jiang Yuan sighed, and the other 2 people agreed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's okay if we pick only edible things, and we'll finish the rest later. I have thought about it, and I will fix this board on the ice truck later. Let's try the weight. If possible, we can take turns pulling it. Jiang Xingyi wanted to put all these things in one place. But it was not impossible. If they were spread out, the target would be too big. In this case, the remaining two people can still protect the enemy and not be in a hurry. Okay, let's eat first. Then let's clean up later. At least tie them up. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan still asked the questions in her heart. By the way, what did you find in the hospital just now? Soni knew that she was concerned about the situation there. And she had also stated the purpose of her trip before. Basically, all the instruments used for surgery are available, as well as cotton swabs, alcohol, things to stop bleeding, and pain relief. That hospital is not that big, because it is next to a community hospital, and you can pay for medical insurance. So the business is still good. Moreover, there are many services there, including some physical diseases between men and women, which are also heavily advertised. In terms of cost-effective configuration, there is no problem. After getting this answer, she has stabilized. Just have it. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. The three of them ate something to simply replenish their energy. And without daring to rest, they started tinkering with other things. That board was also a door panel. I don't know where Jiang Xingji removed it from. Even the door handle and lock were removed. Of course, he didn't throw it away, but put it away. In this way, the entire board is flat, which is very convenient for placing things. There are boxes, bags, and bags of small things all around, and they are placed in the middle. Outside, tie it up with rope, which is the safest way. He fixed this board on Song Yi's largest ice cart. It can also leave the final space for activities, which will be more convenient when the time comes. Okay, let me try it. Dad took the lead and went out waving the ice pick. I can walk, but my speed is only half as fast as when I came here. Jiang Yuan also went over and tried it, and it was indeed a bit difficult to slide away. However, it can be moved. That's it. My uncle and I will take turns. Before the next words were spoken, Jiang Yuan followed his eyes and looked over. It turned out that several people appeared under the building next to them, and they had obviously been discovered. What to do? That was their second destination, and now that people had passed there, they were exposed. Let's go first. With that said, he got on the ice cart and took the lead in skating. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xingji didn't dare to complain. The people over there also saw Soni leaving and visibly ran away. There was even a person who fell. When she waved the ice pick, she heard the classic quintessence of China. Good guy. This is getting a little pissed off. Abandon the car to save the handsome. Choose to protect what you have instead of fighting the unknown. Song Yi's thoughts coincided with hers. When they arrived under the second ring bridge, the three of them looked at the shopping mall opposite, wondering what to do. The group of people didn't chase us, which proved to be safe. Let's go back directly. It's probably been stepped on a lot here. Okay. Don't waste time. Jiang Xingji felt that since he already had so many things, he should not be greedy, lest there be nothing left in the end. Walk. Song Yi is still in front, but it's still too early to go back now. They had agreed to stay at night. After heading east for about half an hour, the ice truck in front stopped. Xiao Song, you take a rest. I'll pull. Jiang Xingji arrived in front of Song Yi, and Jiang Yuan followed. No. Let's go there first and then go back. Chapter 157, Happy Weapon. Both father and daughter looked over with some confusion. This is the place buried by ice. What's there? Tell me. Where to go? It's just in front. Let's go! Song Yi said, as he skated close to him. They were a little confused, but the two of them quickly followed. I don't know how Song Yi identified the direction. He passed by this road, turned left and right, and finally arrived at a place with a house on the ice. Let's go. This is it. Jiang Yuan looked at it and saw that it was a relatively normal community. It should only be a small high-rise apartment on the 18th or 19th floors. Moreover, this location should be used for both commercial and residential purposes. You can still vaguely see the signs of the billboards above. What is this place? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask. A comrade was here before. I don't know if he is still alive now. So that's it. Now that we're here, let's go and have a look. The place where Song Yi stopped now was at the back of the apartment building, not close to the road. He carried a bag of dried noodles, which he had found at a healthcare product company. This is mine. Just give me one less bag later. Jiang Yuan also understood that she wanted to send it to her comrade. Do you want me to accompany you? No. You wait here. Uncle is alone. I'm afraid it won't work. Okay. Then go, and come back quickly. Jiang Yuan was also worried that her father would not be safe alone with so many supplies. Soni went up. He was familiar with the road. And the two of them were very nervous downstairs. This person is probably a very important person to Xiao Song. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over now. That's right. According to that person's temperament that distinguishes between public and private matters. How could he let his companions risk their lives and wait? However, they have also used favors many times. Which is understandable now. Well, Dad, are you cold? Come inside. It's even better here. It's okay. My dear, I never bothered to ask you. Why didn't the two children downstairs come over this time? He was talking about Kai Kai Yang and Yin Yin Yin. Dad, we can't prepare for the rescue center. But they haven't thought about it yet. In this case, it is better not to interfere with their choice. Hearing this, Jiang Xingji nodded. That's the truth. This kind of thing is too critical. We can't decide it for anyone. Girl, you did the right thing. This time, I came out to prepare for the blizzard. Her goal is also very simple. Just some medical supplies or something. Although the results are not satisfactory now. They are still okay. Jiang Yuan thought very well. If it didn't work, she would bring everyone in her family into this space. We have enough cash now. So we can at least survive the long winter. Just as he was talking, Soni came out without the bag of noodles. However, there was one more bag, which was the woven bag they used to carry things. Jiang Yuan was very sure that he did not bring this with him when he went in just now. In other words, the bag is taken out from the inside. How's it going? Is there anyone at home? No. Let's go first. It's getting late. Jiang Yuan was a little suspicious. But she saw Soni put the bag directly behind his ice truck. She didn't ask any more questions. It was indeed getting late. It was almost 4 o'clock now. So she had to hurry up. Walk. Jiang Xingji wanted to go over and pull those things away. But Soni didn't let him go. So the two of them didn't tear them apart too much. Slowed down a little on the road. That's all. Fortunately, those who went back did not encounter anyone. In this situation, it is estimated that all the people who came out to look for supplies have gone back. When we arrived at the community, it was exactly 4:40. And the three of them went back without much fuss. When we got to the 7th floor, the few people from the morning were still there. She recognized at a glance that these people were definitely not good people. Oh, there are so many things. Brother, what good place did you find? Yes, Angkor took us out in the afternoon and didn't find anything. You are too powerful. Angkor? That was Lao Wu from 1202. The one person Sun Ian said he couldn't suppress. It's right over at the second ring road. There are quite a lot of things. We can't get them back. You can go there tomorrow and take a look around. Jiang Yuan chose to tell the truth. But she also stared closely at the person in front of her. The younger brother who spoke was obviously a little greedy. Just as he was about to say something, Angkor grabbed him. Then, a smile appeared. It was really hard for him to have his face exposed in such a cold weather. There is a layer of white frost on the nose hairs. It must be breathing heavily. Thank you, neighbor, for telling me. We will go tomorrow. You are busy. So we will say goodbye first. The whole person talks with a smile. And looks quite friendly. Jiang Yuan. Ignore him. Hurry up. It's already getting dark. Of course she knew that this guy was probably a smiling tiger, and should not be taken seriously. Song Yi and Jiang Xingji were in charge of carrying it. And Jiang Yuan was watching here. When they came down for the first time, they brought the little one down with them. It can be considered as giving her a helping hand. Jiang Yuan can unload the truck while the dog dutifully stands guard in front. One person and one dog. The cooperation is quite tacit. When everyone went upstairs, everyone came over without looking. However, Kai Yang and Yi Mian Mian heard the commotion and came over to help. It was getting late, and no one was chatting. This time, they did not go over and were surprised to see this, but did not say anything. There was a tacit understanding, leaving space for them. There are too many things and they're easy to sort out. They were placed in the corridor before. So just carry them back and it'll be fine. By the way, here are 2 things for you. Song Yi said and opened the bag. What's this? A kind of sleeve arrow that can be placed on the arm. You take it back first, and I will teach you how to use it tomorrow. Damn. This is such a good thing. Song Yi is so willing to give it up. This is you. Well, I got this from my comrade. And this dagger. For you too. The dagger is not an ordinary dagger. It has a switch. If you press it, the blade can be retracted. A bit like a juggler using tools. This is for Uncle. Jiang Xingji quickly took it. It was something similar to a nunchuck. I see that you always use the honging gun. This can be used for close combat. And there are sharp weapons hidden in it. It's a bit of a guarantee. Oh my god. Such a good thing. Xiao Song. Otherwise you can keep it for yourself. Song Yi waved his hand and picked up the bag. Because it was too heavy, he had to hold it with his other hand. No. I still have it here. I'll tell you how to use it tomorrow. Chapter 158 Ex-Girlfriend's Request for Help. Song Yi said and went back. This trip was pretty good. And Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to know what they got in the hospital. There are several portions of this. We divided it directly between the two of us. Look. It's all in this bag. Jiang Xingji said and opened his bag. Scalpels of various models and sizes. Scissors, tweezers, and many other tools she didn't recognize. But they looked very professional. There are also gauze, alcohol, and some medicinal powder. There is oxygen in this, Xiao Song said. It might be useful. Correspondingly, there are oxygen masks, and those inserted directly into the nose. When Jiang Yuan gave birth to Xianwan, she had received oxygen. It's a relatively simple one, like an infusion bottle. What Jiang Xingji and the others brought back were 2 large jars, both of which were protected. This was her first time seeing them. Indeed. Just keep this one. The remaining items are small, but commonly used. I always feel like something is missing. But I really don't understand this aspect. I can only take what I see, and take a look at the previously downloaded video later to check for any omissions. If there is anything particularly important, we still have to go out and restock. Daughter. These are very clean. We have picked them all. Okay. Stop studying. Hurry back and change your clothes, and get ready to eat. Qinyu came over to call the two of them. Because it was warm at home, and the clothes were really thick. So they felt pretty good now. In fact, I wasn't very tired today. And I didn't go out for a long time. In addition, I did less work. So the situation of both of us is pretty good now. Even though Soni was tired. He brought all the supplies back. Jiang Yuan simply tidied up. Put on velvet and thickened pajamas. And came out. My dear girl. Drink some honey water first. I've cooked some dumplings and sour soup. They'll be ready right now. Okay. Today I am relatively lucky. And there is nothing wrong at home. But old Wu still has to be on guard. With this thought in mind, I was ready to go over and talk to Song Yi about this matter. Now that we have decided to stay, we must put these safety risks in the open. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one be invincible in every battle. Unexpectedly, Kai Yang and Yi Mian came over before she could go there. It was she who opened the door. And the 3 of them followed. Song Yi had also tidied up. He was wearing pajamas, and there was a bowl of instant noodles he had just finished on the coffee table. Come in first. The 3 of them immediately followed him into the house. And he took the remaining food into the kitchen. Kai Yang, what is this thing you are holding in your hand? She wanted to ask just now. It was quite big, and looked like an instrument. Sister Yuan, this is the signal receiver. We are here today to talk about this matter. Jiang Yuan was a little confused. Signal receiver? Isn't the internet disconnected now? Can I still receive signals? No. The signals we usually use on our mobile phones, and the Wi-Fi at home are all provided by the 3 major operators. There must be a base station nearby, and then branch out to radiate surrounding users. This is the direct reception of satellite signals without conversion. Jiang Yuan was confused. What kind of high technology is this? Can a native like her understand it? So, what do you want to say? Song Yi was sitting on the small stool next to him. And he clearly discovered the key point. Kai-Ong sighed and became visibly nervous. That's right. In the afternoon, I received a distress signal from my ex-girlfriend. I don't know what should I do. Ex-girlfriend? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Although we had been together for a long time, she really didn't know this young man's past. Yes, we are college classmates. This experiment was done by our tutor, and all our students will use it. It's just that this is a loophole, and the things involved are immature. I had nothing to do, so I opened it by chance, and received this message. So, what did she say? Jiang Yuan didn't know what the content of this information was, but she just felt that it would be better to find out. He said that. So I guess this person is fine. She said she was at the rescue center, and asked me to rescue her. She is from out of town, and does not have her own house in Cheshire. Later we broke up and rarely contacted each other. I don't know why this time. As he spoke, he lowered his head. I still can't let it go. Could it be that there were too many people in the past 2 days, and she was in danger, or something? No. This signal is not that fast. I received it this afternoon. According to calculations, she sent it at least 3 days ago. 3 days ago. That's when the official notified us of a blizzard. Then what do you think now? Soni didn't say much, but asked him what he thought. After all, we are the parties involved. So we still need to ask questions clearly about this kind of thing. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, Sister Mian, I want to save her. I have also thought about it. There is something at home, and I won't starve to death if I don't go out for half a year. If I could, I would be at home and still be your companion. However, I can't let go of Fan Qing. Fan Qing is his ex-girlfriend. I'm not planning to go there. And the situation on the road is probably not very good now. My grandma is at that age, so she can't take too much trouble. Yi Mian and his grandson also discussed it. If they went there might be problems on the way. Moreover, it is impossible to get all the food at home. By then, it won't be a red-eye issue. Zhang Kaiyang was a little excited and looked at the 3 people in front of him. I know that a blizzard is coming soon. In the past 2 days, drones have been coming over to make broadcasts. I want to find her. Please help me. He naturally knows his own fighting power. It is absolutely impossible for one person to fight alone. Moreover, since Fan Qing is asking for help, he still doesn't know what the specific situation is over there. For the current plan, we can only turn to this small group for help. However, after all, it was his personal matter, and he was not embarrassed. Looking at him with an eager look on his face, Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say. So, looking at Song Yi, Yi Mian did the same. In the rescue center, the situation is unknown. And if things go wrong, it is a matter of life and death. They need people with high combat effectiveness like Song Yi to join them. And they also need his decision. Okay, then let's go and have a look tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Song. Kaiyang grabbed his sleeve excitedly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kaiyang, you and your ex-girlfriend have broken up. Now that she is asking you for help, she will live together in the future. What kind of person is she? Tell us. Chapter 159 Meeting an Acquaintance. Jiang Yuan felt that since they would live together in the future, they should know more about them. After all, it was an unknown girl. Fan Qing. We were classmates in college. And she was very motivated at the time. You will participate in many topics. Many of us have to complete all the credits before graduation. She completed it in the first half of her junior year. Moreover, she has a very lively personality. Sister Yuan, I will definitely get along with you when the time comes. And Sister Mian. Seeing the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously, Jiang Yuan couldn't bear to let him recall the sad past. However, the reality is cruel. Then how did you break up? How long has it been since you broke up? Why have you never mentioned her? Zhang Kaiyang felt guilty for a moment. As if he felt that he had the potential to be a scumbag. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. When we were doing graduation studies, because her grades were relatively good, many people liked to ask her questions. Our major is a monk major, and there are basically no girls. Yi Mian had a look of understanding on her face, and said in a neutral tone, So, you got jealous and then broke up because of this? I admit that I was really petty at the time. She was really too popular, and I couldn't accept it. Oops. I was relatively young back then. With a shy look on his face. He really looked like an innocent boy. Jiang Yuan was heartbroken when she saw this. This child was probably a lover. Or for Fan Qing. He had a halo of white moonlight in his heart. I just hope it doesn't get too outrageous later on. Then you go back and prepare. We will go there tomorrow. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Okay. I won't say thank you for your kindness. If you need anything from me later, brothers will go up to the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. With swords in both sides. No matter what. Kaiyang said and made a gesture of cupping his fists. Obviously happy. By the way, the old Wu we met today is from 1202. As Sun Ian said before when he died. He and 0801's Lao Su are not good at all. According to the current situation. I think this person should be in the building. And we have to guard against it. Of course. You can't forget your own purpose. Now that all 4 people have decided to stay, they have to face the same problem. Sister Yuan, did you meet that old Wu today? Did he make things difficult for you? Yi Mianmian was a little worried and asked one more question. No. At the beginning, he wanted to go out in a team with us. We had an ice truck and got rid of a few of them. When I came back, he was there. I told him where the things were and left. Not only she found it strange, but Soni also felt it. That person shouldn't give up so easily. Mian, he lives above you. Have we ever crossed paths before? The 3 of them looked at Yi Mian in unison, and she shook her head. No, I might have encountered him when I went out and went downstairs, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Speaking of it now, it really doesn't make much of an impression. This is also normal. This is how society is now. Everyone is busy with their own affairs and rarely interact with each other. In addition, we don't know each other, so nodding and gesticulating can be regarded as friendship. Let's pay more attention later, and it'll be alright. We'll go to the rescue center tomorrow morning and come over to discuss the specific path. Okay, I'll go back and get the map, Jiang Yuan said and was about to go out. And Yi Mianmian followed her out. Sister Yuan, I have something to ask you. What's wrong? Mianmian, what's the matter? Just tell me. Seeing her hesitate to speak, Jiang Yuan was a little confused. This girl was not very enthusiastic just now. She probably went to the rescue center because everyone was going there, and she had no choice but to go. Sister Yuan, we are going out tomorrow. My grandma is at home alone. I don't feel at ease. So that's what happened. I understand. It's okay. Mian, you can send grandma to my house tomorrow. My parents are both at home and can help take care of her. Hearing this, she showed a happy expression. Thank you so much. Sister Yuan, the weather is too cold now. I'm just afraid that something will happen to her if she is alone at home. I understand. Mian, you and grandma have a deep relationship. Don't worry. I'll tell my parents when I get back. Okay. Thank you. Sister Yuan, the distance from Lushan Yuan to the rescue center is estimated to be 20 or 30 kilometers. It was not a simple matter in the past. Not to mention, you might encounter some dangers. No one dares to be careless. Several people discussed it until 10 o'clock in the evening before going home. They had to be energetic enough to fight against the odds. Jiang Xingji didn't agree with Jiang Yuan going with him. But Kaiyan was a good guy, so he couldn't just ignore him. For a while, I was also in trouble. Everyone gathered in the corridor on the 21st floor. Jiang Yuan was dressed and put on weapons. Even the sleeve arrows Soni gave her. That one is pretty simple, with a button and 30 arrows in it. The range is also very long, making it a good weapon at critical moments. Moreover, this arrow can be reused. Soni also gave her a lot, estimated to be 200. Mian, where is grandma? Sister Yuan, my grandma said. She is at home. Everything is fine. Uncle, please go over and take a look later and say, that's okay. That old lady is screwed, and I can't talk to her. That's okay. I'll tell my dad to go, and you guys wait a moment. The elderly must find it inconvenient to go to other people's homes, which is normal for people and 3 ice trucks. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian. In the past 2 days, around noon, drones will come over to promote blizzard. Supplies were not distributed anymore, which made people panic. There are also many people passing by in the community, mostly during the noon period. It's still somewhat warm, and it's relatively safe to go out in the morning. We were optimistic about the route before, but in this situation, no one dares to guarantee it. Jiang Yuan also brought an electronic offline map and compass, just in case. Not far from the door, I met 3 people. One of the men was lying on the ground, being kicked by the other 2, with a bag scattered beside him. They must be robbing supplies. The other party also looked at them and began to size them up. Help! Help! The person lying on the ground was shouting this way. This voice sounds strangely familiar. It seems to be Lu Chao. Yi Mianmian murmured. Jiang Yuan didn't know who this Lu Chao was. Lu Chao, is that you? Hearing the sound, the other party responded loudly. It's me. Save me. Save me. Soni didn't know this Lu Chao either. He seemed to be Yi Mianmian's friend, so he turned around and passed by. Chapter 160. Arriving at the rescue center. Sister Yuan, hurry up. Good. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay any longer, so she turned around and slid towards the 2 people. Perhaps seeing the large number of people on the other side, The two people also ran away in a hurry. Because it didn't matter. They didn't pursue it. Lu Chao. How are you? Are you okay? Yi Mianmian quickly went up and helped the person up. It's okay. Let me take a breath. This boy wears a lot of clothes and looks like his hair is quite long. He must have never had it cut. After all, barbershops haven't been open for months. Mianmian. Why did you come out? Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, I would have been doomed today. I haven't seen you all this time. I thought you went to the rescue center. Why are you here? Are you injured? Who are those two people? Lu Chao was not impatient after a series of questions. I've been hiding at home. And now it's too cold. So I came out to find something. Later, I met these two people. They must also be looking for supplies. And everything was taken away. When he said this, everyone understood. There aren't many things nearby. So everyone must be the weakest of the jungle. It is also common for people to fight against others. And it should be relatively common. By the way, Mianmian, where are you going? We want to go north. Yi Mianmian did not tell him the specific destination. Thinking about it, she did not dare to waste time. He went over and picked up the backpack next to him. Fortunately, the two people didn't take anything away. Here you go. Go back quickly. It's not safe on the road now. Lu Chao took the backpack and carried the precious one on his back. Thank you for today. If you need anything later, come to me. Okay. Go back by yourself. Be careful and avoid people. A small episode passed quickly, and the four of them started over. Mianmian. Who is this person? It's on the 10th floor. When the weather was hot at the beginning, I went to his house to have dinner. At that time, there was nothing extra at home, and my grandma couldn't go hungry. So I asked in the group and got to know him. Jiang Yuan seemed to have some impression of this matter. What happened next? Later, we met when we went shopping together in the mountains. And we had no contact again. Jiang Yuan felt sad in her heart. If this person could survive to this day without acting like a demon, he should have plenty of food at home. He has a lot of stuff at home. I remember that he is in the e-commerce business and usually doesn't go out. I guess he really has no supplies this time. In this way, it makes sense. Okay, let's leave quickly. They are almost gone. The two of them were chatting while moving forward. Because she wore too much and was afraid of not being hurt. Her speed was very slow. It took a long time to get to the survivor rescue center. And I met several waves of people along the way. But since he wasn't close, he didn't stop. Just in time for 12 noon. We finally arrived. Looking at the high-speed rail station in front of her, Jiang Yuan felt a little sad. A few months ago, my parents came here, and there were still people coming and going here. And it was a prosperous scene. Now I just feel lifeless. And there are people watching around me. Probably for defense. However, there were not many people. It's too cold now. And that's what the guards are doing. A few people even saw 7 or 8 people coming out of it. What's going on with them? Kai Yang didn't know why. Because the distance was still relatively far. So he just observed it, and didn't step forward. I know there is a parking lot over there. And it seems there is no one there. Let's hide the ice truck first. Carrying the pass with you is very dangerous. Okay. Sister Yuan. I'll go with you, and let Brother Song and the others take a look at what's going on. Because it's not far. A few people didn't argue about the few steps. The overall terrain here is relatively high. And the ice on the steps has been cleared. So the situation is pretty good now. Jiang Yuan did not go to the parking lot, but went directly to an abandoned hut next to it. I don't know what it was for, but broken glass was scattered all over the floor. When Yi Mianmian wasn't paying attention, she put everything into the space. This is a life-saving thing, so you must not be careless. Then, he came over to join the two of them. What's the situation? The group of people had already left, and I don't know if they had spoken to each other. They want to go back. They said the environment here is too bad. Ah? It was so sudden. I finally came here. Why do I have to go back? How bad is this environment? Yi Mianmian didn't know why. But Jiang Yuan thought of the key point. Isn't there a system in this place? You can leave whenever you want, and come back whenever you want? In my previous life, there was indeed such a person. However, she has never been to the rescue center, and does not know the specific situation. Because of the blizzard, many people came here, but there is simply no room for that many people. Not only the living environment is not good, but also easy to be bullied by others. I heard that there have been several riots in the past 2 days. That makes sense. Many of the people who come here come in groups, so it's easy to form a group. In addition, there are not many official people, so it is impossible to take care of them. Does that mean you can leave now at will? Not only that, there's no place for anyone who comes later. Zhang Qiang became a little anxious and began to worry about his ex-girlfriend. Fan Qing is probably in danger. Otherwise her character will not bow to me. Let's go over and have a look. Okay. Let's go! After a few people agreed, they headed to the front, where there were guards. For what? Brother, we are from the eastern suburbs. Isn't it a blizzard? The man looked at the four of them, and the guy in his hand was probably real. Okay. Then come and register. There is no room now. Go to the front lobby and line up. Okay. Okay. Thank you, big brother. Several people laughed and then quickly registered. In fact, there is nothing. I just wrote my name or something. And one of them is a personal specialty. Song Yi was the first to write, and Jiang Yuan was the second. When she saw the name Zhang Tao, she immediately reacted. He wrote himself Zhang Jia's name, and then asked Yi Mianmian to come over. That hall was crowded with people. Several times more crowded than during the spring festival. Seeing someone coming in, the people behind them all looked up. These people had hollow eyes, sunken eye sockets, and looked malnourished. Moreover, there are many lying directly in the hall, waiting for who knows how long. Yi Mianmian held Jiang Yuan's hand tightly. It was stinking here, and the smell was quite unpleasant. I don't know how these people could endure it.